Chapter 87. Orochimaru's chilling, arrogant aura, coupled with his dominating words, momentarily stunned the ninja from both sides. The Cloud and Sand ninja, who had both wanted to teach the boastful Jiraiya a lesson, sensed Orochimaru's overwhelming presence and felt a wave of helplessness. From the Cloud side, a strong-willed ninja with a rugged build stepped forward and said loudly, "All right, T, come back." The wild-eyed boy, Yatsuki T, who was bound by Orochimaru's giant python, let out a heavy HMPH and dispersed the chakra from his fist. Orochimaru glanced at the boy. Although he had no memory of this boy named T from his past life, his talent and strength were clearly quite impressive. Orochimaru directed the python, and after confirming the boy had no further intentions, he released Yatsuki T and let him return. The Sand side also spoke up. A man with blue hair and yellow eyes, whose gaze was calm and cold, told the boy manipulating the puppet, "Stop, Sasori." Sasori, the powerful puppeteer who would defect from the Sand Village and join the Akatsuki in the future, was at this moment just a handsome, small boy. He pouted and retracted the chakra threads, controlling the puppet. Orochimaru had no intention of greeting his future colleague. He glanced at Moriyama Nagai, the man who was likely the future third Tgthegood, and commanded the python to toss the puppet back. On the other side, the Cloud ninja who had spoken, seeing Orochimaru about to leave, asked, "I am Yatsuki a Konoha ninja, what is your name?" Hearing the Cloud ninja announce himself, Orochimaru's heart stirred slightly. He replied faintly, "Orochimaru." With that, he walked away with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Left behind, the Sand and Cloud groups were stunned after hearing Orochimaru's name. Yatsuki T asked Yatsuki A, "Brother, is that the greatest genius in the ninja world that Hanzo the Salamander spoke of?" Yatsuki A smiled, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The Sand contingent on the opposite side was also unsettled. At dinner, Orochimaru informed Manji and the two others about the Chunin exams. Manji was ecstatic to hear that she would be fighting alongside Orochimaru and helping him. Bluebird, welcoming the opportunity to test his strength, excitedly agreed. Kai remained silent, but he was always the most obedient to Orochimaru's commands. His silence was undoubtedly his way of consenting. The slightly warm evening breeze of August did not disturb Orochimaru's thoughts. He sat quietly on the veranda in the courtyard, watching the flowers fall and the leaves drift by in the faint, yellow glow of the sunset. This leisurely and tranquil atmosphere sharpened his senses. He recalled the list of Chunin exam candidates he saw earlier and continually pondered it. Combining this with Sarutobi's unusual expression in the Hawkage office, Orochimaru vaguely guessed the underlying situation. This list undoubtedly concealed various clandestine manipulations and games between the nations, even involving the different factions within Konoha itself. All sorts of compromises and negotiations must have already been taking place behind the scenes. As members of Sarutobi's faction, Orochimaru's group had naturally become pieces on the board. Orochimaru was indignant, but unable to change his status as a mere chess piece for now. He could only rely on his own strength. A repressive aura slowly emanated from him, and his dark golden snake eyes flickered. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt his vision go dark as two soft, small hands covered his eyes. A small body leaned against him, and a clear, bell-like laugh echoed in his ears. "Hee hee, guess who?" A warm, gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Orochimaru's lips. He took hold of the two soft hands and chuckled. "Ha, what is it, Manji?" Manji, her small hands held by Orochimaru, pouted her pink lips. She sat down next to him, turning her head away as if pretending to be angry. "HMPH, brother always guesses. Manji won't play this game with you anymore. It's no fun." Orochimaru lovingly stroked Manji's head and said gently, "All right, I won't say it out loud next time, okay?" Manji turned back, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Looking at the beautiful, innocent girl, Orochimaru felt his worries and anxieties vanish in that moment, leaving behind a profound sense of peace and serenity. Manji then said, "Brother, Bluebird's grandfather is here. He heard that you recommended Bluebird for the Chunin exams and is waiting for you in the front hall." Orochimaru paused, smiled at Manji, then stood up and walked toward the front hall. When Orochimaru reached the front hall, Hyuga Hirano had apparently been there for a while. Bluebird was sitting beside him, the grandfather and grandson talking intimately. Seeing Orochimaru enter, Hyuga Hirano's expression was cordial and kind, given that Orochimaru had given Bluebird a bright future. Just as Orochimaru sat down with Manji, Hyuga Hirano stated the purpose of his visit. As an elder of the Hyuga branch family, his status second only to the clan head, he provided Orochimaru with a wealth of intelligence regarding the candidates from various countries in the Chunin exams, as well as some details about the exam setup. Orochimaru, using his memories from his past life for comparison, realized that while the history of the ninja world had changed significantly, the specialties and abilities of these future cage-level individuals remained largely the same, which reassured him greatly. Through Hyuga Hirano's description, Orochimaru also gained a good understanding of the Chunin exam procedures. The Chunin exams were set up in 3 stages, as was customary. Passing 2 stages was enough to earn the title of Chunin elite as assessed by the participating nations. The 3rd stage was a tournament for the best participants, a process for nations to gauge the military strength and potential of the elite generation of other countries. Orochimaru and Hyuga Hirano conversed for a full 2 or 3 hours before concluding. 3 days later, in the early morning, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, Manji, and the other 5 fully prepared members behind him, and led the way toward the Chunin exam testing site. The first stage of the exam was held in a large classroom. 150 elite ninja participants were assigned to their respective seats. The chief examiner, a jonin with straight, silky, artfully long black hair and deep, mesmerizing red eyes, slowly walked to the front of the classroom, followed by a group of Konoha proctoring Chunin. This was Konoha's Genjutsu master, Yuhai-Ro. Under this Genjutsu master's technique, everyone experienced a period of agonizing mental torture. Any ninja whose will was weak, and who revealed village information under the Genjutsu interrogation, would be immediately disqualified. This first stage posed 0 difficulty for Orochimaru, whose spiritual energy was exceptionally strong. Not even Yuhai-Ro's Genjutsu could affect him. Though it was somewhat unexpected, Yuhai-Ro was unsurprised after seeing Orochimaru. After all, over the last 3 years, Orochimaru's reputation as the 3rd Hokage's favored disciple had spread far and wide. As expected, Jiraiya and Manji's group all passed the first exam. However, many other ninja proved to be weak-willed. If even one person in a squad failed and was disqualified, the entire squad would lose their eligibility. The Genjutsu, constructed by Yuhai-Ro to mimic the Konoha interrogation room, put an immense amount of pressure on the candidates from various countries. With such strict passing conditions, more than half of the teams were eliminated in this first round. 23 teams, totaling 69 people, remained. The elite squads of the other great nations were prominently among them. Chapter 88. The sounds of chirp, chirp, chirp from birds and cicadas, mixed with the murmur of flowing water, slowly reached the ears of Orochimaru and the others. They stood before a forest enclosed by a wire mesh fence, one of Konoha's many training areas, specifically training ground 18. This second stage of the exam was set within this training ground 18. Training ground 18 covered a forest spanning nearly 100 miles. Its internal environment and terrain were incredibly complex, filled with wild beasts and venomous insects. It was a place where danger lurked with every step, earning it the terrifying nickname in Konoha, the 18th layer of hell. It was normally kept permanently closed. In Orochimaru's memory, this place was used to train the Anbu elite, and using it now as a Chunin exam site raised his estimation of the second stage's difficulty. Orochimaru knew that the real crisis and challenge were just beginning. Yuhai-Ro, the supervisor of the 3 Chunin exam stages, stepped out at the appropriate time and stood before everyone. He began to announce the rules for the second stage. This is Konoha's training ground 18. In 10 different locations within it, we have placed 10 maps of this training ground 18. Before you enter, you will draw lots. There is a chance that the lot will contain the location of one of those maps. Your mission is to find one of these maps within 7 days, successfully use the map to find the exit, and walk out with the map. Yuhiro then gave a slight, mocking smile and added, "Let me state this clearly. Only one map can validate and allow one squad to pass the second exam. Therefore, candidates should not entertain fantasies of ganging up and having multiple squads complete the mission together. All right, those are the rules. You now have a half-hour rest period. The second exam begins after that." The moment Yuhiro's voice faded, the 69 ninja who had passed the first exam immediately burst into an uproar, debating amongst themselves. Some muttered curses about Konoha's harsh rules, while others quietly discussed their strategies. There were all kinds of reactions. Jiraiya, who was gathered near Orochimaru, was about to ask him for a strategy, but was stopped by the observant Tsunade. Orochimaru's eyes were flickering, and he was clearly lost in thought. If the first exam tested the candidate's will and disposition, the second exam was a comprehensive test of every aspect of a ninja's ability. The drawing of lots tested luck, which is, after all, a component of a ninja's strength. The mission condition of finding a map could be viewed as a test of intelligence gathering and acquisition. Methods could be diverse: finding information normally, violently intercepting a map from an enemy, setting traps, or ambushing other teams. The mission condition of using the map to find the exit and leaving with it could be viewed as an intelligence escort test. Once the map was secured, safely finding the exit and leaving the training ground. This involved a great deal of strategy and potential trickery, and bloodshed and conflict were inevitable. Yuhiro's final sentence, as interpreted by Orochimaru, subtly implied something else. He wasn't forbidding alliances, but discouraging them. This two-word difference in meaning was vast. With 23 squads but only 10 maps, at most 10 squads, less than half the people, could pass the second exam, and that was assuming an ideal scenario. It was foreseeable that some would fail to find a map, or that some teams would acquire multiple maps. Therefore, this necessitated that some weaker teams form alliances to consolidate strength and acquire a map. How to form and manage these alliances to ensure one's maximum benefit indirectly tested the candidate's strategic thinking and leadership abilities. In summary, Orochimaru realized that this second exam, seemingly simple, was a comprehensive, difficult test of the candidate's survival skills, personal strength, intelligence gathering and escort capabilities, and strategic vision and leadership. Once Orochimaru sorted everything out, he couldn't help but excitedly lick his lips and say with a smile, "This Chunin exam is getting more and more interesting." Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had been closely watching his state, felt relieved when they saw Orochimaru's excited expression. They knew that when Orochimaru showed this look, it meant he was becoming thrilled and serious. In their memories, there was nothing that could stop Orochimaru. Everything seemed to become simple in his hands. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, "Orochimaru, what's our plan for the second exam?" Orochimaru looked up and smiled proudly. "We have 7 days. As long as we plan carefully, this exam won't be difficult. However, the candidates from the other great nations are a bit troublesome. Of course, that's what makes it interesting." Orochimaru repeated with great interest. His dark golden snake eyes swept over the scattering groups of ninja candidates from various nations around the exam site. He released an unconcealed streak of cold, chilling killing intent, intimidating the petty criminals and issuing a silent challenge to the ninja of the great nations. Yuhiro and the Konoha proctoring ninja keenly sensed the killing intent released by Orochimaru. They were all momentarily stunned and smiled wryly. Orochimaru's action had undoubtedly pushed everyone except Konoha to the opposite side. While Yuhiro's group was somewhat perplexed by Orochimaru's reasoning, they were undoubtedly curious about the methods of this increasingly famous Konoha genius. Sensing Orochimaru's blatant killing intent and aura, every candidate was a genius in their respective country and naturally possessed great pride. They all turned their eyes to him. Upon seeing Orochimaru, their expressions were suddenly varied and complex: curiosity, disdain, surprise, and more. It must be said that ever since the Land of Rivers mission, Orochimaru's fame had been spread by Hanzo the Salamander. the newly promoted cage-level legendary figure, who labeled Orochimaru the greatest young genius in the ninja world. This title undoubtedly propelled Orochimaru to the forefront of the ninja world's younger generation. While his reputation soared within Konoha village, there were many elite ninja from other nations who were unconvinced and eager to make Orochimaru look bad during this Chunin exam. Thus, when they suddenly realized Orochimaru was actively challenging them, their individual expressions were truly spectacular. Orochimaru took in all their stares. The bloodlust in his dark golden eyes intensified. Indeed, when it's almost time to kill, I can't help but get excited. Hanzo the Salamander gifted me a fine title. Since he did that, I will not hesitate to use blood and lives to forge my fame as the Snake Clan's greatest genius. The others, of course, were unaware of Orochimaru's thoughts. Seeing his aura intensify, some weaker ninja retreated, but more candidates released their own auras and fearlessly confronted Orochimaru. For a time, the atmosphere outside Training Ground 18 was tense and volatile, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Chapter 89. Feeling the fragile, paper-thin auras of the other ninja welling up, Orochimaru scoffed. He stopped suppressing it, and a boundless, ocean-deep killing intent surged out of his body, spreading wildly. It engulfed the entire field like an aggressive, overbearing octopus. The astonishing, almost solid killing intent jolted the candidates from the great nations. Those from the smaller nations fared worse. They seemed to see visions of their own deaths in Orochimaru's eyes and unanimously took a step back, some even tumbling to the ground. Yuhei and the other Konoha proctoring Jonin were inwardly shaken by the intensity of Orochimaru's killing intent. Observing the candidates' reactions, Yuhei's eyes held a complex look. He knew that Orochimaru's killing intent had grown powerful enough to induce hallucinations in less skilled ninja. Orochimaru retracted his killing intent as quickly as he released it. Ignoring the complex thoughts of the other candidates, he called over Manji, Bluebird, and Kai, and the six began to discuss their strategy. Orochimaru spoke seriously to Tsunade and the others. This second exam lasts 7 days. Excluding the approximately 2 days needed for travel and meals, we have 5 days of free time remaining to search for and seize the mission maps. It's foreseeable that over these 5 days, numerous instances of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, will be played out. Many of those great nation ninja are wolves in sheep's clothing, participating in the Chunin exams while possessing Jonin-level strength. Therefore, after we enter, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I will quickly find a location where we can first meet up. Only then will we scheme to acquire the mission map. Everyone nodded in agreement when Orochimaru finished speaking. Orochimaru scanned the group and nodded. He reached into his robes and brought out Yamada. The exquisite and peculiar Yamada, with its small head, looked around, its scarlet snake eyes still slightly confused, as if it had just woken from a pleasant dream and couldn't grasp the situation. Orochimaru gently stroked Yamada's head and handed it to Manji. "Manji, I'm entrusting Yamada to you. Yamada can sense my location. When the 3 of you enter, ignore everything else and follow the direction Yamada indicates to meet up with us." Manji's dark, round eyes, understanding the severity of the situation, were filled with seriousness. She nodded solemnly. Orochimaru then looked toward Yamada. The small snake, white with pale gold markings, deftly darted into Manji's embrace and dutifully dipped its head toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru then patted Kai and Hyuga Bluebird on the shoulders. "Kai, Bluebird, you must protect Manji well. I do not wish to see her harmed in any way before you regroup with me." Master," Kai's stuttering tone was full of resolve. "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." Bluebird immediately complied. With everything arranged, the rest period was nearly over. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes flashed with captivating brilliance and charm. He delivered a final motivation to the group. "This is the time to test the results of your training over the past 3 years. I will lead you to victory and glory." Jiraiya, stimulated by Orochimaru's words, became excited, his face flushed. He shouted loudly toward the surrounding candidates. "Come on, Lord Jiraiya will strike you all down, one by one." Tsunade, without hesitation, rushed over and delivered a monster strength punch, dragging the embarrassing show-off back. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Although the surrounding candidates glared with fury, as if they wanted to tear Orochimaru's group to shreds because of Jiraiya's arrogant declaration, the 3 first-time exam takers, Manji, Kai, and Bluebird, had relaxed due to Jiraiya's antics. In the Cloud Ninja Squad, Yatsuki T said with disdain as he watched the scene, "Brother, it seems only that Orochimaru from Konoha is any good." Yatsuki A didn't reply, but the burning fighting spirit in his eyes, fixed on Orochimaru, was clearly visible to those around him. Though Yatsuki A was aggressive, he wasn't brainless. He smiled and said, "Heh, no need to rush. The fun things are best saved for last. After we secure a map, we'll have a proper fight with that Orochimaru." Yatsuki T and the other Cloud Ninja participating in the Chunin exams, Kitagawa Ryuan, nodded in agreement. On the Sand Ninja side, Sasori curled his lip in contempt. Moriyama Nagai, the future 3rd Kazekage, watched Jiraiya's farce with interest. Among the Mist Ninja candidates, a young man with delicate features and brownish-green hair asked his companion, who had water-like, pale blue spiky hair, "Mangetsu, is that person standing next to the loud, idiotic one Orochimaru?" The young man called Mangetsu turned his head. His smooth, handsome face broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp, shark-like teeth. Yes, the aura he had earlier was indeed impressive. On the Stone Ninja side, a short man whose internal aura was contained and as profound as a great mountain or marshland scrutinized Orochimaru and the others one by one. He spoke to the 2 ninja following him. "Tsuchihara, Kuragumo, be careful later. That guy from Konoha named Orochimaru looks difficult to deal with." The 2 ninja behind the man nodded silently. In a gathering of ninja wearing Rain Village headbands, one ninja, with a vicious expression, said to his comrades, "Look closely. That young man with the long black hair and the dark golden snake eyes is Orochimaru. When we get inside, find an opportunity to take them out first. This is a direct order from Lord Hanzo." "Yes," the 2 others bowed and replied. Yuhiro checked the time, stepped forward, and announced loudly, "Time's up. Everyone come here to draw your lots. Once you've drawn, enter training ground 18. A Konoha proctoring official behind Yuhiro brought out a wooden box sealed with jutsu paper. The seal was there to prevent cheating by candidates with abilities like X-ray vision or sensory detection. The leaders of the 23 candidate teams came forward one by one to draw lots. Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed a strange-looking individual from the Stone Village, a bizarre figure entirely wrapped in a black trench coat and wearing a black hood that only exposed their eyes. He carefully sensed the aura emanating from the person. Orochimaru frowned, and his mind suddenly clicked, recalling a certain insect-manipulating clan in the Stone Village, one renowned alongside Konoha's Aburame clan, the Kamizuru clan. Orochimaru waited until Manji and the other 2 entered the training ground before allowing Jiraiya, who had eagerly volunteered, to draw their lot. Under the proctor's guidance, they entered the training ground through a separate, prearranged entrance. Chapter 90. Giant trees, thick enough to be embraced by several or even a dozen people, covered the forest. Their spreading branches and lush leaves formed colossal, emerald canopies, completely blocking the August heat and sunlight, allowing only scattered specks of golden light to filter through. A long, emerald-green caterpillar was slowly inching its body along a branch. Flap, 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 a slight sound of wings fluttered. A palm-sized pale yellow bird swooped down and, with lightning speed, plucked the caterpillar into its beak. However, before the bird could flap its wings and soar away, hiss, 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 a striped giant python, as thick as a basin, flicked its slender tongue and opened its terrifying mouth, swallowing the bird whole. Suddenly, the python seemed to sense something and swiftly slithered down the tree. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Orochimaru and his 2 teammates, having just entered training ground 18, leaped over, using their chakra-enhanced footing. Thud. Orochimaru landed and stopped on a large tree. Jiraiya and Tsunade also stopped next to him. Orochimaru surveyed the dense forest. His formidable spiritual energy swept out like radar. After confirming there was no danger, he said to Tsunade and Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, take out the lot you drew. Let's see what we got." Tsunade nodded, looking at Jiraiya with curiosity. Jiraiya, excited and making empty boasts, grinned and said, "Don't worry, with Lord Jiraiya here, we definitely drew the map information. If." But before Jiraiya could finish speaking, he saw the contents of the slip of paper he pulled from his clothes and froze in embarrassment. Orochimaru peered at it. The slip was completely blank, containing no information about the training Ground 18 map. Tsunade clenched her black-gloved fist, grinding her teeth in anger. Her large eyes glared fiercely at Jiraiya, making him incredibly nervous. Orochimaru gave a helpless smile. "All right, let's go. We need to find a safe place first and wait for Manji and the others." Jiraiya immediately nodded frantically. Tsunade had no choice but to forgive Jiraiya for the moment and followed closely behind Orochimaru. The three traveled for about half an hour. Suddenly, as Orochimaru sped along the treetops, his eyes lit up. Hidden behind two towering ancient trees was a clearing in the woods, about a dozen square meters in size. It was very difficult to spot unless Orochimaru was deliberately paying attention to the surroundings, making it suitably hidden. Most importantly, Orochimaru was interested in the medicinal herbs growing on the small patch of grass, as well as the venomous insects living among them. Orochimaru stopped and said to Tsunade and Jiraiya, "Let's go, we'll wait for them here." With that, he dashed straight into the secluded forest clearing, without waiting for their reply. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and followed close behind. The majority of the small clearing was occupied by the medicinal herbs. Orochimaru first gave Tsunade and Jiraiya some instructions outside, and only then did the three cautiously step into this natural herbal garden. After having Jiraiya and Tsunade set up some ninjutsu traps around the periphery, Orochimaru walked alone among the herbs, identifying each one. He took out some simple equipment he carried on his lower back and dug up some useful herbs, also collecting some venomous insects. Half an hour later, Orochimaru joined Jiraiya and Tsunade, placing some of the venomous insects and toxins extracted from certain poisonous herbs onto the perimeter ninjutsu traps. Next, Orochimaru distributed a few herbs to Jiraiya and Tsunade, asking them to grind them with a large rock. Orochimaru then used his simple equipment to mix the results and seal the concoction in a small porcelain bottle. Under the curious gaze of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru waited for half an hour until the aromas and medicinal properties in the porcelain bottle had completely blended. He then took it out and removed the stopper. A rich, clear fragrance immediately wafted out of the bottle. Orochimaru said to Tsunade and Jiraiya, "Take this porcelain bottle and fumigate yourselves thoroughly. I noticed there was an insect-controlling clan from the stone village. The mixed scent of these herbs can effectively prevent an insect manipulator from messing with you." Jiraiya and Tsunade showed a look of admiration upon hearing this. They immediately complied. Orochimaru himself also passed the bottle over his body, allowing the herbal scent to cover him completely. After the three had finished, Orochimaru's heart suddenly stirred. He sensed Yamada's presence. He smiled slightly. "They've arrived." Saying this, he sped towards the perimeter. As soon as Orochimaru saw the trio, the intelligent little Yamada eagerly turned into a faint golden flash and zipped back into Orochimaru's clothes. Bluebird's group had an easy journey, and to Orochimaru's surprise, Bluebird had actually drawn a lot with the mission map information. While Manji's group used the porcelain bottle, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya began studying the information Bluebird had drawn. It was a slip of paper the same size as the one Jiraiya had drawn, but it clearly contained a miniature map. A red dot marked a location on the map, which was presumably where the mission map was located. After identifying their current position, Orochimaru confirmed the direction. He collected the traps and poisonous insects, summoned everyone, and quickly set off. After an hour of travel, a clear, azure stream appeared before them. Numerous birds and animals drank and played by the stream bank. A faint breeze, mixed with moisture and the scent of flowers, blew past. Everything looked beautiful and harmonious. However, there was no sign of the mission map. Jiraiya looked at the situation, which seemed like searching for a needle in a haystack, and asked, Orochimaru, what do we do now? Orochimaru gave a wry smile. It's never that simple indeed. He then turned to Hyuga Bluebird at his side and said, Bluebird, activate your Byakugan and look for the mission map's location. Bluebird nodded. He focused his chakra, and the skin around his unique, white eyes strained with chakra ripples. The pale blue veins bulged. Byakugan, activate. Bluebird searched for about a quarter of an hour before suddenly speaking. Lord Orochimaru, the 3 Cloud Ninja candidates are gathered 200 meters ahead. Hearing Bluebird's report, Orochimaru's heart sank slightly. He hadn't expected to run into ninja from a great nation so quickly. Orochimaru said, Bluebird, check if they have the mission map on them. The faces of the others also darkened. They knew the strength of the great nation ninja would be formidable. All eyes were fixed on Bluebird. Bluebird's voice held a note of excitement. Lord Orochimaru, they haven't gotten the map. It's in a bird's nest high in the tree canopy right above them. They haven't found it yet and seem to still be searching. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed. He quickly strode past the others and dashed out at full speed. Chapter 91. Orochimaru leaped and maneuvered, and within a few breaths, he was close to the mission map's location that Bluebird had indicated. The Cloud Ninja team was clearly visible. Suddenly, a familiar voice belonging to Yatsuki T drifted over and entered Orochimaru's ear. Brother, I found the mission map. It's up there, in the bird's nest in the tree canopy. Orochimaru's heart sank sharply. He forcefully kicked off with his feet, leaping high into the air to look toward the Cloud Ninja. He saw Yatsuki T carefully using chakra to cling to the tree canopy, excitedly staring at the bird's nest. Inside the basin-sized nest, aside from a few chirping hatchlings, there was a single black and white scroll. It was undoubtedly the mission map. The excited Yatsuki T immediately shouted to Yatsuki A, who was still searching below the tree. Yatsuki A, standing at the base of the tree, was initially overjoyed by Yatsuki T's shout. However, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching, less than 30 meters from their position. Recalling Yatsuki T's loud announcement, he instantly reacted, his face changing drastically. He shouted urgently, "Watch out." Orochimaru's gaze turned cold. He knew that if the Cloud Ninja secured the map first, even if Manji and the others arrived, his team would be put at a disadvantage. Orochimaru made an instant decision. While still in midair, he immediately began weaving hand signs. Pure chakra flowed through the hand signs and into the surrounding air, instantly causing a fierce change. Wind release, great breakthrough. The surrounding air was instantly churned by chakra, creating violent convection currents. Amidst the low, muffled sound of woo-woo-woo, wind whistling, a powerful and intense gale was formed. Hidden within the intense wind were countless narrow, sharp wind blades, radiating chilling killing intent as they violently rushed toward the tree canopy where Yatsuki T was located. Yatsuki T had barely heard Yatsuki A's warning when he immediately realized the wind release ninjutsu launched by Orochimaru was upon him. The rapidly approaching gale and its hidden blades made Yatsuki T's scalp tingle. His sense of danger instantly reached a critical point. He glanced at the bird's nest and the mission map, which were within arm's reach. There was no more time. Boom! The storm, packed with sharp wind blades, swept through. The top 7 or 8 meters of the towering tree hosting the bird's nest were instantly sheared off flat. Dust rose and wood chips flew everywhere. The sheer force of the ninjutsu even tore apart over a dozen other tall trees behind it. However, due to Orochimaru's excellent control over his ninjutsu, the bird's nest remained completely intact and was sent flying toward the depths of the forest. Yatsuki T and Yatsuki A, who had jumped off the canopy at the last moment, stared intently at the bird's nest being propelled by the strong wind toward the forest depths. Just as they were about to give chase, another unexpected event occurred. The two clearly saw a small figure suddenly emerge from the shadows cast by a large ancient tree onto the branches. The slender right hand of the figure firmly grasped the flying bird's nest, took a scroll from inside, and then, just as strangely as he appeared, the figure slipped back into the shadows. This sudden turn of events instantly negated the Cloud Ninja's hard work, infuriating the two to the point of utter madness. Orochimaru naturally witnessed the entire scene. He knew this was Kai's work and silently cheered. Relieved, he landed on a large tree not far from the Cloud Ninja, smiling as he watched the spectacular expressions on the faces of Yatsuki-A and the others. Yatsuki-A and his two teammates turned to look at the smiling Orochimaru, their rage intensifying. Just then, Kai emerged from the shadow next to Orochimaru, respectfully handed the mission map to Orochimaru, and then, standing with Orochimaru, stared coldly at the Cloud Ninja team. At this point, Yatsuki-A and the others fully understood what had happened. The thought that all their hard work had been foiled by someone else's quicker move fueled their boundless frustration and anger, which surged like a mighty, unstoppable river. Yatsuki-T furiously clenched his fist and said to Yatsuki-A, "Brother, there are only two people. Let's go all three of us. We'll kill Orochimaru and that skinny monkey, and the mission map will be ours." Just as Yatsuki-A was about to reply, the third Cloud Ninja stopped Yatsuki-T. He said respectfully to Yatsuki-A, "Lord A, several auras are rapidly approaching." No sooner had the ninja spoken than Jiraiya, Manji, and the others caught up, taking their place beside Orochimaru. Seeing the mission map in Orochimaru's hand, joy showed on all their faces. However, Orochimaru, observing the Cloud Ninja team, did not relax his guard. The strength of the opposing team was perfectly capable of matching his own, and successfully getting the mission map out was still an unknown. Looking at Orochimaru's group, Yatsuki-A's expression grew even darker. In less than 10 seconds, the situation had taken a sharp turn. Not only did they fail to secure the mission map, but they had also run into such a difficult group of ninja from a rival great nation. Yatsuki-T, still angry, tightened his fist but refused to back down. "But brother..." Yatsuki-A cut him off, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He said in a low voice, "Enough, don't say another word. Orochimaru is mine. Ryuan, you and T quickly take care of the others, then come and help me sandwich Orochimaru and seize the mission scroll." Hearing Yatsuki-A give the command, Kitagawa Ryuan stopped trying to argue and focused all his attention on preparing for battle. Orochimaru, who had been constantly on guard against the Cloud Ninja, keenly noticed the change in Yatsuki-A's demeanor and immediately warned, "Be careful, they're about to move." The moment Orochimaru spoke, a fierce and overbearing aura surged from Yatsuki-A. Blue-violet currents of electricity crackled around him, and he lunged forward, a flash of blue-violet lightning. Yatsuki-T was invigorated seeing his brother charge out. He pumped chakra into his body and followed right behind. However, their attacks were not the fastest. Unlike the close combat style of the Yatsuki brothers, Kitagawa Ryuan, who specialized in lightning release ninjutsu, finished his hand signs first and unleashed a ninjutsu with shocking power. Lightning release, thunder stream waterfall. A massive surge of chakra energy rose up. Dots of blue-violet lightning suddenly appeared in the air, instantly spreading into a torrent of lightning that resembled a waterfall or a raging tide. In the fraction of a second, Orochimaru stared intently. The glittering blue-violet lightning was actually comprised of hundreds of fine, yet incredibly penetrating, lightning needles. This wave of blue-violet electricity, formed by hundreds of lightning needles, streaked through the air, casting blue lines and violet shadows. It surged aggressively, aiming to engulf Orochimaru and his team and pierce them with countless bloody holes. Chapter 92. Faced with the fierce oncoming lightning release ninjutsu, Orochimaru quickly formed hand signs and launched a counterattack. Wind release, many-faced wind. Amidst the powerful chakra surge, numerous slender and sharp wind blades rapidly condensed, spinning in the air to form horned vortexes of airflow. The fiercely spinning wind vortexes quickly multiplied. In the blink of an eye, fueled by Orochimaru's chakra, over 100 were generated. They collided and rushed against each other, forming a violent air current storm that met the blue-violet electrical torrent of the thunder stream waterfall head-on, refusing to yield. The two torrents of ninjutsu, different in nature and mutually clashing and restricting in attribute, violently crashed together. Amidst a tremendous boom, An invisible shockwave rolled out, and a mushroom cloud roughly 7 or 8 meters high suddenly rose. The forest and trees within a radius of dozens of meters were devastated and strewn with debris, filled with toppled, broken trees and lingering smoke and wood chips. Two blue figures wrapped in electric light, forming a sharp and terrifying angle with the ground, powerfully burst out of the smoke. They rushed toward Orochimaru's team without stopping. It was none other than the Yatsuki brothers, Yatsuki A and Yatsuki T. However, Yatsuki T, who was not a direct disciple of the second Reikage, could only use lightning release to boost his speed. Because his defense was lacking, he was slightly caught by the residual effects of Orochimaru's deliberate wind release. He had sustained minor injuries during the clash of the two ninjutsu and emerged from the smoke trailing behind Yatsuki A. Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. His killing intent permeated the air, and his fighting spirit soared. He shook his arms, and his hidden shadow snake hands were immediately launched. From within his pale white sleeves, a dozen striped venomous pythons shot out like lightning. Under Orochimaru's control, the giant, sharp-fanged pythons formed a colorful massive hand composed of grotesque and vicious venomous snakes in the air. Each snake's head was aimed downward, their vicious fangs exposed, as the hand slammed toward the charging Yatsuki A. Boom! The colossal snake hand struck the ground, gouging a half-meter deep pit. Yatsuki A appeared large and robust, but his speed, amplified by the lightning release, was astonishingly fast. He deftly dodged Orochimaru's attack. In the span of a single breath, he leaped several times on the surrounding tall trees and closed the distance to Orochimaru by over 10 meters. Orochimaru gave a wicked smile as he watched the rapidly approaching Yatsuki A, the snake hand, which had failed to connect, quickly disintegrated, transforming into streaks of black shadow that launched a sneak attack from behind Yatsuki A. Orochimaru himself quickly formed several hand signs, unleashing another wind release ninjutsu meant to counter lightning release. Wind release, raging wind net. Pure chakra was injected into the air. Countless, varying-length sharp wind blades, controlled by the hand signs, formed a lethal, invisible net covering a dozen meters of space in front of Yatsuki A. This invisible, deadly net of wind blades rapidly advanced through the air, reaching Yatsuki A in the blink of an eye. With the raging wind net in front and a swarm of venomous snakes behind, Yatsuki A realized in that moment the great strength of the boy named Orochimaru. His astounding battle intellect, rich combat experience, and the tight, relentless sequence of attacks that subtly drew one into his trap, seizing control of the battle rhythm and forcing a path toward failure. Faced with such a fierce, pincer-style attack that sealed off all room for evasion, Yatsuki A had no other choice but to pump chakra into the blue-violet lightning armor on his body, which served as his strongest shield. The dazzling blue-violet lightning cloak on Yatsuki A intensified its brilliance. He also continuously weaved hand signs. Lightning release, lightning ball technique. Yatsuki A opened his mouth and spat out a football-sized blue-violet lightning ball, which struck the raging wind net first. Immediately following, Orochimaru's attack firmly slammed into Yatsuki A. The raging wind net, whose attack power was already diffused because it was an area of effect technique, was further weakened by the impact of the lightning ball. It only succeeded in cutting a few minor gashes into Yatsuki A's body. These were mere cuts, and under the protection of his lightning release armor, the strongest shield, they healed instantly without even drawing blood. Meanwhile, the dozen or so pythons Orochimaru sent out for guerrilla attacks were instantly shocked into being fried and tender, smoking white and beyond dead, the moment they coiled around Yatsuki A. Yatsuki A let out a booming laugh and charged forward. Ha ha ha, kid, you didn't think all I knew was lightning release taijutsu, did you? Orochimaru didn't reply. He stomped his feet and moved forward instead of retreating. The distance between them was already small, and Orochimaru's charge immediately narrowed it to a single arm's length. Orochimaru gave a chilling smile. Pure, abundant chakra surged into his right fist. He used his monster strength taijutsu to the maximum, unleashing a straightforward, unadorned punch that violently slammed into Yatsuki A's body. Thud! A dull collision sounded. The immense force sent Yatsuki flying. He smashed through several trees and tore a ditch dozens of meters long in the forest floor. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes were ice gold, yet his voice was strangely gentle. "You seem to also think I only know a little ninjutsu." Taking advantage of the moment, Orochimaru quickly surveyed the other ongoing battles. Yatsuki T, who had intended to join Yatsuki in flanking Orochimaru, was blocked by the combined efforts of Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird. The two of them already had Chunin-level strength. Even with Yatsuki T's strong talent, he was flailing and struggling under the combined attack of the two Chunin, completely preoccupied with his own defense. Jiraiya, Kai, and Manji were fighting against Kitagawa Ryuan's lightning release ninjutsu. While Jiraiya and Manji struggled immensely under Ryuan's onslaught, Kai, who possessed a special bloodline limit, continuously threatened Ryuan's weak points by slipping into the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This forced the powerful Cloud Ninja to dedicate some of his focus to the surrounding environment, preventing him from giving his all. On the other side, Yatsuki, who had been sent flying and put at a disadvantage by Orochimaru's punch, laughed instead of growing angry. He shouted with a fierce, hearty enthusiasm, "Good, very good, come on, let's go again." Yatsuki T and Kitagawa Ryuan were delighted to hear the arrogant, powerful laughter. They knew Yatsuki was now fully engaged and serious in his fight with Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored Yatsuki-A's challenging laughter. His dark golden eyes remained cold and filled with killing intent as he concentrated and prepared for Yatsuki-A's attack. The blue-violet lightning shadow flashed again, and Yatsuki charged in with a vengeance. Suddenly, both the focused Orochimaru and Yatsuki-A's faces changed. Chapter 93. Orochimaru and Yatsuki sensed something amiss, and their expressions changed. As if by unspoken agreement, they launched synchronized attacks at a section of the nearby forest. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A fiercely condensed, scorching Great Fireball was spewed from Orochimaru's mouth, soaring toward the forest. Lightning release, False Darkness. From Yatsuki-A's mouth erupted numerous strands of hair-thin but incredibly numerous lightning chains. With a sharp crack, crack, crack sound, they shot into the forest. Rumble. The fireball and lightning chains violently exploded in the depths of the forest. Grass and trees flew, and dirt scattered everywhere. Orochimaru and Yatsuki exchanged a look without speaking. They both knew they had sensed a faint, unusual chakra fluctuation emanating from that part of the forest, indicating a third party was lurking nearby, spying on the battle between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja. Seeing Orochimaru and Yatsuki-A's strange movements, the others also realized something was wrong. They stopped fighting and converged around Orochimaru and Yatsuki, looking toward the section of forest that had been attacked. Jiraiya shouted loudly, "What kind of rat is hiding in there? Come out immediately, or don't blame Lord Jiraiya for getting rough." The yellowish-brown smoke from the explosion and the scattered wood chips slowly dispersed, revealing the scene within. A solid, black iron wall made of magnetized sand iron stood erect. SHH, SHH, SHH. As the sand iron scattered, the wall slowly dissipated, exposing the sand ninja team who had been hidden behind it. Upon seeing that the third party was yet another great nation's ninja team, and the sand ninja, with whom they had a prior conflict, Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter, "What a small world." Despite his complaints, Jiraiya's actions were quick. He and Orochimaru, along with the others, swiftly formed a defensive formation that allowed for mutual cooperation and cover. Manji was subtly protected within the group's point of fire, and Kai was prepared to slip into the shadow dimension at any moment to launch an assassination or sneak attack. The Cloud Ninja side also demonstrated excellent combat quality for a great nation's team. Yatsuki and Yatsuki T, who excelled at lightning release taijutsu, stood at the front. Kitagawa Ryuan, who specialized in lightning release ninjutsu, stood back about a body length, forming a reverse triangle team formation that allowed them to be both offensive and defensive. Orochimaru subtly led Jiraiya and his team to distance themselves from the Cloud Ninja. The three teams formed an eerie triangle, eyeing each other, on high alert. no one dared to make a sudden move. Each side quickly calculated the potential benefits and losses in their minds. Moriyama Nagai gave an awkward laugh and explained, we were just passing through. Please carry on, carry on." The Sand Ninja team was caught red-handed spying, clearly intending to play the role of the opportunistic fisherman. Naturally, they were embarrassed and afraid that the Cloud and Konoha ninja would ally to eliminate them first. They stood guard, afraid to act rashly. Of course, Moriyama Nagai's weak explanation convinced neither themselves nor Orochimaru and Yatsuki-e. Orochimaru, however, was secretly delighted by the sudden exposure of the Sand Ninja. It seemed the Sand Ninja were unaware that the mission map was in his possession. Given the strength of Yatsuki-e's team, they certainly wouldn't dare to reveal that information rashly. In the current standoff, a full-blown fight was unlikely to break out, which was perfect for preserving his team's strength for later. Orochimaru gave a wicked smile and taunted, "Yatsuki-e, we've got to know each other through fighting. These three Sand Ninja are acting quite dishonestly. How about we deal with them together first, and then we continue our battle?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the Sand Ninjas' hearts clenched. Their chakra surged. Sasori, young but prodigiously talented, summoned 2 humanoid puppets, which made continuous clack, 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 clicking sounds. Sharpened, poisoned steel needles jutted out from the puppets' arms. Yatsuki-e of the Cloud Ninja certainly wouldn't believe Orochimaru's deceptive words, but he was torn. On one hand, he wanted to ally with the Sand Ninja, who seemed unaware that Orochimaru had the map, to take out the Konoha team and seize the scroll. On the other hand, he felt that even if they succeeded in taking the map from Orochimaru, their team would be weakened after an intense fight with the Konoha ninja. They would be at a significant disadvantage against the well-rested Sand Ninja. Their situation would become extremely perilous, and they might end up snatching the chicken only to lose the rice. Seeing Yatsuki-e's silence and flickering expression, the Sand Ninja felt slightly relieved. At least the Cloud Ninja did not seem to be planning to ally with Konoha just yet. The atmosphere returned to an eerie silence. After another few moments of quiet standoff, Orochimaru knew it was time to disengage. He made a subtle gesture to Jiraiya and the others to retreat. The 6 individuals maintained their formation, keeping a watchful eye on both the Sand and Cloud Ninja, slowly backing away one step at a time, following Orochimaru's lead. Orochimaru's action was clearly a signal. The Cloud and Sand Ninja, unwilling to entangle themselves in a major battle here, watched as Orochimaru retreated. The Sand Ninja, unaware that Orochimaru held the mission map, remained relatively calm. However, Yatsuki-e's team wore grim expressions, grinding their teeth in frustrated hatred. When he saw Orochimaru backing away, Yatsuki-t wanted to say something more. "Brother." Yatsuki-e stopped him with a hand and gave a suggestive glance toward the Sand Ninja. Yatsuki-t was not an idiot. He understood the hint and merely shot a look of deep resentment at Orochimaru. Once they had retreated about 20 meters to a safe distance, Orochimaru allowed Jiraiya and the others to use the ninja walk technique to retreat at full speed. He personally stayed at the rear, taking in the expressions of the Sand and Cloud Ninja. He gave Yatsuki-e a cryptic smile, then turned and left without further hesitation. Yatsuki-e naturally caught Orochimaru's final smile. His face turned bright red, swollen with a mix of fury and humiliation, as if he had been brutally slapped. The Sand Ninja's Moriyama Nagai looked slightly perplexed, but seeing the Cloud Ninja also preparing to leave, he swallowed his questions. The 6 members of Orochimaru's team ran for several kilometers, before finding a relatively hidden spot and stopping. Jiraiya and Tsunade were calmer, and immediately went out to set up some routine ninjutsu traps. Meanwhile, Manji and the other 2 leaned against the trees, breathing heavily. First, an intense, frightening battle, and then almost falling into a pincer attack by 2 Great Nation ninja teams. The constant threat to their lives had stretched the nerves of the 3, who were facing such a brutal and perilous situation for the first time, to the breaking point. Now that they were relaxing, they were all panting and immensely relieved. Chapter 94. Seeing the state of his teammates, Orochimaru didn't rush them to leave. He walked over to Manji, took a canteen of water from his hip pouch and handed it to her, asking gently, "Are you scared?" Manji's face flushed slightly as she took the canteen and drank a mouthful. Hearing Orochimaru's question, her large, dewy eyes were filled with determination. "Big brother, with you by my side, Manji isn't scared of anything." Orochimaru stroked Manji's head and smiled warmly. Tsunade, returning after setting up the ninjutsu traps, gazed at Orochimaru's smile, slightly dazed. This version of Orochimaru was drastically different from the decisive, ruthless killer in battle. He was like a different person, radiating a gentle aura that was hard not to get lost in. Tsunade stared, realizing she understood Orochimaru less and less. She didn't know which one was the real Orochimaru. He was wicked, yet gentle, ruthless, yet kind and approachable. The only thing Tsunade could be sure of was that Orochimaru was like a magnet, firmly drawing her in, leaving her unable to pull away. At this thought, Tsunade involuntarily paused in her steps. Jiraiya, noticing her strange behavior, followed her gaze and immediately understood. He nudged Tsunade, winking and teasing. "Ha ha ha, you like Orochimaru, don't you?" Tsunade snapped out of her daze and, hearing the sudden question, stammered in defense. What? Of course not." "Haha, don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Jiraiya said with a laugh. Tsunade held her two hands in front of Jiraiya, making a series of sharp crunch, crunch, cracking sounds by clenching her fists. She said fiercely, "If you dare tell anyone, HMPH." With that, she ignored Jiraiya and quickly headed toward Orochimaru. What Tsunade failed to notice was how much teasing and how much bitterness and melancholy were mixed into Jiraiya's smile. Orochimaru didn't play favorites. He also comforted Kai and Hyuga Bluebird, giving them pointers on combat experience and methods of response during a fight. Seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya return, Orochimaru took out the mission map and began to examine it with everyone. The black and white scroll was about the size of a baby's fist in thickness and an adult's palm in length. When they untied the string and unrolled it, they were surprised to find it was completely blank. Nothing was drawn on it. Tsunade, Bluebird, and the others let out various sounds of surprise. Orochimaru frowned slightly, carefully feeling the scroll's texture and the surface of the paper. He focused his senses. As his fingers slid across it, a subtle, almost undetectable chakra fluctuation slowly emanated from the blank paper. Orochimaru smiled faintly and injected his own chakra into it. Poof, the scroll's surface gave a soft pop, and white smoke billowed out. When the smoke cleared, everyone was astonished to find that the blank paper now clearly displayed a black and white map. It was a detailed map of Training Ground 18. They saw that the entire Training Ground 18 was crisscrossed with streams, covered in forests, and intermittently blocked by small hills and mounds roughly 100 meters high. Just as everyone continued to unroll the scroll to find the exit, they suddenly realized that the map was only half a scroll long. It didn't even mark the exit. Orochimaru was briefly stunned to see only half a map. His heart sank. He correctly guessed that this half map likely contained a great deal of false information. It was now clear that this exam wasn't just testing the candidate's strength, leadership, and mission execution ability after acquiring information. It was also testing their capacity to identify false intelligence, analyze mission information, and successfully complete the mission by extracting valuable data. This meant that the original ideal passing rate, 10 maps, 10 squads, had to be discarded. The competition would be even more brutal and intense, and the number of passing teams would be greatly reduced. At this thought, Orochimaru felt a little speechless. With these layers of difficulty, is this really just a Chunin exam? Tsunade, having been educated as a talented successor in a major clan, was the first to calm down after Orochimaru. She analyzed. "It seems this exam will be much harder than we thought. This map is likely just a mission item, and these repeating terrains are probably fake." "Wait," Orochimaru suddenly shouted, his eyes flashing at Tsunade's comment. Could it be? Everyone looked at Orochimaru with curious eyes. Orochimaru didn't take the time to explain. He was eager to confirm his suspicion. He grabbed the map, compared it to the position he and Tsunade had designated as their location, adjusted the map's orientation, and looked closely again. Sure enough, there was a problem with the map's drawing method, and his own line of thinking had been flawed. If it hadn't been for Tsunade's accidental reminder, he would have missed the true information the map was intended to convey. Scanning the map repeatedly, the smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth grew wider. After deciphering the hidden information in the map, he put the scroll down. He gave Tsunade an appreciative smile and began to explain to the others. I was thinking about this the wrong way at first. If it weren't for Tsunade's reminder, we would have missed the true information contained in this half-map. Orochimaru looked at Manji, Jiraiya, and the others, who were all confused, including Tsunade. He didn't offer a detailed explanation, but instead unrolled the scroll on the ground in its upright position and had everyone look at it. Then, he rotated it 180 degrees, laid it out upside down, and had them look at it again. Seeing the realization dawn in everyone's eyes, he said calmly, "This map uses a unique overlay and duplicate drawing method, which is a form of intelligence processing. It presents two different patterns when viewed from different angles. When we look at it right side up, we see half a map. When we look at it upside down, we see some overlapping sections on the map. By comparing the two, we can supplement the missing parts and assemble the complete map." Seeing everyone nod in understanding, Orochimaru took out a blank scroll and a pencil. He closed his eyes, rapidly comparing and reassembling the two maps he had seen in his mind to piece together the complete map. After about a quarter of an hour, Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of focus flashing in his dark golden pupils. With an arrogant smile, the pencil in his right hand moved like a flying dragon, sha, 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 moving across the blank scroll like a sprite dancing across the paper. Under the admiring and reverent gazes of his teammates, in just a few dozen breaths, Orochimaru had sketched out a complete map of Training Ground 18. The gray-black pencil strokes appeared vividly on the paper, forming a clear, rectangular map. Chapter 95. After obtaining the complete map of Training Ground 18, everyone felt relieved. Having a clear direction for their subsequent actions was undoubtedly a powerful morale boost. Orochimaru divided the five, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kai, Manji, and Bluebird, into two groups. One group would rotate vigilance while the other rested in place, recovering chakra and combat strength. He personally put away the mission map and began studying the complete map to formulate his next operational plan. After all, they still needed to reach the exit, and they still had one more mission map to seize. Holding a pencil, Orochimaru marked areas of complex terrain prone to ambush. His dark golden eyes repeatedly scanned the map, constantly deliberating on possible routes and plans, filtering and selecting the best one. By the time everyone was fully recovered, Orochimaru had devised an effective route forward. He estimated that because the route involved a large detour, it would take around 2 days of travel, plus time for breaks and rest, bringing the total to over 3 days. However, this meticulously selected route had the clearest terrain and was the least susceptible to ambush. Orochimaru checked his own chakra. It was nearly back to its peak state. Due to the prolonged nourishment from the Yamata aura, not only was Orochimaru's body constantly being enhanced and strengthened, but his chakra recovery rate was also increasing at a slow and steady pace. Over time, the cumulative effect was now quite significant. After explaining the route to everyone, Orochimaru calmly began arranging the marching formation. Kai, you'll be hanging on the flank of the team. Don't be stingy with your chakra. Use your bloodline limit to move through the shadow dimension. The moment we encounter an ambush, you must seize the opportunity to assassinate them, catching them completely off guard. Kai stared at Orochimaru and responded with silence, but everyone present knew he would absolutely carry out every single one of Orochimaru's orders. Knowing Kai's nature, Orochimaru turned to Bluebird. Bluebird, you will be at the front of the team. Keep your Byakugan active the entire time. The moment you detect a dangerous situation, report it to me immediately. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Hyuga Bluebird bowed in acknowledgement. Orochimaru swept his gaze across the highly motivated group and said with firm emphasis, "Advance in the wing formation. Move out." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Orochimaru's group of 6 moved through the forest, quickly and cautiously heading toward the exit of training Ground 18 along the predetermined route. After traveling for about 2 hours, Orochimaru suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized the surrounding forest was terrifyingly silent. Instinctively, he told everyone to stop. Orochimaru himself began to meticulously examine the surroundings for anomalies, repeatedly sweeping the area with his formidable spiritual power. Manji saw Orochimaru's actions and asked nervously, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Orochimaru's spiritual scan found no abnormalities, yet the strange feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. He replied to Manji, "This surrounding forest is too quiet. It still feels wrong." Next, he asked Bluebird, who had his Byakugan active, "Bluebird, has your Byakugan detected any danger?" Before Bluebird could answer, the surrounding forest provided the answer to Orochimaru. The breeze rustled the leaves. Orochimaru looked past his teammates and saw pairs of pale yellow glows, the size of ping-pong balls, flickering on the towering trees around them. Without waiting for Bluebird's reply, Orochimaru immediately shouted, "Tortoise shell formation for vigilance. Prepare to fight." The refined teamwork of the past 3 years allowed Jiraiya and the others to form the formation in a single breath. Led by Orochimaru, they stood back-to-back, kunai in hand, cautiously eyeing the strange pairs of pale yellow glows around them, ready to defend against attacks from any direction. Kai, who was moving through the shadow dimension on the side, also closed the distance and hid in the tree shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow to any approaching enemy. The pairs of pale yellow glows crawled out from the shade, revealing their shapes. Their small, triangular heads flashed with 2 pale yellow beast eyes. Cold, bloodthirsty bestiality radiated shamelessly from their gaze. Their mouths, dripping with dark yellow, viscous saliva, opened occasionally, revealing 4 rows of fine, sharp teeth as they flicked out long, scarlet tongues. Their thick, strong limbs each had 5 long, curved, sharp, barbed claws, gripping the branches firmly, allowing them to move across any terrain as easily as flat ground. A tough, yellowish-brown dorsal shell, which could change color according to its environment, covered their entire bodies from head to tail. They ranged in size from 5 to 8 meters. They were all sprawled on the surrounding trees, their bodies occasionally emitting a low, thunder-like rumble from their bellies. The look they gave Orochimaru's group was filled with the predatory aura of hunger and greed. Orochimaru's gaze narrowed. He recognized them as 10 color-changing thunder sound lizards. No wonder Bluebird's Byakugan and his spiritual power had failed to detect any anomalies. These strange and ferocious lizards emit a low, thunderous growl when hungry. They also possess a shell that can block spiritual sensing and chakra fluctuations, making them formidable, rare assassins of the jungle. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes fixed slightly as he assessed the 10 lizards, clearly an entire family. These 10 lizards were no threat to Orochimaru himself, but they were perfect for giving Jiraiya and the others some hands-on combat experience. Orochimaru smiled faintly and instructed, "Be careful of the claws and teeth of these color-changing thunder sound lizards. They carry years of bacteria. If you are scratched or bitten, it's highly venomous. Their weakness is the white soft tissue on their bellies. I will cover you from the rear. You should coordinate well and use this as a training exercise." The moment Orochimaru finished speaking, the 10 ravenously hungry, color-changing thunder sound lizards launched their ferocious attack. Chapter 96. With Orochimaru covering them from the rear, the 5 teammates rushed forward to meet the charging, color-changing thunder sound lizards. Jiraiya's chakra boiled as he wove hand signs. Fire release, Great Flame Serpent technique. Jiraiya spewed a mouthful of rich, pure chakra from his mouth. The surrounding temperature soared, and orange-yellow fire flared. Under the control of intricate, profound hand signs, a monstrous serpent of fire, barrel-thick and over 10 meters long, condensed from the fierce blaze. Controlled by Jiraiya, the thick, fiery serpent coiled through the air, tracing an orange-yellow path of flame. Carrying roaring heat waves, it swiftly swept over 3 pouncing, color-changing thunder sound lizards. Ao, ao, ao. With 3 miserable animal screams, the fire serpent dissipated. A burnt smell quickly permeated the air as 3 charred, blackened lizard corpses dropped lifelessly, hitting the forest floor with 3 dull thuds. Bluebird and Tsunade were not to be outdone. Bluebird's swift and fierce Hyuga gentle fist unleashed streams of vacuum pressure, shattering the scales and tearing the flesh of 2 7 to 8 meter long thunder sound lizards in the blink of an eye. Tsunade's monster strength fist was even more brutal. Her chakra-infused fist sent one color-changing thunder sound lizard flying like a cannonball with a single strike. It crashed violently, snapping a towering tree before falling heavily to the ground, leaving a pool of crimson blood. She nimbly spun, dodging the pounce of another thunder sound lizard. Just as the lizard was about to land, Tsunade grabbed its tail, yanked it back, and delivered a heavy punch to the lizard's vulnerable abdomen, then flung the dead carcass away. Orochimaru watched calmly from the back, a look of satisfaction on his face. Suddenly, a foul wind came from behind him. Without turning, Orochimaru's body shifted just slightly, evading the black shadow's pounce. In the moment of passing, a whip kick drew a faint afterimage, slamming heavily into the shadow's body. Roar, a sharp, piercing shriek erupted. This was the family leader, a giant, over 10-meter-long color-changing thunder sound lizard that had been hiding nearby. The tremendous force of the kick instantly sent it flying. After crashing through several large trees, a powerful internal force suddenly exploded inside its body. A bowl-sized bloody wound suddenly burst open on its tough dorsal shell. Shattered organs and flesh scattered everywhere, raining blood onto the ground. The battle quickly concluded. Even Manji managed to kill one of the lizards using a chakra scalpel. The remaining 2 were, inevitably, stabbed clean through the heart by Kai as he burst out of the shadow dimension. Orochimaru nodded, and the group of 6 set out once more. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. 5 rapidly moving figures leaped across the water several times, reaching the opposite riverbank. The 5 spread out, maintaining a distance of about 2 to 3 meters from each other, the ideal range for mutual support and flanking. The entire team was arranged like the outstretched wings of a goose. The lead figure displayed a strange sight. The ghastly, pale white, bulging veins of the Byakugan extended into his eye sockets, giving the impression of a mysterious power that could see through anything. In the forest shadows not far from this team, a small figure vanished and reappeared in the darkness, constantly darting and weaving through the shadows, barely releasing any detectable chakra fluctuations, keeping a watchful distance from the 5-person wing formation team. This was Orochimaru's group of 6. Following the route and formation Orochimaru had set, they had been traveling for 5 days. Barring any accidents, they would see the exit today. During these 5 days, the 6 had encountered ambushes from various venomous snakes and fierce beasts, as well as multiple waves of ninja ambushes and interceptions. Everyone bore traces of fatigue and travel dust, and their once clean clothes were marked with crimson bloodstains, both their enemies and their own. However, unlike 5 days ago, after days of continuous refinement and fighting, the 5 teammates, excluding Orochimaru, had sharpened like rough jade. Their exceptional individual talents were quickly manifesting, their practical combat ability was rapidly improving, and they now exuded a formidable presence. Orochimaru knew it was the edge of a blade and killing intent. In a few breaths, the 6 had covered 100 meters and vanished once again into the deep woods. About 2 more breaths passed. The clear river water, as if 3 stones had been thrown into it, suddenly gave rise to 3 faint ripples. No sooner had these ripples appeared than they began to churn violently. Splash, 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 like newborn geysers, 3 blue water columns, each taller than a man, gradually rose from the ripples. 3 ninja wearing mist village headbands slowly materialized from the azure water columns. The brown-haired boy on the left smiled and said, "Mangetsu, the Konoha people really do have the map." The youth in the middle, with hair as blue as water, gave a faint smile. The ninja on the right, although appearing the oldest of the 3, spoke with great respect to the other 2, carefully choosing his words. "Lord Mangetsu, that Orochimaru is not easy to deal with." Hazuki Mangetsu recalled their experience tailing the group. His smile receded, and he nodded seriously. Not only Orochimaru, but also the 5 companions by his side, had visibly grown over this journey. Under Orochimaru's command and deployment, the three of them had failed to find a single opportunity to launch a sneak attack, forcing them to reluctantly follow them until now. Hazuki Mangetsu only paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Don't worry, Kono, we won't focus on Konoha for now. But when they get close to the exit, we can set up an ambush and take a few shots at them. Then we'll have the map, heh." Kono nodded. "Let's go, we can't lose them," Yagura urged impatiently. The three performed hand signs, and their figures sank back into the water. Orochimaru's group was running through the forest. Towering, ancient trees, tens of meters tall, sped by, dissolving into a blurry, distorted landscape that they left in their wake. Not only had Orochimaru tasked Bluebird with scouting using the Byakugan, but he himself was also constantly scanning the surrounding jungle with his formidable spiritual power. Truthfully, over the past few days, although Orochimaru's team had encountered several waves of ambushes and interceptions, none of the defeated teams possessed the mission map or even the information slips about the map. Their luck, one could say, was terrible. During rest periods, the other five sometimes seemed anxious, but seeing Orochimaru's confident smile, they didn't press the matter. Just then, Bluebird, running at the front, suddenly spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, I see the exit." Chapter 97. Lord Orochimaru, the exit of the testing ground is 700 meters ahead, Bird reported. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. However, Bird hadn't finished speaking. However, quite a few ninja have gathered in front of the exit. The Sand and Cloud ninja who confronted us on the first day are also there, along with many ninja from smaller nations. Hearing Hyuga Bird's words, Orochimaru's eyes grew brighter. He smiled faintly and said, "Full speed ahead. Our other mission map is right there, hee." Orochimaru quickened his pace, rushing to the front of the team, excitedly sprinting forward. Jiraiya and the others quickly followed. Sure enough, after running at full speed for a while, Orochimaru's spiritual power sensed strong and numerous chakra fluctuations coming from ahead, making his heart even happier. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The five of them stopped not far from the Cloud Ninja group. Behind Orochimaru, Kai gradually materialized and stood to the side. Leaf Village is moving fast. Seeing Orochimaru and the others appear, Yatsuki T muttered disgruntledly from the Cloud Ninja ranks. Orochimaru ignored Yatsuki T's childish temperament. His dark gold eyes quickly swept over the area, taking in and assessing the surrounding environment and the situation of all parties in the field. It was an open, grassy field about the size of a soccer field. The exit of the 18th testing ground was visible with a glance, just behind this open field. However, 10 teams of ninja from smaller nations had united and were blocking the front of the exit, glaring menacingly at the great nation ninja on this side. It seemed these minor nation ninja were originally supposed to be in ambush here, but somehow got a sudden burst of reckless courage, united, and started fighting with the great nation examinees. There were traces of ninjutsu traps on the grass, and some residual chakra fluctuations lingered in the air. On their side, not only the Cloud Ninja, but even the Sand and Stone Ninja had arrived, all eyeing the group of minor nation ninja across from them with fierce intent. The two sides faced each other across a gap of over 10 meters of grass. The air was thick with gunpowder, and the atmosphere was tense, ready to erupt at any moment. When Orochimaru and the others appeared, the minor nation ninja across the way couldn't help but start discussing amongst themselves. In just a few breaths, the three mist ninja also arrived, putting a distance of several meters between themselves and Orochimaru's group and looking intently at the minor nation ninja ahead. The appearance of the mist ninja caused another commotion among the minor nation ninja opposite them. With Orochimaru's keen perception, many minor nation ninja scattered among the crowd already showed signs of fear. At this moment, Yatsuki A's loud laughter rang out. "Haha, Orochimaru, you've arrived just in time. These ants were planning to unite and snatch the maps from us great nation ninja. I wonder if you are short on maps, are you interested in joining us for a killing spree?" Orochimaru smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, but did not reply. Although he knew that arriving at the exit, whether through ambush or interception, would provide many opportunities to get another mission map, The situation where minor nation ninja united to stand against the great nation ninja made Orochimaru sense something fishy. He guessed that those hot-blooded and warlike cloud ninja had played a considerable role in this. Sure enough, as soon as Yatsuki-A's voice fell, an indignant voice rose from the crowd opposite, clarifying the situation. "Nonsense. It's clearly you cloud ninja who wanted to steal our mission maps. We can't beat you, so if we don't unite, we're just looking for death." Who is that? Step out. Us cloud ninja asking you for a map is giving you face. Damn it, you must be tired of living." Yatsuki T was truly living up to his name. Though young, he had a significant temper. Before Yatsuki-A could speak, he roared. Hearing this, Orochimaru was immediately amused. He was already planning something similar, and the fact that the Cloud Ninja had taken on the role of the villain first suited his intentions perfectly. Although Orochimaru remained silent, Hazuki Mangetsu, who was also short on mission maps, spoke up first. "We Mist Ninja don't have a mission map yet, and we are quite interested in this matter of killing and snatching maps." Hazuki Mangetsu's words were like a spark dropped into a barrel of oil, instantly igniting the emotions of the minor nation ninja opposite them. Immediately, killing intent spilled across the open field. Waves of intimidating aura clashed, and a chaotic battle was imminent. Just then, 3 ninjas suddenly darted out from the crowd of minor nation ninja. The horse-faced ninja leading them pointed at Orochimaru and shouted, "Everyone attack together, we have twice their numbers. Let's first deal with the Leaf Village group, which has the most people, specifically that Orochimaru. We'll attack them all at once and kill them, and the rest can be worn down by a war of attrition." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's killing intent instantly surged. It was one thing for minor nation ninja to recklessly unite against great nation ninja, but to actually call for him, Orochimaru, to be attacked and killed. Orochimaru focused his gaze, and they turned out to be old acquaintances. The 3 minor nation examinees who came out to provoke them were unmistakably wearing Aimgakure, Rain Village, forehead protectors. Orochimaru's dark gold eyes were utterly cold. It seemed this was premeditated. Hearing the Rain Ninja's provocation, Kai appeared unusually agitated. He moved his foot, just about to slip into the shadows to teach the Rain Ninja a lesson, but Orochimaru held him back. Orochimaru's figure, dressed in a moonlight-white kimono, stepped forward, a wicked smile spreading on his face. He clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Those 3 Rain Ninja are mine. If anyone dares to intervene, I, Orochimaru, will wipe them out too. Orochimaru's voice was not loud, but it spread in all directions with the wind, and a shocking, overwhelming killing intent suddenly arose from the ground. Unlike 3 years ago, if the Orochimaru who had just been reborn 3 years prior was a sharp, dazzling sword drawn from its sheath, the current Orochimaru, having shed his superficiality and impatience, had truly recovered the formidable power of the uncrowned king in the darkness. The unmatched elegance of the proud Snake Lord, treating life and death as a mere game, setting up grand strategies while casually conversing, wicked and cold, yet gentle and domineering. This overwhelming killing intent also carried a terrifying majesty, an awe like a tidal wave or a monstrous surge. Behind Orochimaru, everyone seemed to see a majestic, domineering giant python proudly coiled, silently roaring at the sky. Instinctively, the minor nation ninja quickly distanced themselves from the 3 Rain Ninja. No one dared to doubt the truth of his words. As Orochimaru's gaze swept over them, every minor nation ninja felt a bone-chilling coldness circulating around their bodies, followed immediately by cold sweat. Facing the 3 utterly terrified Rain Ninja, as gusts of cold wind blew past, Orochimaru spoke faintly. "You deserve to die." Chapter 98. Orochimaru's chilling and tyrannical killing intent locked onto the 3 Rain Ninja. The moment his words fell, he crossed the 10-meter distance, flashing behind one of the Rain Ninja. A sharp kunai, which had appeared on his pale, slender right hand at some unknown point, sliced across the ninja's neck, as light as a willow catkin in the breeze. Before the Rain Ninja could even register the chill of death, Orochimaru flashed again, plunging the kunai in his hand fiercely into the heart of the 2nd Rain Ninja. SHH. 2 crimson fountains of blood sprayed into the air. It was as if an invisible hand was using blood as ink to sketch a chillingly enchanting painting in the sky. Orochimaru's feet continued to move rapidly. Not a single drop of blood stained his moonlight-white kimono. In the span of a single breath, he had instantly killed 2 people and stood calmly in front of the last Rain Ninja leader, his dark golden eyes, filled with icy killing intent, meeting the leader's gaze. Thump thump, 2 corpses, their faces still etched with expressions of terror, hit the ground with dull thuds. Hiss, everyone collectively inhaled sharply, only then realizing the true horror of Orochimaru. The Rain Ninja leader, seeing Orochimaru suddenly appear and then instantly kill his 2 subordinates before standing directly in front of him, felt as if he wasn't looking at a person, but at the god of death harvesting lives. His disbelieving eyes widened as if they would pop out of his sockets, and his dark pupils, amidst the white, were filled with boundless terror and intense shock. Subconsciously, the Rain Ninja leader tried to pull out and activate the scroll given to him by that person, but Orochimaru keenly noticed the action. With a swift glance, Orochimaru saw the black scroll in the Rain Ninja's hand, emanating rich chakra fluctuations, which the ninja had instinctively pulled out. With the speed of lightning, before the ninja could activate it, Orochimaru snatched it away. Immediately afterward, his pale, slender left hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, instantly traversing the distance between them and clamping down on the Rain Ninja leader's neck. A thick surge of chakra flooded the leader's chakra system, neutralizing him in an instant. The Rain Ninja leader let out a low, hoarse cry. Orochimaru held him aloft with a single hand. The forceful grip on his neck made it increasingly difficult to breathe. Never before had he felt the approach of death so clearly. Orochimaru watched the Rain Ninja, whose face was flushed red and whose eyes were filled with desperate terror from the inhibited breathing, and asked faintly, "Do you have a mission map?" At this moment, the boundless killing intent in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes felt like sharp daggers piercing deeply into every inch of the Rain Ninja leader's soul. He had no choice but to answer honestly. The Rain Ninja leader's body trembled as he nervously pulled out a mission map scroll from the pouch on his lower back. Seeing the mission map, Orochimaru smiled wickedly and gently, licking his lips, though his eyes were as cold as an ice field. This extreme contrast and contradiction gave Orochimaru's pale, handsome face a seductive charm. Facing the sudden spark of hope in the Rain Ninja leader's eyes, Orochimaru's left hand suddenly squeezed hard. Crack, crack, crack. The chilling sound of crushed bone traveled through the breeze. Orochimaru's left hand loosened. The glimmer of hope in the Rain Ninja leader's eyes quickly dimmed, and his lifeless body dropped heavily to the ground. A chilling wave of killing intent, more direct and impactful than before, instantly swept across the entire field. The minor nation ninja, terrified, jostled and took several steps back. Manji, Jiraiya, and the other 4 excitedly caught up. Orochimaru picked up the mission map that had fallen to the ground, smiled at the group, and said, "Let's go, the mission is complete." The 5 happily followed Orochimaru, slowly walking toward the exit of Training Ground 18. None of the surrounding minor nation ninja dared to make a sound. The open grass field was terribly silent, broken only by the rustling of the breeze. Even the ninja from the other 4 great nations exchanged silent glances, allowing Orochimaru and his group to depart. The exit was right in front of them, and behind them, fierce chakra fluctuations and agonizing screams of death could be heard. Orochimaru did not look back. He knew that the slaughter by the great nation ninja had begun. The law of the jungle. In this moment, Manji, Jiraiya, and the others deeply understood this. Looking at the back of the figure ahead, the admiration in their eyes undoubtedly grew stronger. In the end, only 18 examinees from the 5 great nations passed the second stage of the exam, earning the title of Chunin Elite recognized and conferred by their respective nations. As for the ninja from the minor nations, let alone passing, only a little over a dozen even survived, all left utterly terrified. If it weren't for the Konoha proctors, such as Yuhiro, finally stepping in to stop the fighting, it was highly likely that none would have survived. Orochimaru and Tsunade's group of 6 passed the exam and went out to celebrate together. It wasn't until night that Orochimaru, returning home with Manji, Kai, and Bird, heard from Hyuga Hirano about the passing rate of the second exam and the events that transpired at the end. He was not surprised. As Yatsuki A had said, the ninja of the minor nations, in the eyes of the great nation ninja, lacked systematic cultivation and training. Their combat quality was low, and they lacked the practice of ninjutsu scrolls. In equivalent ranks, their combat strength was worlds apart from the great nation ninja. They were mere ants. After all, people like Hanzo the Salamander were few and far between. Moreover, even a cage-level expert from a minor nation like Hanzo had to tread carefully in front of the cage leaders of the great nations. The cage leaders of each great nation were not only immensely powerful, but they also represented a massive entity behind them, which no minor ninja village could hope to contend with. In this vast ninja world, only the 5 great nations had the right to speak and influence the continent's affairs. Of course, there were exceptions to every rule. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he thought of the future Akatsuki. In short, it was still the law of the jungle, power determined everything. Orochimaru and Hyuga Hirano discussed for a moment. He suddenly heard the elder mention that the final third exam, the competition among the successful examinees granted the Chunin elite title to determine their rankings, would be attended by the cage leaders of all nations, who would come to Konoha to observe. This made Orochimaru's heart skip a beat, but ever since his rebirth, historical events had been changing drastically, which had given him some immunity. After hearing the news, he quickly grew accustomed to it and calmed down. After Hyuga Hirano left, he returned to his bedroom and took out the final black scroll he had snatched from the dead Rain Ninja leader to study it. Chapter 99. The ink-black scroll was about 3 fingers thick and 20 centimeters long, secured by a cord of the same dark color. Its surface was decorated with antique, somber patterns. The entire scroll constantly emitted an intense, unrestrained chakra fluctuation. Orochimaru cautiously untied the cord and unfurled the scroll. The moment he saw the jutsu formula drawn and sealed on the paper, Orochimaru's dark golden eyes narrowed, turning as profoundly cold as a blizzard in December. The black scroll sealed a jutsu that could only be used by a cage-level master who had mastered the ultimate level of water release, the heavy water prison technique. This heavy water prison technique was the cage-level version of the C-rank ninjutsu, the water prison technique. Once activated, it would condense a deep blue circular cage, trapping the enemy inside. Unlike the standard water prison, this technique also carried intense water pressure. An enemy trapped inside the heavy water prison, even a jonin or a cage-level master who cast the technique but didn't press the attack further, would die within less than a minute due to the powerful water pressure and lack of air. The more he thought about it, the darker Orochimaru's expression became. The cage-level master capable of creating this heavy water prison technique scroll and giving it to the Rain Ninja was undoubtedly the legendary figure of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander. Moreover, Orochimaru knew the rule of the Chunin exams. Any casualties caused during the exam could not be privately retaliated against or pursued by the respective villages afterward. Doing so would invite a joint attack from the great nations. If that Rain Ninja had successfully used this scroll, Orochimaru believed there was a significant chance he would have perished by the technique. At this realization, cold light erupted in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. He smiled wickedly and muttered, "Good, very good, Hanzo the Salamander, you just wait for me." His whispered voice echoed in the empty room. The bright candlelight in the bedroom instantly flickered, the unsteady light casting dramatic shadows across Orochimaru's pale, handsome face. Due to the wait for the other 4 cage leaders to arrive, the examinees were informed that the third exam would be postponed. In the early morning 2 days later, Konoha began to bustle. Ninja figures flashed across rooftops and walls, and the festive, lively atmosphere confirmed the anticipation. The 4 other cage were about to arrive. Around 8 o'clock, Konoha's 2 newly appointed elder counselors, Himura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, along with a contingent of Konoha Jonin, arrived at the village gate to greet them. Sarutobi wore his white and crimson cage robe and waited in front of the Konoha arena with Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and a number of Anbu and the remaining Konoha Jonin. The main road, stretching from Konoha's main avenue to the arena, was lined with curious villagers craning their necks to watch. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Orochimaru's powerful spiritual power sensed 4 majestic auras, like pillars connecting heaven and earth, approaching Konoha from the edge of the sky. As they moved, these forces pushed the clouds in their path to dissipate. About 15 minutes later, 9 rounds of celebratory fireworks exploded at the Konoha gate, accompanied by loud, excited cheering and commotion. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly surged from the ground. Orochimaru sensed a sudden, immense aura rising from Sarutobi, one as heavy as a mountain and as stable and solid as a mighty range. It, too, shot straight into the sky like a colossal jade pillar, seemingly greeting the 4 forces entering the village gate while asserting the solemn prestige of the great nation of fire and Konoha. The commotion lasted until they reached the arena entrance, where Orochimaru finally got a clear look at the other 4 cage leaders. From left to right, the second Reikage, Yatsuki Manro, wore a bright yellow cage robe, an aura of boundless majesty and dominance, like thunder from the 9 heavens, emanated from him. He looked capable of bringing down lightning to cleave any towering mountain in his path. The second Mizukage, Hazuki Jaro, wore an azure blue cage robe. He exuded a majestic atmosphere, like boiling water or a vast ocean. He stood there like a tranquil, moving sea, yet everyone knew the terror and fright of the ocean when it raged with storms and massive waves. The second Kazekage, Nagai Hasai, wore a deep blue cage robe. His boundless cage-level aura was elusive and difficult to fathom, like a wind-blown desert. Most striking were the Kazecage's eyes, which were deep and vast, seeming to take in all the secrets of the ninja world. A man who set grand strategies with a mere thought or wave of his hand, his every move seemingly concealing infinite wisdom and depth. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, wore an earth-brown cage robe. His entire body, except for a pair of incredibly clear eyes that shone with sharp intelligence, was wrapped in white bandages, making him look like a resurrected mummy. Like Sarutobi, he was a cage-level master skilled in the ultimate level of earth release. However, the second Tsuchikage emitted a strange, empty, and void-like aura, entirely different from Sarutobi's, suggesting he could annihilate an entire location into nothingness with a flick of thought, inspiring awe and fear. Each of the 4 cage brought a team of 10 elite bodyguards, every one of whom undoubtedly possessed Jonin-level chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru watched the 4 cage standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world and the 4 teams, each powerful enough to destroy a minor nation. He licked his lips, a wicked smile spreading on his face, his dark golden eyes surging with sharp energy. Sarutobi, observing proper etiquette, led the Konoha ninja to greet them. The moment the auras of the 5 cage converged, they intertwined and condensed into an even more majestic and powerful stream of cage-level energy, fiercely charging straight into the 9-layer cloud layer. An invisible, powerful gust of wind and air pressure suddenly dispersed high above Konoha, sweeping away all clouds within a 10-mile radius of the village. Sarutobi smiled kindly. "Welcome to Konoha, 4 cage leaders. Our humble village is truly honored to host you, haha." The 4 cage modestly offered greetings, and after exchanging pleasantries and subtle tests of power, the 5 cage and their teams walked into the Konoha arena. Another round of deafening 9-gun salute rang out. The Konoha villagers cheered, and a vast wave of jubilant sound spread throughout Konoha. Villagers who had purchased tickets followed the 5 cage teams into the Konoha Grand Arena. With this, the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams officially began. Chapter 100. The Konoha Grand Arena was a circular venue spanning about 200 acres. Besides a vast fighting competition ground, it had massive spectator stands capable of holding tens of thousands of people. The walls surrounding the stands, which were over 10 meters high, were carved with complex, profound, and densely packed ninjutsu formulas to allow the audience to clearly and safely watch the ninja battles taking place in the arena. The viewing platform for the 5 cage was on a raised dais on the opposite side, higher than the audience stands, offering a commanding view of the battleground and allowing them to take in every detail of the ninjas' performance. There were 11 ninja from various nations participating in the 3rd exam, which was the actual tournament. As the host of the Chunin exams, Konoha had 1 extra spot, claiming 3 in total: Orochimaru, Hyuga Bluebird, and Jiraiya. Manji was naturally included, but Orochimaru did not want to publicly reveal Kai's abilities yet, so he wasn't entered. Tsunade simply wanted to watch Orochimaru and the others fight, so she gave her spot to Jiraiya. The participants were Yatsuki A and his brother Yatsuki T from the Cloud Village, Nagai Moriyama and Sasori from the Sand Village, Hazuki Mangetsu and Yagura from the Mist Village, and Anoki and Tsuchihara from the Stone Village. With the 11 participants decided, the chief examiner of the Chunin exams, Konoha's Genjutsu master, Yuhei Ro, took out a wooden lot cylinder wrapped in a ninjutsu formula and began drawing lots. In the high stands, the Reikage laughed heartily. "Haha, Sarutobi, your unruly student has certainly given you a lot of trouble this Chunin exam." "Hee, not at all, not at all. Mr. Manro's pupil truly has astonishing strength." Yatsuki Manro had a good relationship with the deceased second Hokage, so his words contained a hint of friendly teasing. Sarutobi, being a rank lower in seniority than the other cage, couldn't admit to it and humbly replied. The second Tgthegood said faintly, "Sarutobi, you have raised a fine student. Even Hanzo speaks highly of that Orochimaru." The moment the Tgthegood spoke, all 4 cage leaders looked toward Sarutobi. Sarutobi's gaze narrowed. The cage present naturally knew exactly what the Tgthegood meant by Hanzo's praise. If Sarutobi were to acknowledge the title of Ninja World's #1 genius, how would the other cage's pupils feel? It would undoubtedly be an insult to the cage's face. If Sarutobi answered poorly, it would also diminish his status and prestige as the cage of the Land of Fire. The Tgthegood's words clearly put Sarutobi in an awkward position. However, Sarutobi maintained his kind expression and chuckled. "Although Orochimaru is not weak, those rumors are baseless fabrications. Besides, this competition is just a bit of friendly roughhousing among the younger generation. We cage shouldn't be too petty, should we?" Sarutobi's words were neither servile nor overbearing. He maintained his status while subtly shifting the topic and complimenting the cage of the other nations. Regardless of the final rankings of their examinees, hearing Sarutobi say this made it easier for the cage to accept the outcome. Just then, the 11 examinees finished drawing their lots, and the cage stopped talking to watch the matches. To Orochimaru's surprise, he drew a bye in the preliminary round. In contrast, Jiraiya and Bluebird were both matched against powerful opponents. The waiting examinees retreated to the stands. Orochimaru, Bluebird, and Jiraiya took seats next to Manji and the others. As Yuhei Ro's voice announced, "The first match of the preliminary round officially begins," a wave of cheers erupted from the tens of thousands of Konoha spectators in the stands. The first match of the preliminaries was the Cloud Ninja Yatsuki A versus the Stone Ninja Tsuchihara. The Stone Ninja named Tsuchihara, who had kept a low profile during the first 2 Chunin exams, displayed a pure and highly proficient Earth Release ninjutsu foundation during the fight. He defended the wild and fierce lightning release Taijutsu offensive of Yatsuki A methodically, but he was ultimately overwhelmed and defeated by Yatsuki A, losing the match. The second match of the preliminaries was the Mist Ninja Hazuki Mangetsu versus the Cloud Ninja Yatsuki T. Although water release generally holds a slight disadvantage against lightning release, Hazuki Mangetsu, who would later be known as the Demon Swordsman of the 7 ninja swords for his skill with all 7 blades, initially showcased his tremendous strength. Summoning only 1 explosion blade, he secured a victory amidst the earth-shaking roar of the entire arena. The third match was Hyuga Bluebird versus Anoki. As the match was about to begin, Orochimaru carefully scrutinized Anoki, who was already standing in the middle of the arena, and then cautioned Bluebird with a serious tone. "Be careful, that stone ninja is not easy to deal with." Bluebird nodded and entered the competition area. The damage caused by the previous 2 matches was quickly restored to its original state, by Konoha's maintenance ninja using ninjutsu. Bluebird, clad in a pure white Hyuga uniform, stood quietly before Anoki. It wasn't until he stood before the short, unremarkable stone ninja that Bluebird truly understood the gravity in Orochimaru's warning. The unassuming, short-statured Anoki possessed an incredibly contained internal aura, as vast as if mountains and great lakes were interweaved within him, creating immense pressure on Bluebird. Yuhiro looked at the two fighters, whose auras were tightly contained, and announced, "The third match of the preliminary round, Hyuga Bluebird vs. Anoki, begin now." The moment Yuhiro finished speaking, the auras of Bluebird and Anoki surged out of their bodies like a floodgate opening. Boom! The clash of their auras instantly raised a powerful gust of wind, kicking up fallen leaves and dust and bending the grass. Byakugan, activate. The unique field of vision from the black and white observation eyes amplified his 360-degree vision several times over. As countless pieces of information flooded Bluebird's mind, he radiated a self-assured confidence of having mastered the situation. Without waiting for Anoki to move, he pushed off the ground, darting out with the intention of seizing the initiative. Bluebird's steps were light, and after a few leaps, he had circled the immobile Anoki, who was meeting movement with stillness, within an invisible 8 trigrams formation. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams air palm. Bluebird's eyes, bulging with pale blue veins, narrowed sharply. He unleashed 36 rapid, powerful, invisible palm strikes at Anoki. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous barrage of fierce, gentle fist strikes compressed the air in front of Bluebird. The 36 palm strikes created 36 columns of compressed air, each as thick as a grown man's arm. However, Bluebird's initial attack was not over. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams mountain crusher. After unleashing the 36 palms, he quickly pulled his hands back, collecting them at his sides. A surge of pure chakra violently poured into his palms. After pausing at his waist for a mere tenth of a finger snap, he thrust his hands forward. The space about a meter in front of Bluebird seemed to contain a bomb. Under the impact of this violent force, there was a sudden, deafening boom, followed by an explosion. In the next instant, the fierce force unleashed by this mountain crusher immediately caught up with the 36 air palm strikes. The two chakra forces, sharing the same origin, instantly fused, stacking their power, and increasing their momentum by more than double. With two palms united, gentle fist art, 8 trigrams mountain collapse. The fused forces of the two techniques formed a vacuum punch column as thick as a barrel, forcing the air into non-stop, roaring explosions, rushing toward Anoki like a torrent or a tsunami. The battle had just begun, and Bluebird had unleashed his strongest attack. Chapter 101. This astonishing attack, which made the air tremble and created continuous, loud explosions, instantly crossed the distance between the two fighters, closing in on Anoki to within 2 meters. The violently fierce fist wind was so powerful that it blew Anoki's clothes and hair backward. Anoki could no longer maintain a calm expression. He pushed off the ground, rapidly retreating while flashing through several complex hand signs. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The ground vibrated and roared, then suddenly split open. A ground fissure several meters long extended outward, and a wall of rock, several meters long and condensed from hard stones deep underground, erupted from the earth, blocking Anoki's path. Boom! The violent punch slammed fiercely into the rock wall. The thick defensive barrier resisted for only a breath before the fierce punch roared through it. Anoki's pupils contracted slightly. He wove hand signs again. Earth release, earth flow divide. The ground directly in front of Anoki, a patch of grass and dirt about 3 to 4 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide, suddenly flipped up, forming another solid wall that stood before him. Boom! The immense power of the mountain collapse once again pierced through this barrier. However, after being blocked by the two earth release ninjutsu, the originally violent punch had been severely weakened. Anoki easily dodged it, and the remaining force detonated behind him, leaving a crater over 10 centimeters deep. As he dodged, Anoki suddenly realized that Hyuga Bluebird, taking advantage of Anoki's focus on defending the mountain collapse, was sprinting toward him at high speed. The surging chakra and contained fist energy clearly indicated that Bluebird was preparing the next wave of attack. If Tsuchihara, the other stone ninja examinee, possessed a proficient and mature mastery of earth release ninjutsu, then Anoki's understanding of the technique had reached a terrifying level of continuity and effortlessness. A terrifying mastery that was no weaker than that of a Jonin. In the stands, Orochimaru frowned slightly, raising his estimation of Anoki's power yet another notch. In the arena, Anoki, who had just been on the defensive, suddenly shook his entire body. Surging chakra poured out, accompanied by a rapid succession of hand signs, and the magnificent Earth Release ninjutsu struck again. Earth Release, Stone Slab Coffin. Anoki precisely predicted Bluebird's path of attack. 4 towering earth walls simultaneously rose from the ground around Bluebird, instantly stalling his charge and slowly collapsing inward to crush the trapped Bluebird. The moment he controlled Bluebird's offense, the hand signs in Anoki's hands instantly switched to a new set. Earth Release, Earth Rising Spikes. The ground beneath Bluebird's feet instantly erupted with numerous earth spikes, as thick as soup bowls but incredibly sharp at the tips, continually thrusting toward Bluebird. In this crisis, Bluebird remained completely calm. He stood his ground, adopting an absolutely standard gentle fist starting stance, as firm as a pine tree rooted in stone. His chakra system suddenly boiled, and a deep blue chakra flowed over his body. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams palms rotation. Bluebird, clad in his pure white uniform, suddenly spun 360 degrees in place. Deep blue chakra rapidly emitted from the subtle, profound chakra points all over his body. As Bluebird rotated, a massive, solidified deep blue chakra defense sphere revolved around him, centered on his body. Under the force of this rotational technique, which was essentially an absolute defense, the sharp earth spikes and the collapsing earth walls shattered and disintegrated amidst a roaring sound. The originally powerful earth release offense vanished into nothingness. As the flying debris and smoke cleared, the solid ground beneath Bluebird's feet had been gouged into a circular pit half a meter deep by the force of the rotation. Heavy, ragged breaths, huff, huff, emanated from the pit. This high-intensity combat, all taking place in a short amount of time, had instantly drained about half of Bluebird's chakra, leaving him feeling a clear exhaustion. Anoki keenly seized this excellent tactical opportunity. The chakra in his body surged out again, clearly intending to launch another powerful earth release ninjutsu. Bluebird's reaction was swift. The moment chakra began to surge from Anoki, he made a standard evasion maneuver. His lithe and agile body leaped out of the pit, constantly changing direction and turning sharply to disrupt Anoki's judgment, all while resolutely charging toward him. Anoki unleashed his attack fiercely, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. The ground in front of Bluebird instantly transformed into a sticky, slippery, sinking swamp of yellowish-brown mud. Bluebird, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly stalled as his foot unexpectedly landed in the mire, causing his center of gravity to instantly lose control. In a flash of thought, Bluebird slammed a palm heavily into the mud. Boom! Using the reactionary force from the strike, he kicked off and leaped into the air. In the stands, Orochimaru, seeing Bluebird's movement, subtly shook his head. Sure enough, just as Bluebird was about to jump out of the swamp's range, Anoki launched yet another jutsu. Earth Release, Earthen Spear Projectiles. 5 yellowish-brown, sharp earthen spears, several meters long, suddenly separated and levitated from the solid ground in front of Anoki. Under Anoki's precise control, they sped toward Bluebird in midair with a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sound of rushing wind. Bluebird's face changed drastically as he watched the oncoming attack. In his desperation, Bluebird waved his hands, rapidly firing 7 or 8 trigrams air palms. The punches struck the air, but since Bluebird was unstable in the air and had nowhere to push off, the force of his strikes was significantly weaker than before. The fierce punches collided with the incoming earthen spears. Boom! Although the punches were weaker, they managed to break 4 of the spears. However, one spear pierced through the flying smoke and dust, PFFFT, harshly impaling Bluebird's left shoulder. A streak of crimson blood sprayed into the air. Thump! Bluebird fell from the sky, and with a gasp of "ah-hey," he spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Bluebird stumbled, then struggled to stand up, using his right hand to slap and break the earthen spear still embedded in his left shoulder. The violent action and sheer force ripped the damaged muscle tissue around the wound. A spurt of blood shot out from the injury. Huff, huff, Bluebird was panting heavily, his eyes fixed intensely on Anoki across from him. Bluebird's determined, unwavering gaze suddenly shot up to Orochimaru in the stands. Orochimaru, who was intently watching the match, clearly caught Bluebird's eye, understood his meaning, and nodded faintly. Having received permission, a confident smile appeared on Bluebird's face, which was already showing the activated Byakugan. Chapter 102. While Bluebird tended to his injury, Anoki wasn't idle. He began weaving hand signs again, his body intensely surging with chakra, clearly indicating that this powerful Earth Release user was preparing an even fiercer wave of attack. Meanwhile, having received Orochimaru's permission, an intense fervor flashed in Bluebird's eyes as he looked at Anoki. He then wiped the residual crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, letting slip a faint smile. If Jiraiya and the others had seen it, they would have noticed that this smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru's usual expression. Bluebird's strong will broke a certain restriction in his mind. The pale gold 8 branches cursed seal on his neck suddenly began to writhe. The intensely squirming and changing 8 branches cursed seal sent waves of bone-chilling agony through Bluebird's limbs and organs, causing him to let out a fierce roar. Rag! 8 branches cursed seal, Stage 1 release. The cursed seal rapidly transformed into bizarre, golden, worm-like markings that quickly extended into Bluebird's double pupil Byakugan, adding a mysterious pale gold tint to the activated eyes. However, the transformation of Bluebird's cursed seal didn't stop. It grew even more intense and strange. Bluebird immediately pushed this Stage 1 cursed seal, which had formed in less than a finger snap, to the maximum extent he could currently access. 8 branches cursed seal, Stage 2 release. The rate at which the pale gold 8 branches cursed seal writhed became increasingly violent. The golden, worm-like marks on Bluebird's face trembled and shifted uncontrollably, like ants anticipating a natural disaster. They gradually connected, forming chains of mysterious and magnificent pale gold patterns. After another finger snap, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. The double pupil Byakugan, now tinged with a pale gold sheen, suddenly seemed to float out of their sockets. No, the eyes themselves didn't float out. Instead, 2 pale gold, ethereal ghost images of the double pupil Byakugan floated out of Bluebird's eye sockets. These 2 ethereal double pupil Byakugan hovered silently in the air about 10 centimeters diagonally above Bluebird's eyes. Cold, ruthless gazes radiated from the pale gold ghostly images. The instant the ghost images appeared, deep blue solidified chakra ceaselessly erupted from Bluebird's body, forming blue chakra ribbons that danced and fluttered in the air. The dancing chakra ribbons stirred up Bluebird's entire aura, instantly amplifying his power several times over. An invisible wave of air pressure suddenly emanated from Bluebird like a ripple spreading across water, rapidly dissipating outward. Gusts of wind scattered, and the vegetation bent low. In this moment, Bluebird's aura was completely different from the person he was just moments before. Anoki watched the dramatic change in Bluebird with astonishment, his eyes filled with solemn focus. More pure chakra poured into the hand signs he was weaving. The jutsu, which was nearing completion, was now extended with several more signs. An aura no weaker than Bluebird's rose from Anoki. With the completion of the final hand sign, the immensely powerful Earth Release ninjutsu was finally unleashed by Anoki. Orochimaru, seeing the last few hand signs Anoki formed, focused his gaze and muttered in disbelief. He can actually use that technique. Earth Release, Earth Golem. Boom! The ground spanning dozens of meters in front of Anoki suddenly cracked open without warning, covered in a dense, spider web-like network of fissures. Accompanied by a deafening roar, like the movement of tectonic plates, the fractured earth, bang, suddenly thrust up a single gigantic rock hand, palm facing the sky. The rock hand, about the size of a flower bed, slammed down heavily, boom, leaving a deep, sunken, palm-shaped crater in the ground. Then the rock hand strained, and rumble, rumble, a massive rock head emerged from the fractured earth. Bang, another rock hand appeared, also smashing heavily into the ground, leaving a deep, sunken, palm-shaped crater. Immediately after, the two rock hands planted on the ground bent, pushing up together. The massive rock head suddenly let out a roar that shook the sky. Roar. Rumble, rumble, crash, crash. Amidst the deafening roar and a shower of scattered stones, a massive giant, about 10 meters tall and composed entirely of sturdy, heavy rock, climbed out of the ground to the astonishment of the Konoha audience. The rock giant's figure, which nearly obscured half the arena, simply standing there, exerted immense pressure on Bluebird. In the stands where the cage sat, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked admiringly, "That young man named Anoki being able to use the earth golem technique at that age is truly a genius." The second Tsuchikage, Mu, did not respond, but every cage could see the slight smile of satisfaction on Mu's only uncovered eye. He said faintly, "That Hyuga child's cursed seal is also quite interesting." The second Mizukage, Hazuki Jaro, who was perpetually hostile toward the second Tsuchikage, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. In the arena, the shadow cast by the earth golem enveloped Bluebird. Bluebird's pale gold double-pupil Byakugan ghost images, floating in the air, stared coldly at the towering rock giant. The miraculous Byakugan saw through the earth golem's entire structure. A rock giant composed of hard, heavy stones linked by an enormous amount of chakra. Bluebird didn't wait for the rock giant to move. He transformed into a white blur, streaking toward Anoki like lightning. He knew that no matter how powerful the earth golem was, if he defeated the ninja who cast the jutsu, he would win. However, under Anoki's control, the 10-meter-tall rock giant repeatedly forced Bluebird's advance back. Bluebird was panting heavily. The pale gold double-pupil Byakugan ghost images floating in the air were beginning to look unstable. The strain and burden of this stage, 2 8-branches cursed seal on his body, were too great. He couldn't sustain it for long. Anoki had also consumed more than half of his chakra, but controlling the earth golem gave him a clear advantage. Bluebird's next attempt at an advance was interrupted by the 2 massive rock hands. Facing the flower-bed-sized rock hands that swiped at him, he was forced to leap backward several times to evade the attack. Boom, boom. The 2 rock hands slammed down, leaving 2 more deep craters in the ground. Standing still on the ground, Bluebird's eyes were resolute. A fierce aura surged around him. Chapter 103. Bluebird injected all of his remaining chakra into his hands. His surging chakra, his resolute eyes, and his wildly swirling aura all reached their absolute peak. He once again adopted the gentle fist starting stance, implicitly aligning with some profound rhythm. In Bluebird's mind, an immense 8 trigrams formation seemed to materialize in the formless space around him. He gathered his momentum, raised his focus, and infused his chakra. His hands traced 2 full and perfect circles in the air. As these 2 circles were drawn, the air for several meters around Bluebird seemed to be compressed by the momentum they generated. He drew his hands back to his abdomen and waist, his entire focus, spirit, and energy condensed into this moment, then thrust his palms forward suddenly. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams shockwave palm. Because the momentum of this strike was so incredibly fierce, the air where Bluebird struck suddenly collapsed and recessed, forming a distorted, semicircular fold of compressed air. In less than 1/10 of a second, the collapsed and recessed air violently snapped back and tensed, carrying with it the collected force from the initial stance. Boom! It let out a earth-shaking, explosive roar. The violent force condensed within was finally unleashed without hindrance, like a torrent breaking through a dam. It converged into a vacuum air column easily as thick as 2 people holding hands, rubbing against the surrounding air with a fierce whoosh, and shot toward the towering rock giant like a cannonball. Facing Bluebird's strongest attack, Anoki frowned, sensing the power and difficulty of this single strike. He commanded the earth golem's 2 rock hands to clench and press together, slamming down heavily toward the formidable air column with a dull, stifling sound of wind resistance. Rumble, rumble. The 2 violent and ferocious attacks finally collided. The arena was filled with a colossal sound like thunder and a tsunami, immediately followed by the rock giant's familiar, terrifying roar. Roar. Although the 2 attacks collided in the air, all the spectators felt a distinct tremor and shaking. Orochimaru knew that the residual force from the collision had reached not only the ground, but also the defense formula protecting the stands, causing such a violent vibration. The explosions and roars shook the heavens and the earth, and shattered stone and smoke blanketed the entire arena. Sensing the auras of the 2 fighters in the arena, Orochimaru shook his head slightly. He knew that Bluebird had lost. The noise and smoke cleared, revealing the scene in the arena. The earth golem's towering body was covered in countless spiderweb-like cracks and was missing 1 arm, while Bluebird lay exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Anoki also looked slightly disheveled and tired. He dismissed the rock giant and gave a deep bow toward the fallen Bluebird. The winner of the 3rd preliminary match was Anoki. Clap, clap, clap. Bluebird was carried off by Konoha's medical squad, amidst the applause of the entire audience. The arena was quickly restored by the surrounding maintenance ninja. The 4th match was Konoha's Jiraiya versus the Sand Ninja Genius Puppeteer, Sasori. Although Jiraiya had reached the Chunin level through 3 years of real combat training with Orochimaru and had made considerable progress in strength, he was still defeated by the Sand Ninja Genius Puppeteer, who was just beginning to display his exceptional talent by using various puppets with bizarre and sharp attack methods. Thus, of Konoha's 3 participating examinees, only Orochimaru remained. The 5th match was the Sand Ninja Iron Sand User, Nagai Moriyama, versus the Mist Ninja Yagura. Though Yagura possessed exceptional talent, and his mastery of water release ninjutsu far surpassed that of his peers, he still fared poorly against the powerful Iron Sand ninjutsu, which excelled in both offense and defense, and he regretfully lost the match. The first day of the preliminary round ended with Yagura's look of disappointment. However, the Konoha audience remained immersed in the thrilling ninja battles, discussing them animatedly and unable to forget what they had seen. During the 2 days of rest, the entire village of Konoha was consumed with discussions about the matches and speculation about the ultimate winner. Pubs and tea houses were packed daily, and even in the bathhouses and hot springs, people could be heard debating and discussing the tournament. However, the one thing that disappointed the Konoha villagers was that despite the spectacular and powerful nature of Hyuga Bluebird's fight, the fact that 2 of Konoha's 3 examinees were eliminated in the preliminary round still caused the villagers regret. They gradually focused their attention on one place, on the young man who, as time went on, had become unanimously regarded by all of Konoha as the #1 genius of Konoha. He was Orochimaru. On the morning of the 3rd day, with the sound of 9 cannon shots, the Konoha Grand Arena once again became a bustling hub of excitement. Even many ninja who were off-duty or without missions gathered in the stands or on the rooftops, awaiting the start of the semifinals. "Brother, you must be careful. You absolutely must win." A soft, gentle female voice echoed in the dark contestants' tunnel. "MMH, I will win." The familiar, low, slightly magnetic voice was as calm as ever, as if stating an already established fact. A figure, whose height was clearly beginning to stretch, gradually walked out of the dark tunnel, stepping into and basking in the sunlight. "Orochimaru, it's Orochimaru. Orochimaru is here. Lord Orochimaru is so handsome. Lord Orochimaru, we love you." In the ocean of sound generated by cheers and applause, Orochimaru, dressed in a wide-sleeved, moonlight-white kimono, stood in the center of the arena. With his pale, handsome face, his bizarrely calm dark golden snake eyes, and the faintly curled, wicked smile on his lips, he carried a strange, alluring charm. He was Orochimaru. The moment Orochimaru stepped into the center of the arena, the audience's emotions intensified even further. The cheering and applause grew even louder. Standing amidst the sound waves of cheers and applause, Orochimaru's faint smile remained unchanged. He calmly and serenely looked across at Sasori, who was wearing an expression of indignation. Sasori, dressed in a black puppeteer's robe, had a pair of clear, bright, lively eyes and burgundy-colored choppy hair falling down his soft features. Despite his soft look, his face was full of resentment. Feeling that all the cheers and applause were directed solely at Orochimaru, Sasori curled his lips faintly and said indignantly to Orochimaru, "HMPH, my name is Sasori. Remember it, because I'm going to defeat you." Orochimaru said nothing. He only let the wicked curve of his lips deepen slightly, growing colder in the process. The chief examiner of the Chunin exams, Yuhiro, looked at Sasori and Orochimaru, then solemnly announced, "The first match of the semifinals, Konoha's Orochimaru versus the Sand Ninja Puppeteer, Sasori. Begin the match." Chapter 104. The moment Yuhiro announced the start of the match, Sasori suddenly pulled out a short scroll, black on one side and white on the other, from his wide black puppeteer's robe. With a whoosh, he pulled it open with both hands, instantly forming several complex hand signs. Poofs! A dense white smoke, about the height of a person, rose from the scroll. A wooden humanoid puppet with a square face, black hair, and a gray padded shoulder cloth, but possessing 2 legs and 6 arms, walked out of the smoke with a mechanical clack-clack-clack. Poofs! Another puff of white smoke rose from the scroll, and another humanoid wooden puppet emerged. It also wore a gray padded shoulder cloth and had 2 legs and 6 arms, but its horse-like head sported 2 red horns. Poof, poof, poofs! 3 consecutive puffs of white smoke followed, resulting in a total of 5 humanoid puppets of varying shapes. They surrounded and protected Sasori in the center, like the most loyal bodyguards. Sasori's 5 slender, well-maintained fingers let out thin, hard-to-detect, pale blue chakra threads, which connected to the 5 puppets, manipulating and controlling them incessantly. Orochimaru stood his ground, merely watching coldly, utterly unmoved, but emanating a thick sense of contempt. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sasori flicked his hands, and the 5 humanoid puppets instantly seemed to be granted souls and life, darting toward Orochimaru like 5 black shadows. Red Sand Secret Technique, Black Technique Bitter Wastes. The 5 rapidly moving puppets suddenly opened their mouths. As their internal mechanisms activated, 5 sharp kunai, one from each puppet's mouth, shot toward Orochimaru. Red Sand Secret Technique, Black Technique, 6-arm poison flow. The 5 puppets, possessing a total of 30 limbs, 2 legs and 6 arms each abruptly split into 4. From the black flickering mechanisms inside, a flurry of over 100 densely packed, sinister, phosphorescent green poison needles launched toward Orochimaru. The stream of steel composed of these kunai and poison needles savagely sprayed toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, still motionless in his moonlight-white kimono, his arms hanging at his sides, didn't even form a single hand sign. However, from the openings of his 2 wide sleeves, about 50 thick, arm-sized poison snakes suddenly slithered out, their fangs glinting with a blood-red light. Under Orochimaru's control, they charged in the opposite direction against the torrent of steel made up of kunai and poison needles. Sasori, controlling the puppets from behind, saw Orochimaru's move and let out a laugh. He wants to use snakes to resist poison needles. Is this some kind of joke? It seems this Orochimaru is nothing special. Thinking this, the resentful Sasori once again manipulated the puppets, launching dozens more phosphorescent green poison needles. However, in the very next instant, Sasori's face changed drastically. Under Orochimaru's meticulous control, as soon as the snakes were about to touch the poison needles and kunai, they suddenly twisted. The agile snakes slithered through the tiny gaps between the needles and kunai, their writhing bodies perfectly deflecting a single poison needle to the side. The deflection of this first needle instantly triggered a chain reaction, like falling dominoes. The needles that it struck also changed their flight path and direction. Following a clear sound of metallic clanking, the entire torrent of steel composed of poison needles and kunai instantly crumbled and disintegrated. Orochimaru only lost a few snakes that he couldn't control in time and couldn't pull back. The remaining 40-plus snakes, having dealt with the poison needles, suddenly snapped open their vicious snake mouths, scattering wildly in all directions and shooting ferociously toward the 5 humanoid puppets from every angle. The sudden, vicious wind of blades and poison needles instantly shredded and cut more than 20 of the approaching snakes. Crimson blood and serpentine flesh soaked the ground. Orochimaru immediately recalled the remaining poison snakes. Then, he slowly began to walk toward Sasori, moving as if taking a leisurely stroll in a backyard garden. Sasori, seeing Orochimaru's relaxed demeanor and his actions that treated the fight like a game, was enraged but didn't dare to be careless. Gritting his teeth, he once again wove hand signs to unseal his puppets. Poof poof poofs. 5 more explosive puffs of white smoke rose from Sasori's scroll. 5 more humanoid puppets, each of a different design, emerged from the smoke, standing beside Sasori. The original 5 puppets also retreated. 10 ice gold, lifeless, and diverse humanoid puppets stood like soldiers to Sasori's left and right. 10 puppets were the limit Sasori could handle. 3 steps, 4 steps. Orochimaru continued his steady walk. Sasori's reflection was mirrored in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes, as if he were watching a single struggling insect floating in a downpour. Sasori flicked his fingers. Red sand secret technique. Puppet performance, 10 machines operation. The 10 puppets whirled and danced, blades snapping out from their hands. They transformed into black shadows, rushing toward Orochimaru to attack. Orochimaru subtly tilted his body, dodging one puppet's thrust, then stepped back, evading 10 poison needles shot from another puppet's mouth. His 2 palms slapped the ground, injecting chakra into his legs and feet. His 2 legs spun out a powerful, razor-sharp whirlwind of wood. Snap, snap, snap. The leg sweep instantly smashed and broke apart 3 of the puppets. Orochimaru remained standing, continuing his walk forward, 5 steps, 6 steps. The remaining 7 puppets circled Orochimaru in a wide perimeter of about 7 or 8 meters. Their mechanisms began to activate, one by one. Kunai with explosive tags attached, sharp wooden spikes, and phosphorescent green poison needles erupted from all directions, like an unending, roaring river, showering down on Orochimaru in the center. 7 steps, 8 steps. Orochimaru's hands rapidly wove several hand signs, and a dense wave of chakra fluctuation rose from his body. Earth release, earth dome. The ground surrounding Orochimaru suddenly rose in 4 solid earthen walls, 5 to 6 meters tall, following a fierce roar, enclosing Orochimaru in the center. Sizzle, sizzle, whoosh. Poison needles, wooden spikes, and kunai were all embedded in the earthen wall. The explosions from the activated explosive tags shook the earthen dome violently, but it never crumbled or collapsed. 9 steps, 10 steps. The complex hand signs in Orochimaru's hands began to change again. Chapter 105. The moment Orochimaru took his 10th step, he finally completed the last hand sign. Earth release, underworld swamp. The 4 earthen walls that had risen around Orochimaru suddenly crumbled and disintegrated, transforming into a rolling torrent of brownish-black mud that spread across the ground for dozens of meters around him and continued to expand outward. Under Orochimaru's profound understanding of ninjutsu and his superb control skills, 10 brownish-black, millstone-sized mud hands suddenly materialized from the widespread swamp, reaching out to grab the surrounding puppets. The 10 swamp hands, with an overwhelming momentum, surrounded and intercepted the puppets, grabbing and crushing them one by one. In just a few breaths, only the 2 strongest puppets Sasori had initially summoned remained. Facing a jutsu of such magnitude from Orochimaru, Sasori was utterly frustrated. While a puppeteer's abilities boast strange attacks and unpredictable variations, they are most vulnerable when encountering a ninja whose ninjutsu is this overbearing and powerful. With no other choice, Sasori could only recall his last 2 puppets to his side, forced into a passive defense. Orochimaru didn't bother with the 2 remaining puppets. The 10 mud hands quickly merged in the air, instantly growing to the size of a flower bed. Underworld Giant Hand. The brownish-black underworld giant hand, controlled by Orochimaru, descended upon Sasori and his two puppets with overwhelming force. Watching the terrifying shadow envelop him, Sasori's eyes widened in horror. Boom! In the nick of time, Sasori abandoned the last two puppets and created a sand clone. However, the changes to the underworld giant hand did not stop. While smashing Sasori's puppets and sand clone, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and the entire giant hand suddenly splashed outward, transforming into clusters of mud missiles the size of an adult's fist. These missiles covered half the arena, raining down with continuous explosions like a torrential downpour, blasting countless craters into the ground. Sasori violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Unsurprisingly, he was struck by the mud missiles that covered half the arena, and his body was thrown uncontrollably backward. Orochimaru raised his right hand, making a grabbing motion at Sasori, who was soaring through the air. 5 poisonous pythons shot out like lightning from his moonlight-white sleeve, wrapping around the injured Sasori like a bundle and dragging him back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression remained as calm and composed as before the match. Only his dark golden eyes, fixed on Sasori's crestfallen look, held a hint of sarcasm and disdain. He licked his lips, smiled wickedly, and his slightly magnetic voice reached Sasori's ears. "You want me to remember your name? You're not qualified yet." With that, Orochimaru recalled his pythons, allowing the utterly defeated Sasori to slump to the ground, and looked toward Yuhiro. Yuhiro, faced with Orochimaru's crushing victory, smiled and announced, "The winner of the first semi-final match, Konoha Ninja Orochimaru." Orochimaru won, ha. "Lord Orochimaru, we love you. Ah, Lord Orochimaru." In the stands, excited cheers and joyful screams rose one after another. They shouted Orochimaru's name, thrilled and delighted by his victory. Orochimaru offered a faint smile and slowly retreated from the arena. On the cage's high platform, the Tgthegood's expression was slightly displeased at Orochimaru's overwhelming victory, while Sarutobi looked deeply gratified and satisfied. The following matches. The second match was Anoki versus Hazuki Mengetsu. Returning to the stands, Orochimaru showed absolute interest in this battle. He clearly understood that among all the examinees, only Anoki, Yatsuki-e, Hazuki Mengetsu, and Nagai Moriyama, the young generation leaders of the major villages, were his true rivals. As for the still-developing Sasori, he truly hadn't earned Orochimaru's serious attention yet. In the battle between Anoki and Hazuki Mengetsu, although Mengetsu was at a slight disadvantage in terms of chakra nature, the demon swordsman of the 7 ninja swords compensated for this flaw perfectly with his terrifying swordsmanship. Anoki unleashed one earth-release ninjutsu after another, each formidable and powerful, but Mengetsu deftly countered them all with his exquisite swordsmanship. Slowly, Mengetsu brought out a water clone and drew his 2 swords, the Hurriemkari and the explosion blade, Shibuki. However, Anoki's earth-release ninjutsu continued to climb in rank and power. The 10-meter-tall earth golem roared in the arena once more. Hazuki Mengetsu finally couldn't hold back and unsealed the last blade, the Kubikirabacho. He, along with his 2 water clones, slashed out 3 breathtaking arcs of light, slicing the earth golem into fragments. Yet at that moment, Anoki used the second Tsuchikage ultimate secret technique, the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, a so-called Keke Toda technique. That dazzling beam of light won the match, causing Orochimaru to furrow his brow. The third match was Yatsuki-e versus Nagai Moriyama. The future third Tgthegood, the Sand Ninja Iron Sand user, seemed to run out of steam when facing the similarly future third Reikage, Yatsuki-e. The second Reikage's lightning release secret techniques were used to their fullest by Yatsuki-e. He charged toward Nagai Moriyama like a human beast, his aura wild and overbearing. The strongest spear of lightning release Taijutsu, the hell stab of 4 fingers, repeatedly broke through Nagai Moriyama's iron sand defense. Conversely, Nagai Moriyama's offensive iron sand ninjutsu could not inflict any substantial damage on Yatsuki-e's strongest shield, the lightning release armor. Finally, when Yatsuki-e used the even more condensed and powerful 3-finger hell stab, Nagai Moriyama regretfully fell. Setting the stage for the finals. the 3 semifinal matches officially concluded. Amidst the cheers and applause of the audience, Orochimaru, Yatsuki-e, and Anoki would compete in the finals 2 days later for the title of the foremost young powerhouse of the ninja world. 2 days later, in the early morning, the 9 cannon shots rang out once more. This time, even more ninja and spectators stood in the stands and on the rooftops. The stands, originally capable of holding around 80,000 people, were now jammed with nearly 20,000 more spectators in the aisles, walkways, and on the rooftops, packed shoulder to shoulder. On the cage's high platform, they were excitedly discussing who would ultimately claim victory. Yatsuki Manro's, the Reikage's, rough voice, as direct and overbearing as his temper, declared, "Sarutobi, that student of yours named Orochimaru is quite good. However, he falls far short of my student. Hehehemu, that boy A's lightning release armor has received my true teachings. Although your student's dust release is powerful, it won't be able to do anything against our Cloud Village's strongest shield." The second Tsuchikage, Mu, who exuded an aura of emptiness and void like dust release itself, humbly replied, "My student is indeed not highly gifted. However, I am quite satisfied that he was able to defeat a certain village's ninja." Hazuki Joro, the Mizukage, like a tiger whose whiskers had been pulled, trembled. His immense aura surged out, and his tone immediately turned hostile. "Mu, your student won. How about we 2 old-timers have a match? Have you forgotten my power?" As soon as Hazuki Joro spoke, Mu instantly recalled the feeling of being struck by Joro's jutsu. He subconsciously felt a phantom pain under his bandages and was uncontrollably filled with fiery anger. Just as Mu was about to lash out, Yatsuki Manro placed a hand on him. As Sarutobi said, this is just a bit of roughhousing among the younger generation. Do you Kage have such little tolerance? Since Yatsuki Manro, the strongest of the group, had spoken, the Mizukage and Tsuchikage couldn't completely ignore him. They grumbled and sat back down. Chapter 106. To ensure fairness, the 3 candidates in the finals would determine the fighting order by drawing lots. They would each fight 2 matches, totaling 3 matches overall. The one who won the most matches would claim the championship of the 3rd exam and be recognized as the foremost young powerhouse in the ninja world. Orochimaru, Yatsuki-e, and Anoki came to the center of the arena to draw lots, and the fighting order was quickly decided. The first match would be Orochimaru versus Yatsuki-e. Anoki glanced at the 2, and then withdrew. Only Orochimaru, Yatsuki-e, and Yuhei-ro remained in the center of the arena. Unlike the noisy and fervent scene during Orochimaru's semifinal 2 days ago, the audience in the stands for this final battle seemed to sense the intense tension between the 2 fighters. They all held their breath. Nearly 100,000 spectators made not a single sound, their gazes fixed intently on Orochimaru and Yatsuki-e in the center of the arena. The entire vast Konoha Grand Arena was absolutely silent, like the calm before a storm. Everyone felt a heavy, suffocating atmosphere, like the wind building up just before a torrential mountain rain. Orochimaru and Yatsuki-e stood facing each other, separated by about 10 meters. Orochimaru was still clad in his moonlight white, wide-sleeved kimono. The pair of bizarre, dark golden eyes on his pale, handsome face shone like stars in the night, and the increasingly wide, wicked smile on his lips all indicated Orochimaru's excitement and thirst for battle. Yet the aura surrounding him was contained to the extreme, like a volcano about to erupt, subtly but clearly allowing others to sense the violence and surging power within. Across from him, Yatsuki-e wore a crisp, efficient white short uniform, exposing large areas of solid, strong muscle on his chest and his thick, powerful arms. Paired with his rugged and resolute face, his entire being exuded a wild, fierce aura. However, like Orochimaru, he had also completely withdrawn his entire aura inward, like an oppressive thundercloud hiding lightning and thunder capable of splitting the sky. Yuhei-ro sensed the powerful auras of the 2 and grew even more expectant of the fight. Without hesitation, he loudly announced, "The first match of the finals, Konoha's Orochimaru versus the Cloud Ninja Yatsuki-e, begin now." The moment Yuhei-ro's voice fell, 2 incredible forces, like a hurricane and a tsunami, suddenly erupted from Orochimaru and Yatsuki. Bang! A shocking and dull explosion sounded between them. An invisible blast of fierce wind surged out from the point where their auras clashed. The arena floor was suddenly caught in what felt like a Category 10 typhoon. Leaves and grass clippings flew everywhere, fluttering in the air, only to be shredded into tiny fragments of dust. Boom, boom. A cloud of smoke and dust simultaneously exploded at the spots where the two stood. The two moved almost at the exact same moment. Crackle, crackle. A sharp, ear-piercing electrical noise sounded on Yatsuki. Uncontrollable sparks of current dropped from his body. Blue-violet streams of electrical light rapidly condensed on Yatsuki, forming a formidable, tangible lightning cloak. With surging momentum, he charged toward Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's body was a whirlwind of power. Thick, pure chakra surged and boiled inside him like a volcanic eruption. Following the exquisite method of the monster strength body technique, the chakra continuously gathered in his limbs. The fierce wind and air pressure surrounding him whistled loudly. As he ran, he churned up a human-shaped storm, charging head-on toward Yatsuki like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. In just one breath, the 10-meter distance was instantly reduced to about an arm's length. A right fist generating wind and air pressure met a right fist wrapped in lightning and electrical light. In a flash of sparks, the two fists actually crossed paths, simultaneously and deliberately slamming into each other's bodies. Thud! A muffled impact sounded. The ground where the two stood instantly exploded into a deep crater. The immense force simultaneously knocked both fighters backward. However, in the very next breath, the two figures again became blurs, charging at each other. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull crashes and explosions, like summer thunder, echoed throughout the arena. It wasn't that the two couldn't defend, they scorned to. Every strike, every punch landed on the opponent's body, delivering a forceful blow without holding back. They continued to clash in this bare-knuckle brawl. Exquisite taijutsu and tremendous strength were displayed to the fullest extent. Even the slightly weaker chunin in the audience could not clearly see the figures of the two. All they saw were two streaking blurs, followed by the arena being bombed into ruin, as if 10 or more landmines had been set off, leaving craters and broken wood everywhere. Rumble, rumble. Another pair of punches struck each other's chests. A deep, cracked crater, roughly half a meter deep, erupted in the arena. As large clouds of smoke and dust dissipated, the two fighters, their clothes slightly torn, stood still again, separated by about 10 meters. Though Orochimaru had some bruises and swelling, they were nothing more than minor, inconsequential scratches, given his powerful body fortitude. Yatsuki was the same. In the time it took to simply think, his blue-violet lightning cloak flickered, and his minor injuries were completely healed. He looked at Orochimaru, his battle-ready eyes seeming to erupt with fierce fire. He let out a hearty, unrestrained laugh. The warm-up is just about done, Orochimaru. Let's decide this. The excitement in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes was like a raging wildfire. He licked his lips and wickedly replied, "Interesting, very interesting, hee-hee, come on." The instant Orochimaru finished speaking, his entire body shook. Thick, pure chakra ceaselessly surged, gathering in his hands, where he began weaving a series of skillful and intricate hand signs. Yatsuki extended his right arm, and a blue-violet electrical current flickered violently. Lightning release, hell stab of 4 fingers. Violent, dense chakra converged on his 4 right fingertips, suddenly generating a blade of electrical light several centimeters long. The piercing power of the 4 fingers instantly increased by more than tenfold, and his entire aura gained a sharp, sword-like edge. As Orochimaru completed his final hand sign, the air for dozens of meters around him suddenly felt as if it had been placed in a volcanic crater, sharply increasing in temperature by several dozen degrees. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Chapter 107. Orochimaru knew the prowess of the strongest shield and the strongest spear, and had no intention of being forced onto the defensive. From the outset, he used ninjutsu to launch his most powerful and aggressive attack. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Within the space of dozens of meters around Orochimaru, specks of crimson fire suddenly lit up. These star-like flames gathered rapidly in front of Orochimaru in the blink of an eye, forming a massive, room-sized, perfectly detailed, fierce dragon head. Its jagged horns pointed toward the sky, its scaly surface was engulfed in crimson flame, and its eyes, glowing like magma from the Earth's core, glared viciously at Yatsuki-A. The dragon opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. Orowo. Under Orochimaru's control, the ferocious, room-sized fire dragon head rushed toward Yatsuki-A with a roar. Electric light flashed around Yatsuki-A. Seeing this powerful ninjutsu and facing the massive, scorching dragon head, his eyes widened, but they shone not with fear, but with intense, crazed fighting spirit. He laughed loudly, charging forward instead of retreating. The tangible lightning cloak covering his body became more vivid and dazzling. In this moment, it seemed to sway in the wind, looking thin yet absolutely indestructible. The several-centimeter-long electrical blade extending from his right hand suddenly surged to over 10 centimeters. He brought it down fiercely onto the massive, raging dragon head that was hurtling toward him. Rumble, rumble. The strike was like lightning tearing through the sky and thunder crashing onto the earth. A blue-violet electric current as thick as a man's arm descended from the sky, adding power to Yatsuki-A's right hand and his forefinger hell stab. This instantly split the massive, fierce flame dragon head in two, tearing it open down the middle. Orochimaru was not surprised to see the flame dragon head destroyed. The last of a set of hand signs he had already begun weaving was completed simultaneously. Pure, immense chakra flowed into the hand, signs through his hands. Wind release, great wind whirlwind technique. Yatsuki-A suddenly realized that the surrounding air had become as sharp and keen as blades, and a towering, ground-to-sky whirlwind tornado, over 10 meters high, was rapidly forming, completely encircling him. The numerous long, razor-sharp wind blades, like scythes, sliced crimson gashes across his body. The high-speed whirling tornado also violently destabilized Yatsuki-A's center of gravity, which had been as steady as a mountain. Huff, Orochimaru's breathing was growing slightly labored, but he knew this wasn't enough. This attack alone couldn't defeat Yatsuki-A. The focus in his dark golden, snake eyes sharpened. More chakra was refined and poured into the hand signs. Combined ninjutsu, Great Dragon Tornado activate. The ground-to-sky hurricane drew the residual flames from the destroyed fire dragon head into the vortex. Wind fueled the fire, and fire enhanced the wind's power. The entire hurricane became wrapped in blazing flames, its power surging. It consumed half the arena in a fiery vortex. Trees snapped, the turf was ripped up, and deafening blasts and explosions rang out incessantly. Trapped within, Yatsuki-A unleashed a roar of fury and rage toward the sky. Roarg. 3 breaths later, the entire fiery tornado suddenly burst and exploded. Boom! A visible circle of terrifying air pressure, witnessed by the stunned audience, shook and ripped up the earth of the entire battleground, scraping away a layer several centimeters thick. The sheer power of this combined ninjutsu caused even the cage's platform to shake slightly. The second Tsuchikage couldn't help but sigh. This child named Orochimaru is truly formidable. The power of that combined ninjutsu seems to have inherited your true teaching, Sarutobi. His words betrayed a touch of worry for his own student. Sarutobi smiled. To be overly modest now would seem insincere. He said with satisfaction, Orochimaru is a very hardworking child. He is also a genius rarely seen, Sarutobi added inwardly. Hazuki Jaro was also captivated by the fierce fighting and momentarily forgot his feud with the Tsuchikage, subconsciously saying, "It looks like Yatsuki-A is in a bit of danger." Hearing Hazuki Joro's comment, Yatsuki Manro laughed heartily. Haha, A's strength is far from over. The other cage, hearing the information implied by Manro's words, grew even more curious and fixed their attention back on the arena. The air was thick with the smell of scorching and intense residual heat. The ground was littered with broken, still burning wood and branches. The swirling smoke, grass clippings, and wood ash cleared, slowly revealing the scene within and the still standing, strong, and imposing figure. Hu huff, hu huff. The severe chakra drain left Orochimaru panting heavily as he gazed at Yatsuki-A emerging from the dust. Yatsuki-A's lightning cloak, sliced to ribbons, was reduced to a mere faint blue-violet light. His body was covered in countless hideous, crisscrossing scars. However, when Orochimaru scanned him with his powerful spiritual energy, he was surprised to find that Yatsuki-A's fighting spirit and aura had not weakened. In fact, they had grown stronger. Under Orochimaru's gaze, Yatsuki-A, with fresh crimson blood running from his lips and a more intense fighting spirit surging from his eyes, slowly used his left hand to remove the Cloud Ninja insignia from his right arm, and then undid a black strip of cloth bound beneath it. The instant this unassuming black cloth began to be loosened, and the restraint was eased, Orochimaru distinctly felt an overbearing and powerful aura of lightning erupt uncontrollably from the muscular arm concealed by the cloth. As this dominant lightning aura emanated from Yatsuki-A's hand, it caused streaks of blue-violet electrical light to flash in the air around his arm, blasting small craters into the ground again. A shadow fell over Orochimaru's head. He looked up and saw that the clear, bright sky had suddenly sprouted a thick, dark cloud. Lightning and thunder flickered within the cloud, resonating with the lightning aura emanating from Yatsuki-A's right arm. Orochimaru frowned slightly. That cloth strip was actually a seal. What is it covering to possess such astonishing power? As the cloth strip was completely undone and pulled away by Yatsuki-A, Orochimaru was astonished to see a blue-violet thunder character seal, the size of a baby's palm, tattooed onto the muscular arm in ancient script. That blue-violet lightning inscription exuded an incredibly powerful electrical fluctuation, as if it were not a character, but a dense thundercloud containing countless flashes of lightning. Orochimaru controlled his ragged breathing, his dark golden snake eyes slightly widened. He recognized the thunder, seal, and couldn't help but mutter, no wonder he needed to seal it. This is getting more and more interesting, hee. It's actually the Thunder God Seal. Chapter 108. Yatsuki-A slowly unwrapped the black sealing cloth bound to his arm, revealing the archaic thunder character, which shone brightly in the sunlight. The thick dark cloud that had suddenly appeared overhead immediately dropped a blue-violet lightning bolt, the thickness of a man's arm, the moment Yatsuki-A's thunder seal was fully exposed. Following a thunderous rumble, the lightning struck Yatsuki-A's body. Crack! Crackle! After a flash of blinding blue-violet light, Orochimaru was startled to see that a portion of the wounds on Yatsuki-A's body had begun to heal. Turning to face Orochimaru, the rough-featured Yatsuki-A, now shimmering with the residual power of the lightning, laughed loudly and roared to the sky. Ha! Thunder God Seal, release. With this roar, the archaic thunder seal on Yatsuki-A's right arm suddenly burst into light, transforming into a column of electrical light the width of a large bowl, which shot straight into the dark cloud above. Immediately after, the thick dark cloud, which covered dozens of meters of the clear sky above Yatsuki-A, seemed to be fully activated by the electric column. Dozens, even hundreds, of terrifying blue-violet lightning bolts plunged down. Without exception, every bolt struck Yatsuki-A's body. Yatsuki-A was completely bathed in the sea of blue-violet thunder, absorbing and integrating the bolts into himself. With every lightning strike absorbed, Orochimaru sensed that Yatsuki-A's chakra and aura recovered a fraction, and the wounds on his body quickly closed and healed at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, he was completely healed. Not only that, but after Yatsuki-A's chakra and aura were restored, his power continued to climb, becoming even more terrifying, more overbearing, and more powerful. The lightning cloak around his body, which had been faint and almost vanished, returned to full force after absorbing the lightning strikes, and it underwent an even more marvelous transformation. Piece by piece, blue-violet scales, solid plates condensed from lightning and thunder, gradually fitted together, cloaking Yatsuki-A in a formidable lightning armor. The instant the lightning armor condensed, the dark cloud dissipated. The completely renewed Yatsuki-A truly looked like the thunder god descended, clad in his lightning armor, wreathed in powerful, crackling sparks of electricity and radiating a terrifying, intimidating aura. On the cage's platform, Sarutobi frowned and muttered, "That boy has cultivated the Thunder God seal." Yatsuki Manro, the Reikage, smiled contentedly. That Thunder God seal was cultivated by A in the Cloud Thunder Gorge. It stores the lightning and thunder of the gorge, as well as a portion of A's own chakra. Now, he is using his full strength. As the Reikage's words faded, Yatsuki A in the arena unleashed an electrical blade nearly half a meter long from his hand. It streaked out in a blue-violet arc, charging toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly moved his hands to weave a hand sign, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A solid, thick stone wall, resembling a city rampart, suddenly rose from the desolate, ravaged arena ground. Yatsuki A smiled excitedly, increased his speed again, and violently stabbed his electrical blade into the earthen wall. The solid, massive stone wall lasted less than a single breath before Yatsuki A completely pierced through it, shattering it into scattered stones. Yatsuki A pressed his advantage, instantly rushing up to Orochimaru and slashing his right hand, which flashed with blue-violet lightning in a diagonal arc. So fast, Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Slish! Even though Orochimaru managed to dodge backward by a few steps, the attack still carved a narrow, 10-centimeter-long wound into his arm. Crimson blood gushed out, though the cut was not deep. The electric shock carried by the lightning quickly cauterized the narrow wound. Although excruciatingly painful, it unexpectedly stopped the bleeding. Orochimaru shook his injured arm. Standing several meters away, facing Yatsuki A in his strongest state, he also felt the situation was tricky. The smile on his lips was cold and resigned. "I planned to save this for last, but it looks like I have to use it now." Yatsuki A heard Orochimaru's murmur, and his body stiffened. He looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. "You were still holding back." Orochimaru merely smiled, saying nothing, his gaze chilling as he looked at Yatsuki A, who had managed to wound him. His aura suddenly paused, then violently surged, fluctuating like a choppy, raging sea just before a storm. The brilliance in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes flashed. The mysterious 8 branches curse seal on his chest, under his conscious control, suddenly shattered and disintegrated, transforming into streams of faint golden light that permeated his chakra system. It quickly broke down into pure, dense chakra flow, filling his entire body and granting him incomparably vast power. Orochimaru's released aura instantly surged, recovering to its peak in just a moment. But he wasn't finished. After the 8 branches curse seal broke down into chakra, it revealed its second form of transformation under his control. The murderous intent and killing aura contained within Orochimaru's body, or perhaps his very soul, were released without reservation. The entire sunlit arena instantly felt like it had been plunged into a freezing December day. Chills ran down everyone's spines as cold winds blew. Under the invasion of Orochimaru's killing aura, Yatsuki A unexpectedly shivered slightly, only to have the feeling immediately masked by his surging battle lust. Then, he suddenly noticed flecks of golden light appearing around Orochimaru. Tiny, grain-sized golden particles, as numerous as the stars in the sky, were radiating from Orochimaru's body. Under Yatsuki A's careful observation, these golden particles turned out to be minute chakra spheres. After radiating from Orochimaru's body, these chakra spheres rapidly condensed behind him, forming a golden python phantom the width of a bucket and dozens of meters long. It coiled behind Orochimaru, hissing toward the sky, yet radiating an astonishing aura of supreme nobility. Sensing the golden python phantom condensed from the 8 branches curse seal behind him, Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled wickedly. He injected all the terrifying murderous intent and killing aura he had released into the phantom. When the last trace of killing aura flowed into it, the golden python phantom coiled behind Orochimaru became even more solidified, seeming ready to become tangible at any moment. Chapter 109. The golden python phantom coiled behind Orochimaru, its slender tongue flicking out. The look in its eyes, directed at Yatsuki A, was one of innate nobility and majesty, which instantly descended upon A. Yatsuki-A's entire body suddenly trembled. Crunch! With the harsh cracking sound of the earth, the solid ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, and Yatsuki-A sank in by fully half a foot. He gritted his teeth. His lightning armor flickered, counteracting the pressure from the golden phantom. He pulled his feet out of the ground, straightened his body, and fixed his gaze, filled with infinite battle spirit, upon Orochimaru, who seemed like a king descended to earth, framed by the golden snake phantom. Orochimaru waited until Yatsuki-A had shrugged off the crushing pressure of the golden phantom before smiling wickedly and stating calmly, "Very well, let's continue now." Yatsuki-A rallied his aura once more. He knew he was absolutely no match for Orochimaru in ninjutsu. He could only secure victory by getting in close. Lightning flashed violently around Yatsuki-A. His speed instantly increased to the extreme, leaving a residual afterimage as he charged toward Orochimaru. The golden phantom behind Orochimaru was the second stage of his curse mark ability, developed after gaining inspiration from the phantom form of the young Eight Branches, Yamata no Orochi, and combining it with the curse mark. This golden snake phantom represents the condensed embodiment of Orochimaru's native wind-style chakra. With this wind-style phantom, Orochimaru's chakra recovery was enhanced several times over. Furthermore, his wind-style ninjutsu would also be greatly amplified and channeled by the presence of the golden phantom, increasing its power significantly. Observing the rapidly approaching Yatsuki-A, Orochimaru swept out with his formidable spiritual power, continuously sensing the direction and position of Yatsuki-A's attack. Armed with the experience of the blood drawn earlier, Orochimaru launched a stunning counterattack. His pale, slender hands shifted through hand signs, initiating a strange and profound transformation. Earth Release, Earth Python of the Dragon's Entrapment. Python 1 Emerge. Hiss, a rock python, the girth of a man's waist, erupted from the ground, bringing with it earth and stone. The moment its head emerged, it ferociously clamped down on Yatsuki-A's left thigh. The sharp, rock-formed fangs of the earth python could not pierce Yatsuki-A's lightning armor, but they successfully used brute force to rigidly restrict his movement. For Orochimaru, this was enough. Just as Yatsuki-A was about to slash down with the electric blade in his right hand, Orochimaru made his next move. Chakra continuously surged into the final hand sign Orochimaru was weaving. Python 2, Emerge. Another ferocious earth python sprang out from the ground and clamped down fiercely on Yatsuki-A's attacking right hand. Then, without giving Yatsuki a time to react, Orochimaru let out a sudden roar. Rah! He slammed his hands, surging with dense chakra, heavily onto the ground. 9 earth pythons of the dragon's entrapment, all 9 pythons attack. The earth cracked open. 7 massive crevices instantly appeared, and 7 more hissing, roaring rock pythons, reeking of earth, surged wildly from the ground. Including the 2 previously summoned, a total of 9 ferocious earth pythons latched onto Yatsuki-A's hands, feet, waist, and head. 3 of the pythons coiled around him, lifting Yatsuki-A clear off the ground. Having pinned Yatsuki-A's movement, Orochimaru did not stop. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, he launched another attack. Forbidden Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Bangs, bang, bang. 3 plumes of white smoke erupted, and 3 shadow clones of Orochimaru appeared in the arena. Crack, crackle. The sound of rock shattering echoed. Spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the 9 earth pythons, restraining Yatsuki-A, and quickly spread across their bodies. Orochimaru glanced at this, and without hesitation, quickly had his shadow clones and original body take up positions at the 4 cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, around Yatsuki-A. An astonishing aura, and a tidal wave of powerful chakra, simultaneously surged from all 4 figures. The original body and the clones immediately began weaving an identical set of ninjutsu hand signs. A suffocating, oppressive, and even sickening aura emanated from the 4 figures, quickly dominating the entire battleground. Boom crash. Accompanied by the explosion of the earth pythons and the crash of shattered rock, dazzling blue-violet lightning burst forth from the pythons. To the shock of the watching Konoha ninja, Yatsuki-e had actually broken free of this powerful earth release jutsu, which was capable of pinning down an elite chunin in less than 3 breaths of time. At the same time, the dark golden eyes of Orochimaru lit up. The hand signs of the 4 figures were complete. A powerful ninjutsu, obtained, researched, and improved by Orochimaru from a sand ninja jonin during a mission in the Land of Rivers, was fiercely unleashed. Wind release, vacuum scythe weasel killing array. Thick, pure chakra, like a surging river, was injected wildly into the surrounding air. Unlike the astonishing sound and display of the original Sand Ninja Jonin's release, Orochimaru's improved version had almost no prior sound effects, save for the intense chakra fluctuation. In the chaos of fierce combat, such fluctuation is absolutely normal, making this technique far more stealthy and practical. As Orochimaru launched the technique, Yatsuki-e was suddenly astonished to find that the air for about 10 meters around him, in that instant, felt as if time had stopped. It ceased to flow, becoming stagnant and heavy like mercury. Boom! With a loud thud, Yatsuki-e's body sank into the ground again, this time by a full half-foot. He felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, as if someone had carried a small mountain and dropped it heavily onto his body. The 4 Orochimaras, seeing Yatsuki-e rooted to the earth, focused their gazes, bringing the powerful technique to its full potential. A light zzzzzzzzzzz hum, like the buzzing of an insect's wings, began to sound in the air. This hum quickly grew more violent and louder, and in just 3 snaps of the finger, it escalated into a high-frequency vibration, sound beyond the range of human hearing. Crucially, this sound was perfectly contained by Orochimaru within the space where the 4 figures stood. Then, even this high-frequency sound completely vanished. Yatsuki-e couldn't help but glance toward the stands, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Chapter 110. Yatsuki-e felt the silence around him was terrifying. He turned his gaze to the stands and suddenly realized his eyes could clearly perceive the audience's shouts and movements, yet he couldn't hear any sound. Suddenly, Yatsuki-e sensed a strange object, or rather, a layer around him. It seemed to be air, yet it was fundamentally different. This layer of air was tangible and substantial, forming a massive spherical pocket that completely enveloped him. Yatsuki-e instinctively felt uneasy and realized his breathing was becoming increasingly difficult, while the pressure on his body grew stronger. This spherical space had become a perfect vacuum zone. Within this zone, after extracting the dust and wood chips from the air, numerous pale yellow, foot-long sand blades were rapidly condensing. They looked like wind blades, but possessed far stronger cutting and tearing capabilities, with fine, serrated edges. Like a swarm of bees whose nest had been destroyed, they were poised to strike, trembling and buzzing faintly. Outside, Orochimaru, supported by the wind-style golden snake phantom, had driven the power of the technique to its maximum. The arena, which had appeared calm and undisturbed, suddenly contained a faint white spherical air mass. Then, a tornado, like a Category 12 hurricane, suddenly erupted above the air mass. It acted like a miniature black hole, sucking in all the surrounding broken wood, grass clippings, and shattered stone, transforming into a terrifying black hurricane tornado over 10 meters tall, connecting the earth and the sky. The momentum of this hurricane tornado grew more astonishing, imposing increasing wind pressure down onto the vacuum zone below. The pressure on Yatsuki-e inside intensified, and the number of slender sand blades generated within the vacuum zone increased rapidly. After about 3 breaths, the sand blades inside had grown to several dozen, sealing off Yatsuki-e's entire body. They continuously carved out long, narrow wounds, but the lightning armor managed to heal most of them. In this war of attrition, Yatsuki-e's chakra finally gave out. And just like that, the vacuum scythe weasel killing array reached its limit. The ferocious and powerful hurricane tornado, along with the vacuum zone inside, suddenly burst apart. After carving over 100 grooves, both long and short, shallow and deep, into the arena floor, the jutsu vanished. All that remained on the battlefield, once the smoke and dust cleared, was the severely injured, fallen figure of the powerful ninja. Orochimaru only let out a sigh of relief after confirming Yatsuki Ei's severe injuries with his spiritual power. The golden snake phantom behind him retracted and merged back into Orochimaru's body. Once Orochimaru recovered his chakra, it would reform as the 8 branches curse seal on his chest. Yuhai-Ro looked at the arena, which had been ravaged into a wasteland. His respect for the strength of these two geniuses from their respective villages, Orochimaru and Yatsuki Ei, grew once more. Excitedly, he announced, "The winner of the first final match, Konoha's Orochimaru." As expected, screams and cheers erupted continuously from the stands. Both Konoha villagers and ninja were incredibly excited, shouting Orochimaru's name with wave after wave of deafening sound. Orochimaru went to Yatsuki Ei's side, helping the medical ninja lift Yatsuki Ei's severely injured body onto a stretcher and giving them advice on treatment methods. This greatly astonished the medical ninja. They hadn't expected the fiercely powerful Orochimaru to also have knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Combined with Orochimaru's status as the favorite to win the championship, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Orochimaru's gesture was also noticed by the cage and the Konoha spectators. A synchronized round of applause instantly broke out across the arena, all in praise of Orochimaru's sportsmanship. Setting the stage for the final round, the Konoha security and maintenance ninja first worked to restore the arena, then commenced some performances and entertainment to give the candidates time to rest and heal. Orochimaru's only significant issue was severe chakra depletion and a superficial wound on his arm. It was not a complicated injury. Without needing the medical squad, Orochimaru had magi-treat him for about 10 minutes, and he was done. Yatsuki Ei's injuries, however, were more challenging. Even with Orochimaru's guidance, it took the medical squad nearly 3 hours to finish treating him. Nevertheless, a battle-impaired Yatsuki Ei predictably lost to Anoki. After all, this was partly luck, and luck is a kind of strength. Yatsuki Ei himself wasn't too discouraged. He simply said to Orochimaru with a hearty laugh, "Orochimaru, once you've won the championship, let's fight again next time." Orochimaru offered a helpless smile, non-committally nodding. With 3 more hours having passed, Orochimaru's condition had returned to its peak. Although powerful trump cards like the 8 branches curse seal could no longer be used, he was still very interested and confident about his fight against Anoki. Looking at the two who had already stood in the center of the arena, Yatsuki Manro, the Reikage, paid no mind to his student's defeat and instead asked Sarutobi, "Sarutobi, that student of yours is formidable. Now, who do you think will win?" Yatsuki Manro's question successfully captured the attention of the other cage, who all looked toward Sarutobi. The Tsuchikage, Mu, stared intently, hoping to glean some of Orochimaru's strength and final tactics from Sarutobi's words. Sarutobi thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I don't even know the full extent of that boy Orochimaru's power myself. However, I believe he is capable of surprising me every time. Perhaps this time will be no exception." Hearing Sarutobi's words, Mu, who had been quite confident in his own student, grew a little uneasy. However, he then reminded himself that while Anoki's trump card had been revealed, so too had some of Orochimaru's. With this thought, Mu's confidence returned. Orochimaru versus Anoki. Orochimaru and Anoki had both won one match, making this the final battle that would determine the champion. Even Yuhai-Ro was excited. Naturally, he hoped his own village's Orochimaru would win, but Anoki's displayed power also moved him. After a brief pause, Yuhai-Ro solemnly announced the start of the final match. Anoki knew the importance of this last fight and immediately held nothing back, rousing an intense chakra fluctuation right from the start. Orochimaru, however, merely offered a composed smile. He shook his right arm, and 5 poisonous pythons shot out from his wide, moonlight-white sleeve. They opened their mouths in the air, revealing sharp, venomous fangs that gleamed with an ethereal green light. Undoubtedly, the speed with which Orochimaru launched his hidden shadow snake hands gave him the immediate advantage. Anoki saw the ferocious, rapidly approaching poisonous pythons and stopped weaving his hand signs. He risked a partial dispersal and waste of chakra by aborting his ninjutsu release and swiftly dodged to the side. However, under Orochimaru's control, the 5 poisonous pythons were as flexible as extended arms. They weaved left and right, blasting small craters into the ground and forcing Anoki into a desperate retreat. He had fallen into a disadvantage from the opening moment and was steadily being drawn into Orochimaru's battle rhythm. Chapter 111. However, Anoki was not foolish. He quickly realized his disadvantageous position and immediately formulated a countermeasure. His hands flashed through hand signs, and chakra surged. Earth release, rock fist technique. A section of the arena ground suddenly shattered and floated up. At a visible speed, it fractured into pieces, which adhered to Anoki's right hand, extending all the way up his forearm. The entire limb was encased in hard, thick rock. The right hand became several times larger, the stone-encased arm constantly flexing, looking immensely powerful. He swung his arm, using the rock fist to grab at the 5 poisonous pythons attacking from Orochimaru. The rock-encased right hand looked bulky and heavy, but its speed was neither sluggish nor slow. He swiftly snatched 2 of the pythons, gripped them tightly in the stone hand, and squeezed. The heads of the 2 pythons were violently crushed, splattering crimson blood onto the ground. Orochimaru gave a wicked laugh, hidden shadow many snake hands. From his left sleeve, over a dozen mottled great snakes shot out. Under Orochimaru's mental control, they instantly merged mid-flight to form a large, millstone-sized, mottled snake hand. With a rush of wind, it slammed down heavily toward Anoki's head. Anoki, confident in the brute strength of his rock fist, was unafraid. He raised his rock fist and slammed it fiercely into the giant snake hand. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and the mental control over the snake hand intensified. The force and momentum of the descending strike grew noticeably stronger. Boom! The mottled snake hand and the rock fist collided violently in the air. Anoki's short body was slammed down, sinking almost halfway into the earth. Orochimaru's snake hand also disintegrated, with no less than half the snakes being destroyed. Recalling the snakes, Orochimaru seized the moment as Anoki struggled to stand, quickly weaving hand signs with both hands. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Orwo. A massive, fiery dragon head emerged in the space in front of Orochimaru. Its wide-open mouth suddenly spat out a highly condensed, scorching hot, crimson fireball. Though this fireball was several times smaller than a great fireball, being only the size of a barrel, its speed was dramatically increased, and its destructive power was intensely concentrated. In just one breath, it left a fiery red tail as it arrived before Anoki. Anoki dared not take the hit head-on. His hands also flashed through a change of hand signs, and he slammed them heavily onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow spears. More than a dozen rock spikes, the thickness of a man's thigh, shot up from the ground in front of Anoki. They crisscrossed and intersected, forming a solid defensive wall composed of earth spikes. Orochimaru saw Anoki's response and inwardly praised it. The activation speed of the earth flow spears was much faster than other earth release defensive ninjutsu, and Anoki's clever application of the technique was also impressive. Boom! The fireball struck the spikes. Its power was ultimately limited, and it dissipated completely just as it smashed through the last few spikes, failing to inflict any damage on Anoki. Anoki, however, was daring. After launching the earth flow spears, he didn't wait to see if the jutsu could block Orochimaru's fireball. Instead, he stood brazenly behind the spike defense wall and began weaving another set of hand signs, demonstrating immense confidence in his own strength. Immediately after, Anoki launched a fierce counterattack. Earth release, earth golem technique. Amidst the rumbling, earth-shaking vibrations, the 10-meter-tall rock giant roared majestically into being on the battlefield. Even seeing the earth golem technique for the second time, the Konoha spectators were still amazed by the terror and power of the 10-meter behemoth. Its flower-bed-sized rock hands, its room-sized massive head, and its enormous bulk, which obscured half the arena, all clearly and memorably conveyed the horrific power of the jutsu. The audience began to worry about Orochimaru's plight. The towering rock giant, seemingly displeased with Orochimaru's tiny presence at its feet, lifted its giant foot under Anoki's command and stomped down toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was unfazed by the powerful earth golem. He took several quick steps, easily dodging the giant's attack. Then, with a burst of chakra from the soles of his feet, he vaulted onto the massive body of the earth golem. Anoki was confused by Orochimaru's movement and subconsciously directed the golem to swing its rock hands, trying to grab Orochimaru, who was scurrying across its body like a louse. Orochimaru sneered. Although the rock giant was huge and terrifyingly powerful, its attacks were, in turn, slow and clumsy. For the astonishingly fast Orochimaru, constantly leaping and maneuvering across the golem's body, easily dodging the rock hand's attacks was child's play. Of course, Orochimaru hadn't climbed onto the golem's body merely to better dodge attacks. Backed by rich combat experience and enhanced by his powerful spiritual energy, Orochimaru found the golem's few vulnerable joints in just a few breaths. Surging chakra poured wildly into his two fists. Using the exquisite technique of the monster strength ninjutsu, he slammed down heavily onto the rock giant's joints. Bang! A loud explosion echoed on the earth golem's body. With the first punch, the entire golem stiffened momentarily, like a great snake whose vital point had been seized. Its already slow and clumsy movements became mechanical, like a robot without oil. Anoki tried desperately to control it, but he couldn't change the situation. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, rapidly leaping to several other joints and unleashing several more violent punches. Bangs, bangs, bang. 5 more joints exploded in quick succession. The entire 10-meter-tall rock giant instantly became motionless, like a machine that had run out of power. Orochimaru leaped with full force, the air whistling past his ears, and delivered a heavy heavenly foot kick to the giant golem's room-sized head, striking its jaw. Following a loud crash, a crunch, crunch, crunch sound of rock shattering was heard. Spiderweb-like cracks had clearly appeared around the golem's neck. Orochimaru flipped and landed on one of the earth golem's massive hands. He drew back and then launched himself like a cannonball toward the golem's head. The immense chakra condensed in his two fists even formed a distinct phenomenon of 2 pale blue chakra spheres outside his hands. He then drove his chakra-wrapped fists forward in rapid succession, hitting it 10 times. He literally punched the room-sized golem head completely off its body. It smashed onto the arena floor with a loud thud. This entire sequence of monster strength, taijutsu combos, relying on Orochimaru's transcendent speed and powerful physical fortitude, was completed in just 3 breaths of time. Anoki could only watch as the 10-meter-tall rock giant collapsed with a great crash and a cloud of smoke and dust. Chapter 112. The collapse of the earth golem did not surprise Anoki. He wasn't so naive as to think a mere stone giant could defeat Orochimaru. However, what truly shocked him was that the earth golem hadn't achieved anything. It had been swiftly defeated by Orochimaru without even consuming much of the Konoha ninja's chakra. Furthermore, the sheer wealth of combat experience and skill displayed made Anoki feel utterly inadequate and deeply unsettled. Orochimaru, of course, was unaware of Anoki's thoughts, but even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. The massive earth golem crashed down, kicking up a huge cloud of dust across the arena. Seizing this perfect opportunity, a brilliant flash appeared in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes, and a surging chakra fluctuation erupted from his body. With a wicked smile, Orochimaru licked his lips. He gently bit his right thumb, then smeared the fresh crimson blood across the strange, inky black snake-like tattoo on his left forearm. He quickly wove the esoteric hand signs for the summoning technique. He slammed his left hand, the one with the strange snake tattoo, heavily onto the ground. Tiny, ant-like black script lines immediately radiated outwards from his palm, rapidly forming a complex, sprawling summoning formula. Summoning technique, Manda appears. Large plumes of white smoke billowed from the summoning formula. Before the crowd could discern what was within the smoke, an astonishing killing aura, one that was savage, bloodthirsty, and almost palpable, instantly enveloped the entire arena. The sheer force of the released aura even caused every bird in Konoha to take terrified flight. As a light breeze dispersed the smoke, a blood-curdling, savage roar erupted. SSS roar. The terrifying sound wave stirred the air, driving away the white smoke. Manda, hundreds of meters long, whose coiled body occupied most of the arena, raised its massive, hill-sized snake head, supporting Orochimaru. Its long, thick, dark purple tongue flickered in and out. Compared to 3 years ago, Manda's body was even larger, its black and purple mixed markings more complex, and its entire aura deeper and more powerful. Manda's lantern-sized, jade-green eyes, filled with bloodlust, glanced down at the diminutive Anoki on the ground, then looked up at Orochimaru on its head. Manda spoke in a low, raspy voice. "Orochimaru, you can't even handle a small fry like this. You need to call me out." Orochimaru smiled faintly on his pale, handsome face. "This match is important. I need a perfect victory. Go." Anoki and the Konoha audience gaped in shock at Manda, a creature even larger than the Earth Golem. The shock surging through their hearts was like a tidal wave. Even the cage on the high platform could no longer maintain their composure. Anoki, though stunned for a moment by the terrifying Manda, did not intend to sit idle. He immediately began to prepare his defense. His hands shifted hand signs, and chakra surged. Earth release, Earth Dragon Revolution. Amidst the roar of the cracking earth, a magnificent earth dragon, made of hard rock and earth, with the girth of several men standing shoulder to shoulder, rolled up from beneath the ground. It, too, lifted the small Anoki, allowing him to barely confront Orochimaru. Anoki's Earth Dragon Revolution ninjutsu was vastly different from when Orochimaru used it. Orochimaru's earth release techniques, mirroring his personality, focused on immense power and terrifying offense. The Earth Dragon he summoned was more overbearing and ferocious in momentum and attack power. Anoki's Earth Dragon, like his fighting style, was sturdier, more stable, and focused on defense. Seeing Anoki use the Earth Dragon Revolution, Orochimaru was somewhat surprised by the Tsuchikige's impressive chakra reserves. To be able to use this jutsu, after the heavily taxing Earth Golem technique, meant Anoki's chakra level had reached the pinnacle of a Jonin, lacking only the necessary understanding and mastery of certain advanced ninjutsu. The scene in the arena was unparalleled. 2 massive giants, each carrying their master, filled the entire battleground. They confronted each other, clashing with thunderous roars and powerful auras that soared into the sky. However, compared to Manda, the Earth Dragon summoned by Anoki was, at best, a very large earthworm. It was inferior in both size and momentum by severalfold. After a few collisions, Manda was completely unscathed, while Anoki's Earth Dragon developed numerous deep cracks and looked ready to collapse. Anoki, feeling Manda's overwhelming presence, grimaced inwardly. This summoned beast was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Orochimaru, composedly standing on Manda's head, directed the attack. Seeing the situation, he said, "All right, Manda, stop playing, end it." Manda's jade-green snake eyes instantly sharpened at Orochimaru's command. Its colossal body, like a skyscraper, began to build up a monstrous pressure, like a flash flood or a tsunami. The massive snake head, with its 4 purple, crown-like horns, roared skyward. Its thick, long tail moved in a blur, sweeping down with a fierce rush of wind to strike the Earth Dragon. With a thunderous boom crash, the entire hard, thick Earth Dragon was utterly shattered by Manda's tail. Large chunks of rock exploded outwards, slamming into the ground and gouging out numerous craters of various sizes, further ravaging the entire battleground. Manda stood erect. Orochimaru, standing atop Manda's head, frowned. He looked solemnly at Anoki, who was floating in midair opposite him. Anoki was proving to be unexpectedly tenacious. Anoki, floating in the air thanks to the lightweight rock technique, was panting heavily. He had reached his limit. Struggling to control his breathing, Anoki gathered his final remnants of chakra into his hands. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from Anoki's hands, glaring as intensely as a small sun. Orochimaru, who had been scrutinizing Anoki, suddenly felt a massive surge of alarm. Squinting, he clearly saw a four-sided, semi-transparent crystal, or rather, a Keke-Toda bloodline limit element selection, suddenly appear in Anoki's hands. As it radiated brilliant light, it contained a terrifying power capable of reducing everything to empty nothingness. It seemed capable of annihilating all matter down to its most basic atoms, filling him with dread. Gasping for breath, Anoki poured his last reserves of chakra into aiming the detachment of the primitive world technique at Orochimaru. With a terrifying sound of air being frictionally displaced and annihilated, a cylindrical beam of dazzling white light, the thickness of a man's thigh, shot out from Anoki's hands, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Seeing the dreadful power of the detachment of the primitive world technique, not just Orochimaru, but even Manda, felt an intense threat. Chapter 113. That blinding, dazzling final strike, condensed from all of Anoki's remaining chakra, completely annihilated all the dust and wood chips in the air along its path, carving out a channel of absolute vacuum and nothingness. It advanced with terrifying momentum toward Orochimaru. On the cage's platform, Sarutobi stared intently at the fearsome detachment of the primitive world technique. He was so tense he couldn't control his strength, suddenly crushing the two armrests of his chair. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, was also terrified. He knew that both Orochimaru and Anoki had fought to the point of no return. If Anoki's detachment of the primitive world technique hit Orochimaru, there was a high probability it would directly annihilate him into nothingness. The death of this Konoha genius ninja would likely lead to extreme dissatisfaction from Sarutobi and the other Konoha elders, potentially serving as the catalyst for a full-scale war. With this realization, Mu was instantly conflicted. On one hand, he wanted his student to win. On the other, he feared the terrible developments that would follow. The other cage were not fools and immediately realized the horrifying consequences. They all stood up in unison, fixing their attention on the arena where the result was imminent. In this moment of crisis, Manda, honed and trained over 3 years, unreservedly transferred its internal chakra to Orochimaru. The 8 branches, Orochi, which had been coiled atop Orochimaru's heart, acutely sensed his danger. It immediately converted the massive amount of chakra Manda transferred into streams of pure, deep blue chakra, injecting them into Orochimaru's chakra system. With Orochimaru as the lead, they jointly unleashed an even more powerful ninjutsu. Using his blood-smeared hands, Orochimaru instantly wove several hand signs and slammed his hands heavily onto Manda's head. Along with the surging, pure chakra, a mysterious contract force passed through Manda's huge body, instantly traveling deep into the earth. Following an inexplicable, profound trajectory, it connected to that mysterious, hidden realm. Summoning Triple Rashomon Rise. Excluding the area occupied by Manda, the entire arena, spanning several hundred meters, shattered and disintegrated. Amidst the deafening sound of the earth shaking, the first gate, a massive, crimson-tinged demon gate, rose from the earth with an evil, dark aura, standing defiantly before Orochimaru. Boom! The powerfully condensed detachment of the primitive world technique shot straight through the first Rashomon without any hindrance. Immediately after it pierced through, the second gate, a thick moss-green demon gate wrapped in heavy chains, rapidly rose from the ground. Boom! Under Orochimaru's flickering gaze, the second Rashomon was also pierced through. He let out a fierce shout, injecting even more chakra into that mysterious realm, using chakra as the source and the hand signs as a medium to wield the ancient contractual power. The third gate, a deep blue demon gate permeated with intense negative energy. Stillness, evil, darkness, and ferocity was summoned from that mysterious realm. It tore through the rock and earth, erupting from the ground with a thunderous roar. Thud! The column of energy, the thickness of a man's thigh, which given enough power could annihilate everything, finally struck the third demon gate. It blasted a deep, horrific concave dent that covered the entire blue demonic face and was finally halted. Orochimaru stood commandingly on Manda's head, looking down at Anoki. Anoki had exhausted all his chakra. Seeing that his final detachment of the primitive world technique had failed to defeat Orochimaru, a deep, bitter smile appeared on his face. He involuntarily closed his eyes, collapsed from exhaustion, and began to fall. Orochimaru controlled Manda to coil around the falling Anoki and gently placed him before the medical team. The golden sunlight streamed down upon the ruined, rubble-strewn arena, where only Orochimaru remained, standing atop Manda's head. The nearly 100,000 Konoha villagers and ninja in the stands fixed their eyes on the figure in the moonlight-white clothing atop the gigantic Manda. The scene was suddenly quiet, followed by an explosion of cheers and shouts that sounded like thunder and a tsunami. Someone started it, and the nearly 100,000 spectators began to shout a single, dignified, and revered title in unison: Snake Lord. In just 3 breaths, the surging wave of sound from 10,000 people, shaking the entire Konoha Grand Arena, spread the title of Snake Lord for Orochimaru throughout all of Konoha. They cheered, they screamed, they shouted Orochimaru's name, and they bestowed the honor of Snake Lord upon him. In that moment, Orochimaru, bathed in sunlight, standing atop the skyscraper-like Manda, was the sole focus of all 10,000 eyes. Aftermath and departure. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowded stands, a gallant man with white hair watched the arena quietly, accompanied by a boy who also had white hair. After a long time, the man sighed with feeling. "Sakumo, you are no longer in the same league as him." The man's voice was soft, but it clearly reached the white-haired boy's ears. Sakumo's initially resolute and determined eyes clouded with a hint of sadness, and he nodded. The man then affectionately stroked Sakumo's head and said slowly, reminiscing, "I truly miss the days of the past." On the cage's platform, Sarutobi sat in his now armless chair, looking completely at ease. His gaze toward Orochimaru was full of satisfaction, and he smiled warmly. Yatsuki Manro sighed with emotion. "Sarutobi, that student of yours is truly astonishing." Mu and Hazuki Jaro were in rare agreement, both nodding simultaneously. Only the second Tgthegood stared blankly at Orochimaru, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. In mid-August of the 19th year of the Konoha timeline, the Chunin exams, which had lasted for about half a month, concluded with the ultimate victory of Konoha's genius ninja, Orochimaru. With the end of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru's reputation as the #1 genius in the ninja world and the #1 young powerhouse in the ninja world, along with the esteemed title of Snake Lord, spread like wildfire throughout the entire ninja continent, making him famous overnight. In Konoha Village, people were discussing his feats and spectacular battles on every street corner. Just one day after the Chunin exams ended, the other 4 Kage departed Konoha one after another to return to their respective villages. 2 days later, Orochimaru, wrapped in a black trench coat, quietly set out from the village. What was puzzling was that a slender figure was walking beside him. That person was not Magi, not Kai, and not Bluebird. He was. Chapter 114. On the rooftop of the Hawkage Tower, Sarutobi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the distant village gates. He sighed softly, his expression complex, a mix of reminiscence, bewilderment, and satisfaction. Sarutobi seemed to be muttering to himself. The young eagle must eventually spread its wings. Tgthegood, standing a step behind Sarutobi in a rare non-Anbu attire, heard the low murmur. His throat moved, and he hesitated to speak. However, Sarutobi asked him, "Gen, I heard Orochimaru took you as his master, and that you let Sakumo leave the village with him." Tgthegood carefully considered his words before answering. "That boy, Orochimaru, came to ask me about taijutsu and kenjutsu. I taught him some of the framework and essence of the supreme blade style and the deceptive blade style. Since he mentioned going out to train, I asked him to take Sakumo along. I want my son to learn a few things from Orochimaru too." Sarutobi offered a helpless smile. He no longer needed to personally worry about Orochimaru's training progress. Of course, he had never been hands-on in the first place. The boy had always been highly self-disciplined and consistently surprised him. He then said nostalgically, "That boy and Sakumo truly remind me of our own days." Tgthegood, too, was caught up in the memory, a hazy look of recollection in his eyes. On the road, Orochimaru did not indulge in a dramatic farewell. He simply informed Sarutobi, left a note, and quietly departed. At this moment, Orochimaru, clad in a long, dark black traveler's coat, and Hadake Sakumo were walking silently along the main road outside the gates of Konoha village. This strange, quiet atmosphere had persisted for some time. Orochimaru offered a slight smile. This guy certainly has patience. Since they were outside the village, however, it was time to clarify a few things. "Sakumo," Orochimaru called out. The thin Sakumo stopped and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes fixed on Sakumo's own. His sharp, penetrating, and charismatic gaze momentarily gave Sakumo the illusion that his entire being was being seen through. After a moment of scrutiny, Orochimaru slowly said, "Sensei Gen asked me to take you out this time, and I have no objection. However, throughout this journey, you must follow my orders. Any issues with that?" Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sakumo recalled his father's instructions before he left. After Hadake Gen had passed on some of the Hadake clan's taijutsu secrets and the essence of the two kenjutsu styles to Orochimaru, he turned to Sakumo, who had emerged from the back room, and said, "Go, you will leave the village with him." "Father?" Sakumo asked back, seemingly unsure, his expression one of extreme surprise. "Do not doubt, Lord Sarutobi and I went through the same thing back then. Follow his commands all the way. When you return, I believe you will give me a pleasant surprise." Hadake Gen's words continued to surprise Sakumo. In the end, however, Sakumo, who always trusted his father, nodded in agreement. Snapping out of his thoughts, Sakumo's face became respectful. He whispered, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru was briefly taken aback by Sakumo's sudden change in attitude. He quickly guessed what might have happened, but didn't dwell on it. He simply let it be and resumed their journey. Orochimaru did not use Shunshin, chakra-enhanced speed, for travel, choosing instead to simply walk with Hadake Sakumo. Having received some of the Hadake clan's body refinement secrets and the essence of the two sword styles from Hadake Gen, whom he had accepted as a master, Orochimaru knew that Gen had taught him virtually everything, excluding only the most private clan secrets. Thus, having agreed to take Sakumo out for training, Orochimaru did not slack off. Along the way, he effortlessly explained various insights and knowledge about ninjutsu to Sakumo. Of course, for Orochimaru, this was only shallow material. As for the deeper knowledge, he intended to test this future White Fang of Konoha first before deciding how much more to impart. For Sakumo, however, the series of profound yet accessible lessons from Orochimaru was enough to be immensely beneficial. He naturally became more trusting of his father's words, and his speech and attitude grew more genuine and respectful. The two walked and rested, walking and talking for an entire day. As dusk fell, they found an inn on the road for lodging. After traveling this way for 3 days, they finally left Konoha and entered the territory of the Grass Village. This marked half the distance of Orochimaru's planned journey. Orochimaru looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, and night would soon descend. As they had on previous days, Orochimaru and Sakumo found an inn. He pushed the door open and started to walk inside. However, the moment he stepped in, he heard a string of curses. "Old man, you looking for trouble? How long have you been overdue on this month's rent? We boys have been waiting so long the damn flowers have wilted. Oh, is this your granddaughter? Quite a fresh blossom, eh? Heh heh. Let us boys have some fun tonight and we'll call this month even. What do you say?" Squeak. The sound of the old wooden door opening was particularly grating at that moment. After Orochimaru entered, he looked up. It was a common scene. 6 ruffians were trying to collect protection money from the innkeeper. Everyone else in the inn had already vanished. When the group saw Orochimaru walk in so openly after witnessing the scene, they all froze, stopping their actions. The leering, skinny leader of the ruffians seemed to feel challenged by Orochimaru's action. He shoved the innkeeper and his granddaughter aside, turned around, pushed away his subordinates, and walked with a swagger toward Orochimaru. He spoke menacingly. "You two brats." PFFFD. A few strange sounds were heard. "Ah!" The ruffian heard a scream, apparently from the innkeeper's granddaughter, behind him. Then he felt an intense surge of pain in his chest. Looking down in terror, he saw that his chest had been completely pierced through by a mottled, poisonous python the thickness of a man's arm. The brutal, bloodthirsty python, after penetrating the ruffian's chest, snaked its body around his neck, flicking its tongue out behind him. It tilted its triangular head, staring coldly at the thug, who was not quite dead. The ruffian endured the pain and struggled to raise his head. His eyes followed the snake's body forward. He saw that the mottled python's body extended all the way into the sleeve of Orochimaru, who was wearing the black hooded coat. The ruffian's eyes, filled with 8 parts fear and 2 parts plea, met Orochimaru's cold, emotionless dark golden gaze. He tried to speak, but was blocked by fragments of internal organs and blood welling up in his throat. He could only make a weak hoo-hoo-hoo sound before, along with his other 4 brothers, he collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, bleeding into a pool of blood. Chapter 115. The last remaining ruffian, seeing Orochimaru's nonchalant method of killing and the pool of blood and corpses on the floor, immediately realized he had messed with the wrong people, ninja. Stumbling and staggering, he bolted toward the back of the inn, hoping to find a back door and save his life. Orochimaru retracted the poisonous python and calmly instructed Sakumo, "Go and kill that man." A look of internal conflict flashed in Sakumo's eyes, but he leaped away to obey. Orochimaru himself was serene. He walked past the corpses with a calm, unbothered expression, took out a pouch of money, and tossed it to the innkeeper. He said indifferently, "A table of food, 2 rooms. The remaining money is for the labor of cleaning up the bodies." The old man tremblingly accepted the generous money pouch. Being a seasoned veteran of the world, he knew Orochimaru was a ninja, and likely a powerful one. Without saying anything more, he comforted his granddaughter and went to prepare Orochimaru's food and rooms. Orochimaru, under the gaze of the innkeeper's lively granddaughter, a gaze mixed with fear and a touch of curiosity, sat down composedly at a worn wooden dining table, waiting for Sakumo's return. Testing the resolve. After about 5 minutes, Sakumo returned, looking dazed. Orochimaru was not surprised. He knew this was likely Sakumo's first kill and that he had probably struggled internally for a while. Sakumo sat down, looking distracted. The food had been served, but he clearly had no intention of eating. Orochimaru ate a few bites before speaking. "If you hadn't gone to kill that thug just now, I would send you back to Konoha immediately. Since you did kill him, I'll only add one thing: those people deserved to die." Sakumo nodded. He looked at the food, picked up his chopsticks, and hesitated. The heavy smell of blood still lingered, and the scene of the killing seemed to flash in his mind. He finally put the chopsticks down. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had no aversion to eating amidst the corpses and the pervasive smell of blood. He continued eating. Only after finishing his meal did he put down his chopsticks and say coolly, "If, after killing a person, you can't even eat a meal, you are simply unfit to be a ninja, and even more unfit to be an heir of the Hadate clan." Orochimaru's words directly struck Sakumo's pride. Without a word, Sakumo forced himself to eat, but it wasn't long before he vomited onto the floor. Orochimaru didn't mind. Only after Sakumo finished throwing up did he continue, "Keep eating. Eat until you can do it without vomiting." Sakumo didn't complain at all, carrying out Orochimaru's command to the letter. It took over an hour. The innkeeper diligently cleaned up the corpses and the bloodstains, and the young granddaughter's fear had dissipated, replaced by intense surprise and curiosity. Only then did Sakumo, with great difficulty, finally fill his stomach. Orochimaru sat beside him, watching Sakumo vomit 3 times and restart his meal 3 times until he finished. He then subtly licked his lips and smiled wickedly, as expected of the White Fang. He truly is a talent that can be molded. Sakumo looked at Orochimaru. "Now, can I be sure that I won't be sent back to Konoha halfway through the trip?" A look of curious amusement appeared in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. He smiled noncommittally. "For the days ahead, listen more, observe more, think more, and do more. Just talk less. Of course, if you break down, don't come crying and begging me then." Sakumo did not speak. Unlike the first time he met Orochimaru, he now held an unyielding gaze as sharp as a blade, even without the white light blade in his hand. Orochimaru knew Sakumo was an obsessive person. He smiled again, realizing he was much the same. And how many people who earn the right to stand at the world's peak are without an obsessive side? He stopped dwelling on it. Orochimaru and Sakumo followed the innkeeper to their respective rooms. Researching the ultimate jutsu. Once inside his room, despite the typical backward and poor condition of the small country, meaning there were no electric lights, the simple, tidy, and clean bed and furnishings were satisfactory to Orochimaru, who was not demanding in this regard. Taking off his large black hooded coat, Orochimaru lit a candle. He took out the scroll given to him by Tgthegood from his hip pouch and sat down at the old, worn desk, beginning to study it carefully. Occasionally, he would weave a few hand signs to observe the flow of his own chakra, verifying the scroll's contents against his own theories. When Tgthegood accepted Orochimaru as his disciple and gave him this scroll, he stated that it only contained some of the Tgthegood clan's taijutsu secrets and the basic framework and essence of the supreme blade style and the deceptive blade style. Although it did not involve the absolute core secrets and techniques of the Tgthegood clans, taijutsu and kenjutsu, Orochimaru was very satisfied. With his vast knowledge of ninjutsu and secret techniques, cross-referencing and verifying the information provided immense benefit. It helped not only with the progress of his life-form evolution project, but also with Orochimaru's own kenjutsu. Furthermore, he didn't actually need the core secrets of the deceptive blade style and the supreme blade style. The basic frameworks were enough. Knowing the absolute core secrets might limit his thinking and growth potential, and Orochimaru disliked such a penny-wise, pound-foolish approach. So, Orochimaru was happy with Gen's decision. It was a win-win for both parties. Orochimaru could now incorporate his own understanding into the Tgthegood frameworks, potentially forming a unique kenjutsu style of his own. After 2 hours of studying the Tgthegood taijutsu and kenjutsu scroll, Orochimaru took out a series of other items sealed in a separate scroll from his hip pouch. A stack of snow-white talismans, a bottle of black ink, a small inkstone, and several delicate, precious calligraphy brushes. After setting everything down, Orochimaru began to sketch and draw esoteric and complex sealing formulas on a piece of scratch paper. He then connected these obscure formulas into intricate chains of secret jutsu sequences. Looking at these individual formulas and chains of secret techniques, and being able to clearly decipher all their meanings and effects, Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. He rapidly simulated the techniques in his mind. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, pick up his brush, and sketch a few lines. Over and over, time after time, Orochimaru was constantly comparing, simulating, and verifying the powerful ninjutsu deep within his memory, the one he carried from his 2 lives. The forbidden jutsu he had spent all his effort creating in his previous life, the one even stronger and more perfect than immortality. Chapter 116. It took another 2 hours for Orochimaru to successfully sketch the sealing formula on his scratch paper 10 consecutive times. He set aside the draft papers, now filled with various formulas, and picked up a delicate, precious calligraphy brush. He poured out some black ink and patiently began to grind it. During this process, Orochimaru was also regulating his mind, aiming for the best possible mental state before he began carving the jutsu formula onto the talisman paper. After about 5 minutes, Orochimaru's mind was completely restored to a state of calm. He held the fine brush, dipped it in the black ink, and paused, facing the pristine white talisman paper. A brilliant flash of light crossed his dark golden eyes. Suddenly, he moved. The slender, refined brush flowed like water in Orochimaru's hand. With sweeping, serpentine strokes, individual sealing formulas and chains of sequences sprang to life on the paper. After about 3 minutes of concentrated effort, the final formula rune dropped into place, and the entire sealing jutsu array was complete. Setting down the brush, Orochimaru looked at the clear, yet profoundly esoteric and infinitely complex jutsu array. A sense of pride welled up, but he was also plunged into deep memory. The genesis of a forbidden jutsu. In his previous life, when Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization and participated in his first tailed beast sealing ritual, his dream, to understand all of the ninja world's jutsu and master all truths, made him instantly obsessed with the grand and esoteric sealing jutsu, the phantom dragon 9 consuming seals. It was as if a lustful man had suddenly found himself before a gorgeous courtesan. He became utterly infatuated. In the days that followed, it was inevitable. Orochimaru, the #1 patron, meticulously and maniacally carried out the undressing of this beautiful courtesan. Driven by his vast ninjutsu knowledge and his pathologically obsessive research drive, and after sacrificing several hundred excellent test subjects, he finally developed this powerful forbidden jutsu, one that was an accumulation of his life's knowledge and was even stronger than immortality. The moment he perfected this forbidden jutsu, the Akatsuki organization discovered his true intentions. Coincidentally, having fallen out with Itachi due to his covetousness of Itachi's body, Orochimaru simply cut his losses and left Akatsuki. However, in the days after leaving Akatsuki, Orochimaru never had the opportunity to find a tailed beast and personally test the jutsu's effects before being sealed by Itachi. It was only after his miraculous rebirth from the seal of the Totsuka blade that he finally had the grand opportunity to execute a terrifying and comprehensive enhancement plan, laying a supreme foundation to practice and use this forbidden jutsu. The effect of this forbidden jutsu is to use a complex, esoteric sealing array to extract a portion of a tailed beast's chakra and vitality and seal it within his own body, supplementing his own life force and increasing his power. From another perspective, provided he achieved sufficient strength to use this jutsu to seal enough tailed beast chakra and vitality within himself, he would not only gain incredible power, but also achieve a perfect state of true physical immortality, a capability and form even stronger than the immortality jutsu. Naturally, meeting the conditions required to use this forbidden jutsu was one of the primary reasons Orochimaru had been strenuously tempering his body. After all, having a forbidden jutsu capable of sealing tailed beast chakra and vitality is meaningless if he doesn't possess a powerful body capable of containing the tailed beast's rampant chakra. Once he possesses that powerful body and uses this forbidden jutsu, the accumulation of his knowledge from 2 lives, to steal and seal a tailed beast's vitality and chakra, Orochimaru can use that power to proceed with his great lifeform evolution project. He can then recklessly catalyze his body's metabolism, expending life force to forge the most perfect physical conditions and structure. At that point, this forbidden jutsu and the lifeform evolution project would complement each other, drastically accelerating his progress and yielding far greater results. Only then could he gain power that surpassed his previous life, power that surpassed cage level. And when all this succeeds, Orochimaru looked at the esoteric sealing array on the white talisman paper. Glimpsing his future, he couldn't help but lick his lips, smiling wickedly, his dark golden eyes revealing immense ambition and grand aspirations. The myriad spirit seal. While Orochimaru was lost in thought, the jutsu array on the talisman paper had finished drying. Facing the obscure and complex sealing array, Orochimaru began to weave a series of intricate and profound hand signs. His hands moved like a butterfly dancing through flowers, leaving streaks of afterimages that were nonetheless perfectly clear. As the final hand sign concluded, Orochimaru pressed his right hand, which was filled with pure chakra, down onto the talisman paper. Deep blue chakra flowed through his right hand into the esoteric forbidden jutsu array. After drawing out an enormous amount of chakra, approximately half of Orochimaru's total reserves, the sealing array finally began to emit a soft, shimmering pale blue light. Reflected against the nearby orange candlelight, it was surreal and strikingly beautiful. Seeing this, Orochimaru knew the forbidden jutsu array had been activated, and all preparation was complete. He undid the top of his wide, moon-white kimono, letting it fall to his waist, exposing his chest, which was lean, muscular, and well-defined. Next, he cautiously picked up the talisman paper, held it in his right palm, and slammed it against his right chest and lungs. Slap! The white talisman paper was pressed onto Orochimaru's right chest. In that instant, the individual lines of the jutsu array on the white paper suddenly twisted and vibrated like startled insects. They shimmered with a pale blue light, moving ceaselessly. One by one, The formula runes and chains separated from the white talisman paper and adhered to the skin and muscle of Orochimaru's right chest, forming a forbidden jutsu array identical to the one on the paper. It then began to rapidly seep deeper into Orochimaru's body. The moment the forbidden jutsu array attached to his chest, an intense pain, like the tearing of muscle tissue, shot into Orochimaru's pain receptors. His pupils instantly contracted, his thin lips were tightly pursed, and his dark golden eyes betrayed enormous willpower and determination. He shook his hand, letting the white talisman paper drop onto the table. Astonishingly, the jutsu array was gone from the paper. The esoteric formula was now completely imprinted on the skin and muscle of Orochimaru's right chest, where it glowed with a pale blue light seeping inward. Fighting back the intense, knife-like pain, Orochimaru once again began to weave hand signs, focusing the remaining half of his chakra into both the hand signs and his right chest. Sealing Forbidden Jutsu, Myriad Spirit Seal. Chapter 117. As Orochimaru performed the Myriad Spirit Seal Forbidden Jutsu and injected the remaining chakra, the esoteric formula on his right chest suddenly accelerated its penetration into his body several times over. In just about 10 breaths, the profound and complicated Forbidden Jutsu array completely seeped into Orochimaru's internal system. Then, under Orochimaru's control, the distinct and clear markings suddenly surfaced on the surface of his constantly moving lungs, looking as if they had been branded there since birth. Once everything was completed, Orochimaru finally let out a long breath and collapsed slightly exhausted onto the bed. The massive consumption of chakra left him feeling weary. However, his mental state was somewhat exhilarated. If he had failed just now, the rampaging chakra from the Forbidden Jutsu array would have severely wounded him. Now, with the Myriad Spirit Seal array settled on his lungs, provided he achieves sufficient physical strength in the future, he can use this jutsu to capture a tailed beast and proceed with the chakra and vitality extraction. With countless prospects flashing through his mind, Orochimaru's dark golden eyes held a deep confidence and ambition. He looked at his chest. The forbidden jutsu formula that had been on his skin had completely vanished, having seeped into his lungs. He then put his clothes back on. Not bothering with formalities, he simply lay down on the bed fully dressed and fell into a deep sleep. If Orochimaru's body were to be dissected at this moment, one would find an esoteric forbidden jutsu array on the surface of his lungs, pulsating with his breathing and emitting a soft blue glow. The abandoned temple. They walked for 3 more days. When both Orochimaru and Sakumo, clad in their black coats, were covered in a fair amount of dust, they finally saw a temple nestled on a small mountain in the distance. Gazing at the dilapidated, inconspicuous temple, Orochimaru smiled faintly and wickedly, licking his lips. A complicated, strange meaning flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "I will take back what belongs to me, one piece at a time." Sakumo heard Orochimaru's whisper and looked up at him, but he was wise enough not to ask any questions. Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. "Hee, let's go." They steadily advanced along the mountain path leading to the temple. About 30 minutes later, Orochimaru and Sakumo finally stood before the crumbling structure. The temple was small. Even with 3 inner courtyards, it was only the size of a basketball court. With walls made of yellow earth and roofs tiled with red, it had once been an exceptionally beautiful temple. However, the passage of time had dulled its colors and scarred its walls. Thorny vines and brambles covered the faded walls, making it look even more desolate. The main gate of the temple was wide open. Orochimaru, without a word, left Sakumo at the entrance and stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately saw a bronze incense burner, about half the height of a person. Only a few scattered sticks of incense were burning inside, sending up just a few wisps of smoke. Instead of creating a peaceful, tranquil Buddhist atmosphere, it added a desolate air of neglect. Orochimaru briefly glanced at the incense. Although there were only a few sticks, they were clearly fresh and burning brightly. This indicated that there was still a monk residing in the temple. He walked past the incense burner, heading toward the main hall where the Buddha statue was enshrined. His steps were unhurried, like a casual stroll, yet they carried a distinct air of vigilance and caution. His powerful spiritual energy spread out, ready to guard against surrounding dangers and surprises. In his previous life, while poring over a vast number of ancient texts in search of powerful ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu, he had accidentally come across the trace of the Kusanagi sword in a book. When he visited this temple back then, it was deserted. But everything he saw now indicated a deviation from his past life's memory, forcing Orochimaru to be on guard. Orochimaru stopped before the closed door of the main Buddha hall. From inside came the clear, rhythmic sound of a wooden fish being struck and a low chanting. Orochimaru paused, then pushed the door open with a squeak. As the door opened, the sight of an old monk sitting on a cushion, back toward Orochimaru, reciting scripture, came into view. Orochimaru lowered his hood, walked to the monk's side, and stared at the enshrined Buddha statue in silence. It was a copper statue of the enlightened Buddha, slightly taller than a person, seated in the full lotus position. The copper surface, ravaged by time, no longer held its original brilliance and glory. It was dull and mottled. Yet the face of the Buddha, seated cross-legged with the Dhyana Mudra, meditation hand sign, remained serene. Its gaze seemed to carry the grand vow of pitying the world and saving all sentient beings. Combined with the old monk's clear wooden fish striking and the chanting, it lent the scene an air of stillness and solemnity. In this special atmosphere, Orochimaru reflected on his two lives, the strange events of his rebirth, and found subtle thoughts and realizations emerging in his heart. Next, Orochimaru continuously probed the entire statue with his powerful spiritual energy. Although he couldn't detect any hint of anything unusual, his experience from his previous life made him certain that the Kusanagi sword, a weapon that was nearly indestructible, was buried inside the statue. The old monk initially made no reaction. It was only when Orochimaru stood beside him and began scrutinizing the statue that the monk, still closing his eyes and chanting, stopped his actions. He spoke in a low, gentle voice. "Little benefactor, this humble monk offers his greetings." Orochimaru turned to look at the old monk. The monk wore a gray patchwork robe. His closed face was peaceful and serene. When Orochimaru looked at him, the monk seemed to sense it and opened his eyes. His eyes were completely gray and dull. He was blind. Orochimaru's heart stirred, eyes obscured, heart enlightened. The old monk smiled kindly, seeing that Orochimaru did not reply, and asked again, "Little benefactor, why have you come?" Orochimaru thought for a moment, then spoke in his distinct, increasingly magnetic voice. "I have come to take back what belongs to me." The old monk smiled peacefully and looked toward the Buddha statue, as if he already knew Orochimaru's intent. All things in heaven and earth, whether useless trifles or priceless treasures, fundamentally belong to heaven and earth. How can there be yours or mine? Little benefactor, you are too attached to form. Orochimaru knew the monk was referring to him, but didn't take offense. Instead, a wave of intense arrogance and dominance surged from his body. "What I know and what I want is mine." The old monk knew he could not dissuade him and sighed lightly. "This humble monk's ability is weak, and I cannot hinder the little benefactor's intent. Taking the liberty of an old man, I offer you one piece of advice. Please always check your conscience in all matters. That supreme treasure within is permeated with an extremely powerful killing aura. While the little benefactor is no ordinary person, please use it with caution." Orochimaru's gaze flickered. The old monk put away his wooden fish, closed his dull, gray eyes again, and walked slowly toward the exit, a lonely figure murmuring to himself. 60 long years, so be it, so be it. It is time to leave, time to leave." The aged voice gradually faded, leaving only Orochimaru standing alone, silently contemplating the mottled, solemn Buddha statue. Chapter 118. It took about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea for Orochimaru to snap out of his contemplation. By then, the old monk had long departed. He didn't mind. Raising his right hand toward the mottled Buddha statue, 5 mottled poisonous pythons, the girth of soup bowls, slowly emerged from his wide sleeve. Under Orochimaru's control, they tightly wrapped around the entire man-sized Buddha statue. Then, Orochimaru made a grasping motion with his right hand. With a loud boom, the immense, forceful pressure generated by the constricting pythons completely shattered the entire statue. The moment the statue exploded, a faint yet distinct and continuous buzz, buzz, buzz of a vibrating long blade could be heard. A surge of evil, overbearing, and violent killing aura, one that could affect the minds of ordinary people, erupted instantly. The fierce, surging aura brought with it a compelling gust of wind, and at the same time, it carried relentless, sharp, invisible sword energy. In just a single instant, the 5 mottled poisonous pythons that had shattered the statue were sliced into pieces of shredded meat by the sword energy, splattering crimson blood everywhere. The terrifying killing aura, combined with the sharp sword energy, merged into a column of black, circular energy that suddenly shot skyward, immediately punching through the roof of the Buddha Hall and soaring straight into the clouds. This eye-catching, strange sight was visible for several miles around, startling all the birds and beasts within a 10-mile radius, sending them scattering in panic. The old monk, who had tidied his meager belongings and walked some distance, sensed the astonishingly dense killing aura rushing to the sky. He did not turn his head, kept his eyes closed, and continued walking forward. The old monk, who walked more steadily than ordinary people despite his blindness, murmured softly, "The demon blade has emerged. The world is likely to become even more chaotic. If it is fortune, it is not misfortune. If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided." A blade for a serpent. Inside the Buddha Hall. Watching the awe-inspiring scene, Orochimaru scoffed. An equally unyielding, chilling killing intent surged from him, creating a half-meter barrier that repelled the oppressive aura. He then focused his gaze on the location where the Buddha statue had stood. There, a unique long blade, nearly a meter in length and appearing to be made of fine black jade, was quietly plunged into the statue's base. It continued to emit a faint buzz, buzz, buzz sound, as if excited to finally see the light of day again. Orochimaru frowned. The Kusanagi sword isn't inside this statue, it's a different blade. No wonder the old monk's tone was a little strange just now. However, feeling the terrifyingly dense killing aura, Orochimaru smiled wickedly. A sense of mutual appreciation emanated from the blade, as if it had been waiting for a long time, only for this moment. Orochimaru's killing aura intensified. He slowly walked toward the pitch-black long blade. When he got closer, Orochimaru realized that this strange blade was not entirely black. Its surface was thoroughly engulfed and shrouded by the black killing aura, making it appear to be made of black jade. The horrifying aura emanating from the blade was so dense that it formed images of various mythical demon fangs and shadowy figures that spread outwards. Their ferocious expressions and terrifying malice sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Orochimaru suddenly recalled a world-famous evil demon blade, Muramasa. At this thought, brilliant beams of excitement and fervor burst forth from his dark golden eyes. Orochimaru hesitated no longer. Braving the demon blade's aura, he leaped onto the table in front of the statue. His pale, slender right hand slowly grasped the hilt of the demon blade. Boom! A huge sound suddenly roared in Orochimaru's mind. The demon blade's once soaring killing aura suddenly retracted, all of it rushing through the hilt grasped in his hand and impacting Orochimaru's consciousness. The demon shadows and fangs, which had been coiling around Orochimaru's arm, surged into his mind one by one. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes glazed over for a moment. A powerful, intense urge to slaughter everyone in the world suddenly rose in his heart. Orochimaru immediately reacted. His formidable spiritual energy instantly countered the demon blade's attack. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he let out a faint snort and a cold laugh. The killing aura surrounding his body grew thicker and more intense, sweeping away the demon blade's aura that had invaded his body without showing any weakness. Not only that, but the vast killing aura Orochimaru had forged through seas of corpses and rivers of blood, under his control, charged into the demon blade. The blade's aura was instantly overwhelmed by Orochimaru. Immediately after, Orochimaru's pure and massive chakra surged into the demon blade, forcefully subduing it. The demon blade, which had been continuously emitting a low buzz, 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 instantly quieted down after Orochimaru's chakra flowed in and subdued it, resting silently in his hand. The pitch-black shadows of the demon figures and fangs coiling around the blade slowly vanished, revealing the demon blade's true appearance. Made of an unknown metal, the blade was entirely silver, gleaming with a sharp metallic luster. Under the infusion of chakra, it radiated a faint, pale blue light. The blade surface was engraved with a black dragon roaring skyward and the two ancient characters for Muramasa. The blade itself had a slight curve, which, while aesthetically pleasing, also increased the sword's lethality. The black hilt was short, lacking the cumbersome feel of a two-handed katana, which greatly satisfied Orochimaru. Wielding it, he casually traced a few flourishes, and the clear, chilling sound of the blade cutting the air gave Orochimaru a clear understanding of the demon blade Muramasa's sharpness. Furthermore, Orochimaru could clearly feel that while holding the blade, his own killing intent and aura became even harder to suppress, feeling restless and ready to burst forth. Orochimaru understood the reason why the demon blade Muramasa was called the Cursed Long Blade. If even Orochimaru had difficulty suppressing the urge to kill, an ordinary person or even a slightly weaker ninja who acquired this demon blade would be completely controlled by its malice, turning into an outright murderous monster. This, in turn, would make the blade's aura stronger and increasingly difficult to control. Orochimaru paid no mind to these things. He had enough arrogance and power to control this demon blade. It would become his sharpest weapon, bringing his fame across the world. Orochimaru admired it carefully, licked his lips, and looked at the demon blade Muramasa. His dark golden eyes were filled with excitement. This was absolutely the most suitable weapon for him. Taking a roll of white medical gauze from his hip pouch, he meticulously wrapped the entire strange demon blade, tying it securely to his back. He then covered it with his black traveler's coat, leaving only a short section of the black hilt visible over his shoulder. With everything arranged, Orochimaru walked out of the Buddha Hall, utterly satisfied. Chapter 119. Hatake Sakumo idly watched the old monk walk farther and farther away. He was full of questions, yet even when the monk passed by him, he didn't give in to his curiosity and approach him. He had obediently followed Orochimaru's instruction: listen more, observe more, think more, and do more, talk less. Only when the monk disappeared from view did Sakumo slowly withdraw his gaze. In his mind, the old monk possessed a strange quality. He could tell the monk was blind, but what was most peculiar was that when the monk passed by him, he had the exact same sensation as when he first met Orochimaru, the feeling of being completely seen through. However, the monk's feeling was different from Orochimaru's. If Orochimaru was like a scalpel, sharply slicing a person open to look through them, the old monk felt like an invisible X-ray, a subtle sensation, yet one that confirmed his entire being was completely exposed. Just as Sakumo was lost in thought, a terrifying sword aura suddenly erupted from the dilapidated temple, piercing the roof and shooting straight into the clouds. Stunned by the horrific pillar of killing aura, Sakumo immediately snapped back to reality. His gaze, tinged with alarm, was fixed on the terrifying, towering sword aura. He felt the white light blade, white fang on his person vibrating incessantly, seemingly a mixture of excitement and fear, a reaction even he, its longtime master, could not decipher. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Orochimaru emerged from the temple. As Orochimaru's figure approached, the hint of terror in Sakumo's eyes deepened, and the white light blade's agitation intensified. Feeling the intensified, more vast and profound aura and presence emanating from Orochimaru compared to a moment ago, Sakumo was filled with complex emotions. What he had heard from his father, combined with what he had witnessed on this journey, the torrent of surprises delivered by this peer, who was not much older than himself, was astonishing. Like Orochimaru's lightning-fast growth in power, it was so impressive that he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of admiration. Orochimaru stepped out of the temple, glanced at Sakumo, and, keenly sensing the white light blade's agitation, said calmly, "All right, let's go." Sakumo nodded. He didn't ask where they were going or say anything more, simply following closely behind Orochimaru. However, his eyes kept glancing at the sword hilt poking out from Orochimaru's back. Trouble in the grassland. Although the land of grass was economically backward, perhaps due to its proximity to the land of fire, its climate and environment were surprisingly similar. Everywhere they went, there were dense forests and grasslands, and the natural scenery was quite pleasant. Occasionally, the view would open up to reveal layers of terraced fields and homes. The nation as a whole was not rich, but many of its people seemed content and lived relatively happy lives. Orochimaru and Hatake Sakumo were currently traversing a forest. In the distance, they could vaguely see the layers of terraced fields and a collection of homes, seemingly a small village of about 100 people. Sakumo, whose spirits were slightly weary after a few days of camping and travel in the forest, couldn't help but quicken his pace upon seeing this scene. Suddenly, Orochimaru revealed a playful smile. His powerful spiritual energy sensed strong chakra fluctuations emanating from the village ahead. Orochimaru immediately pulled back the oblivious Sakumo and said calmly, "Don't rush. There are chakra fluctuations in the village ahead. Be alert. Let's go see what's happening." Upon hearing this, Sakumo's eyes instantly narrowed. He immediately became cautious. The two lowered their presence and stealthily moved to a small hill above the terraced fields, where they looked down at the scene unfolding in the village. The small village, which should have been quiet and peaceful, had been transformed into a living hell. They saw a ninja covered in blood frantically fleeing in front, constantly leaping and maneuvering, scrambling across the village rooftops. He was skillfully using the houses to dodge the ninjutsu being launched by the several ninja chasing him. High-temperature flames and fierce gales, though missing the fleeing ninja, utterly destroyed the homes, sending the civilians inside to the netherworld. The innocent villagers, realizing that their houses offered no safety, poured out of their homes, crying, screaming, and scattering in panic. This, however, played right into the hands of the fleeing ninja, who moved through the noisy, terrified crowd without hesitation, occasionally striking the villagers with a venomous ninjutsu to leave a surprise for the pursuing ninja behind him. After carelessly losing 2 comrades, the remaining 5 pursuing ninja seemed to be overcome by bloodlust. They simultaneously used ninjutsu, sweeping away the scattering villagers. In an instant, the area was littered with dozens of corpses and shocking pools of crimson blood. And with that delay, the treacherous fleeing ninja had already run far away. Sakumo, who had been observing from the side for some time, was filled with indignation and anger. However, with only Chunin-level strength, he was no match for the 5 pursuing ninja, who were also of Chunin rank. Powerless, he kept looking toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, observing with cold eyes, noticed something interesting. The fleeing ninja gave him a similar feeling, the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Orochimaru naturally caught the meaning in Sakumo's gaze, but he didn't mind. He simply licked his lips and smiled playfully, unhooking the Muramasa from his back. He wanted to test the blade's edge and power, and these pursuing ninja, though a little weak, were perfectly timed. Orochimaru held the demon blade Muramasa. As the white medical bandages slowly fell away and the Muramasa's original appearance was fully revealed, a dominant aura, a fusion of Orochimaru's own killing intent and the malice contained within the demon blade Muramasa, suddenly swept across the entire area, encompassing the 5 pursuing ninja from above. Orochimaru's dense killing aura was already close to becoming tangible. Now, having obtained and fused with the Muramasa's malice, it immediately crossed that threshold. A tangible black giant serpent of killing aura elegantly, yet menacingly, unfurled behind Orochimaru, exuding an icy, cold presence like a blizzard in the northern depths of winter. As Orochimaru's murderous dark golden eyes fell upon the 5 pursuing ninja below, the black serpent's icy, inhuman snake eyes stared back at the ninja as well. The 5 pursuing ninja had already sensed Orochimaru's presence as he moved, but before they could fully gauge his strength, the sight of those icy snake eyes caused a collective panic. They felt like nestlings in a bird's nest who had suddenly discovered a terrifying mottled giant python, their faces turning ashen and their hearts filled with terror. Chapter 120. Sakumo, go intercept the fleeing ninja. "Leave these ones to me." After leaving this command, Orochimaru, without waiting for the 5 pursuing ninja below to react, leaped down. He traversed the terraced fields with light, agile steps, like a dragonfly skimming the water, instantly accelerating his speed to the maximum. Sakumo gave a deep look at the demon blade Muramasa in Orochimaru's hand, and then dashed off in the direction of the escaping ninja. Orochimaru, in his black traveler's coat, trailed a black streak and afterimage in his rapid run. The incomparably sharp and malevolent demon blade Muramasa, shrouded in a mass of inky black killing aura, complemented the black killing aura giant serpent coiling behind Orochimaru. From a distance, it didn't look like a single person running, but rather a giant python quickly weaving and slithering. In just 3 breaths, Orochimaru was directly in front of the 5 pursuing ninja. Only after Orochimaru closed the distance did the ninja finally snap out of the powerful, illusion-like killing aura. Seeing Orochimaru's murderously intent figure, their already ashen expressions turned a few shades paler. Ninja from small nations do not possess high combat discipline. Immediately, the ninja at the back turned and bolted, attempting to flee. A cold, disdainful smile curled into a wicked arc on Orochimaru's lips as he watched. The inky black Muramasa in his hand seemed to sense the imminent taste of blood, trembling and buzzing incessantly. Orochimaru quickened his steps, executing several lightning-fast short bursts of movement. He instantly arrived before a ninja whose eyes were wide, pupils constricted, and face etched with incomparable terror. The demon blade slashed upwards from below, tracing a tragic and breathtaking arc. The sound of a long blade cutting into flesh rang out. The incomparably sharp Muramasa instantly sliced the terror-stricken ninja in 2. Due to the blade's extreme sharpness and speed, it wasn't until 2 seconds after Orochimaru had struck that the ninja's eyeballs rolled. Then, the air seemed to open up a blood-red fountain. Crimson blood mixed with white brain matter, along with shattered organs and intestines, instantly sprayed over the ground. Orochimaru had already moved on to the next target. The Muramasa, its blade entirely encased in a thick black killing aura, now that it had drunk blood, emitted a faint, eerie blood-red glow. This sinister mix of red and black radiated a captivating magnetism, while the deepest evil within became more restrained, terrifying, and powerful. In Orochimaru's hands, the frameworks of the Hadake's deceptive blade style and supreme blade style, combined with all of Orochimaru's sword experience from his previous life, were slowly coalescing into his own unique sword style and school. Sinister and dominant, like a venomous serpent lunging from its lair, or a giant python rolling over to devour its prey, delivering the quickest, sharpest strike at the enemy's most vulnerable and fatal point. While this unique Orochimaru-style kenjutsu was still somewhat nascent, it was rapidly perfecting and maturing in real combat. The evil black and red blade light cut streaks of eerie, magnificent light among the ninja. Reflected by the wicked smile of disdain and amusement on Orochimaru's face, the blade was like the long, narrow scythe being wielded by the god of death, with every swing harvesting a meager life. The black and red blade light sliced through the air, bringing an invitation to hell and a dying shiver. Like a deer hanging its horns or a celestial horse flying unbridled, 5 strokes flashed. There were no screams, they didn't have time to scream. 5 cuts. Orochimaru struck only 5 times, and he only needed 5 strikes to completely slaughter the 5 pursuing ninja. Orochimaru stood there, his eyes slightly narrowed, quickly recalling and organizing the insights and gains from the recent combat. The demon blade Muramasa, still dripping crimson blood, and the bloody slaughterhouse scene behind him, formed a backdrop like a brush-and-ink painting of hell, making Orochimaru's figure appear even taller and more imposing. When Orochimaru came back to his senses, he realized the surviving villagers around him had all dropped to their knees. Orochimaru said nothing, unwilling to bother with them. He pushed off the ground, activating the chakra-enhanced speed, ninjutsu footwork, and ran toward the fleeing ninja. Interception. After about 5 minutes, Orochimaru finally sensed the burst of chakra fluctuations ahead. Getting closer, he saw Sakumo and the blood-soaked fleeing ninja engaged in a fierce, mobile battle in the forest. The constant metallic clash of cling, clang, rang out. Sakumo had fully committed, drawing his white light blade. Orochimaru concentrated his gaze. Sakumo's headache flash blade style lived up to its name, arriving and disappearing in an instant, cutting arcs of brilliant blue-purple light through the air. The fleeing ninja's weapon, however, somewhat surprised Orochimaru. It was a simple surgical knife. Although it looked ordinary, the pale blue chakra blade extending from its edge let Orochimaru know it was a respectable chakra weapon. The two constantly clashed in the air, their meeting points erupting in blinding sparks and fierce edges. Sakumo's strength was, after all, slightly inferior to that of the renegade ninja, who had managed to survive a pursuit by 7 or 8 other ninja. It was only the renegade's caution concerning the white light blade's sharpness that allowed Sakumo to hold him up for this brief time. Orochimaru said nothing. His entire form transformed into a ghostly black shadow that instantly appeared before the renegade ninja. The black and red Muramasa, at an angle and speed neither of the other two anticipated, was menacingly held against the renegade ninja's neck. The scene instantly fell silent, and in that instant it was completely controlled by Orochimaru. Sakumo sheathed his blade and stood behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru's right hand, holding the blade, was incredibly steady, without a single tremor, resting perfectly against the ninja's neck. The black and red Muramasa, still stained with crimson blood, spat out black and red blade light and killing aura, constantly trembling against the ninja's neck, seemingly expressing its reluctance and anger that Orochimaru would not allow it to be soaked in this man's blood. The black and red blade edge pressed into the ninja's neck, and a malevolent force seemed to accelerate the blood flow throughout the ninja's body. The arteries in his neck were abnormally thick and red, veins bulging, as if the blood in his neck would pour out like a burst floodgate in the next instant. This bizarre and terrifying sensation couldn't help but intensify the renegade ninja's fear. Despite his polished camouflage and powerful self-control, he couldn't prevent a trace of this great terror, this great dread of facing death, from appearing in the depths of his eyes. And the moment his eyes met Orochimaru's dark golden gaze, that fear was completely captured by Orochimaru. Chapter 121. Orochimaru smiled slightly as he noted the fear in the renegade ninja's eyes. The Muramasa held against the ninja's neck was perfectly steady. He carefully observed the renegade, who, like the 5 pursuing ninja, wore a grass village forehead protector. This was a moderately thin young ninja, around 20 years old, with striking golden pupils and pink hair. His simple, clean ninja outfit was stained with his own blood and that of others, and he bore a number of wounds. Yet, this mentally resilient renegade ninja showed no sign of weakness, maintaining his composure while being chased by 3 or 4 teams of ninja. Seeing that Orochimaru did not intend to kill him immediately, the deep-seated fear in the ninja's golden eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by a collected calm in the face of danger. The change in the ninja naturally did not escape Orochimaru's notice. He revealed a look of interest and asked faintly, "A renegade from the grass village?" "Yes, my lord." The ninja's reply was concise and respectful. "Why did you become a renegade?" Orochimaru, perhaps recalling his own past defection, asked an uncharacteristically personal question. The ninja considered his words before speaking. "I used my comrades' bodies for experiments, trying to discover the secrets of the bloodline limit. I want to prove to others that even without a bloodline limit, one can master abilities even stronger than they are." Toward the end, the ninja's voice betrayed a hysterical madness, and a fierce gleam shone in his golden eyes. Orochimaru knew that this was an ideal, or rather, a deeply held conviction. Hearing the ninja's words, Orochimaru's heart stirred. He saw a part of himself reflected in this ninja. Orochimaru moved the Muramasa away. The ninja froze for a second. Instinctively reversing his grip on the surgical knife, he immediately took a step back, his expression grave and wary of Orochimaru's next move. Orochimaru watched the retreat and the caution, but paid it no mind. He asked, "What is your name?" The ninja thought for a moment, but finally gave his name. "I am Kato Ryuya. Thank you for saving my life, my lord." Orochimaru smiled wickedly at Kato Ryuya's gratitude. Thank me for what? I didn't save you to let you go. I want you to be my subordinate. Kato Ryuya's presence suddenly sharpened, but he abruptly lowered his surgical knife and said coolly, "What if I refuse?" Orochimaru's smile grew even more wicked and brilliant. A bright gleam surged in his dark golden eyes, and a faint killing aura flowed. "Refuse, we are all intelligent people. I trust you know that if I can hold a blade to your throat once, I can do it a second time." Kato Ryuya offered a helpless smile, unsurprised by the answer. He subdued his defensive posture and walked over to Orochimaru's side, though he maintained about a meter's distance. Orochimaru retied the Muramasa to his back and walked ahead. Sakumo glanced at Kato Ryuya and followed suit. Kato Ryuya weighed the pros and cons once more and walked closely behind Orochimaru. The trio in their strange, tense atmosphere resumed their journey. And from this moment, Orochimaru began to treat the entire ninja world continent as a chessboard, slowly arranging his pieces as his journey progressed. Under his influence, the politics and situation of the entire ninja world became even more turbulent and fraught with hidden currents. 3 years later. 3 years later, inside an ordinary compound somewhere in the land of rice fields, Rice Country. A ninja dressed in black with a stern expression suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The instant he appeared, at least a dozen auras, no weaker than that of a chunin, swept over him. The ninja showed no surprise. He stood still for a moment, accustomed to the scrutiny, and then, after the auras confirmed his identity and moved away, he quickly walked into the main hall. A man who appeared to be the compound's owner met the entering ninja's gaze and knowingly took the intelligence scroll, which had a secret technique seal, from the ninja's hand. He waved his hand, signaling the ninja to withdraw. After the ninja left, the owner of the compound immediately retreated to the back room and tapped the wall next to a bookshelf in a specific pattern. Then, the bookshelf, which was taller than a person, suddenly emitted a series of mechanical sounds and revolved abruptly, revealing a bright, deep passage. At the entrance to the passage within the bookshelf, 2 expressionless chunin stood guard. One of them pulled a steel lever, which was the mechanism for rotating the bookshelf for the compound's owner. After the bookshelf turned 90 degrees to the wall, the owner exchanged a look with the 2 ninja at the entrance, confirmed everything, and walked through. The passage was not long, about 20 meters, ending at a stone door. Upon pushing it open, a huge, noisy wave of sound washed over the compound's owner. Behind the stone door was a massive ninja training ground. Dozens of children and adolescents of varying ages were training fiercely, sweat pouring down them. In everyone's eyes shone a determined and brilliant light. The ventilation system in this hidden, underground training ground was excellent, and the air was fresh, not stuffy. The compound owner was not surprised by the sight. Instead, he felt a strange emotion welling up from the depths of his heart, and his eyes reflected the same light and emotion as the training ninja. It was worship, admiration, unwavering conviction, and loyalty. The compound owner did not stop walking. He passed through the training crowd, heading toward the innermost door. As he drew closer, his expression and posture became more respectful, approaching the door almost like a pilgrim. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. A man with pink hair and golden eyes opened it. Seeing the compound owner, he said nothing, simply stepping aside to let him enter. The room inside was arranged extremely simply, no different from an ordinary office. A desk and a high-backed chair. The high-backed chair was turned away from the door. Standing beside it was a youth whose entire presence was as sharp and exposed as a blade. The pink-haired man closed the door and walked to the other side of the high-backed chair, where he stood waiting. The compound owner gazed at the high-backed chair with reverence, then respectfully lowered his head, presenting the intelligence scroll. "My lord, we have the latest intelligence from the land of wind." The pink-haired man took the intelligence scroll and signaled for the compound owner to withdraw. With a flurry of blinding hand signs, the secret technique seal on the intelligence scroll was instantly released. He then presented it for the person seated in the high-backed chair to review. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, the person turned the chair around, revealing his face. His physique was well-proportioned and beginning to look lean. and his pale, handsome features carried a somewhat androgynous delicacy, yet they exuded a wicked, captivating charm enhanced by his dark golden eyes. His pale, slender right hand held the intelligent scroll he had just finished reading. His left hand rested lightly on a long blade that was concealed in a black sheath, yet radiated an incredibly suppressed, astonishing killing aura. He remained silent. His dark golden eyes were filled with vast intelligence. He was Orochimaru. Chapter 122. The land of rice fields is a small, relatively peaceful nation bordering the great nation of Konoha. True to its name, its land is extremely fertile, making it a country rich in agricultural output. It couldn't be called poor, but it wasn't wealthy either. Most of its citizens were honest, simple farmers, naturally inclined to be passive and submissive. As a small, resource-rich nation, without a hidden village to protect it, the land of rice fields was inevitably targeted by various underground forces, such as rogue ninja. Consequently, the once modestly comfortable lives of its citizens quickly devolved into suffering and hardship. Establishing the foothold. 3 years ago, Orochimaru arrived in the land of rice fields, the very place where he would establish the hidden sound village in his previous life. Armed with the experience of his past life, Orochimaru immediately took decisive action upon arriving. Through a combination of suppression, appeasement, and intimidation, he swiftly gathered and subdued all the major and minor rogue ninja and underground forces, constructing a fledgling, initial version of his own power base. However, Orochimaru knew that the cage and schemers of the major nations could not possibly be ignorant of these movements. Therefore, still operating under the title of the Hokage's disciple, he informed Sarutobi, received tacit approval, and quickly established his own Konoha outpost on this familiar land. Orochimaru was also keenly aware that the abundant agricultural output of the land of rice fields had always been coveted by the surrounding great nations. Among the underground forces Orochimaru dealt with, there were inevitably some with ties to the higher-ups of the major nations. His forceful, sweeping purge had undoubtedly infringed upon the interests of these other nations. Therefore, after consolidating his power in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru immediately dispatched agents to negotiate terms with the major nations. All agricultural output would be sold at a low price. As for how low the price was, and what the original price was, that was an entirely different matter of shrewd negotiation. While Orochimaru's method wasn't subtle, it provided the high-ranking officials of the other nations with a graceful way out. Since their national interests could be guaranteed, they naturally chose to turn a blind eye. Besides, what kind of trouble could a small country, barely the size of a handprint on the map, possibly cause? Orochimaru believed that the high-ranking officials of every nation fundamentally held this view, which played right into his hands. He used various subtle tactics to obscure his true intentions, blurring the vision of the major nations' leaders while discreetly setting his pieces and grand strategy into motion. After consolidating the various forces in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru immediately traveled throughout the ninja world continent. This served two purposes. First, to draw attention away from himself and his activities among the major nations' leaders. And second, to gather numerous exceptionally talented children, whom he brought back to the land of rice fields to meticulously instruct, rapidly cultivating his power base. The looming threat. Now Orochimaru sat in the high-back chair, holding the intelligent scroll from the land of wind. He frowned slightly, his pale fingers tapping a rhythmic thump, thump, thump on the desktop. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, pressuring the two individuals standing by the chair. The crisp tapping sound subtly synchronized with their heartbeats, creating immense psychological stress. It wasn't long before beads of cold, sweat began to appear on their foreheads. After a long silence, Orochimaru muttered, almost to himself, "A massive sandstorm disaster. It seems what must come will come." The two standing nearby could vaguely hear the murmur, but were utterly confused. Orochimaru's meaning was profound. Yes, this sandstorm disaster was not a natural event, but rather. Orochimaru's gaze was somewhat unfocused. The second great ninja war is finally about to begin. Composing himself, Orochimaru called out in a low voice, "Ryuya." Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The man with the pink hair and golden eyes immediately responded. Deploy 3 more units of your spies to the Land of Wind. For the next 6 months, I want to track every single movement in the Land of Wind, at least to the maximum extent currently possible. Orochimaru commanded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kato Ryuya sensed something acute but couldn't quite grasp it. Before Kato Ryuya could dwell on the cold intent behind Orochimaru's words, another command, laced with killing intent, erupted from Orochimaru's wicked lips. Send 2 teams of the Black Serpent Squad to eliminate the women who are close to those faction leaders. Issue a warning to them. Don't think that I, Orochimaru, am unaware of their petty schemes. Kato Ryuya excitedly rubbed his hands together. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. My lord, I wonder if I can have those women. I am severely lacking in experimental material for my ninjutsu development. Orochimaru pondered. Have you already used up all the condemned prisoners we acquired this year? Lord Orochimaru, as you know, experimental material is always lacking, especially ninja material. Furthermore, many of the condemned prisoners are single-use consumables. While they are not entirely used up, they soon will be, Kato Ryuya explained. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, considering the request. You may have those women. However, no matter what else happens, keep these experiments very discreet. Use condemned prisoners and renegade ninja as subjects whenever possible. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Kato Ryuya's forehead again. He understood the hidden meaning in Orochimaru's words. If he failed to be discreet and was discovered, the consequences for him would be anything but pleasant. Go and see to it, Orochimaru said, waving his hand at Kato Ryuya. He then addressed Sakumo, you go and train. Sakumo nodded respectfully. Though Sakumo had grown more reserved over the past 3 years, his sword skills and strength had improved by leaps and bounds under Orochimaru's tutelage, deepening his reverence and submission to Orochimaru. The 2 men exchanged no words and bowed before leaving. Matters of the heart. After the door closed, Orochimaru spoke to the room, which appeared to hold only himself. Kai. I am here, master. A figure slid out of the shadows of the room. How many of the Golden Serpent Squad have been sent into Konoha? Orochimaru asked, rubbing his brow. Only 30% have been sent into Konoha, but under Ayatori's arrangement, they have already infiltrated the lower ranks of the Konoha ninja, Kai replied. Orochimaru calculated for a moment before saying, slow the pace. Everything must be predicated on secrecy. The war is about to begin. That will be our time to act. Yes, master, Kai answered, bowing without question. A fleeting look of softness crossed Orochimaru's dark golden eyes, and his tone eased slightly. How is Magi doing now? She's doing very well, master. She just mentions you often, Kai stammered. A rare, gentle smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale, handsome face. Chapter 123. The 15th day of the 12th month, Konoha year 23. In the southwestern part of the Ninja World continent, within the desolate deserts of the Land of Wind. For the past 6 months, the vast, clear blue sky over the southern region of the Land of Wind, an area spanning hundreds of miles, has been perpetually shrouded by endless yellow sand. The sandstorms occurring here have been more frequent and more powerful than in any previous year. This unprecedented level of rare natural disaster has become unbearable even for the locals of the Land of Wind, prompting widespread resentment among the residents of the southern region. The nation's high command, in a rare display of humanity, issued orders for the citizens to evacuate. Within a mere month, the 100-mile radius of southern Land of Wind was completely deserted. And today, this uninhabited area finally welcomed its first visitors in half a year. It was a team of 16 people. Each wore a thick, floor-sweeping, grayish-white robe that completely enveloped their bodies. Even their heads were covered with hoods, white caps, or scarves to ward off the sky-obscuring dust as they silently pressed toward a predetermined objective. The low, muted sound of the wind and sand, whoosh, 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 constantly echoed in their ears. The fierce, swirling sandstorm was powerful enough to knock an adult man to the ground. Yet, it had no discernible effect on this mysterious group of strangers. Although the 16 individuals looked somewhat battered by the wildly flying sand, their footwork was as steady as a rock and unyielding. Involuntarily, an aura of Jonin-level strength emanated from each of them. Suddenly, the leader stopped. Without needing a signal, the others behind him simultaneously halted their steps, casting glances of trust and respect toward their leader. In the raging sandstorm, visibility was pitifully low, and the only sounds were the muted howl of the wind and sand. The leader of this mysterious team slowly lifted his head, revealing a familiar face beneath the hood of his robe in the dim light filtering through the sand. If Orochimaru were here, he would be startled to recognize this man as the second Tgthegood, Hasai Nagai, who should currently be in Tsunade. The second Tgthegood narrowed his eyes. His imposing cage-level aura surged skyward, instantly dispersing the surrounding sandstorm in a radius around him. Simultaneously, a powerful spiritual energy instantly stretched out toward the distance. The 15 subordinates behind him staggered slightly under the impact of the Tgthegood's aura, but they dared not show any disrespect, remaining respectfully rooted to the spot, awaiting Hasai Nagai's command. After a long time, Hasai Nagai sensed the horrifying presence in the distance, an aura that caused even him, a cage-level expert, to feel a sharp pang of fear. He took a deep breath, and a long-hidden trace of excitement and desire flashed across his profound eyes. Then he said coolly, "We will reach the destination soon. Full speed ahead." The 15 respectfully faced Jonin behind him, answered in unison. Hasai Nagai's body stiffened, and a small cloud of dust burst from his feet. He shot out like an arrow from a bow, using chakra-enhanced speed to sprint away. The 15 Jonin followed closely, transforming into 16 high-speed black shadows racing through the sky-obscuring sandstorm. The desert spectacle. About an hour later, the sprinting Hasai Nagai vaulted to the top of a tall sand dune. When he looked ahead, the scene caused his eyes to narrow slightly. The 15 Jonin who arrived shortly after and landed beside him were all stunned into silence. "Ahahaha, you little bugs still think you can capture the great Lord Shukaku, hahaha. Fun, fun, come on, let's do it again." A terrifying sound wave, mixed with dense chakra, instantly spread out. The force of the surge instantly stripped away a thin layer of sand from the desert surface, which was carried high into the sky by the air current, strengthening the chaotic sandstorm outside even further. Before them was an unnatural, smooth desert clearing, approximately 10 football fields in size, created by a massive external force. The outside world and this clearing seemed to form two different realms. Outside was the swirling sandstorm, but here there was an eerie calm. In the center of the clearing was a colossal, terrifying monster that resembled a speaking, giant, moving sand dune. While it appeared heavy and cumbersome, it also radiated a visual impact loaded with astonishing power. Its enormous, yellowish body was covered in violet markings that represented the power of the wind god. A thick, ferocious, terrifying aura was being recklessly emitted from the monster. Its thick, long tail, dragging behind it, struck the ground with every beat, carving deep furrows into the earth. The two giant claws, hanging by its sides, humanly beat against its belly. It constantly shook its massive, raccoon dog-like head, and earth-shattering, arrogant laughter and sound waves surged from its huge, serrated mouth, generating strong gusts of air. Beneath the terrifying monster, a vast, complex, and esoteric ceiling array, nearly 100 meters in diameter, was slowly rotating. At each nodal point of the array sat a Suna ninja, constantly channeling their chakra into the huge, profound array. The vast, intricate, esoteric, and obscure array, resembling a work of art, used a complex process to convert all the injected Suna chakra into 5 deep blue chakra hands, each about the thickness of 3 people joined around. These hands violently erupted from the array and reached out to clutch the terrifying monster. The 5 enormous chakra hands, like the arms of an underground giant, firmly gripped the monster's body. The 5 hands pulled together, attempting to suppress the colossal monster down into the ceiling array. Suddenly, the huge raccoon dog-like monster's body shuddered. Its thick, wild aura intensified. A surge of powerful, tyrannical chakra erupted from the monster's body. It raised its two giant claws, covered in violet markings, and slammed them together, instantly dissolving one of the thick chakra hands, significantly reducing the pressure. The strength of the ninja activating the array was, ultimately, too weak compared to the monster. Even with the array's amplification, the thick chakra hands generated were still destroyed by the monster's explosive force. For the moment, while the monster could not escape, it could not be suppressed either, and was instead treating the entire ordeal like a game. In this giant desert clearing, surging chakra energy blasts and enormous sound waves intertwined, creating a constant tremor. Gazing at the immense, unrestrained monster in the center of the desert clearing, the second Tgthegood, Nagai, offered a meaningful smile. The One-Tails, Shukaku. Chapter 124. The wide-open desert clearing, while spared from the raging sandstorm due to the presence of the One-Tails, Shukaku, was nonetheless an oppressive environment. The dim, yellowish light that pierced the sand, the low wind howl seeping in from the surrounding storm, and the savage roars emanating from Shukaku in the ceiling array, all combined to press down on the people within, creating a suffocating and stressful atmosphere. A middle-aged woman wearing a windproof robe, standing near the tailed beast ceiling array, frowned slightly as she watched the unrestrained Shukaku within. Her thin lips delivered a cold, absolute command. Even if you must pour in your very life force, the One-Tails must be kept here today. Hold on until the Tgthegood arrives, and you will be the heroes who bring about the rise of the Land of Wind, a source of pride for your families and friends. The ninja seated at the array's nodal points were invigorated by her words. Without further hesitation, they cried out in affirmation. Blood, vividly red and striking, sprayed from the noses, mouths, and all 7 orifices of the seated ceiling squad ninja. Immediately afterward, wisps of pale blue, pure life force and spiritual energy continuously escaped from their bodies, mouths, and noses. These gathered into streams of pale blue energy, transforming into the purest chakra, which was then injected into the ceiling array beneath them. Smelling the increasingly thick scent of blood in the air, the middle-aged woman sighed softly. She knew that the pale blue energy escaping the ceiling squad ninja was their very life force and spiritual energy. Having lost it, these ninja would not live long. A look of faint regret and worry crossed the woman's brow as she watched the ninja sacrifice their lives one by one. After all, training a single ceiling squad ninja was an exceptionally difficult process that required considerable resources. If they were to fail again at this final hurdle, she lifted her head, looking at the arrogant-tailed beast in the ceiling array. Usually wise and calm, even she felt her composure threatened. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman sensed a familiar aura. Her spirit instantly jolted, and she turned to look behind her. A line of 16 powerful Suna ninja were sprinting toward them from a high sand dune. Leading the group was the long-awaited second Tgthegood, Nagai. She let out a heavy sigh of relief. Nagai stopped beside the woman, his deep eyes fixed on the One-Tails in the array, his gaze complex and unreadable. The woman calmed herself and said with a tone of relief, "If you had arrived a moment later, years of effort would have been wasted. Gathering the resources for another tailed beast ceiling array would require an unimaginable amount of effort and cost. The ceiling squad's strength is still too weak. Have the men you brought relieve them and take turns entering the array." Nagai regained his focus. He glanced at the seated ceiling squad ninja who were bleeding from their orifices, with a few already having exhausted their life force and passed on. He answered decisively, "Understood, Lady Chiyo." The second Tgthegood gestured to the 15 Suna Jonin behind him. The 15 men quickly moved behind the ceiling squad ninja, taking their positions and one by one replacing the exhausted members. Chiyo's gaze remained focused on the array's changes. As the original ceiling squad ninja were replaced, the 15 powerful Jonin brought by the second Tgthegood began to pour their surging chakra into the tailed beast ceiling array. The array's restraint and sealing power grew stronger and stronger, causing the previously playful One-Tails, Shukaku, to let out roars of frustrated rage. Sound waves echoed through the desert, and the tailed beast's savage presence swirled in the air, but none of it disturbed Chiyo's or Hasai Nagai's concentration. After the 15 Tsunajonin had completely replaced the original squad, the entire enormous array, nearly 100 meters in diameter, emitted a slight tremor. Every line, every esoteric jutsu formula on the array, began to glow with a shimmering, pale blue chakra light. Hasai Nagai looked toward the land of wind's strongest sealing and puppetry expert, Chiyo, who was also the original designer of this tailed beast sealing array. Chiyo offered a satisfied smile and nodded at the second Tgthegood. Then, she walked to the most crucial nodal point of the sealing array, sat down, and instantly unleashed a powerful surge of aura and chakra from her body. With Chiyo in position, the massive, intricate sealing array seemed to have life instantly breathed into it, waking up like an enormous, fierce beast. The entire grand array let out another low tremor. The pressure and restraint placed upon the one-tails, Shukaku, instantly increased severalfold. The sheer, sudden force pushed its massive body downward, making it sink slightly. Chiyo sat at the nodal point, slowly extending her hands from beneath her robe and placing them in front of her. In the next instant, a series of intricate and complex hand signs were rapidly woven, leaving trails of afterimages. The array, glowing with pale blue chakra, was now being infused with chakra simultaneously by 15 Tsunajonin. Under Chiyo's control, this astonishing power was channeled, unleashing a terrifying force many times stronger than before. One by one, thick, solid, deep blue chakra giant hands, each the thickness of several people joined, swarmed out of the sealing array. Unlike before, these chakra hands were thicker and more condensed. On one of the deep blue, materialized arms, one could even clearly see the bulging, snake-like blood vessels and chakra pathways. The entire array, nearly 100 meters wide, seemed to connect to a bottomless swamp. A total of 10 deep blue chakra hands, controlled by Chiyo and working with the array's powerful restraining force, slowly dragged the still-roaring and rampaging one-tails into the sealing array. As Shukaku's giant body was pulled inch by inch into the array, the tailed beast's terrifying, savage aura and chakra rapidly weakened, becoming powerless. When the last segment of its tail vanished, the Suna ninja at the scene only heard a final, angry, frustrated roar echoing in the air, which gradually faded away. In that instant, the sandstorm disaster across the entire southern land of wind abruptly trembled, as if losing its source and strength, and slowly dissipated, revealing a clear sky. The host and the declaration. Around the tailed beast sealing array. Seeing the one-tails, Shukaku, fully sealed within the array, Chiyo's face lit up with joy. She called out loudly, "Tgthegood-sama." Hasai Nagai's eyes were stern. His body shook, and the aura and chakra of a cage-level master surged from his form. He tore open his upper robe, exposing his muscular chest and well-defined abdominal muscles. Surprisingly, his naturally tanned abdomen was covered by a complex sealing array that spanned his entire midsection. A closer look revealed that the array was a miniaturized version of the massive tailed beast sealing array in the desert clearing. Seeing that Hasai Nagai was ready, Chiyo did not hesitate or delay. Her hands, weaving hand signs, slammed together with a loud clap. The massive array on the ground, nearly 100 meters in diameter, was instantly activated. The esoteric, pitch-black jutsu formulas on the array instantly moved like advancing columns of ants, rapidly contracting inward. The entire array transformed into a black sphere within a few breaths, which, under Chiyo's control, shot into the sealing array on Hasai Nagai's abdomen with a swoosh. The moment the tailed beast sealing array touched Hasai Nagai's body, the air within a 10-meter radius of the few ninja world's elite cage-level figures seemed to violently shake. Boom! A dull thud was heard, and a half-meter deep, circular sand crater sank into the ground beneath him. The strange array on his abdomen retracted inward toward his navel, disappearing into his body in the blink of an eye. Hasai Nagai's normally tranquil face immediately contorted in pain. Intense agony spread from his abdomen throughout his entire body. Hasai Nagai could hear the roars of the tailed beast inside him, roars filled with anger, defiance, savagery, and madness. Unstoppable cold sweat streamed down his forehead and back, soaking his clothes. It was a full 15 minutes before Chiyo finally calmed and stabilized the chakra fluctuations in her body caused by activating the sealing array. She immediately went to the Tgthegood's side, watching him with a concerned look. The 15 Suna Jonin also gradually stabilized their chakra systems and gathered around the Tgthegood. They dared not make a sound, fearing they would disturb Hasai Nagai during the critical process of sealing the tailed beast and becoming a Jinchuriki. Everyone waited anxiously, listening to the second Tgthegood's low groans, which were caused by the immense, unbearable pain. After an unknown period, the Tgthegood, whose clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat, stood firm, head bowed. The groans and heavy breathing had finally ceased. Sensing the change, Chiyo couldn't help but call out with concern, "Tgthegood-sama." Hasai Nagai slowly lifted his head. His deep eyes were unprecedentedly resolute as he gazed toward the east in the direction of the land of fire. He spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. "Notify all Suna ninja of Chunin rank and above to begin a secret mobilization immediately, and send word to Hanzo of the Aimgakure, Hidden Rain Village. Starting today, we of Sunagakure shall announce to the world that the Second Great Ninja War has officially begun." The surrounding Suna ninja, listening to the second Tgthegood's declaration, felt their blood boil like water in a pot. They roared their affirmation in unison. Chapter 125. Within one of Orochimaru's secret bases, in the land of rice fields. Still wearing a pale moonwhite kimono, his slender figure stood silently before the desk. His demonic, dark golden eyes, like a deep, unrippled pool, profound and mesmerizing, calmly watched the boy and girl kneeling before him. The boy kneeling on the left was about 17 or 18, wearing the base's uniform black open-shoulder training outfit. His face was ordinary and unremarkable, but his gaze towards Orochimaru was filled with intense reverence and admiration. Kneeling on the right was a girl close to Orochimaru's age, around 15 or 16. Her youthful age and simple, grayish-white cloth clothing could not conceal the charming bloom of her burgeoning beauty. Thin, brightly colored red lips, an elegant and delicate nose, and clear, dewy eyes held a natural seductive charm, making her mesmerizing when they moved. Paired with her developing, well-curved figure, the girl exuded a subtle, bewitching beauty normally found only in mature, beautiful women in their 20s or 30s. Like the boy on the left, the girl's gaze toward Orochimaru was also one of intense worship and respect. Orochimaru scanned the two. He had some memory of both children, whom he had brought back during his travels over the past 3 years. The boy on the left, Fukuro, was an orphan Orochimaru had taken in from the land of water on a snowy day. When Orochimaru found him, the boy was fighting a pack of stray dogs for a splinter of bone unearthed from a garbage heap, simply trying to survive. The girl on the right, Yumi, was brought back 3 years ago when Orochimaru was consolidating the various forces in the land of rice fields and was purging a remnant resistance group. At the time, the girl, only 11 or 12, was covered in bruises and lash marks. A segment of memory flashed through his mind. Orochimaru paused his gaze and looked toward Kato Ryuya, who was standing nearby. Kato Ryuya calmly pointed to the boy, then to the girl, and said, "Lord Orochimaru, these are Fukuro and Yumi. Both children are the most outstanding of this training batch. Their talent is excellent, and their loyalty to you is beyond question. Both are qualified candidates to join the Golden Serpent Squad." Orochimaru returned his gaze to Fukuro and Yumi kneeling on the floor. After a moment of contemplation, his voice, calm, aloof, and laced with a hint of magnetism, carried a subtle power of temptation. "Are you willing to join the Golden Serpent Squad and dedicate everything, even your very lives, to me, Orochimaru?" Yumi was the first to speak. Her pleasant voice held a faint softness as she said firmly, "I am willing, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru then looked at Fukuro, who remained silent. The ordinary-faced Fukuro noticed Orochimaru's attention and respectfully said, "Lord Orochimaru, I request to join the Black Serpent Squad." "Oh," a slight surprise was evident in Orochimaru's voice. "Are you certain?" The boy nodded heavily. Orochimaru smiled wickedly. He had established both the Golden Serpent Squad and the Black Serpent Squad over the past 3 years. In that time, he had taken in and nurtured batch after batch of talented children. Through specific, rigorous brainwashing education, strict vetting, and layers of screening, he had obtained some of the most excellent and potential-rich elites. The children of the Golden Serpent Squad were those with exceptional ninja talent and unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru. After the final step, personally implanting the Golden 8 Branches, Yamada Cursed Seal, they would be secretly sent to infiltrate the lower ranks of Konoha ninja, serving as a heavy piece in Orochimaru's future plans. The children of the Black Serpent Squad had talents slightly inferior to the Golden Serpent Squad, but their personalities were far more resolute and decisive. They were a group of cold-blooded, composed assassination specialists. The 8 Branches Cursed Seal Orochimaru, implanted in the members of the Black Serpent Squad, was not golden. It was a seal he had developed in recent years that rapidly increases a ninja's strength in the short term by overdrawing the host's life force. The price was that anyone implanted with the Black 8 Branches Cursed Seal would not live past the age of 40 at the latest. Implanting either of the 2 seals required a considerable price from Orochimaru, a large amount of chakra, and many precious resources. The selection criteria for both groups were extremely stringent. Consequently, even after 3 years, the combined membership of the 2 squads was still a meager 50-something people. Orochimaru was not surprised by Fukuro's confirmed answer and nodded toward Kato Ryuya. Kato Ryuya bowed and withdrew. A moment later, he returned, carrying a metal container draped with a black cloth. Orochimaru lifted the black cloth, revealing 2 well-maintained syringes. He picked up one, steadily plunging it into the back of Fukuro's neck, injecting every last drop of the black liquid into the boy's body. The precious black injection fluid immediately caused a violent reaction in the boy. Even with his superior endurance, Fukuro's calm face instantly twisted with pain. Orochimaru did not hesitate. With a thought, his pale, slender hands began weaving a sequence of complex and esoteric hand signs. Infusing them with chakra, Orochimaru rapidly transitioned through 10 different sets of seals, taking several breaths to complete them. He then firmly clapped his hands onto the back of Fukuro's neck. The pain in the boy's body instantly subsided. A mystical force rapidly converged at the site of the injection, forming a Black 8 Branches Cursed Seal. After the seal was set, Fukuro looked somewhat drained, and Orochimaru's chakra reserves were also slightly depleted. After his chakra recovered somewhat, Orochimaru implanted the Golden 8 Branches Cursed Seal into Yumi. With the seal implantations completed, Kato Ryuya led the 2 away. As she was leaving the room, Yumi turned back, taking a deep, lingering look at Orochimaru. Recalling the words Orochimaru had just spoken to her, she secretly whispered in her heart, "Yes, everything I am is yours. It has been for a long, long time." After settling Fukuro and Yumi, Kato Ryuya was heading back to Orochimaru's office when a dispatch from an intelligence operative stopped him. The words "urgent encrypted" written above the triple seals on the scroll stung his eyes. Furthermore, this encrypted scroll bore a Konoha symbol that Kato Ryuya had become very familiar with over the past 3 years. This was clearly a top-secret intelligence report from Konoha. Kato Ryuya's mind raced like lightning. A possibility Orochimaru had predicted half a year ago sprang to his mind, and he couldn't help but gasp in a low voice. Could it be? Chapter 126. Kato Ryuya held the triple-sealed, urgent, encrypted intelligence scroll, his heart filled with conjecture, but his pace did not slow as he rushed to Orochimaru's office. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. Orochimaru took the top-secret Konoha intelligence from Kato Ryuya's hand. Seeing the words "urgent encrypted" and the triple seals, his gaze immediately sharpened. His hands moved quickly, weaving 3 sets of hand signs to swiftly unseal it. Tear the scroll, about 3 fingers thick and a palm's length, was swiftly unrolled by Orochimaru. His dark golden eyes swept over it, taking in all the contents in a flash. Immediately understanding the severity of the report, he frowned and instructed Kato Ryuya, "Go and call Sakumo immediately." Seeing Orochimaru's grave expression and knitted brow, Kato Ryuya instantly realized the situation was likely even more serious than he imagined. He bowed, retreated, and immediately went to notify Sakumo. About 5 minutes later, Sakumo walked in with Kato Ryuya. Orochimaru nodded to the two of them, handed them the unsealed top-secret intelligence, and said in a low voice, "News has come from Konoha. Hasai Nagai has dispatched a Suna elite force consisting of 3 quasi-cage-level powerhouses, nearly 50 Jonin, about 300 Chunin, and over 1,000 Genin, launching a massive invasion of Konoha. Konoha was caught off guard, and the border guards are collapsing all along the front. The Suna army is advancing rapidly, having already pushed dozens of miles into Konoha territory. Furthermore, the report states that Aimgakure, Hidden Rain Village, has also begun to stir, showing signs of coordinating with the Suna army." Kato, Ryuya, and Sakumo quickly scanned the contents of the top-secret report. Looking up after hearing Orochimaru's summary, they exchanged a glance, both seeing a look of shock in the other's eyes. Orochimaru paused, then continued, "The second great ninja war has begun." Kato Ryuya couldn't help but ask, "Lord Orochimaru, what should we do?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then gave a wicked smile, licking his lips as he said coolly, "Ha ha, I've decided to go to Aimgakure alone." "What, go to Aimgakure?" "No, Orochimaru, you know very well that Aimgakure has most likely joined the Land of Wind's forces. Going there is practically walking into a tiger's mouth." Sakumo immediately tried to dissuade him. Kato Ryuya, however, fell silent, his golden eyes simply fixed on Orochimaru, quietly awaiting his next words. Orochimaru saw their reactions. He lifted his head, his gaze unfocused as if recalling something, and said with a voice full of killing intent, "Hanzo of the Salamander has specially cared for me repeatedly in the past. Now that I have an opportunity, I can't possibly let him down." Seeing that Sakumo looked ready to argue further, Orochimaru waved a dismissive hand. "Enough. I have my own methods, and besides, I still need your help, Sakumo." Seeing Orochimaru's mind was set, Sakumo resigned himself. "All right, tell me what you want me to do." Orochimaru didn't answer. He stood up, took a black and white ordinary scroll from his tool pouch, spread it on the ground, and quickly unrolled it. Kato Ryuya looked closely and saw an inky black character for seal, Chinese letter, inside the black and white scroll, surrounded by a winding, esoteric ninjutsu formula. Seeing the familiar sealing jutsu, Kato Ryuya was puzzled. This is a material sealing scroll. What is he planning? Orochimaru quickly wove a few hand signs. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose from the scroll. After the smoke dissipated, a man was revealed lying on the ground, face up and unconscious, with his eyes closed. The man wore a condemned prisoner's uniform and was breathing evenly, as if asleep. Looking at the material, a body acquired through trade from another country's death row, Orochimaru silently continued to weave hand signs. His hands moved like butterflies through flowers, creating streams of afterimages. Suddenly, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on the floor, adopting the posture of his final hand sign, and instantly froze, as if petrified. The condemned prisoner's body, however, abruptly erupted with intense chakra fluctuations. A cold, menacing chakra that was exactly identical to Orochimaru's. The previously peaceful, sleeping-like condemned prisoner began to tremble violently. His closed eyelids twitched uncontrollably. After a long time, Kato Ryuya and Hatake Sakumo suddenly noticed that the life force in the condemned prisoner's body instantly vanished. He was dead. Immediately following, to the surprise of the two onlookers, the corpse of the condemned prisoner on the floor transformed into the appearance of Orochimaru. It opened a pair of dark golden eyes and slowly stood up. The Orochimaru clone stood up, clenched his fists, and assessed the strength and chakra intensity of the host body. He then nodded faintly. This secret technique, acquired from the Akatsuki in his previous life, was indeed brilliant. Using a Chunin-level condemned prisoner as a host could grant a body with about 2/3 of the main body's total power. While the intensity was only at the Chunin level overall, it was quite satisfactory. After checking the vessel's strength, the Orochimaru clone spoke to the two astonished men. I will use this vessel to visit Hanzo of the Salamander in Aimgakure. Sakumo, guard my main body outside the door. Ryuya, don't panic, go and take care of your tasks first. We'll discuss the rest after I return. Having witnessed Orochimaru's ingenious secret technique, the two had no objection. The Orochimaru clone picked up the inky black Muramasa. After a moment's thought, he placed it back next to the main body. Then, he wove a hand sign, and his entire form dissolved into threads of black shadow, quickly vanishing from the spot. Kato Ryuya glanced at Orochimaru's main body, sitting motionless on the floor, and then walked out with Sakumo. Closing the door, Sakumo immediately stood straight outside Orochimaru's door like a strong pine tree, or an unsheathed treasure sword, faithfully taking up his guard duty. Kato Ryuya didn't linger. As he took his leave from the now-alert Sakumo, a trace of madness flickered in his golden eyes. He muttered in a low voice, an endless supply of forbidden secret techniques. From an ordinary Konoha ninja to the master in just 3 years. What will happen next? Heh, I am truly curious. Just how far can that mysterious man go? Inside Orochimaru's office, in a dark corner, a figure slowly materialized. It walked slowly behind Orochimaru and merged into his shadow. Chapter 127. In the southwest of the Ninja World continent, north of the Land of Rivers, lies Aimgakure Hidden Rain Village. Established by Hanzo of the Salamander, the only cage-level powerhouse outside of the 5 great nations. True to its name, the climate in this region is perpetually cloudy and rainy. Several large rivers weave through the area. Although vegetation is abundant and widespread, the soil is loose, forcing most structures to be built as stilt houses or small brick and tile homes over the water. The local customs are entirely unique, offering a distinct and scenic flavor compared to other parts of the continent. Today was another rainy day. The December rain, fine and continuous, had been falling for several days, saturating the air with a chilling, damp moisture that was intensely uncomfortable. The ambush. Daishi was a middle-aged man and a Chunin squad leader in Aimgakure. Like the system in the 5 great nations, he barely managed to lead a genin squad. Today was their turn for patrol duty. Trudging through the muddy forest paths, their feet were caked in mud and grass. The cold, damp air felt as if it was constantly trying to seep into one's bones. All of this made Daishi irritable, and his frustration with his 3 rookie genin grew with every step. He spent the entire journey muttering and cursing under his breath. Daishi started to boast again, perhaps to alleviate his increasing gloom. Damn it, you rookie genin deserve to be disciplined. When I was a genin, I was the elite of my squad. I was in no way inferior to the ninja of the great nations. As he spoke, Daishi suddenly felt a strange silence behind him. The surroundings had become eerily quiet, with only the shhshhshh sound of the rain audible. The already cold rainwater seemed to be layered with frost, making the chill feel even more sinister. Daishi couldn't help but shiver. He cursed as he turned around. You little brats, you were so talkative a moment ago, why are you suddenly… He was cut short. The moment Daishi turned, it felt as if a hand had brutally choked his fragile throat, trapping the rest of his words inside. The sight before him filled Daishi with absolute terror. A pale-skinned, slender man stood silently in front of him. The man's forearm easily gripped one of the genin's throats, just like clutching a small chicken. The genin struggled desperately, but the man was rooted to the spot, completely unmoved. 2 genin corpses already lay on the ground. Crimson blood mixed with the rain flowed out from under their bodies, drip, drip, dripping. Seeing Daishi turn around, the man gripping the genin's throat suddenly exerted force. With a chilling crack of bone, the genin's body, its eyes now vacant, fell with a plop onto the ground. After casually killing all of Daishi's subordinates, the man smiled faintly at Daishi. That sinister and chilling smile, like the temptation of an evil demon, made Daishi tremble. He felt the strongest sense of crisis he had ever experienced as a ninja emanating from this ghostly, terrifying man, coupled with an overwhelming sense of being utterly outmatched. The feeling sent waves of numbness across his scalp, and his temples pounded violently. Daishi, who still retained some minimal ninja training, turned and fled, his face etched with panic. His right hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. He knew that if he could retrieve the alarm signal scroll inside, he might still have a sliver of hope. But before he could take more than a few steps, Daishi was horrified to find that the man had reappeared 2 meters in front of him. Daishi had not seen how the man had moved. He realized this wasn't a failure to see, but a massive disparity in strength that left his reaction speed completely unable to keep up with the man's movement. Before Daishi's right hand could even touch his tool pouch, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Then, his vision darkened and he lost consciousness forever. A bloody warning. Orochimaru pulled a sharp kunai from the dead Chunin's body. He wiped the blood-stained edge on the corpse, then stood up. Sensing the chakra fluctuations around him, he extended his tongue and licked his lips. The gradually fading scent of blood in the air excited him. Without stopping, he headed toward the next Aimgakure patrol squad. The ghostly figure in the moon-white kimono appeared before 4 Rain Ninja Patrol members. Before any of them could cry out in alarm, 2 banded, half-meter-thick venomous pythons snarled and shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves. Their gaping, terrifying maws swallowed the 4 ninja without mercy. Poof, Orochimaru's figure vanished once more. Half an hour later, Orochimaru, who had completely slaughtered the entire patrol contingent on the eastern side of Aimgakure, stood outside the village, faintly cloaked in the scent of blood. He had used this bloody killing spree to deliver a naked warning to Aimgakure and Hanzo of the Salamander. He intended to use his power to change the history of the Second Great War, and this was his first step. The village was a complex of stilt houses and brick-and-tile homes built over the water. The loose geology prevented the construction of tall walls, and limited ninja training resources made it impossible to build the complex, sturdy ceiling array defense systems of the great nation's villages. Nevertheless, the Aimgakure complex, spanning several hundred acres, employed a close-quarters garrison strategy, with ninja-guarded stilt houses and tile homes crisscrossing and mutually supporting each other, protecting the internal residents and important structures. Combined with the advantageous terrain created by the several rivers weaving through the area, this allowed the Rain Ninja to maximize their use of ninjutsu and their own combat strength. At this moment, the high-ranking officials within Aimgakure had finally reacted to the lack of contact from the Eastern Patrol Squad for the past half hour. Mitsuyama Otoko, an Aimgakure Jonin and the overall leader of the Eastern Patrol, led a squad of 10 Rain Ninja out of the village at a quick pace, intending to personally check the situation. Orochimaru, who was standing at the entrance surveying Aimgakure's defenses, came face-to-face with Mitsuyama Otoko as the Jonin was leaving the village. Seeing the unknown man in the moon-white kimono, Mitsuyama Otoko involuntarily halted his steps and examined him closely. Sensing the Jonin's presence, Orochimaru smiled wickedly and slowly stepped forward, muttering, "Finally, a slightly more interesting fellow has arrived." Seeing the unknown figure in the moon-white kimono approaching, Mitsuyama Otoko keenly sensed the bloody aura on Orochimaru. He immediately shouted, "Which country's ninja are you? This is the..." Before he could finish his official statement, Orochimaru had already lunged at him with a kunai. "Damn it, attack!" Mitsuyama Otoko cursed angrily, shouting to the 10 subordinates behind him. Chapter 128. Hearing Mitsuyama Otoko's command, the 10 Rain Ninja behind him shouted their battle cries and charged forward in unison. Seeing the proactive attitude of his subordinates, Mitsuyama Otoko allowed a flicker of satisfaction to cross his eyes. In his mind, this must be some clueless rogue ninja attempting to flee into Aimgakure to escape disaster. He considered himself lucky to have intercepted the person. Against 10 Rain Ninja, all of Chunin rank, the intruder would surely be captured easily. After dealing with this, he planned to investigate the strange situation with the Eastern Patrol. Reporting both incidents might even earn him praise and rewards from Lord Hanzo of the Salamander. Mitsuyama Otoko was lost in his daydream when in the very next moment his eyes, which were vigilantly following the battle, widened in sheer horror. His pupils contracted into 2 tiny pinpricks. He froze on the spot. Orochimaru watched the 10 charging Rain Ninja Chunin. A cold, disdainful sneer played on his lips. His palpable, astonishing killing intent coalesced behind him, forming a colossal black python that roared silently into the sky, its intimidating presence coiled around him. Wind release, great breakthrough. A mass of pure, condensed chakra air burst from Orochimaru's mouth. It swelled instantly, rolling into a fierce, turbulent gust of wind 3 meters in front of him. Now a firmly established Jonin, Orochimaru displayed even more refined skill in this highly versatile wind release ninjutsu. Hidden within the surging, violent wind currents were numerous sharp wind blades, like sickles or thin swords. Any one of these terrifying blades could slice a normal adult in half instantly. Under Orochimaru's expert chakra control, they converged, concealed within the windstorm, unleashing a low, muted howl and striking the 10 Rain Ninja with the momentum of a crashing wave. They were ninja from a small country, after all. When the 10 Rain Ninja, originally high in morale and surging with killing intent, saw the overwhelming wind release jutsu barreling toward them, the morale of at least half the group instantly vanished. 3 of the disheartened ones turned and fled for their lives. But even a Chunin cannot outrun the force of a sweeping wind current. The storm of wind, riddled with sharp blades, instantly engulfed them. PFT, PFT, PFT. After 3 dull, sickening sounds, the green grass was marked with intersecting, elongated blade cuts, and 3 utterly gruesome corpses covered in gashes. The remaining Rain Ninja, though a few were quick-witted and experienced enough to dodge in time, still sustained wounds of varying severity. Close quarters dominance. The chakra sustaining the ninjutsu was expended, and the impressively powerful windstorm dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, as if it had never been there. However, the 3 shocking corpses on the ground, and the fact that most of the 10 Rain Ninja Chunin had been incapacitated in just 2 or 3 breaths caused both Mitsuyama Otoko and the surviving Rain Ninja to involuntarily gasp. A wave of bone-deep cold washed over them, and cold sweat poured down their bodies. While the Rain Ninja were reeling from the powerful shock of Orochimaru's wind release, Orochimaru, keenly grasping the opening, sprinted forward with his palpable killing aura, tearing through the remaining Rain Ninja with a series of quick, shuffling steps. His figure, like a swift, elusive ghost, came to an abrupt halt in front of one of the wounded Rain Ninja. During the abrupt stop, the immense kinetic force generated was masterfully controlled by Orochimaru. It transferred from his feet to his waist, then from his waist through his shoulder, concentrating entirely into his right fist, which he prepared to launch. Orochimaru's pale, slender arm was not bulky, but it was exceptionally well-toned and muscular, with sharp definition. As he powerfully focused his strength and delivered the forceful punch, the moon-white sleeve clung tightly to his forearm due to the sheer wind pressure. His entire right fist shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for the wounded Rain Ninja. Though injured, the Rain Ninja, his senses sharpened by the intense pain, was acutely aware of the incoming blow. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, adopting the most appropriate defensive posture. However, he had drastically underestimated the force of Orochimaru's attack. Chakra-enhanced strength, adamantine fist. The pure chakra, concentrated with immense power, generated a force far greater than a simple combination. Crack, 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 the clear, sickening sound of fracturing bone rang out. The Rain Ninja's arms were instantly broken by Orochimaru's punch. The ninja began to scream, but the sound was abruptly cut off. The relentless right fist, its momentum unbroken, slammed into the Rain Ninja's chest. The fierce impact instantly shattered the ninja's heart, killing him instantly. Having killed another opponent, Orochimaru crossed his feet and spun once to bleed off the momentum and rotational energy, simultaneously taking in the status of the remaining enemies. Standing amidst the surviving Rain Ninja, Orochimaru inhaled deeply, breathing in the air mixed with the scent of grass and faint blood. He smiled wickedly, drew 2 sharp kunai from his tool pouch, and moving like a sheet of thin paper skimming the ground, darted forward, evading 2 water-release ninjutsu, and charged toward his next target. Mitsuyama Otoko watched the center of the fight from a distance. Figures darted around in the cluster of Rain Ninja, but every so often, a crimson spray of blood erupted. each one signifying that the terrifying, moon-white figure had killed another person. Gazing at the intruder's horrific power, even Mitsuyama Otoko, a jonin, felt his body trembling. His lips stuttered, unable to form a coherent word. He quickly scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted a similarly stunned Rain ninja genin nearby. Mitsuyama Otoko rushed to the genin, roaring loudly, as if releasing his inner terror. "Damn it, what are you standing around for? Go, hurry and notify Lord Hanzo of the salamander. Someone is attacking the village." Snapping out of his terror by Mitsuyama Otoko's roar, the genin managed to suppress his fear. Without looking back, he dashed toward the center of the village, toward the intricate, 5-story stilt house. Seeing that the genin had gone to raise the alarm, Mitsuyama Otoko breathed a slight sigh of relief, though he continued to gasp for breath, as if that single shout had expended all his strength. He turned back to look at the terrifying figure in the moon-white kimono at the center of the battle, whose entire being emanated a ghostly, astonishing killing intent. Reflected in Mitsuyama Otoko's grave, fearful eyes was the form of Orochimaru. He sensed the immense killing aura that felt like plunging into an endless purgatory just by touching it. His heart turned to ash as he whispered faintly, So terrifying, such terrifying killing intent, such terrifying power." Chapter 129. Mitsuyama Otoko meticulously studied the figure, facial features, and attire of the man in the moon-white outfit. A sense of familiarity struck him, and suddenly he recalled a name famous across the continent. The Serpent Lord Orochimaru of Konoha. "That's it, it's him, it's Orochimaru of Konoha," Mitsuyama Otoko concluded with certainty. However, the shock and dread he felt only intensified. He recalled that when he first heard that name, Orochimaru was reported to be a chunin. Yet, barely 3 years later, this continental genius now possessed such terrifying, horrifying combat power. Mitsuyama Otoko compared his own strength, realizing he could, at most, handle 7 or 8 chunin, and not with the ease Orochimaru displayed. This was a slaughter. In an instant, Mitsuyama Otoko's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend the immense difference in strength between the ninja of a great nation and those of a small one. Orochimaru's fighting style was a nightmare vision, violently assaulting Mitsuyama Otoko's mind. Every time Orochimaru's gaze cut through the crowd and landed on him, Mitsuyama Otoko felt a heart-stopping dread shoot straight to his head, as if death was only a brief glance away. In a matter of about 10 breaths, only 3 chunin were left struggling on the field. Their ninja uniforms were tattered like rags, covered in numerous wounds. Orochimaru knew that the commotion he was creating wouldn't be concealed from Hanzo of the salamander for long. To conserve chakra for escape, and to prepare a grand surprise for the cage-level opponent later, he decided to use only his kunai to quickly dispatch these insignificant small fry. Cling, cling, cling. The sharp clang of kunai continuously echoed on the field. Rain ninja corpses littered the ground. The 3 men left had long lost all will to fight, enduring only out of a desperate will to survive, yet their coordination remained instinctively sharp. The 2 longest surviving Rain ninja skillfully fended off Orochimaru's phantom-like, tricky attacks with their kunai, while the 3rd occasionally took a chance to launch a water-release ninjutsu at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes flashed. 10 chunin-level Rain ninja, even as small country ninja, were proving somewhat troublesome, given that he was using a vessel with only 2/3 of his chakra, chunin-level intensity, no 8 branches cursed seal for a power-up, and no demon blade Muramasa in hand. To quickly eliminate the 7 chunin, he had already sustained 3 minor cuts, a few centimeters long, on his own body. The master's blitz. Suddenly, his powerful soul-sensing ability detected a strong chakra rapidly approaching. Orochimaru glanced over. The Rain ninja Jonin, unable to tolerate the continuous deaths of his subordinates, and having sent the genin to raise the alarm, had finally charged forward, launching an attack on Orochimaru. A fierce look flashed in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. He knew that if the Jonin successfully joined the remaining 3 chunin to form a pincer attack, the battle would become even more difficult. Orochimaru's wicked smile grew more pronounced. He hardened his resolve, accelerating and closing the distance. He stared coldly at the rain ninja before him, who was terrified by the sudden increase in his battle tempo. Orochimaru ignored the kunai slicing toward him. Peesh! A wound over 10 centimeters long opened on his chest, but Orochimaru's kunai was already deeply embedded in the throat of the chunin across from him. Tsh! A faint whoosh of air passed by his ear. Having instantly killed one, Orochimaru's aura grew even colder and more desperate, the dense killing intent making the black python coiled behind him look even more ferocious. His fair ear twitched slightly, easily mapping the trajectory of the other ninja's kunai attack in his mind. His right foot shot up like lightning, delivering a powerful kick that instantly propelled the first chunin's lifeless, downward-falling body toward the rain ninja who was preparing a ninjutsu. The corpse, hurled by the forceful kick, perfectly interrupted the hand signs the ninja was weaving. This gave Orochimaru time to deal with the kunai attack that had already reached his ear. This particular rain ninja's kunai skill was clearly the result of hard practice. The sound of the slicing air was minute and faint, and the angle and timing of the attack were incredibly precise, catching Orochimaru just as he executed the killing blow and was about to catch his breath. However, how could his battle experience compare to Orochimaru, who had survived mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life? Having registered the rain ninja's kunai technique completely, Orochimaru did not turn back. His right hand, which still had the kunai embedded in the corpse's throat, clenched violently into a talon shape and thrust toward a point behind him. Poom! A dull, forceful collision sound rang out. Orochimaru's clawed right hand had accurately intercepted the rain ninja's kunai attack trajectory. His pale, slender right hand clamped down on the rain ninja's wrist joint like a steel vise, then twisted. Crack, 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 the sound of crushed bones was heard. A piercing scream erupted, and the kunai dropped to the ground. Orochimaru's left foot stepped back, and he violently slammed his body backward, knocking the rain ninja's breath out and cutting off his scream. His left hand, holding the remaining kunai, shot back like a viper, stabbing behind him. Peesh! The sound of metal sinking into flesh. Orochimaru pulled the blade free and, wearing the wicked smile of a Shinigami, charged toward the last remaining chunin. The rain ninja behind him, his face etched with disbelief and his chest pierced, could only stare blankly at Orochimaru's retreating figure before collapsing onto the ground, becoming the next fresh corpse. This entire sequence of lightning-fast killing moves, which was witnessed by Mitsuyama Otoko, who had not even covered half the distance, filled him with terror. Yet, remembering that his home, his village, lay behind him, he suppressed his fear. He frantically activated his strongest ninjutsu, determined to stop Orochimaru's killing spree. As Mitsuyama Otoko wove his hand signs, the several rivers that passed through Aimgakure were instantly affected by the powerful chakra emanating into the air. They surged like boiling water, churning with continuous bubbles and white foam. Orochimaru, charging toward the last chunin, abruptly halted and turned to look in Mitsuyama Otoko's direction. The chunin opposite him immediately seized the opportunity and fled desperately toward Mitsuyama Otoko's side. Arrogant as he was, Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to kill the last, utterly demoralized, stray dog. He tossed the kunai in his left hand aside, smiled faintly, and watched with keen interest as the chakra surrounding Mitsuyama Otoko intensified. He made no move to stop him. Chapter 130. In the most exquisite, 5-story stilt house at the very center of Aimgakure, Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo of the Salamander, dressed like a deep-sea diver, sat upright in the main seat, discussing the village's development direction and the recently delivered alliance treaty from the Land of Wind with his subordinates. Just then, a guard rushed in, frantically dragging the genin from the previous chapter. "How dare you?" one of the council jonin immediately roared. However, the genin's terrified words quickly cut off the rest of the jonin's reprimand. Lord Hanzo, someone is attacking the village," the genin stammered breathlessly. "What?" The genin's words were like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, shocking everyone in the hall. Hanzo was momentarily stunned by the news. He immediately stood up and quickly walked over to the genin, asking with a grave and serious expression, How many ninja are attacking our rain village? Oh, one. The genin answered tremulously, unsure if it was from fear of Hanzo's authority or something else. Boy, you have a nerve. How dare you make a joke of Lord Hanzo of the Salamander? Another council jonin shouted angrily. The genin collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face, his eyes full of intense fear. He yelled desperately, Lord Hanzo, I really, truly am not lying to you. That person is wearing a pale moonwhite kimono and has killed so many people, so many of our rain ninja. It was Lord Mitsuyama Otoko who ordered me to report to you immediately. The genin invoking the name of Mitsuyama Otoko, the rain ninja jonin responsible for the Eastern Patrol, convinced the gathered jonin in the village's power core. Let's go. We will all go and see which arrogant individual dares to challenge the authority of our entire rain village alone. A cold, fierce sneer appeared on Hanzo's face. The surging aura of a cage-level powerhouse erupted from him as he led the way out. Sensing the immense presence of Hanzo, everyone felt instantly reassured and calmed. They quickly followed Hanzo out the door. Clash of elements. Orochimaru wore a slight, composed smile, watching Mitsuyama Otoko's movements. In reality, he was fully on guard, ready to unleash a powerful counterattack at any moment. The jonin's dense chakra erupted fiercely, its violent fluctuations causing the surrounding rivers to churn and boil. With the formation of the final hand sign and the infusion of all his remaining chakra, Mitsuyama Otoko finally unleashed his powerful water release jutsu. Water release, water dragon cannon. Splash, the rivers next to Mitsuyama Otoko suddenly erupted with a huge rush of water, as if high-pressure geysers had activated within them. 3 colossal blue water pillars, nearly 10 meters high and several people thick, surged from the water-rich rivers. The moment the 3 water pillars left the surface, they converged dramatically in the air. In an instant, with a loud burst of spray, the head of a massive blue dragon, roughly the size of a small hill, burst out from the water column. The dragon's roar "Ao" shook the surrounding area. From the gaping maw of the huge dragon, a high-pressure water jet, easily 7 or 8 people thick, instantly shot out, aggressively roaring toward Orochimaru. The immensely powerful, high-pressure water jet created a vacuum layer in the air along its path, churning the air currents within a 100-meter radius. The resulting strong gusts forced Orochimaru to narrow his eyes before the jet even reached him. No longer daring to conserve his chakra, Orochimaru threw caution to the wind. Pure, deep blue energy from his chakra system was instantly refined and funneled continuously into his hands. Earth release, earth flow rampart. 3 solid, heavy earthen-yellow walls of earth, each about half a meter thick, roared up from the ground, firmly standing before Orochimaru. Boom, 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 3 dull explosions rang out. The incredibly powerful high-pressure water jet penetrated all 3 solid earthen walls. Though the water jet's power was astonishing, it was severely weakened after piercing the 3 earth flow ramparts, reducing its size by nearly half and significantly lowering its destructive force. Orochimaru's aura solidified, chakra-enhanced strength, heavenly ankle kick. His entire body launched forward like a taut bow, bending his knees and springing toward the water jet. His right leg slashed through the air like a heavenly blade, turning into a breathtaking leg kick. Rumble, with a loud bang, he utterly pulverized the incoming water jet, scattering it into thousands of tiny water arrows that harmlessly dropped to the ground and dissipated. The moment he landed, Orochimaru launched his counterattack. His hand signs instantly condensed. Earth release, Great Swamp Hand. The 3 earth walls, shattered and blasted through by the high-pressure water jet, had fallen onto the ground as a thick sludge. Triggered by Orochimaru's jutsu, the mud rapidly converged, from which an earthen-yellow Great Swamp Hand erupted, arcing through the air to crush Mitsuyama Otoko. Stop! Just then, a familiar, powerful roar echoed from the distance, and the chakra signature of a cage-level powerhouse suddenly surged into Orochimaru's senses. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. He clearly recognized the source of the aura, Hanzo of the Salamander had arrived. However, instead of stopping at Hanzo's shout, Orochimaru's wicked smile grew, and he added another 30% of power to the Great Swamp Hand. Mitsuyama Otoko was initially thrilled to hear Hanzo's voice, and a flush of color returned to his pale face, which was drained from using all his chakra. However, the oppressive shadow of the descending Great Swamp Hand instantly cast a layer of dread over his features once more. The earthen-yellow Great Swamp Hand obscured the sky and dropped heavily. Boom! It crushed Mitsuyama Otoko and the other remaining Rain Ninja Chunin beneath it, killing them instantly. Crimson blood oozed out from the mud. Orochimaru took a deep look at Hanzo, who was rapidly approaching using chakra-enhanced movement. Then, without turning back, slipped into the dense forest behind him and vanished. Hanzo of the Salamander arrived moments later. Seeing the pools of blood and the corpses covering the ground, he was enraged. He gnashed his teeth and whispered, "Orochimaru." The assembled Jonin heard the name of the attacker from Hanzo's lips. The name was not unfamiliar to them. The moniker, Orochimaru the Serpent Lord, was already widespread in the ninja world. Half of the Jonin present had experienced the mission in the southern land of rivers years ago and knew the name well. The image of the young man, gifted, powerful, and astonishing, naturally flashed into their minds. They then inevitably considered how much that young figure must have grown over the years. Seeing the ground littered with corpses, a wave of dread simultaneously crashed over every one of them. Chapter 131. About 10 miles from Aimgakure, hidden Rain Village, in a dense forest. The weather, after days of continuous, drizzling rain, had finally cleared. Golden, warm sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, casting dappled, soft patches of light onto the still muddy forest floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A subtle tremor of sound arose. An earthen-yellow banded venomous python uncoiled and slithered down a tree trunk. Its crimson, slender tongue flickered in and out, and its cold, merciless vertical pupils constantly scanned the surroundings. Tap, tap, tap. A series of quick footsteps approached. The python instantly retracted its tongue and froze all movement. The footsteps grew closer. A moment later, a squad of 4 ninja, wearing Rain Ninja headbands and displaying serious, cautious expressions, traversed the dense forest and stopped beneath the large tree where the python was hidden. This small squad had a surprisingly luxurious composition: 2 Jonin and 2 elite Chunin. The leader, a Rain Ninja radiating a Jonin's aura, asked his Jonin companion behind him doubtfully, "Murai, any luck? Can you find any lingering traces or clues?" His companion frowned, meticulously examining the area for a long time before finally shaking his head helplessly. "No, Captain Asakura. The traces of escape have been wiped completely clean. Not a single clue was left. There is nothing to work with." Captain Asakura, hearing his comrade's words, sighed, his expression a complicated mix of emotions. He spoke slowly. "The village's losses over the past 2 days have been too great. If we return like this, we'll have no way to explain it to Lord Hanzo of the Salamander. Let's cover a little more ground, check ahead for any clues, and then decide." The others nodded in agreement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They activated their enhanced movement and disappeared deeper into the dense forest. The hunters resolve. After about a quarter of an hour, the sharp, motionless, earthen-yellow banded python slowly extended and retracted its crimson tongue. It twisted its small, triangular head, carefully scanning the surroundings again. After a long confirmation that no anomalies remained, it turned its head and began to snake upward, winding toward the treetop. When it reached a branch about the thickness of a rice bowl, the python stopped. Its cold, vertical pupils stared at the branch, seemingly waiting for something. A subtle chakra fluctuation emanated from the branch. The entire surface suddenly rippled like water, but the spreading waves made no sound. A slender figure in a pale moonwhite kimono gradually emerged from the ripples. He slowly opened his eyes. His dark golden pupils were deep and vast, seemingly holding endless wisdom and secrets. It was Orochimaru. The chakra in his feet adhered tightly to the branch surface, allowing Orochimaru to stand steadily. He raised his pale, slender right hand. The earth and yellow banded python straightened its body from the tree trunk and slithered onto Orochimaru's arm. After coiling around his right arm a few times, it raised its triangular head toward Orochimaru, constantly flicking its tongue and letting out faint hissing sounds, seemingly conveying information that others could not understand. After listening to the message from his summoned snake, Orochimaru remained silent, contemplating the pros and cons and planning his next move. 2 days had passed since the initial attack on Aimgakure. Orochimaru had been continuously ambushing the Rain Ninja in the surrounding forests. However, Hanzo of the Salamander, having achieved cage-level status as a ninja from a small nation, was certainly no easy target. Immediately after Orochimaru's attack, Hanzo ordered all Rain Ninja to return to the village and consolidate their forces, preventing Orochimaru from finding opportunities. He also dispatched 10 search squads. Each squad was led by at least one Jonin, included at least one ninja skilled in tracking, and the rest of the members were Chunin level or higher. The 10 well-equipped search squads cast a wide net, an indiscriminate dragnet, relentlessly searching for Orochimaru's traces in the dense forest. They were given a standing order that upon discovery, they must immediately fire a signal flare and engage the enemy to the death. Of course, Hanzo knew that while high-pressure tactics were useful, big rewards spur brave men. He added a significant monetary prize, 1 million ryo for merely finding Orochimaru's location and raising the alarm, and a massive 5 million ryo for killing him on the spot. These 2 orders quickly complicated Orochimaru's assassination plans. Aside from the first day, when he managed to strike a few squads while the Rain Ninja were retreating and consolidating their forces, his subsequent efforts yielded little. As the Rain Ninja search squads closed in, Orochimaru felt an increasing sense of danger. He estimated the time limit of the secret technique he was using. He had until 3 p.m. that afternoon for his final action. A look of complex resolve, excitement, and even a touch of madness flashed in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. He recalled the summoned snake, then turned into a ghost-like figure, sprinting rapidly in the opposite direction of the Rain Ninja squad that had just passed. That direction led straight to Aimgakure. The challenge, perched atop the highest tree near Aimgakure. Orochimaru stood calmly on the treetop, looking down at the village's unique architecture and beautiful scenery. The cold winds of December, blowing from the northern land of Earth, swept over him, causing his pale moon-white kimono and long black hair to billow and stream behind him. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze turned icy. A mountain-shattering, sea-raging wave of palpable killing intent erupted from his muscular, slender body, shooting toward the sky. With Orochimaru as the epicenter, a powerful, chilling aura of slaughter radiated outward, startling all the birds within a 10-mile radius, causing them to take flight. This astonishing, undisguised, and unreserved killing intent was like a blunt, naked declaration of war, transmitted across the distance, aimed directly at a specific person in Aimgakure. Inside Hanzo, of the Salamander's stilt house in Aimgakure. Hanzo, with a grave and serious expression, was listening to his subordinate's search reports from the past 2 days. Suddenly, a terrifying killing aura entered his senses. Hanzo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the enemy he was desperately searching for to deliver himself to his doorstep. Then he suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with cold light. He instantly understood Orochimaru's meaning. Poof! A thick cloud of white smoke erupted where he stood, and he vanished from the spot. Chapter 132. The entire Aimgakure, hidden rain village, which covered several hundred acres, was filled with moving figures, all becoming anxious and chaotic due to the terrifying, sky-high killing aura unleashed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored the Rain Ninja gathering below. His eyes, sharp as knives, were fixed solely on the center of the village. After only 10-odd breaths, a swift black shadow suddenly streaked across the distance. As the shadow moved, it actually compressed into a single black line. The powerful body tore through the air, emitting a sharp, long, flute-like shriek. Before the person even arrived, a fierce gust of wind had already surged forth. The surging aura belonging exclusively to a cage-level powerhouse, like a jade pillar piercing the heavens, rapidly moved closer. After a few leaps, the black shadow stopped on the treetop of a towering tree about 50 to 60 meters across from Orochimaru. Dressed in a ninja uniform resembling a deep-sea diver's suit, and generating an overwhelming cage-level aura that violently disrupted the surging air currents. The person was none other than Hanzo of the Salamander. Orochimaru felt Hanzo's cage-level aura, which was like facing a vast, boundless ocean, surging endless like a tide. Though it was a notch weaker than the aura of the Land of Water's cage, Hazuki Genjutsu, that Orochimaru had sensed during the Chunin exams, it was still a presence that Orochimaru currently had to look up to. Orochimaru's palpable killing intent met Hanzo's immense, oceanic cage-level aura head-on, refusing to back down. Boom, an intense, circular gust of wind, like a Category 5 typhoon, swept outward from the point of their colliding auras. Along its path, it snapped several towering trees and scraped a thin layer of turf from the ground. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes were filled with maniacal fighting spirit and killing intent. Unlike his first attack on Aimgakure, where his chakra was mostly depleted from killing the Eastern Patrol Squad, he was now at full strength and determined to have a genuine fight with Hanzo of the Salamander. He extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. The sheer excitement and killing intent made the wicked smile plastered on his pale, handsome face even more sinister and chilling. The two auras clashed fiercely. Being a cage-level powerhouse, Hanzo's immense aura, like waves crashing against the shore, was continuous. In barely one breath after the initial collision, it had already suppressed Orochimaru's killing intent. Orochimaru was not surprised. A decisive look flashed in his demonic, snake-like eyes. His hands became a blur of afterimages, rapidly weaving hand signs to strike first. Wind release, wind flow severance. A low buzzing sound suddenly arose. Hanzo was abruptly aware that the space around Orochimaru was distorting his vision in several places. These were 5 meters long, crescent-shaped, invisible wind blades. The 5 extremely sharp, rapidly vibrating wind blades were instantly launched by Orochimaru toward Hanzo. 3 of the long, narrow, sharp blades tore through the air, creating a shrill ch-ch-ch screech from the friction. The other 2, intentionally muffled by Orochimaru, were as silent and natural as a gentle breeze, their sound of slicing through the air barely perceptible. The 5 wind blades were a mix of illusion and reality, working together, carving their way toward Hanzo from all directions with tricky angles. Hanzo was surprised by the initiative, but showed no panic. His hands danced through hand signs, and a master-level water release jutsu was deployed in the blink of an eye. Water release, water formation wall. 5 deep blue walls of water completely enveloped Hanzo, protecting him like an impregnable tortoise shell. As a cage-level master of ultimate water release, Hanzo's ninjutsu contained dense, heavy water pressure, making their defense astonishingly strong. Snap, 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 5 crisp sounds rang out. The 5 sharp wind blades instantly vanished upon impact, having failed to accomplish anything except causing ripples to spread across the deep blue water walls. Hanzo let out a cold laugh upon seeing Orochimaru's attack. The 5 deep blue water walls suddenly underwent a significant transformation. Splash, they converged about half a meter to Hanzo's right, solidifying into a deep blue fist about the size of an ordinary television set. Driven by Hanzo, the fist instantly shot out toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He knew that while the incoming deep blue fist looked unremarkable, the terrifying, immense water pressure contained within it could instantly crush him into a bloody pulp the moment he made physical contact. It was already too late to activate a ninjutsu defense. The deep blue fist, seemingly slow, was moving at an astonishing speed, reaching Orochimaru in 1 or 2 breaths. Pure chakra was infused into the soles of his feet, causing the base of his shoes to glow faintly. His powerful soul-sensing ability preemptively predicted the trajectory of the giant fist. He used both feet to push off forcefully. Boom! The ground beneath the towering tree he was standing on sank several centimeters deep. Orochimaru shot out like a bolt of lightning to the side, narrowly grazing the side of the giant fist as he dodged it. Rumble, a deafening roar followed. The deep blue fist continued, smashing through 7 or 8 towering trees before finally dissipating. The rapid exchange of offense and defense had left Orochimaru airborne, unable to draw strength from the ground. Hanzo keenly seized this perfect opportunity. He transformed into a black shadow and suddenly lunged, flashing above Orochimaru. He clasped his hands together and formed a fist, aiming to smash down fiercely onto Orochimaru's chest. Thud, a dull, heavy sound reverberated in Orochimaru's ears. Unable to react in time, his entire body was sent plummeting toward the ground like a cannonball. Boom, with a huge crash, the massive force generated by the cage-level powerhouse's powerful taijutsu drove Orochimaru about 10 centimeters deep into the earth. Web-like cracks in the ground spread out for over 10 meters. Shards of rock flew, and smoke billowed everywhere. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, cough, 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 Orochimaru coughed as he climbed out from the shattered rocks. He looked up at Hanzo, who was standing on the branch of another tree. Crack, crack, crack. Faint sounds of breakage grew into a continuous, intense noise, like a delicate porcelain vase slowly shattering. Orochimaru's skin suddenly began to crack all over. In the blink of an eye, it turned into flakes of earthen-yellow mud and dust, falling to the ground and scattering in the wind, revealing his completely unharmed, slender body once again. Chapter 133. Hanzo of the Salamander stood firmly on the treetop, looking down at Orochimaru, who had risen unscathed from his attack. He took in the strange phenomenon on Orochimaru's body. HMPH, Earth Armor, Hanzo said with a cold, faint snort. After the Earth Armor shattered, Orochimaru had no intention of wasting chakra to reconstruct it. Killing intent, sharp as knives and swords, filled his dark golden eyes. He flicked out his tongue, licking his lips, and a wicked smile spread across his mouth as his pale, slender hands began to dance once more. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Transformation. Rumble. The ground beneath Orochimaru's feet suddenly began to violently shake, tearing open into long, terrifying fissures. The forest floor for dozens of meters around cracked and collapsed everywhere, splitting apart like shattered tofu. Amidst the deafening sound, a more authoritative and high-pitched roar emerged. Aow. An earthen-yellow earth dragon, easily 10 people thick, charged out from underground, bringing with it a heavy, earthy stench. Its terrifying body stretched for dozens of meters, exuding an astonishingly formidable majesty and presence. The moment it rose, it let out a powerful, awe-inspiring roar at Hanzo on the treetop. Earth Dragon Claw. The ferocious earth dragon abruptly extended its sharp, thick right claw and smacked straight toward Hanzo. Hanzo instantly condensed 3 deep blue water formation walls to shield himself. The sharp, thick dragon claw swept through the air with a swift black shadow, instantly ripping apart the 3 deep blue water shields. Sensing danger, Hanzo bent his knees, kicked off, and heavily stomped on the earth dragon's right claw. While changing the dragon's attack direction, he immediately pulled back and retreated. Boom, the thick, earthen-yellow dragon claw, diverted by Hanzo's kick, slammed downward, instantly obliterating the towering tree where Hanzo had been standing, reducing it to a shower of wood chips and sawdust. Overwhelming offense. With his first strike failing, Orochimaru saw Hanzo retreat from the direct confrontation and immediately wove additional hand signs. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The Earth Dragon roared again, abruptly opening its mouth and spitting out nearly 100 explosive mud projectiles, each the size of an adult head. But Orochimaru's assault did not stop. He expertly employed the combination jutsu technique taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Combination Jutsu, Earth Dragon Fire Bomb Technique. The huge, condensed, crimson fireball instantly coated the nearly 100 speeding mud projectiles in a blazing layer of flame. The added explosive properties of the flames nearly doubled the killing power of the jutsu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 100-plus Earth Dragon fire bombs cut through the air with a series of piercing whistles, shooting out in an overwhelming barrage toward Hanzo. Hanzo's vision was instantly filled with fire. A spontaneous, visceral sense of life-threatening danger assailed his mind. His gaze grew serious. The vast, surging chakra, like an ocean within him, instantly burst forth from his body. Water release, great waterfall technique. The three rivers that flowed through this section of the forest, where Orochimaru and Hanzo were fighting, suddenly ceased their flow, only to refill after several seconds. 100-meter segment of each of the three water-rich rivers was instantly lifted by Hanzo's ultimate water release ninjutsu. Amidst the massive whooshing and crashing of water, the 300-meter sections of river water suddenly floated into the air, forming three immense, deep blue spheres of water. This astonishing sight could be seen for dozens of miles around. The three enormous deep blue water spheres converged about 10 meters above Hanzo's head. Then they suddenly poured down, like a massive river that had burst its dam, cascading down in front of him like a heavenly waterfall. The nearly 100 scorching earth dragon fire bombs shot into the deep blue great waterfall. Ch. They exploded into massive clouds of thick steam, engulfing the forest floor for several hundred meters in a dense, snow-white mist. Sensing that Hanzo's aura had not diminished in the slightest, Orochimaru knew that his attack had once again failed. Just as he was about to gather chakra, weave hand signs, and steel himself for the next fight. Suddenly, an extremely intense chakra fluctuation erupted from Hanzo's location. The sheer pressure radiating from this terrifying chakra fluctuation alone forcibly interrupted the ninjutsu Orochimaru was weaving, and the thick mist that had covered several hundred meters dissipated in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru was finally able to see the terrifying movement occurring where Hanzo was. The deep blue waterfall, which was like a heavenly river hanging upside down, instantly froze in place, as if time had stopped. It formed a colossal, deep blue water cube that towered like a skyscraper in front of Hanzo. Water release, descent of the water god. The gigantic water cube, frozen in place, suddenly began to churn violently, as if a terrible, immense force was kneading and shaping it, molding a form within. Crash, with a sound of gushing water. A thick, deep blue arm, perfectly composed of ultimate water release water containing crushing water pressure, reached out from the massive water cube. The thick arm was incredibly detailed and lifelike. One could even see the bulging muscles and veins. Seeing this, a terrifying water release ninjutsu's name flashed through Orochimaru's mind. He frowned and immediately urged his several dozen meter-long earth dragon to charge and attack the gigantic water cube, attempting to use the dragon's great force to interrupt the jutsu. The heavy thudding of the earth dragon's steps crushed swathes of the forest, creating loud boom, boom, boom sounds on the ground. In just 2 breaths, it reached the water cube. By this time, a terrifying and astonishing figure was already faintly visible inside the water cube. Orochimaru quickly commanded the earth dragon to attack. The earth dragon's earthen yellow tail, about 10 people thick, swept through the air, carrying a dull, fierce wind pressure in an arc, and slammed heavily onto the deep blue water cube. The collision between the rock-composed earth dragon tail and the river water-composed water cube created a muffled, suppressed explosion. However, after the huge sound, the gigantic, skyscraper-like water cube remained completely undamaged. Orochimaru was preparing to urge the earth dragon to attack again when he suddenly noticed a black shadow looming over him, and a fierce sense of crisis washed over his mind. Chapter 134. As Orochimaru prepared to drive the earth dragon to attack again, he suddenly noticed a vast, dark, overwhelming shadow cast from above, and a great sense of crisis surged within him. Ignoring the earth dragon beneath him, he shot into the air like a fired bullet, leaving a black line as he violently flew to the side to dodge. He had barely flashed 10 meters away when a tremendous, explosive roar blasted into his ears. Immediately after, the powerful air current generated by the blast caught him, and he was flung far away like a leaf in a gale. Orochimaru tumbled several times in the air before finally stabilizing his body, landing and standing on the branch of a large tree to survey the immense commotion. He looked intently and saw that where the water cube had been, a tall, brawny, deep blue water giant now stood. Its muscles bulged, and it was covered in what looked like fish-scale armor. The water giant, towering like a skyscraper, had its enormous, acre-sized right hand pressed heavily onto the ground. The dozens of meters-long earth dragon Orochimaru had summoned was instantly smashed to smithereens by this pillar-like water giant, which seemed to view it as nothing more than a thick snake. The sheer force of the palm had even pressed a shocking, half-meter-deep pit into the ground, a sight that instilled fear. Swoosh, a faint sound of air being sliced through occurred. Orochimaru clearly saw a small figure appear atop the water giant's head, the completely unharmed hands of the salamander. Orochimaru let out a faint, wry smile. It seems my current strength is still far below the cage level. The bitter smile lasted only an instant before being replaced by a more wicked, unbridled, and extravagant cold sneer. His dark golden eyes betrayed an intense mixture of excitement and madness. Staring at the colossal deep blue water giant, Orochimaru licked his lips and murmured, "Then, it's time to use the final jutsu to bring this to an end." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A low, choked, raspy sound of wind began to stir around Orochimaru. Wind release ninjutsu, Hanzo observed Orochimaru, speaking with uncertainty. Suddenly, a chakra fluctuation that was in no way weaker than Hanzo's descent of the water god jutsu violently radiated from Orochimaru's body. Hanzo could no longer maintain his calm and indifferent composure. He was utterly shocked and instinctively said, "How is that possible? No, it's impossible. How can there be such an intense chakra fluctuation? He's only Jonin level, a brat who hasn't mastered an ultimate release or even touched the cage threshold. How can a jutsu he performs have this level of chakra fluctuation? Damn it." Finally, unable to conceive of a reason, Hanzo cursed in frustration. What Hanzo had not accounted for were Orochimaru's incredible experience as a reincarnated soul, and his extremely high level of understanding of ninjutsu. The violently surging chakra fluctuation stirred the surrounding air currents into fierce gusts, echoing the low, choked wind howl. The chakra fluctuation on Orochimaru's body grew stronger and stronger, and the hand signs in his hands became more numerous and complex. A look of brutality flashed in Hanzo's eyes. The tall, mighty deep blue water giant suddenly turned its head, fixed its gaze on Orochimaru's tiny figure, and began striding toward him. The ground-shaking footsteps grew closer, and the sense of crisis in Orochimaru's heart intensified. However, he did not stop weaving the hand signs. The dancing afterimages of his hands were continuous, tracing intricate, profound, and mesmerizing trajectories. Finally, with the completion of the last hand sign, the turbulent, terrifying chakra fluctuation abruptly solidified. Earth release, opening the earth spikes technique. Boom, booms, boom. As if the end of the world had arrived, the ground within several hundred meters suddenly fractured. Long, terrifying fissures crisscrossed and multiplied. Countless towering trees snapped and fell, dropping into the deep earth cracks. Following this, the outer ring of the fractured ground suddenly collapsed, while the center section abruptly began to jut out and rise. Intensely hot air began to emanate from the ground fissures. Hanzo clearly saw blinding red light quickly permeating through the intersecting fissures in the ground. The ground beneath Hanzo shook, and even the water giant was affected by the dramatically changing environment. The continuously spreading and intersecting fissures caused the water giant's colossal body to shake violently. The gradually rising heat in the surroundings also made the water giant's surface unstable, causing ripples to propagate across its body. Before Hanzo could control the water giant to escape Orochimaru's jutsu range, he was horrified to see a nearly 100-meter-tall magma volcano suddenly erupt from the ground beneath his feet. The spewed volcanic ash floated high into the air with the currents, making the entire sky hazy and obscuring most of the sunlight. Orange, high-temperature magma flowed continuously from the crater, coalescing into a scorching orange magma river. Under Orochimaru's control, the superheated magma flow formed a roaring, growling magma tiger that flew toward Hanzo and the water giant. Roar, the fierce tiger roared and violently collided with the water giant. The two colossal energies of opposing nature clashed intensely, generating a thunderous explosion that sounded like lightning and fire tearing across the sky. Dense, snow-white clouds of steam billowed out, more pervasive than before, enveloping the entire battlefield in a hazy white mist. The fierce chakra fluctuations slowly dissipated. As a gentle breeze began to pick up, the thick, white steam rapidly cleared with the gusts of north wind, revealing a vast battlefield that looked utterly transformed into a desolate ruin for 10 miles around. The erupted volcano and the crisscrossing ground fissures had closed up and disappeared when the jutsu ended. However, the large and small shattered rocks littering the ground, and the towering trees, every single one broken, snapped, and scattered, all testified to the ferocity and terror of the ninja battle that had taken place in this ruin. Swoosh, 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 figures rushed in. They were the Jonin of Aimgakure. Seeing the battle had ended, they immediately rushed over to check the situation and support Hanzo of the Salamander. Seeing the aftermath of the battle, a chill swept through the hearts of the Rain Ninja. The thought that they had been searching for such a terrifying figure over the past few days sent shivers from their feet to their heads, filling them with utter dread. Chapter 135. Suddenly, crack, an arm reached out from beneath the earth, and immediately after, Hanzo of the Salamander's figure, still clad in his diver-like suit, emerged from the ground. The nearest Rain Ninja ran over in excitement, shouting as he ran, "Here, Lord Hanzo of the Salamander is here." Everyone gathered around Hanzo, awaiting instructions. Although Hanzo had multiple scorch marks and bruises on his body, his aura was still incredibly solid and powerful, barely weakened. However, he remained silent, his complex eyes seemingly pondering something deeply. Hanzo raised his head, looked at the subordinates surrounding him, and asked in a low voice, "Where is Orochimaru? Has he been found?" Just then, a shout came from a distance. "Orochimaru, it's Orochimaru, he's here." Hanzo's aura instantly solidified, and his eyes sharpened. He and his subordinates quickly ran toward the voice. They saw Orochimaru lying silently on a patchy patch of grass, lifeless. Hanzo looked at Orochimaru's corpse. Suddenly, with a loud poof, Orochimaru's corpse transformed into an ordinary-looking prisoner dressed in a convict's uniform. Hanzo let out a soft sigh, unable to help but mutter, "A secret technique? He is only 15 years old and already possesses Jonin-level strength, and at the Jonin rank, he can force me to use this level of power. Orochimaru truly deserves the title of the #1 genius in the ninja world." Alas. Standing in the wind, Hanzo's figure suddenly appeared somewhat desolate and resigned. After standing for a long time, Hanzo slowly gave an order to his trusted aide. "Go and reply to the Land of Wind's envoy. Tell them that our Aimgakure has suffered immense losses from this attack by Orochimaru and is unable to form an alliance or participate in the Second Great Ninja War. Oh, and phrase it tactfully. After all, both sides are great nations we cannot afford to offend." The aide respectfully nodded. The return. Inside Orochimaru's secret base in the land of rice. Orochimaru, sitting cross-legged on the ground and forming hand signs, suddenly trembled as if his soul had returned to his body. Immediately after, his vacant eyes instantly released an ethereal, light blue chakra glow, and a cold, arrogant gaze shot forth. Putting his hands down, Orochimaru slowly stood up. After recalling his experience using the Akatsuki secret technique over the past few days, he gave a wicked smile. "Hanzo of the Salamander. Heh, cage-level strength, truly remarkable power." Orochimaru quickly wrote a note for Kato Tatsuya, then strapped his Muramasa sword to his waist, opened the door, and walked out. Seeing Hatake Sakumo vigilantly standing guard by the door and glancing at the finished meal on the floor, Orochimaru clapped him on the shoulder and said faintly, "Let's go, Sakumo. It's time for us to return to Konoha." Sakumo nodded and asked, "Shouldn't we notify Tatsuya first?" "Don't worry, I've left him a note. The Land of Wind is now attacking Konoha in full force. It's time for us to return to the village and join the war. I've kept a low profile for 3 or 4 years. The world seems to have forgotten my name, Orochimaru." Orochimaru took the lead and walked out of the base. Sakumo followed closely behind. Along the way, children undergoing training constantly cast glances of reverence and awe toward Orochimaru. Konoha's Gate. 3 days later, on the main road leading to Konoha, two figures dressed in dark black windbreakers were walking slowly. The northern border outpost of Konoha was already visible in the distance. As they approached, two Konoha ninja, both with roughly Chunin-level auras, stepped in front of them, holding out a hand and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Show us your identification for inspection." The two Konoha ninja were extremely wary. They could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the two unidentified individuals. They recognized it as the killing intent and bloodlust formed from having been involved in too much bloodshed. Another Konoha ninja, of elite Chunin rank, stood slightly behind, carefully observing the two individuals' actions and secretly providing cover for his comrades. One of the figures in the dark black windbreaker extended his pale, slender hands and pulled back the hood covering his head. Upon seeing the person's face, the expressions of the three Konoha ninja drastically changed. Their eyes filled with intense surprise and honor as they shouted in unison, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled and nodded. Sakumo, behind him, also pulled back his hood. "Lord Orochimaru, you finally returned. Your single-handed attack on the Rain Ninja in Aimgakure, which directly caused them to withdraw from the Second Great Ninja War, is absolutely exhilarating news." The Konoha ninja who had first asked for identification said excitedly. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. Although he had received news that Aimgakure had released a statement about not participating in the war, he hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly that even the Konoha ninja knew about it. Orochimaru paused, gave a slight smile, and handed over his and Sakumo's identification documents. While the Konoha ninja was inspecting the documents, Orochimaru inquired, "How is the war on the Western Front currently going?" Although Orochimaru had some intelligence, he wanted to hear if there was any special news circulating within the Konoha ninja ranks. After checking their identification, the ninja said with a worried expression, "When we left a few days ago, we heard that the Western defenses were falling rapidly. The situation is probably not much better these days." The news didn't differ much from his intelligence, so Orochimaru wasn't concerned. He nodded indifferently, retrieved his documents, and continued walking with Sakumo past the border outpost toward Konoha village. After Orochimaru left, the three Konoha ninja immediately began to discuss him. "Wow, Lord Orochimaru is definitely strong. Just standing near him gave me an indescribable pressure. I know, Lord Orochimaru is Lord Sarutobi's favorite student. Not only is he of noble status, but he's incredibly powerful. I heard that during the Chunin exams, all 100,000 spectators were chanting the name, Serpent Lord. The scene was absolutely magnificent. And my brother, who works in the Anbu, told me he took down over 100 Rain Ninja by himself." "What? I heard it was several hundred, including over 10 Jonin." The discussions and rumors of the populace are always the fertile ground for heroes to be born. However, no matter how wildly they exaggerated and mythologized Orochimaru's achievements, it no longer concerned him. After 3 years, he finally stood once again before the gate of Konoha village. Chapter 136. The tall Konoha gate was still wide open as usual. Though a total lockdown wasn't enforced due to the start of the Second Great War, it was clear that the checks and interrogations at the entrance were much more numerous than before. Through the open gate, the familiar architecture and layout of the village were clearly visible, giving Orochimaru a long-missed, faint feeling of a traveler returning home. The two men walked slowly up to the gate, where they encountered an old acquaintance. Hyuga Hirano still looked like the same kindly old man. His dyed black long hair was tied back with a ribbon, resting naturally on his back. A benevolent smile was constantly on his kind face. Although over 60 years old, he was alert and energetic. On duty for a village patrol that day, he recognized Orochimaru and grew very excited. He grabbed Orochimaru's arm, patting his shoulder repeatedly, and said with a look of relief, "Haha, the news about the Rain Village has spread throughout Konoha. I've read the official intelligence myself. Good, well done. Time flies quickly. In a blink, another 3 years have passed. Ah, I'm truly old now. The future belongs to you young people, haha. Orochimaru and Sakumo took off their hoods. Unaccustomed to Hyuga Hirano's sentimentality, Orochimaru was at a loss for words and could only manage a helpless smile. Suddenly, the villagers who were undergoing exit checks around them gathered, whispering and discussing. Hey dear, isn't that Lord Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru, where is he? Where has Lord Orochimaru returned? It's the Serpent Lord, the Serpent Lord. Lord Orochimaru has finally returned. Is this a directive from Lord Hiruzen? Is Konoha finally going to counterattack? Reporting to the Hokage. Hyuga Hirano clearly noticed the crowd growing closer and larger. He smiled at Orochimaru and said, Well, I'm just a useless old man, and I won't bother a celebrity like you any longer. Haha, go report to the Hokage first, or it will only get more troublesome to leave once the crowd gets bigger. Orochimaru nodded, offered a gesture of respect to the elder Hyuga Hirano, and then, along with Sakumo, activated their enhanced movement. After a few leaps, they jumped onto the rooftops and raced toward the Hokage Tower. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped the pen he was using to grade battle reports. He looked up, blinking his strained eyes, eased the look of fatigue on his face, and replaced it with a solemn yet kind expression before saying, Come in. Orochimaru and Sakumo slowly walked in. Seeing Orochimaru's familiar face and much taller figure, the joy that instantly hit Hiruzen's expression caused it to freeze for a moment, and his eyes reddened slightly. When the news about the Rain Village reached Konoha, I figured you'd be back soon. Good. It's good that you're back. It's good. Sakumo met Hiruzen's gaze, bowed respectfully, and then stepped out without saying much. He knew the sensei and student, reunited after a long time, would have much to discuss. He figured the news of his return had also reached his father. With that thought, Sakumo's mind naturally conjured the image of that tall, resolute back, and he quickened his pace. Inside Hiruzen's office, Orochimaru selectively recounted his experiences over the past few years, naturally glossing over the details of the secret base and the Kurigane Hebai group. As Hiruzen listened, he offered his perspective. The two talked for a full 3 hours until they neared the end. Hiruzen lifted his porcelain cup, slowly took a sip to clear his throat, and then asked gently, You've reached the Jonin rank, haven't you? Yes, Hiruzen-sensei, Orochimaru replied without hiding anything, laying out his full strength level. I've pretty much mastered the series of combination ninjutsu techniques and essences you've continuously taught me through encrypted files over the past 3 years. Hiruzen knew Orochimaru's nature. If he said he had pretty much mastered it, he must have reached a stage of profound comprehension and immense proficiency. Smiling with satisfaction, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted slightly, becoming serious and solemn. His eyes grew deeper as he said slowly and deliberately, Very well. Now that you've returned, I plan to transfer you to the Anbu, appointing you as the captain of the 2nd Anbu Squad. You will lead your team to reinforce the Western Front and participate in the 3rd War Zone battles. Tsunade and Jiraiya will also go with you. They are now at elite Chunin level. Furthermore, the Anbu subordinates assigned to you are the 2 teams who participated in the confidential mission in the Land of Rivers before. Since they are already familiar with you, I believe your work will proceed more smoothly. So, do you feel you can take on this responsibility? Yes, sensei, Orochimaru affirmed. His calm tone carried a strong sense of confidence and pride in his own strength and ability. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. You had already completed 1 A rank and 1 confidential S rank mission shortly after graduating from the academy, so your qualifications are certainly not an issue. As for your capabilities, the village has also been informed of your achievements outside these past few years, especially since the village has reaped tangible benefits annually. That's proof enough of your ability. Orochimaru, you are my most brilliant student. I trust in your ability and potential. A great ninja war is far more dangerous than ordinary missions, so you must be extra careful. Before Orochimaru could respond, Hiruzen spoke again, sounding slightly anxious and agitated. The situation on the front lines is not optimistic. Although the Sand Ninja initially caught us off guard, they did gain a considerable advantage. but after we reorganized and sent elite ninja corps to reinforce, the battle quickly devolved into a stalemate. Since the battlefield is on our own soil, the situation is dire. My hope is that, when you arrive, you not only help the Third War Zone hold back the Sand Ninjas' attacks, but that you go as the final straw to tip the scales of victory, changing the entire dynamic of the battlefield. If your position can achieve a breakthrough and bring about change, it will undoubtedly influence the situation across the entire Western Front. Orochimaru nodded. His dark golden eyes reflected confusion at Hiruzen's urgency and agitation. He instinctively sensed that there might be some underlying, internal reason, and he asked suspiciously, "Sensei, has some other bad news arrived?" Hiruzen was not surprised by Orochimaru's sharp intuition and confirmed his suspicion. A spy transmitted intelligence that the cage from the Land of Water on the Eastern Front seems to be getting restless. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are still playing the long game, waiting for the tigers to fight so they can profit as the fishermen. The current situation is extremely volatile and not optimistic. Orochimaru frowned. The Land of Water entering the Second Great War seems to be a few years earlier than in my previous life. Is Konoha going to be dragged into a two-front war right at the start of the Second Great Ninja War? A heavy silence fell over both Orochimaru and Hiruzen. Chapter 137. Orochimaru pulled his thoughts away from the memories of his past life and asked Hiruzen, "Sensei, is the intelligence about the Land of Water reliable?" Hiruzen nodded with certainty. "There shouldn't be any issues. I've already sent Anbu to bring the spy's family into Konoha." Seeing Orochimaru's grave expression, Hiruzen felt he owed his student, having dragged him into discussing the war the moment he returned. He couldn't help but smile and say, "All right, you've talked with me long enough. It's time for you to go home. Little Magi has been talking about you nonstop here. If she knew I detained you for this long right after you got back, she'd blame me again. I can't handle the little one's eyes when they get all watery and mournful." A look of resignation appeared on Hiruzen's face, showing he often gave in to Magi's wishes. At the mention of Magi, the wicked smile on Orochimaru's face softened, instinctively showing a hint of tenderness and warmth. He immediately bowed and took his leave from Hiruzen. Stepping out of Hiruzen's office, Orochimaru walked down the well-lit, bright corridor. He slowly extended his tongue to lick his lips and let out a chuckle. He knew that the Third War Zone on the Western Front would be a much more interesting stage. A long-awaited reunion. As Orochimaru walked, his eyes suddenly brightened. In the brilliant, soft sunlight streaming down, a girl stood at the end of the corridor, listlessly craning her neck in anticipation. The girl's delicate face held a pair of watery, bright black eyes that seemed to contain 1,000 words, giving her an air of frail vulnerability that invited pity. Her ink-black hair contrasted with her fair skin, making her look as pure as snow and as smooth as jade. Altogether pure, beautiful, and charming. Compared to 3 years ago, her figure had grown quite a bit and was beginning to show graceful curves. Clad in a pure white kimono adorned with lily patterns, she radiated an aura of vibrant youthfulness. The quietly waiting girl looked like a tender lily bud about to bloom, pure, flawless, and delicately alluring. Orochimaru gazed at the beautiful girl bathed in sunlight, his mind racing. He felt as if he were transported back to the night he adopted her, as if all the goodness, charm, and beauty of the world had converged on this innocent girl. The girl's sharp intuition sensed she was being stared at, and she instinctively turned her head. At that glance, her vision froze and her entire body trembled. Intense surprise and excitement welled up in her bright, captivating black eyes, which instantly became red-rimmed. Before Orochimaru could react, the girl flew into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest, running at top speed. Her gentle body clung tightly to Orochimaru. The girl sobbed and cried out, "Big brother, waya." Orochimaru's hands hung awkwardly at his sides. For a moment, he didn't know where to put them. Though he was a man reincarnated from another life, he had never experienced this kind of emotional onslaught. However, looking down at the girl weeping in his arms, Orochimaru could tell she had much to say, but all of it had dissolved into that single, emotionally complex address. "Big brother." Feeling her soft body and smelling her faint, sweet fragrance, Orochimaru felt a spring of clear water flow through his heart, washing away the bloodshed and killing intent, leaving him instantly calm and serene. His pale, slender hands naturally reached up, just as they had long ago, and gently stroked the girl's ink-black hair. Orochimaru's gentle, deep and slightly magnetic voice slowly sounded. There, Magi, don't cry anymore, okay? You'll ruin your pretty face if you cry." The girl immediately stopped her pitiable crying as told. She looked up at the pale, handsome Orochimaru, a faint flush of shyness spreading across her face. She immediately looked down again, her soft hands only tightening their grip on Orochimaru, greedily soaking in his scent, clinging to him like a cute koala bear. After a while, Magi finally stood up following Orochimaru's gentle persuasion. Seeing the large wet spot on his chest, Orochimaru's wicked, tender smile slowly deepened. His right hand, just as in their childhood, gently rubbed Magi's head. "You still love to cry, don't you? See? You've soaked a big patch on Big Brother's clothes." Magi, who had initially looked mournful because Orochimaru messed up her neat hair, immediately blushed again at his words. She frantically searched her body for a tissue to wipe the spot. Seeing his familiar little sister still adorable, charming, and shy, Orochimaru waved his hand, stopping her with a smile. "It was just a joke, come on. Let's go home." Magi wiped the glistening tears from the corner of her eyes and nodded heavily. Big brother, let's go home." Going home. By the time Orochimaru and Magi left the Hawkage Tower, it was already late. The blazing sun was slowly setting, leaving only the fading, warm glow of the twilight. Magi, her face full of joy and happiness, held Orochimaru's hand and mischievously said, "Big brother, carry me on your back just like you used to." Hearing Magi's sudden, childish request, Orochimaru's head throbbed a little. "Magi, you're big now. Don't you worry about people laughing if Big Brother carries you." "HMPH," she pouted her cute little nose. "It's your fault for not coming back for 3 whole years and leaving Magi all alone at home." Her eyes were on the verge of turning into a floodgate again. Orochimaru, who was cold and brilliant in his strategies against enemies, was utterly helpless in this situation. He could only comply, squatting down and waving his hand. "Fine, get on." Sigh. Heh, Magi immediately burst into a smile, not a trace of her previous sadness remaining. She eagerly leaped onto Orochimaru's back. As a whiff of fragrance reached him, Orochimaru felt a slight weight on his back. His strong, Jonin-level body effortlessly carried Magi, who was still small to him. It was only after being carried that Magi felt a slight strangeness. Her soft chest was pressed tightly against her big brother's back, and a unique, pleasant, rich masculine scent from Orochimaru constantly wafted into her nose. Magi's face was flushed with shyness, but she held tightly to Orochimaru's neck, full of joy and intoxication. Orochimaru walked quietly in the sunset with Magi on his back, a wicked and tender smile playing on his lips. Their intertwined figures, just as when they were younger, were stretched long by the dim twilight. Chapter 138. The southeastern part of the ninja world is a vast, endless ocean dotted with countless, star-like islands of all sizes. Islanders with diverse customs and regional cultures live scattered throughout, gradually evolving and developing to form one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Water. Because the Land of Water is surrounded entirely by the sea, the air has extremely high humidity. It is highly prone to rain and fog. During the rainy summer season, most of the country is shrouded in a faint, white mist, making it bizarre and mysterious. The hidden mist village, Kirigakure, is said to be built in a secret place, perpetually locked away in dense fog. In a simple yet grand and dignified room within this fog-shrouded village, Hazuki Genjutsu, 3rd Mizukage, wearing his deep blue cage robes, sat quietly at his desk, his red writing brush suspended without falling. The highly restrained aura on his body became increasingly difficult to suppress. It was like a sea surface that was perfectly calm one moment, only to be hit by a sudden storm of wind and towering waves the next. This uncontrollable cage-level aura pressed down on Hazuki Mangetsu and Yagura, who stood waiting nearby, making it difficult for them to breathe. They dared not utter a sound. Genjutsu pondered for a long time before finally setting down his brush with a heavy flourish. He looked up, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although he retracted the unintentionally leaked cage-level aura, he radiated a stern solemnity and intense dominance. "Yagura," Genjutsu called out. "Present, Mizukage-sama." Yagura hurried forward, responding respectfully. Hazuki Genjutsu rolled up the scroll of the confidential document he had just annotated and handed it to Yagura. "Give this document to the Great Elder. Tell him I have approved his proposal. Our Kirigakure has been dormant for too many years. It is time for us to step onto the fertile lands of the central continent." Hearing the implied information in Genjutsu's words, Yagura's spirit lifted. He accepted the scroll with both hands and bowed in assent. After Yagura left, Genjutsu turned to Hazuki Mangetsu, who was waiting at his side, and commanded in a low voice, "Mangetsu, go inform all the major Kekkei Genkai clans of this decision. Furthermore, summon all Jonin-level mist ninja to an urgent Jonin meeting. I have a decision to announce." "Yes, Mizukage-sama," Mangetsu bowed and withdrew. In the room, only Hazuki Genjutsu remained, and an atmosphere of bloodlust and killing intent slowly brewed around him. Reunion. That evening, Orochimaru and Magi returned home, and a group of friends, having heard the news, also quickly arrived. The formerly spacious courtyard instantly became lively. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kai, Bluebird, and Hyuga Harano were there, and even Sakumo rushed over from his home to join the meal. Jiraiya was his usual self. Although he had grown taller and his physique was more robust, he was still habitually cheerful and disorderly. However, his strength had improved significantly over the past 3 years, reaching the elite Chunin level. As in his previous life, he obtained the Toad clan's summoning scroll during an accident while learning summoning jutsu. Having been guided by the Toad Elder, his combat power was not to be underestimated. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Tsunade had experienced a massive change. Orochimaru thought Magi's changes were significant enough, but upon seeing Tsunade, he realized there was always someone more impressive. The same age as Orochimaru, 15, Tsunade's enviable figure had fully developed. Her full, soft chest and cute, rounded hips perfectly accentuated her captivating S-curve, which, combined with her unparalleled beauty and her strong background as a Konoha princess, already showed signs of her future stunning elegance. She had already attracted numerous admirers in Konoha. Tsunade's strength had also increased considerably over the past 3 years. Like Jiraiya, she had reached the elite Chunin rank and had signed the Slug clan's summoning contract. The chakra-enhanced strength, monster strength, ninjutsu that Orochimaru had taught her early on had also been mastered, making her actual combat strength formidable. Under Hiruzen's arrangement, both Jiraiya and Tsunade had begun leading genin squads. Bluebird, who had awakened the Jugen, heavy eyes, thanks to Orochimaru's help and seen a significant jump in power, had been arranged by Hyuga Harano to return to the clan to take on some duties. He had become much more composed and stable, though he remained exceptionally respectful and subservient toward Orochimaru. Kai needs no introduction. He had been constantly traveling back and forth between Konoha and Orochimaru's secret base for 3 years, carrying out various missions assigned by Orochimaru. His strength had skyrocketed like a rising rocket, and the murderous intent surrounding him had grown day by day. Twilight Serenity. Reunited after a long separation, everyone was in high spirits. Even Magi, who never drank, was persuaded by Tsunade to have 2 cups. With a naturally low tolerance, she quickly became dizzy after 2 cups. Her delicate body swayed erratically. When she dimly saw Orochimaru, she gave a silly chuckle, tilted her head, and instinctively leaned against him. Her exquisite, charming face was flushed from the alcohol, adding a touch of dewy, enticing allure. Her soft, small mouth, puffing out faint gusts of alcohol-scented air, was slightly pursed and adorable. The air of vulnerability around her intensified, forcing Orochimaru to helplessly let her lean on his shoulder. By the time dinner ended, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After settling Magi and the others, Orochimaru, who was also feeling slightly fuzzy from the alcohol, slowly walked into the courtyard. The December night wind was chilly, but to Orochimaru, it was perfect. The cold breeze was instantly refreshing, and he sobered up considerably. He sat down casually on the ground, leaning obliquely against a porch pillar. Orochimaru looked up at the scattered stars and the bright moon against the dark night sky. For a moment, his mind was utterly empty, and his heart was exceptionally calm. Yamada, who had been sleeping on Orochimaru's chest for an unknown amount of time, also slithered out, revealing its pale golden body. Yamada, whose size seemed unchanged after 3 or 4 years, was quietly coiled on Orochimaru's shoulder, raising its small snake head. Its pair of scarlet snake eyes admired the beautiful night sky alongside Orochimaru. In the shadows nearby, Kai slowly materialized. Looking at the figure sitting on the ground, he immediately took up his post to guard and watch over Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt Kai's presence through the Yamada cursed seal and chuckled. "Heh heh, Kai, don't be so stiff when you're home. Come over." Kai paused. As one who never went against Orochimaru's words, he slowly walked to Orochimaru's side and respectfully knelt behind him. After about an hour, Yamada had long since returned to Orochimaru's chest to sleep. Orochimaru was mostly sober now. Without turning his head, he said lightly, "All right, Kai, let's go." He then continued to himself, "It's time to visit that place again." Chapter 139. The night wind quietly swept through the grass and leaves, making soft shush-shush sounds that were clearly audible in the deep silence of the night. 2 figures slowly walked along a secluded, dark garden path in the backyard. Orochimaru and Kai walked along the narrow, cobblestone-paved path toward the ancient, weathered ancestral shrine at the end. The two stopped outside the door. Orochimaru slightly turned his head and commanded Kai, "Guard here, don't let anyone come in." Kai remained silent, but nodded firmly. His entire body slowly faded into the shadows outside the shrine. Creak, the old wooden door let out a teeth-grinding screech, as Orochimaru confidently pushed it open and stepped inside. The layout of the ancient family shrine was the same, but unlike the first time Orochimaru entered it after his rebirth, the shrine was spotlessly clean, without a speck of dust. Even the candle holders on both sides were completely lit with slender, smokeless candles, illuminating the entire shrine clearly. The palm-sized golden bronze censer on the offering table gave off a faint, pleasant, clean aroma that seemed to bring peace and tranquility to the mind. In the 3-legged incense burner next to it, used for descendants to offer incense, there was a significant accumulation of ash, and 6 partially burned long incense sticks were currently placed inside. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback by the scene. Orochimaru had only told Magi that this wooden structure was the family shrine. He hadn't even mentioned it to Kai. As for Kai, he was an unusually rigid child. He only moved back and forth between his room and the dining hall, a strict 2-point routine every day. Unless Orochimaru ordered him to enter a room, he would never do so, adhering to a strictness comparable to an ascetic monk. At that thought, the small figure of Magi immediately surfaced in Orochimaru's mind, busy cleaning, tidying up, lighting candles, and placing incense in the shrine. A strange emotion welled up, causing the corner of Orochimaru's mouth to turn up slightly. Remembering Magi's intoxicated state earlier, his heart filled with even more affection for her. Detaching himself from his sentimental mood, his characteristic calmness and rationality took over his emotions once again. He slowly walked up to the offering table where the ancestral tablets were placed. He reached his right hand to the base of the 5th tablet on the left in the first row and meticulously felt around. The familiar, almost imperceptible circular indentation reappeared before his eyes. Orochimaru pressed his index finger down without hesitation. Click-clack-clack, the sounds of rolling metal mixed with a few crunching mechanical noises. A person-sized hidden door to a secret room suddenly opened on the left wall of the shrine. After a bright flash of light, the familiar hidden corridor appeared before Orochimaru's eyes. The torches on the walls lit up in sequence, following the sloping steps that extended down into the earth. The dim passage, like an endless staircase, was like the wide-open maw of a beast, exuding a faint sense of danger and a mysterious allure. Orochimaru, accustomed to the process, scanned the entire shrine once more, then stepped into the secret room. After walking for a short distance in the corridor, the secret room door closed again. Accompanied by the constant tap-tap-tap of his footsteps echoing in his ears, Orochimaru once again arrived before the ancient relief carving of an 8-headed serpent, Yamata no Orochi. The fierce and ferocious Yamata no Orochi was as vivid and compelling as before, seeming ready to slither out of the old relief. The astonishing, distant, and overbearing bloodlust, viciousness, and brutality, as if from the ancient period of the tailed beast wars, reappeared, washing over Orochimaru. At this moment, although his chakra rank was only at the Jonin level and hadn't recovered to his previous life's peak strength, Orochimaru's spiritual strength was far greater than before. Facing this terrifying and potent aura, which was stronger than any genjutsu, he let out a cold laugh inwardly. His mouth curved into a wicked smirk. His dark golden, demonic snake eyes suddenly narrowed, and his suppressed, materialized killing intent violently erupted from his body like a volcanic blast. A black, giant serpent of materialized killing intent slowly coiled behind Orochimaru, bearing its ferocious fangs at the ancient relief door. Just then, an unexpected event occurred that Orochimaru hadn't anticipated. The 8th head of the Yamata no Orochi carved on the relief door, made of an unknown material, suddenly twitched. Orochimaru sharply noted this subtle movement, a slight surprise welling up in his heart. Then a faint blue, semi-transparent, 8-headed, 8-tailed Yamata no Orochi phantom slowly slithered out of the ancient relief door. Does it get stronger when faced with strength? This thing's state. Could it be? Orochimaru murmured to himself, watching the mysterious scene. Is the soul of a real Yamata no Orochi sealed within this relief door? The faint blue Yamata no Orochi soul was vicious and dominant, yet elegant and nimble, like an aristocrat among snakes. Its 8 heads and 16 eyes slowly fixed upon the black, materialized serpent of killing intent behind Orochimaru. In the next moment, the faint blue Yamata no Orochi soul angrily opened its 16 mouths, letting out a silent hiss and roar in unison, instantly emitting a terrifying aura nearly twice as strong as before. Orochimaru's body swayed from the impact of the aura. Intense interest flashed in his dark golden eyes, and he was just about to make a move. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a strange movement near his heart. The small, pale golden Yamata slowly slithered out from under Orochimaru's clothes again. Its pair of scarlet snake eyes focused intensely on the faint blue Yamata no Orochi soul on the floor, revealing a strong desire and greed, as if it had spotted an irresistible delicacy. At that very moment, the faint blue Yamata no Orochi soul's 16 eyes immediately ignored the black serpent of killing intent. It actually lowered all 8 of its ferocious snake heads, prostrating itself on the ground, trembling and fearfully watching the small, pale golden Yamata proudly looking down at it from Orochimaru's shoulder. A humanized expression of satisfaction appeared in the small Yamata's snake eyes. Its slender, crimson tongue flickered as it spoke to Orochimaru in a childish voice. "Master, I want that." Orochimaru's curiosity had been piqued, so he certainly wouldn't refuse. He nodded, preparing to watch the unfolding scene with great interest. Suddenly, the area before them burst into light. Chapter 140. After Orochimaru retracted his killing intent, the black giant serpent of materialized killing intent slowly dissipated into nothingness. He folded his arms, watching the faintly blue Yamata no Orochi soul that was trembling and prostrate on the ground with a composed look. The small Yamata flickered its scarlet, slender tongue in satisfaction. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a great flash of light before his eyes. The small Yamata revealed its pale golden, 2-headed, 2-tailed Yamata avatar. As soon as the immense avatar appeared, it occupied the entire corridor. Apparently sensing the narrow space, the 2-headed, 2-tailed golden avatar suddenly shrank its form to the size of a lion or tiger. It slowly slithered in front of the faint blue, 8-headed, 8-tailed snake soul. The noble and powerful pale golden Yamata avatar constantly flexed and writhed its 2 heads and 2 tails. The mysterious, profound markings covering its body emitted a gentle golden light every moment. An air of elegant nobility, combined with a fierce dominance, naturally radiated outward, pressing down upon the faint blue Yamata no Orochi soul. Feeling this noble aura, the eight-headed, eight-tailed soul trembled with fear. Its 8 heads plastered deeply against the ground like a vassal seeing his emperor on a procession. The 2 massive snake heads on the small Yamata's pale golden avatar suddenly opened, inhaling deeply toward the faint blue Yamata no Orochi soul on the ground. The soul, utterly powerless to resist, instantly condensed into 2 faint blue streams of air and rushed into the small Yamata's golden avatar. After consuming the soul, the golden avatar couldn't help but turn its head, stretching and dancing excitedly toward Orochimaru, as if expressing its inner joy. The pervasive golden light slowly disappeared, and Orochimaru focused his eyes. Where the pale golden avatar had stood, the slender, adorable small Yamata was gone. In its place was an oval, pale golden cocoon the size of a large bowl, appearing to be woven from golden threads. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He knew that this state meant the small Yamata was about to undergo another astonishing metamorphosis. Feeling invigorated, Orochimaru carefully picked up the pale golden energy cocoon from his shoulder and placed it inside his inner clothing. The contract. After safely securing the small Yamata, Orochimaru looked at the relief door. The 8-headed, 8-tailed snake carving was still there, but a closer look revealed that it lacked a specific, elusive charm and spirit. Orochimaru bit his finger, drawing blood, and pressed it onto each snake head on the relief in turn. When the last snake head was marked with Orochimaru's crimson blood, a dazzling, deep blue chakra radiance suddenly appeared. It spread across the entire relief door like flowing water. Rumble, the ancient, heavy relief door split down the middle and slowly opened. The familiar, half-human-sized altar reappeared before Orochimaru's eyes. Thinking of the immense power he was about to gain, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel excited, constantly licking his slightly dry lips. Orochimaru solemnly picked up the ancient scroll, which was about the length of an adult's forearm and the width of 2 palms. He slowly unrolled it, examining the rows of ancient Ninja World characters one more time. After confirming everything was correct, he used the still wet blood on his fingertip to write his name in the blank space. Yamata Orochimaru. The moment Orochimaru wrote his name on the Yamata summoning scroll, and before the crimson blood could dry, a powerful suction came from the scroll, as if it were a terrifying black hole instead of a summoning contract. The powerful suction from the scroll instantly passed through Orochimaru's body and into his chakra system. The surging, pure chakra stream, which was several times greater than that of a typical Jonin, was sucked completely into the ancient and mysterious Yamata summoning scroll. At that moment, an ancient, weathered voice, seemingly having traveled through the river of time and conveying the vicissitudes of history, echoed softly in Orochimaru's ears. After such an immense passage of time, someone has finally signed the contract of our clan. The voice appeared and vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Yet, Orochimaru's soul was now connected to an ancient place. Deep within his soul, a profound and mysterious contract formula slowly appeared, forcefully pushing aside the summoning contract that Orochimaru had previously signed with the other Snake Clan, the Great Snake Clan's summoning contract. The entire Yamata summoning scroll instantly transformed into a stream of ink-black light, entering Orochimaru's right hand and manifesting on his forearm as a vivid, lifelike, 8-headed, 8-tailed black snake tattoo. Orochimaru pulled up the sleeves on both arms. Seeing that the ink-black snake mark of the Great Snake Clan was still on his left hand, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He now knew that the claim on the Yamata summoning scroll, that the Yamata summoning jutsu could sign a contract with all snake-type summoned beasts, was not false. Just then, a massive stream of information poured into Orochimaru's mind from the Yamata tattoo on his right arm. Already feeling incredibly weak from having most of his spiritual energy drained, Orochimaru's face paled further. Helpless, he could only close his eyes and endure the massive influx of information. After a long time, Orochimaru finally opened his dark golden eyes. Every question in his mind was now answered. His goal for this trip accomplished, Orochimaru left the secret room. After restoring everything to its original state, he and Kai returned to their respective rooms. Departure. Leisure time always passes quickly. 3 days passed since Orochimaru returned from the land of rice. During these 3 days, Orochimaru drafted a proposal, which he had long planned, suggesting that medical ninja be a fixed configuration within every squad, a strategy that Tsunade wouldn't propose until the third great ninja war in his previous life. He submitted it to Hiruzen. As expected, this excellent suggestion, which was capable of tipping the scales of victory on the battlefield, was quickly adopted by the farsighted Hiruzen, bypassing the Konoha Elder Advisory Council and the Jonin Council with an immediate green light. Furthermore, a corps of Konoha's medical ninja would be deployed with Orochimaru to the Western Front to fight the Sand Ninja of the Land of Wind. The notification and assembly of the medical ninja took about a day. On the 5th morning after Orochimaru's return, Hiruzen sent over the official letter of appointment and all the relevant data regarding the Western Front's battle situation. The next morning, clad in a sleek and well-fitting Anbu combat uniform, with the ink-black cursed sword Muramasa slung across his back, Orochimaru, accompanied by Kai, said goodbye to Magi and set off toward the Konoha Gate amidst the crisp morning wind and bright light. Chapter 141. It was the pre-dawn hour. The sky hadn't fully brightened, but already 52 neatly dressed and powerful-feeling Konoha shinobi had gathered in front of the wide, tall Konoha Gate. The aura emanating from 40 of these Konoha shinobi was distinctly different from the rest. It was a rich, vitality-filled essence, like that of thriving, vigorous plants, indicating a strong life force. These were the 40 medical ninja of the Konoha Medical Corps. Leading the medical corps was Yakushi Tenshu, the medical ninja with the highest achievements in Konoha's medical ninjutsu, the overall director of the corps, and coincidentally, Magi's sensei. In addition to the 40 medical ninja, there were 2 Anbu teams, teams 7 and 8, led by the Jonin brothers Aokita and Aokiya, both old acquaintances from Orochimaru's land of River's mission. The remaining individuals were the ones who had already arrived: Sakumo, Bluebird, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. The 52-person ninja squad gathered at the Konoha Gate, yet the area did not feel crowded. The individuals were scattered in small groups, whispering and discussing. The topic of conversation was naturally the commander of this medical ninja escort mission, the recently appointed captain of the 2nd Anbu Squad, the ninja prodigy Orochimaru. While Orochimaru's name might not be widely famous across the entire ninja world, within Konoha, he was a genius ninja whose name was known to every shinobi. He graduated from the academy with the top score every year and was granted exemption from the final exam by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After graduation, his first qualification mission was an A rank mission, which he completed successfully. In the subsequent Chunin exams, when all other Konoha candidates failed in front of the cages of the 5 great nations, he alone achieved consecutive victories, advancing to the finals and winning the championship, establishing his title as the Serpent Lord. Each of these astonishing feats, taken individually and attributed to any single ninja, would be an enviable honor. When all of them were concentrated on one person, one could only lament the unfairness of the heavens for creating such a creature as a genius. In Konoha, several versions of Orochimaru's exploits had developed, and almost every ninja in the village was familiar with each one. Just as Orochimaru's fame was soaring and his admirers were increasing daily, this ninja, who always brought surprise and miracle, vanished for 3 years under the guise of traveling the continent. When he returned, he brought not only the formidable strength of a Jonin, but also the shocking news and deed of having independently infiltrated the Rain Village, assassinated nearly 100 ninja, and forced the village to decide against participating in the 2nd Great Ninja War, another act that could only be described as a miracle. Now, the returning Orochimaru was appointed captain of the 2nd Anbu Squad and was heading to the 2nd Great Ninja War. The ninjas who knew Orochimaru were curious. What actions would he take in the war, and what kind of surprises would he bring to all of Konoha? The ninjas who didn't know him were even more curious. What kind of miracles would he create, and what legendary deeds would he accomplish? This chain of questions currently had no answers. This deeply fueled the ninjas' conversation and opened their floodgates of discussion. In fact, it wasn't just the ordinary ninjas. Even Yakashi Tenshu, with his gray-white hair and sharp black eyes, was idly discussing Orochimaru with the brothers Ayakita and Ayakiya. Furthermore, as Yakashi Tenshu's favorite female student, Magi habitually spoke every day about Orochimaru, her dearest big brother. This had instilled no small amount of curiosity about him in Yakashi Tenshu's heart. Arrival. Ayakita, do you two brothers know the newest captain of the 2nd Ambu Squad, the genius ninja Orochimaru, who is reportedly only 15 years old? Yakashi Tenshu asked. Yes, we spent some time with him during a confidential mission previously, Ayakita answered truthfully. Oh, he's carried out a confidential mission? What rank? Yakashi Tenshu's interest was immediately piqued, as this was a feat he'd never heard about before. Ayakita frowned slightly. However, considering that Yakashi Tenshu was only asking about the rank, not the confidential content of the mission, and given Yakashi Tenshu's status as a powerful medical ninja, Ayakita felt unable to refuse and thus replied. Lord Hiruzen ruled it as an S-rank mission. An S-rank mission. Yakashi Tenshu's surprise was as turbulent as crashing waves. He was about to ask further questions when suddenly, the brothers Ayakita and Ayakiya simultaneously looked up toward the end of Konoha's main thoroughfare. Yakashi Tenshu immediately realized someone powerful was approaching. The aura casually leaking from the person was enough to make Yakashi Tenshu feel an intense sense of danger. Wait, there's a second person. Yakashi Tenshu, who was also a Jonin-level medical ninja, sensed carefully and managed to catch the faint, almost disappearing presence of another ninja. Following his lead, all 52 Konoha ninja reacted and looked toward the end of the road. The first line of dawn slowly rose above the horizon, illuminating Konoha's main road with clear, bright light. A single figure slowly emerged from the end of the main road. His flowing black hair fell naturally behind him. As it drifted in the wind, it spontaneously gave off an air of wild unrestraint. A faint, chillingly wicked smile graced his pale, handsome face. His exotic, dark golden snake eyes were deep and mysterious, yet they projected threads of cold, ruthless divine light. He was clad in a form-fitting Konoha Anbu battle uniform. The black bodysuit clung tightly, highlighting the strong, proportionate muscles of the wearer. A vest-style, non-reflective double-sided steel armor, 2 arm guards of the same material, and the ink-black long sword slung diagonally across his back added an air of formidable capability to the newcomer. These elements combined to give the person a unique aura that was mysterious and cruel, wild and unrestrained, wicked yet commanding. An impression that was deep and unforgettable. Trailing behind the first figure, a second person had an indistinct, almost there presence that, while easily overlooked, made onlookers feel a sudden chill. These 2 figures, slowly walking out of the morning light, were none other than Orochimaru and Kai. Chapter 142. Orochimaru abruptly stopped his sprint. An intensely condensed chakra signal flashed across his mind. It was a clear distress signal coming from the direction of the 3rd war zone on the Western Front. He immediately pulled out the updated frontline intelligence map that Hiruzen had given him. After a quick analysis, he realized the location of the distress signal coincided exactly with the command post of the 3rd war zone, currently guarded by the Uchiha brothers. The distress signal meant that the Sand Ninja Army had launched a large-scale, coordinated offensive against the 3rd war zone, likely aiming for a swift, decisive breakthrough. The timing was impeccable. Just as the supply forces were arriving, the attack came. Kai, Orochimaru's cold voice cut through the air. Kai, who had been quietly trailing behind Orochimaru, immediately materialized, his entire body poised for action. Leave the medical corps to Yakashi Tenshu. You, Jiraiya and Tsunade, follow me at full speed. Orochimaru barked the order. Understood, Lord Orochimaru, the 4 responded in unison. Orochimaru spared no further words. He instantly gathered his chakra, activated his highest-level enhanced movement, and shot off toward the western front like a thunderbolt. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kai, with their combined elite Chunin and Jonin strength, followed closely behind, maintaining a triangle formation around Orochimaru. Tenshu-sensei, the third war zone is in danger. We must move ahead to support. Tsunade yelled back to Yakashi Tenshu before disappearing into the distance. Yakashi Tenshu stared at the 5 vanishing figures. The crisis in the third war zone had now become abundantly clear to everyone. He immediately turned to Ayakita and Ayakiya. Ayakiya, lead your 2 ambush squads to protect the medical corps. Do not take any detours. We will follow the original route. Understood, the 2 brothers shouted their assent. In an instant, the main force of the escort missions split into 2. The medical corps, protected by the 2 ambush squads, continued along the original route, while Orochimaru's advanced support team raced ahead. On the way, the 5 figures flashed rapidly across the treetops and mountain ridges, turning the entire landscape into a blurry streak beneath their feet. Despite the urgent situation, Jiraiya couldn't resist calling out to his friend. "Hey, Orochimaru, what's with the rush? We haven't even had time to swap any new information yet, and you're already dragging us into battle. You're really living up to your reputation as the Serpent Lord, aren't you?" Tsunade glanced at the map in her hand. The crisis point was still at least 4 hours away, even at their current extreme speed. She frowned and scolded Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, shut up. This is the most critical time for the front line. The Uchiha brothers are in danger." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. His voice, now completely devoid of emotion, carried a chilling edge. "No talking. Conserve your energy." His powerful presence instantly silenced Jiraiya and Tsunade. Kai maintained a deep focus, his black mask covering his expression, matching Orochimaru's deadly pace without any sign of faltering. Orochimaru continued to analyze the intelligence data and the current situation in his mind. The 3 columns of the Sand Ninja Army, led by semi-cage-level powerhouses, had been at a stalemate with Konoha's forces for weeks. The decision to break the stalemate by launching a massive offensive against the third war zone clearly indicated that the enemy had discovered a weakness or vulnerability in that specific location. The Uchiha brothers, one is strong in combat, the other is a strategy expert. They shouldn't be careless enough to leave an obvious vulnerability. A sudden, terrifying thought flashed through Orochimaru's mind, causing his already sharp eyes to narrow further. Is it possible that the Uchiha clan has been betrayed? Orochimaru discarded the idea as soon as it appeared. The Uchiha were fiercely loyal to Konoha, especially the leaders of the clan. Wait, could the Sand Ninja have specifically targeted a weakness in their Dojutsu, eye technique? If the Sand Ninja truly managed to strike at the Sharingan, the defense of the entire third war zone would crumble instantly. He immediately sent a rapid message to the 3 ninja following him. "Be careful of the enemy's long-range support and possible genjutsu attacks. Jiraiya, you take the right flank. Tsunade, the left. Kai, protect the center. If there's any fighting, avoid needless damage. We need to maintain our pace." With the imminent danger looming, every second was critical. Orochimaru pushed his speed to its absolute limit, a terrifying black shadow cutting through the rising sun. Chapter 143. As Orochimaru rushed toward the front line, constantly analyzing the information in his mind, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something abnormal. His figure, which had been darting with ghostly speed, abruptly halted. Orochimaru stood like a rigid pine tree on the branch of a towering tree, gazing into a particular direction far ahead. Swish, swish, swish. The gathered Konoha ninja respectfully settled behind Orochimaru. They all followed the gaze of their cold and imposing superior, and immediately, almost everyone's face filled with confusion. It was an ordinary-looking clearing in the woods, seemingly without any anomalies. Kai landed half a step behind Orochimaru. His ordinarily dull eyes suddenly flashed with a knife-like sharpness. He vaguely sensed something was wrong with the clearing, but couldn't pinpoint it immediately. Orochimaru leaped down, landing firmly in the clearing. The clearing was about the size of 2 or 3 football fields, which seemed unnaturally large for a typical forest clearing. Thud, thud, thud. Figures landed one after another behind Orochimaru. When the Konoha ninja actually stepped onto the clearing, their excellent qualities as Major Nation shinobi allowed them to keenly sense that something was amiss. Orochimaru ignored the others. His dark golden eyes swept back and forth across the entire large clearing. He slowly walked toward the shrubs at the edge of the area. The lush green shrubs were growing unusually low and neatly trimmed. Some were even sprouting new buds, and there were faint traces around the shrubs that suggested they had been artificially pruned and cleaned. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He slowly walked toward the center of the clearing, his eyes fixed on the ground beneath his feet. The Konoha ninja watched Orochimaru's actions with confusion. Orochimaru crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt. After carefully examining its texture, he found it to be unusually dry. He held it to his nose, but the earthy smell was barely noticeable. He tilted his hands and rubbed them together. The dirt slowly crumbled into fine dust, scattering from the gaps between his fingers. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes fixed intently on the subtle composition. Suddenly, his gaze erupted with a razor-sharp fierceness, and a faint killing intent rapidly spread outward. The soil contained fine, yellowish sand. Uncovering the horror. Standing up, Orochimaru suddenly clenched his right hand. Pure chakra was instantly refined and gathered into his fist. His gaze sharpened, monster strength taijutsu, monster strength fist. Boom, Orochimaru's right fist slammed hard into the solid ground. The surging chakra and the fierce, explosive punch were driven deep into the earth by his right hand. Crackling sounds followed rapidly. The solid ground could not withstand such a violent punch and began to fracture and burst apart. With long, narrow, fragmented fissures radiating outward like a spiderweb, large chunks of earth instantly broke apart and rolled over, kicking up huge clouds of dust and smoke. Just as the Konoha ninja were stunned by Orochimaru's terrifying strength, they suddenly realized a horrifying and sickening situation. From the chunks of dirt and rubble that were rolling up like waves, an intense stench of rotting corpses suddenly erupted. Scattered and revealed within the earth were shocking, gruesome bodies. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had vaguely guessed what this was. Looking at the long-dead bodies, Orochimaru turned to the stunned Konoha ninja and called out, "Medical ninja, step forward." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The medical ninja were now completely subdued by the astonishing insight and power Orochimaru had displayed. After all, rumors could not compare to the direct, real, and impactful sight of the truth. Orochimaru ordered emotionlessly, "Examine the identities of these deceased people, their cause of death, and the time of death." He paused, then continued his commands. "The rest of the ninja, use your jutsu to overturn this clearing and see what else is hidden beneath." The roar of ninjutsu tearing up the earth echoed through the woods. The excellent elite training of a major nation's shinobi gave the Konoha ninja extremely high efficiency, especially with 2 ambush squads, the best of Konoha's ninja, present. Before long, the brothers Aokida and Aokiya came forward to report, joined by Yakashi Tenshu. Yakashi Tenshu, who, as a medical ninja, was usually gentle in temperament, now spoke with involuntary seriousness and deep anger as he reported to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, based on the current situation, this was a slaughtered village. The entire village numbered 312 people, 32 children under 12 years old, 38 elders over 50 years old, 140 adult men, and 102 women. There are no survivors. The death location for everyone was in the most fatal parts of the human body, the heart, throat, or back, killed by a sharp object. The technique was clean and swift, suggesting it was carried out by foreign ninja. The time of death was at least 2 days ago." Aokida and Aokiya exchanged glances. The older brother, Aokida, stepped forward to add to the report. "We can confirm that these ninja used a jutsu to cover their tracks after the massacre. While the residual chakra fluctuations have vanished, the composition of the soil left behind by the jutsu clearly contains varying amounts of fine sand. Therefore, I estimate that an elite sand ninja squad bypassed the Western Front, penetrated deep into our country's heartland. Their purpose is unknown, but the situation is absolutely dire. Please make a decision quickly, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded. To reach a conclusion so close to his own judgment in such a short time showed he was relatively satisfied with his subordinate's efficiency. He glanced at the Konoha ninja gathered around him. Everyone's face was a mixture of shock and fury. Deeply ingrained in their minds by Konoha's education was the concept that they must not bully or kill unarmed, defenseless civilians. This belief held true even when dealing with enemy civilians, let alone now, when they encountered the slaughtered bodies of their own countrymen. Even the usually carefree Jiraiya and the generally low combat ability medical ninja had eyes blazing with anger. The crowd gathered around Orochimaru, fearlessly meeting the intense scrutiny of his eyes. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then gave his decisive command. Chapter 144. Orochimaru looked at the 52 ninja before him. After narrowing his eyes and thinking, he decisively gave his command. The 3 members of the 8th squad, excluding Aokiya, will follow the medical ninja to protect the 40 medical personnel and continue to the Western Front. You must arrive within the mission's allotted time, or you will be expected to commit honorable suicide. As for the rest of you, you will follow me. We must eliminate this sand ninja squad that has penetrated deep into our country's heartland. Orochimaru's words were like a large stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately stirring up great confusion among the medical ninja, who did not understand his order. Orochimaru said nothing more, simply looking coldly at the bodies strewn across the ground. The group discussed among themselves, but when they, like Orochimaru, looked at the scattered corpses, they calmed down and thought things through. Unanimously, every medical ninja now looked at Orochimaru with a new measure of admiration and respect. They understood the difficulty of Orochimaru's decision. Any enemy squad capable of passing through strictly blockaded war zones and infiltrating the nation's interior must possess great strength. This meant that by making this choice, Orochimaru and the others were heading toward one mortal danger after another. Not only that, but Orochimaru was also tasked with delivering them, the medical ninja, to the front line. Yakushi Tenshu was astonished by Orochimaru's judgment. He wasn't surprised by the order itself. He fully understood the value of his medical corps and the immense boost in sustained combat ability and survival rate that they would bring to the entire Western Front. On the battlefield, a second lost, or even a slight imbalance in power, could determine the outcome of an entire engagement, let alone the huge impact that 40 Konoha medical ninja would have on the Western Front. Orochimaru's decision was a wise and cruel one. Furthermore, Yakushi Tenshu vaguely sensed that this decision had the potential to change the entire trajectory of the Western Front battle. A moment of silence fell over the area. The Anbu ninja, being the elite of Konoha and dedicated to following orders, accepted Orochimaru's decision without any complaint. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the group answered in unison, their expressions showing unprecedented respect. Orochimaru nodded, then continued speaking calmly. Good, begin the operation. Swish, swish, swish. Following Orochimaru's command, the 40 medical ninja, along with the 3 Anbu ninja, plunged into the forest in the direction of the Western Front. As Yakushi Tenshu entered the woods, he couldn't help but turn his head. Through the gaps in the leaves, he took a deep look at the figure of Orochimaru standing proudly in the clearing, his eyes filled with a complicated, unspeakable emotion. The remaining group, including Kai and Orochimaru, totaled 11 people. 3 were Jonin, and the rest were all elite Chunin, making for a formidable team. After Orochimaru and the others buried the villagers' bodies, he slowly revealed his final plan. Once we eliminate this sand ninja squad that has raided behind enemy lines, I have a way for us to impersonate them and return to the sand ninja's rear, turning the tables to deliver them a grand gift, one that could change the entire situation on the Western Front. Believe me, when this is done, you will be the heroes of all Konoha. Orochimaru's words were a heavy shot of adrenaline for the group. Everyone's eyes burned with anticipation and fighting spirit. Jiraiya, who had been left behind by Orochimaru and was already excited, became practically uncontrollable upon hearing the plan. Oh yeah, we'll be heroes, ha ha. Stupid sand ninja, prepare to face the wrath of Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya's antics quietly dispersed the last trace of solemnity in the squad. Everyone looked at Orochimaru with eyes full of confidence and excitement. Their eyes all conveyed the same message. They believed Orochimaru could lead them to create yet another miracle. Brilliant light shone in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. With utter confidence, he commanded, "Sakumo, summon your ninja dogs and search for any remaining clues within a 10-mile radius." Hadake Sakumo nodded, swiftly forming the summoning hand signs. With a boom, a thick plume of white smoke slowly dissipated, revealing 5 large ninja dogs. At Sakumo's command, they instantly shot out in all directions. Orochimaru, meanwhile, pulled out a detailed map of the Land of Fire and began studying it carefully, estimating the likely path of the raiding sand ninja squad. In less than 5 minutes, 4 of the ninja dogs returned, shaking their massive heads, adorned with Konoha headbands, in frustration. There were absolutely no remaining clues, indicating the enemy was well prepared. Just then, the last ninja dog finally arrived, late, but bringing surprising good news for Orochimaru and the others. Orochimaru stood by an ordinary towering tree, watching the ninja dog's actions. The large black ninja dog went to a pile of rotten leaves and dug out a dead, mottled lizard about 1 meter long. Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy swept over it, keenly detecting a subtle, residual fluctuation of unusual chakra. Orochimaru smiled with realization. The lizard was clearly killed by being caught in the jutsu used by the village slaughtering sand ninja. However, the lizard's tenacious life force had significantly prolonged the dissipation time of the chakra fluctuation, finally allowing Orochimaru and the others to seize this minute flaw. Orochimaru looked back at the position of the lizard and the direction corresponding to the clearing. He then cross-referenced it with the map. His dark golden eyes suddenly focused on a single point on the map, Tgthegood. Tgthegood was the largest logistics hub for the entire Western Front, making it the clear destination for the enemy's raiding ninja. Now certain of the enemy's objective, Orochimaru immediately pointed to the icon for Tgthegood on the map and stated, "By comparing this clue to the location and direction of the clearing, I can confirm that the enemy raiding squad is heading toward Tgthegood, the largest logistics hub on our Western Front. From now on, we must sprint at full speed toward Tgthegood. We must intercept them before they arrive." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The group roared their assent, their battle spirits blazing. They shot off like black shadows, plunging into the depths of the unknown forest. They didn't know what dangers awaited them, only that they had to kill this sand ninja squad that had raided the heart of the Land of Fire. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The strong wind whipped the leaves, as if an aura of killing and bloodlust was quietly descending upon Orochimaru and his team. Chapter 145. Night had fallen, and the dense forest was utterly silent. Occasionally, one could hear the rustle of nocturnal animals or the whisper of the wind through the leaves. One spot in the thick woods was subtly different from the rest. Weak, hidden auras subtly emanated from many towering trees. These concealed, faint energies, like a spiderweb, intertwined and scanned for any unusual movement, maintaining an exceptionally strict vigil over some secret activity. In the center of this secret forest, surrounded by hidden sentries, a point of orange firelight pierced through the layers of leaves, casting a weak glow into the distance. This was a flourishing campfire. A group of nearly 20 powerful-looking men in black, with subtly concealed auras, were scattered around the fire, listening to one muscular man who was the center of attention, like stars orbiting the moon. The man's physique was extraordinarily robust and sturdy. His bulging muscles stretched his entire black windbreaker taut. He was at least a head larger than anyone else, and his mere presence naturally exuded a powerful aura, inspiring involuntary awe. The man's face was ordinary, but he had a shaved head. A long, hideous, earthworm-like scar ran from the crown of his head, across his brow, around his nose, and slashed across his entire right cheek, as if his face had been obliquely sliced in half. This gave the man a sudden sense of brutality. In his thick hands, the man held a map. He carefully examined it under the light of the campfire, compared his surroundings, and then spoke to his subordinates. At our current speed, we will reach our destination, Tamachai, tomorrow. Once we destroy this biggest logistics reserve base in Konoha's rear, we Sand Ninja will smoothly win this war. When that happens, even if we can't escape back to the sand front line, we will be remembered eternally by the descendants who escaped the hardships of the desert. Our story will live forever. The man's words filled the eyes of the black-clad ninja around him with excitement and yearning. They keenly felt the light of victory and hope was close by, seemingly within reach. What they didn't know was that an uninvited guest had quietly infiltrated their perimeter. The campfire's glow, passing through a gap in the thick branches and leaves, suddenly illuminated a pair of dark golden eyes. These exotic, captivating, dark golden snake eyes coldly and ruthlessly observed the group by the campfire from afar. The eyes instantly vanished behind the foliage, merging back into the deep darkness. Planning the interception, Orochimaru leaned against the root of a large tree, a trace of worry creasing his brow. This Sand Ninja team actually included a semi-cage-level powerhouse. Although the rest were only elite Chunin, the major, unexpected development still made him uneasy and difficult to handle. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, finally settling on a rough plan. He licked his lips, giving a wicked, excited smile. A semi-cage powerhouse, is it? If I can eliminate the rest of the riffraff with Aokita and Aokia cooperating. Ha. Next he quietly called, Kai. The nearby shadow suddenly rippled like water, creating dark waves. Kai's elusive figure emerged from the darkness and knelt respectfully on one knee before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy swept out. Although the action was expansive, his superb control kept it subtle and soundless, like a gentle breeze. In a single breath, he grasped the layout and positions of all the hidden sentries in the dense forest. Orochimaru pointed in several directions in the darkness and commanded coldly to Kai. There are a total of 7 sentries in those directions. Eliminate all of them within 3 minutes. Kai, who never questioned Orochimaru's orders and never said a task was impossible, nodded silently and melted back into the shadows. Kai left to deal with the sentries, but Orochimaru wasn't idle. He bit his right index finger, drawing a line of blood across the black snake tattoo on his left forearm, while continuously forming complex and mysterious summoning hand signs with his hands. He slammed his left hand onto the ground. Intricate jutsu formulas spiraled outward, and large, sea-bowl-thick, mottled venomous pythons immediately burst out of the summoning formula, vying for space. The terrifying, mottled snake horde looked at Orochimaru. Their snake eyes, one pair after another, displayed expressions of disbelief, awe, and obedience. They coiled obediently around Orochimaru, daring not to move except for occasionally flickering their tongues. After about 2 minutes, Kai reappeared from the shadows, a faint, lingering killing intent still clinging to him. Orochimaru gave a satisfied, slight smile. Go bring the others over. Keep it quiet, don't give away our location, lest we alert the snake before striking. After Kai nodded and slipped back into the shadows, Orochimaru moved his consciousness, and the snake horde immediately shot out. In a moment, they returned with noticeably bulging stomachs, looking utterly satisfied. With the snake horde having disposed of the sentries' bodies, the worry of the scent of blood giving them away was gone. Orochimaru calmly continued to monitor the Sand Ninja by the campfire, waiting for the rest of his team to arrive. The night deepened. The cold remained intense in the dense forest, though early spring was approaching. Most of the Sand Ninja by the campfire had retreated into their makeshift tents to sleep. Only a few remained by the fire, preparing to switch shifts with the midnight sentries. Orochimaru calculated the time. The change of the sentry shift was imminent, and the Sand Ninja by the campfire stood up. Just then, 10 figures quietly appeared beside Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, we have arrived, Aokita whispered. Orochimaru commanded. There is a semi-cage-level powerhouse in the Sand Ninja squad. When we attack, Aokita and Aokia, you two will lead the charge and draw the attention of that semi-cage-level foe. I will suppress my aura and hide behind you. If you two can hold the semi-cage for 1 minute, I can deal with the rest of the Sand Ninja, and then we'll take down the semi-cage powerhouse together." The team knelt on one knee, listening intently to Orochimaru's orders, waiting for the slaughter to begin. Orochimaru paused. Seeing the few elite Chunin-level sand ninja by the campfire about to leave to change the guard, he smiled wickedly. His dark golden snake eyes filled with intense killing intent as he coldly gave the attack order. "Kill!" Chapter 146. The moment Orochimaru's command fell, Ayakita and Ayakia shot out like two arrows released from a bow. A group of Anbu ninja and Jiraiya followed closely behind. Orochimaru remained hidden among the crowd, everything proceeding according to his plan. The sand ninja's reaction was not slow. Shortly after the Ayakita brothers rushed out, the semi-cage-level powerhouse among the sand ninja immediately reacted. His bull-like, strong body was surprisingly agile and flexible. He instantly leaped out of his tent and roared, "Enemy attack!" Even with the semi-cage's timely warning, 5 sand ninja elites were too slow to react as they exited their tents and were instantly cut across the throat by the sharp kunai of Ayakita and Ayakia. Under the orange glow of the campfire, 5 crimson fountains of blood erupted from the scene. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 5 corpses fell limply to the ground, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief, their consciousness gone forever. The thick scent of blood instantly diffused, acting as the signal to commence battle. The two sides immediately engaged in close combat. The semi-cage powerhouse with the hideous scar face saw that a quarter of his subordinates had died in a single moment. His face instantly contorted with rage. The scar that crossed half his face seemed to writhe like a living thing due to his angry breathing and flushed cheeks, a chilling sight. The scar-faced semi-cage wasted no time. A powerful, overwhelming semi-cage-level aura burst from his body, his chakra surged, and he drew the sharp kunai from his ninja pouch, boldly rushing toward Ayakita and Ayakia. Although Konoha had launched a successful surprise attack, killing 5 sand ninja elites, the remaining sand ninja had fully reacted, and everyone was immediately entangled in chaotic combat. Orochimaru suppressed his own chakra signature, fighting 2 sand ninja in what appeared to be a lively skirmish. He was like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, watching the flow of the entire battle, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to erupt. His dark golden eyes scanned the entire battle. Orochimaru's gaze slightly hardened. The individual strength of the two sides was roughly equal, but there were still 14 elite Chunin remaining on the sand ninja side. The severe numerical imbalance meant that every Konoha ninja was fighting against nearly 2 sand ninja, making the struggle extremely arduous. However, Orochimaru was not worried about the elite Chunin-level fights. He was confident that the hidden strength of Kai and Blue Bird, due to the Yamada Cursed Seal, as well as the significantly improved abilities of Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, were enough to deal with the sand ninja elites. Orochimaru was more focused on the skirmish between Ayakita, Ayakia, and the scar-faced semi-cage. In that battle zone, the clang of kunai colliding was incessant. Though both Ayakita and Ayakia were Jonin, facing the much stronger semi-cage powerhouse still overtaxed them. With every clash, both felt their hands go numb. However, as twin brothers, their perfect coordination, tricky angles, and seamless transition between attacks gave them astonishing combat power, preventing the semi-cage from escaping and successfully holding the line. The turning point. Just then, Kai and Jiraiya launched their simultaneous offensive, and the battle suddenly changed. Kai, utilizing his powerful bloodline limit, abruptly activated the first stage of the Yamada Cursed Seal. Golden, cloud-like curse seal markings swiftly spread across his entire body. An aura nearly 50% stronger than before suddenly burst from Kai. His inconspicuous figure instantly merged into the shadow beneath his feet, only to emerge the next moment from behind a sand ninja elite. The sharp kunai in his hand traced a beautiful arc in the air, plunging toward the sand ninja's back. Puncture, the sound of metal entering flesh rang out. Crimson blood flowed freely. A sharp wound opened in the sand ninja's back, his heart shattered. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kai struck once and moved on without hesitation. As if by agreement, seeing Kai's power surge, Bluebird also decisively activated the Yamada Cursed Seal. Markings resembling golden ants extended into his Jugen, heavy eyes. The power of his soft fist, Juken, suddenly increased greatly. Gentle fist style, 8 trigrams empty palm 36 palms. Bang, 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 bang. The explosive, firm force within the gentle fist punches compressed the air, sending out shockwaves several meters long and as thick as an adult's arm. These waves struck the opposite sand ninja in the chest like high-speed bullets. The immense force instantly shattered the sand ninja's heart. He spat out a mouthful of hot, bright red blood, dead beyond a doubt. A sharp, silver-white flash, like a blinding blade light, streaked through Sakumo's keen eyes, making them sting. At an unknown moment, his right hand had already grasped the hilt of the white fang blade on his lower back. Clang, a crisp sound, and a bolt of silver-white light, like silk, suddenly appeared in the void and vanished instantly. A bloodstain, rapidly growing clearer and wider, appeared on the neck of the sand ninja facing him. The ninja covered his neck in agony, but it was useless. The blood flowed increasingly, like a turned-on faucet. His eyes quickly lost focus, and he fell to the ground in a heap. Jiraiya surged the chakra in his body, forming hand signs, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet jutsu. Dozens of raging, high-temperature fireballs suddenly erupted from the mouth of a massive, fiery red dragon head, instantly engulfing the sand ninja in front of him. Tsunade put on 2 black gloves. Her full, attractive figure shot out like a nimble monkey. A pale blue chakra glow enveloped her right fist as she slammed it hard toward a sand ninja. The immense, unadorned punch broke the bones of the sand ninja's defending hands. Before his scream was halfway finished, Tsunade's punch shattered his throat cartilage and carotid artery. The sudden, massive shift in the battle did not escape the senses of the scar-faced semi-cage. Shocked, his powerful and stable aura momentarily stagnated due to the intense emotional fluctuation. Like a cunning viper that had been patiently waiting for the opportunity, Orochimaru, who had been lurking to the side, suddenly unleashed an astonishing killing intent from his dark golden eyes. Swoosh, the cursed sword Muramasa instantly flashed out of its sheath with a soft chime. A supremely evil and dominant aura suddenly permeated the entire field. The demonic claws and ghostly visage wrapped around the blade's surface caused the 2 sand ninja chunin, who had been happily fighting Orochimaru, to seemingly fall into a terrifying genjutsu, instantly losing their composure. Orochimaru ignored the 2 confused sand ninja chunin. Seizing this precious battle opportunity, his entire body shot out in a flash. Chapter 147. Orochimaru saw the slight opening exposed by the scar-faced semi-cage's intense emotional fluctuation, and immediately drew the cursed sword Muramasa from his back. The demonic claws and ghostly visages constantly emanating from the Muramasa's blade, combined with the astonishing, supremely evil and dominant bloodlust, amplified Orochimaru's imposing aura. With the Muramasa in hand, Orochimaru moved violently. His body was like a taut bow. He bent his knees and pushed off, causing a shallow crater to explode in the ground. He transformed into a streak of ink-black starlight, flashing and streaking across the space, instantly appearing behind the scar-faced semi-cage. The exotic, wicked Muramasa in his hand cut through the air like a meteor, tracing a stunning, ink-black blade light. The scar-faced semi-cage, the instant he sensed the evil and dominant aura behind him, knew something was wrong. In that moment of extreme peril, his body instinctively shifted a few centimeters to the side, barely dodging a fatal blow. The ruthless, deadly blade light cut slish, a long, gruesome wound, dozens of centimeters in length, across the semi-cage's back. The splattering crimson blood traced a long line in the air. Hiss, the scar-faced man gasped, drawing a sharp breath. He quickly retreated, watching the newly emerged Orochimaru, who had successfully launched a sneak attack with extreme vigilance. Orochimaru, Ayakita, and Ayakia each stood on a towering tree, forming a pincer formation that subtly encompassed the scar-faced semi-cage. For the moment, Orochimaru wasn't worried about the semi-cage escaping. He watched this rare semi-cage powerhouse with composure, even wishing for the confrontation to drag on, allowing the blood from the scar-faced man's back wound to flow more freely, making him progressively weaker. The scar-faced man's face was pale after being successfully ambushed by Orochimaru. The long sword wound on his back was particularly strange. Waves of increasingly severe pain surged from it, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on his back. He subconsciously glanced at Orochimaru's hand, where the ink-black, wicked Muramasa was surrounded by demons and ghosts. The crimson blood remaining on the blade was quickly and entirely sucked up by the cursed sword. Unknowingly, the terrifying bloodlust coiling around the blade strengthened a tiny bit more. Seeing this, the scar-faced man instantly knew that the black sword in Orochimaru's hand was cursed. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart sank heavily. He clearly sensed that the aura and chakra fluctuations emanating from Orochimaru, while technically still at the Jonin level, were several degrees stronger than those of Ayakita and Ayakia. He finally understood that Orochimaru was the leader of this Konoha squad, hiding among the Chunin ranks, just waiting for his moment of lapse to launch a successful, bold sneak attack. The enemy's formidable strength and meticulous, cunning mind felt like a heavy hammer slamming onto the scar-faced man's chest. He glanced at the elite Chunin battle raging in the distance and saw that his sand ninja side, which had the numerical advantage, was actually being gradually annihilated. His final thread of hope grew increasingly faint. The semi-cage last stand. Taking a deep breath, the scar-faced man's aura suddenly grew heavy. He controlled the muscles in his back to contract abruptly, temporarily stemming the flow of blood from the long wound. Immediately, the chakra throughout his body surged and swelled, coiling around him, further increasing his imposing presence. Orochimaru noted the enemy's changes. He exchanged a look with Ayakita and Ayakia, signaling them to prepare for the imminent frenzied attack. The semi-cage sand ninja powerhouse, having restabilized his aura, did not immediately charge. Knowing that the mission was likely a failure and his own life was in great peril, he grew detached. He adopted the courtesy of opponents from the samurai era, smiling, a look more horrifying and monstrous than crying, and reported his name to Orochimaru. "I am the sand ninja semi-cage powerhouse, Takayama Haruno." Orochimaru paused. He still held a measure of respect for semi-cage level powerhouses and slowly replied, "Konoha Jonin Orochimaru." Hearing Orochimaru's name, two beams of essence shot out from Takayama Haruno's eyes. His face was filled with extreme astonishment, but he said no more, as if he were looking at a rising star in an enemy nation. The expression of surprise quickly vanished from Takayama Haruno's face, replaced by thick killing intent in his eyes. He knew that with a fresh sword wound and surrounded by 3 powerful Jonin from a major nation, he likely wouldn't be leaving this place alive today. Concerned for his country's future, he knew clearly that this enemy genius would become his nation's greatest threat. At that thought, the murderous intent in his heart could not be contained. Takayama Haruno's strong, sturdy, bull-like body charged forward like a fierce tiger. The surging, powerful semi-cage chakra was fully propelled by Takayama Haruno, merging with his entire body's grave aura and concentrating in his bowl-sized right fist. Following the strategy of capturing the king first, he fiercely slammed his fist toward Orochimaru. Thick, bloodthirsty killing intent rose in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. A wicked smile curled at his lips. He clearly saw a gauntlet on Takayama Haruno's right hand. Under the activation of chakra, 4 sharp knuckles spikes suddenly shot out from the gauntlet. The spikes were clearly not made of ordinary material, flashing with a pale blue chakra light, which doubled the power of Takayama Haruno's punch. If an ordinary person were hit, their head would likely burst immediately. Facing the aggressively charging Takayama Haruno, Orochimaru did not retreat but advanced. Materialized killing intent merged with the astonishing bloodlust of the cursed sword Muramasa. The entire figure of Orochimaru was like a demon descended from hell. He raised the Muramasa and fiercely brought it down on Takayama Haruno. Clang! A crisp chime was instantly replaced by a grating, teeth-chilling shriek. The ink-black Muramasa and the sharp spikes constantly clashed and scraped. In just a single breath, The two exchanged 5 or 6 collisions in the momentarily suspended air. Powerful taijutsu and surging chakra clashed and collided. The screeching of metal was interspersed with the dull bang, bang, bang of explosions. Boom, an explosion rang out from the point of their clash, and an invisible wave of powerful force instantly erupted, sweeping through the forest for dozens of meters. Tree trunks snapped, and wood chips flew everywhere. 2 black figures shot out from the smoke and dust, landing on separate towering trees. Being a semi-cage powerhouse, Takayama Haruno's physical strength and chakra were superior to Orochimaru's by a margin. The distance he flew back was noticeably shorter than Orochimaru's by over 10 meters. Before Takayama, Haruno could even stabilize himself. The combined attack of the brothers Ayakita and Ayakiya had already fiercely arrived. Chapter 148. The brothers Ayakita and Ayakiya saw Takayama Haruno burst out of the smoke, his aura unstable from the intense battle. They immediately seized the opportunity, formed hand signs, and, with perfect synchronization, launched their ninjutsu without giving Takayama Haruno a chance to catch his breath. Fire release, flame dragon soaring heaven jutsu. A massive amount of pure, condensed chakra was released by the two brothers, spreading into the air in front of them. The three-dimensional space a few meters ahead of them suddenly twisted and warped like a two-dimensional sheet of paper. The copious chakra, converted by the hand signs, transformed into violent fire nature energy. Awo, awo. 2 consecutive, majestic dragon roars suddenly erupted in the clearing. 2 fire dragons, dozens of meters long, engulfed in raging flames and radiating intense heat, materialized from the void, their claws bared and teeth gnashing. Controlled by Ayakita and Ayakiya, they encircled Takayama Haruno in a double dragon playing with a pearl formation. The 2 massive dragon heads, one from the left and one from the right, opened their maws, ferociously attempting to devour Takayama Haruno. Boom, a colossal sound followed, and a towering flame wave, 7 or 8 meters high, erupted. Raging fire surged, sparks flew, and the heaven-piercing blaze seemed intent on burning everything. The air was filled with a thick smell of scorching mixed with the distant scent of blood, a nauseating combination. Before the crackling sounds of burning ceased, a shhhshhshhshh sound suddenly arose. An incredibly powerful chakra fluctuation surged from the heaven-reaching orange flames, forcefully registering in Orochimaru's senses. Orochimaru took a few deep breaths, calming his slightly turbulent breathing caused by the scattered force waves. His dark golden eyes fixed on the spot where the flames were surging. Only rolling yellow sand, like an overflowing fountain, was seen pouring out from within the intense flames. The towering flames were quickly smothered and extinguished by the rapidly accumulating yellow sand, leaving only wisps of smoke. Takayama Haruno, with minor burns, emerged from the rolling sand. As he finished the final hand sign, his already powerful chakra fluctuation instantly became even more terrifying. Wind release, sand forest spear rain. Orochimaru clearly saw the ground for 100-meter radius beneath his feet suddenly break apart, forcibly desertified by Takayama Haruno's immense and vigorous chakra, and converted into rolling yellow sand. Large masses of yellow sand swiftly gathered around Takayama Haruno. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sharp, lethal spears and lances of sand, resembling javelins, were suspended around him. Takayama Haruno grinned savagely at the 3 Konoha ninja. He raised his right hand and lightly waved it forward. Screech, screech, screech. A sharp series of wind-splitting sounds instantly cut through the air. The hundreds of sand spears completely covered all space for evasion in front of the 3, descending like a massive, sky-obscuring curtain. Summoning Manda. In that critical moment, Orochimaru's blood-stained right hand streaked across the black snake tattoo on his left forearm, then slammed heavily onto the ground. Boom, the hundreds of sharp spears shot past, ravaging the forest for hundreds of meters. In their wake, not a single towering tree remained standing. They were all snapped and toppled. As thick smoke and dust filled the air, a hoarse, resonant, and furious voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. It's been too long since I've seen the light of day, you damnable brat, and the first thing you do is use me as a shield." The low, hoarse voice thundered like lightning, causing the leaves within a 1,000-meter radius to rustle violently. Just as the thunderous voice faded, a snake head as massive as a small mountain slowly extended from the smoke and dust-covered ground. The colossal manda, towering like a skyscraper, was mottled and bruised, covered in patches of yellow sand and traces of dark purple blood that were slowly flowing. Orochimaru, clad in his Anbu uniform, stood securely on Manda's head, completely unharmed. The brothers Ayakita and Ayakia were also safely wrapped within Manda's coils, totally unscratched. Manda's lantern-sized green snake eyes slowly examined Takayama Haruno before asking Orochimaru with a puzzled tone, "A semi-cage-level sand ninja? Orochimaru, since when did you get into a death match with the sand ninja again?" "The second great ninja war has begun. The sand ninja are invading Konoha," Orochimaru replied calmly. Receiving this unexpected answer from Orochimaru, Manda excitedly flickered his long, dark purple tongue and drawled, "So you mean this fellow is edible?" Orochimaru stood atop Manda, non-committal. While Orochimaru remained silent, the opposing Takayama Haruno was already enraged and formed hand signs. Wind release, great sand hand. The endless yellow sand, controlled by Takayama Haruno, instantly coalesced into a colossal sand hand, the size of an acre, which ruthlessly slammed toward Manda's massive head. Manda's green eyes instantly grew utterly cold. Without needing any control from Orochimaru, his terrifying snake tail, which was as thick as dozens of men embracing, suddenly arced in a semicircle, carrying a low, heavy wind pressure as it fiercely struck the colossal sand hand. Boom, a tremendous sound. The immense, unyielding force contained in Manda's tail smashed the colossal sand hand to smithereens. The sky within a 100-meter radius seemed to have changed its weather, pouring down a deluge, which was, of course, a rain of sand. Manda gently flicked his long, thick tail. He had taken a small loss. A few scales were broken in the violent collision, leaving a trace of dark purple snake blood. Orochimaru, aware of Manda's condition, spoke indifferently. "He is a semi-cage powerhouse, after all. Even with your years of refinement, your strength is only at the semi-cage level, and we still don't know what ultimate elemental technique he has mastered. Don't get arrogant." Manda snorted. However, the green eyes watching Takayama Haruno grew solemn, obeying Orochimaru's warning. The brothers Ayakita and Ayakia stood on the towering trees next to Manda, their auras, along with Orochimaru's, converging and pressing down upon Takayama Haruno. Takayama Haruno laughed heartily. Ignoring the burn wounds on his upper body and the charred clothes clinging to them, he grabbed his tattered shirt and, with his powerful physical strength, instantly tore it off and tossed it aside. His upper body, covered in rock-solid, immense muscles, exuded a great sense of power, making Takayama Haruno project an air of formidable valor as he faced Orochimaru from afar. Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head, looking down with a wicked smile. The battle has just begun. Chapter 149. Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips and immediately controlled Manda to launch an attack. The colossal Manda, his green snake eyes filled with thick, bloodthirsty killing intent, opened his monstrous maw and violently spat out a toxic gas orb with a diameter of several tens of meters. The dark purple toxic orb sliced through the air, rapidly hurtling toward Takayama Haruno. Although the brothers Ayakita and Ayakia had only collaborated with Orochimaru once, their coordination was superb. The moment Manda's toxic orb flew out, the two brothers completed their hand signs. Lightning release, running current. Countless streams of blue-purple lightning current frantically shot out from the palms of their hands, splattering onto the ground. They immediately moved across the ground with crackling sounds, like rapidly moving snakes, rushing toward Takayama Haruno in a pincer movement. The ground-crawling lightning current was extremely fast, even slightly quicker than the toxic orb Manda fired. The three attacks were tightly chained. If the frantic current hit Takayama Haruno's body, the resulting paralysis would ensure the following toxic orb struck him directly. Takayama Haruno, as a seasoned semi-cage powerhouse, was fully aware of the effect of the trio's combined attack. Without panicking, he bit his right finger and performed complex summoning hand signs. Boom, a twin-headed giant bird, with a wingspan of several tens of meters, emerged from the summoning formula. Its feathers and body were the same earthy yellow color as the vast desert. The two strange bird heads glared fiercely, their razor-blade teeth filling their eerie beaks. A slight shake of its wide wings stirred up a strong gust of wind on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strange twin-headed bird carried Takayama Haruno into the air in the blink of an eye. The lightning currents lost their target, annihilated into nothingness after diving into the forest and snapping a few trees. The dark purple toxic gas orb also missed, leaving a terrifying crater dozens of meters in diameter and a meter deep in the ground, accompanied by a chilling sizzle, sizzle, sizzle sound. The intense dark purple poisonous gas continued to corrode the earth, constantly emitting faint, dark purple smoke. Standing on the bird's back, Takayama Haruno's eyes flickered as he saw the toxic orb's power. He launched a strong counterattack. Wind release, sand shower. The rolling yellow sand that hadn't yet dispersed on the ground was lifted into the sky by Takayama Haruno's chakra, blanketing the blue sky with a thin, hazy yellow veil and obscuring the brilliant sunlight. Just then, the summoned twin-headed bird beneath Takayama Haruno's feet, sensing its master's intent, violently flapped its wide wings. The terrifying wings, with their tens of meters of span, instantly whipped up countless fine, invisible wind blades. They swirled and flew, forming a turbulent current of wind blades that ferociously charged toward the three Konoha ninja. The fine wind blade current passed through the yellow sand curtain created by the sand shower. The surface of every wind blade became coated with a thin layer of yellow sand, transforming them into even stronger, cutting and tearing sand blades. With an ear-splitting shriek, they formed a hazy yellow current of sand blades, trailing long curtains of sand, and violently enveloped the three Konoha ninja. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He smiled coldly, sending his thoughts to Manda, signaling him to spit out another toxic gas orb. A massive dark purple toxic orb again, shot from Manda's monstrous maw. Orochimaru completed his hand signs, suddenly pressing his 10 fingers together in front of his chest to form a hollow circle, condensing pure, refined chakra onto it. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Thud, a dull sound in the hollow circle of Orochimaru's hands, as if something were vibrating the air. The next instant, a massive, invisible wind sphere, twisting the vision of all observers and trailing a whale-like sonic boom, was accurately controlled by Orochimaru to penetrate the toxic gas orb. The dark purple toxic gas orb seemed to have been suddenly fitted with a jet. Its speed instantly doubled. The internal dark purple poison, further compressed and condensed by the wind sphere's intervention, vastly increased in power and fiercely collided with the wind blade current launched by Takayama Haruno. Boom, a fierce explosion ripped through the air. Shattered sand blades and scattered poisonous gas flew everywhere, ravaging the forest below once more. Ayakita and Ayakiya exchanged glances, seizing the chance. They pumped the chakra throughout their bodies, completed their hand signs, and heavily slammed their hands onto the ground, unleashing their final move with all their might. The two brothers, perfectly synchronized in mind and heart, simultaneously activated the Four Pillars prison technique. Only twins and Jonin like Ayakita and Ayakiya could flawlessly merge two identical and homologous ninjutsu. Lightning release, 8 Pillars Thunder prison technique. Centered on Takayama Haruno's position, the ground and trees at the edge of the circle, hundreds of meters in radius, suddenly crumbled apart, revealing 8 massive, pitch-black sinkholes. Rumble, a giant thunderous roar. 8 columns of blue-purple lightning plasma, each as thick as several people embracing and over 10 meters tall, suddenly erupted from the 8 sinkholes. Countless chains of lightning, thick as an adult's arm, along with innumerable fine, dazzling electric sparks, burst from the terrifying lightning pillars. The flying lightning chains connected and interlaced with one another, instantly forming massive nets of electricity that completely filled the vast space enclosed by the lightning plasma pillars. The crackling and snapping of the thunder prison sparks echoed across the entire battlefield. In just one breath, the enormous body of the summoned twin-headed bird beneath Takayama Haruno's feet was trapped by the electric nets, instantly electrocuted into a heap of charred remains and powder. It was so thoroughly killed that it couldn't even return to the summoning dimension. Takayama Haruno, losing his summoned bird, felt the ground vanish beneath him and fell squarely onto the electric nets. The endless, fine lightning plasma current coursed and exploded over his body, piercing through him. Even with the physique of a semi-cage powerhouse, facing this powerful lightning release ninjutsu, he was bombarded by the terrifying current, leaving him completely paralyzed and heavily wounded. His large, strong body, like an insect trapped in a spiderweb or a fish lying on a cutting board, was immobilized and powerless to resist or struggle within the electric nets. Orochimaru lightly flicked his tongue, smiling coldly and menacingly. Just as he was about to signal Manda to deliver the fatal blow to Takayama Haruno, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Chapter 150. Takayama Haruno was entirely enveloped by the electric nets, his whole body blasted immobile and covered in wounds by the terrifying current. Orochimaru lightly flicked his tongue, smiled menacingly, and prepared to deliver the final blow to Takayama Haruno. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body froze, his dark golden eyes, fixed on Takayama Haruno, narrowed sharply. On the large trees to the sides, the Ayakita and Ayakiya brothers, who had jointly performed the 8 Pillars Thunder Prison Jutsu, were completely exhausted. They leaned weakly against the trees, their eyes filled with solemnity and disbelief. They saw that within the sheets of lightning plasma nets, Takayama Haruno's strong body was covered in scorch marks of varying sizes, caused by the thick lightning and fine electric sparks. In some places, entire sections of muscle were electrocuted to necrosis. Tiny, thread-like bursts of lightning constantly traveled and jumped across his body, accompanied by a crackling sound. However, despite being so severely wounded, Takayama Haruno managed to weakly stand up within the dense lightning nets and let out a roar toward the sky. Ah! A terrifying chakra fluctuation, like a surging river tide or a rising tsunami, violently burst forth from Takayama Haruno's strong body. The entire sky overhead suddenly grew dark. Orochimaru felt the air grow heavy, as if filled with lead, making the heart restless and uneasy. Even the 8 lightning plasma pillars, which were restricting Takayama Haruno's movement, became unstable, constantly exploding with electric sparks and growing restless. The dense electric nets within slowed down and stalled, like fish caught in a torrential flood. Takayama Haruno straightened his body. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from his large physique. The full strength of a semi-cage powerhouse violently exploded at this moment. The initial understanding of a slight mastery over the ultimate wind release was fully poured into the complex hand signs he was forming. Orochimaru looked up at the sky. It wasn't that the sky had simply grown dark. Rather, the clouds within a 10-mile radius had all been gathered over the battlefield by a mysterious, powerful force. Orochimaru could sense the power and terror of Takayama Haruno's ninjutsu. The mere phenomenon it triggered was astonishing, and the jutsu's power went without saying. The chakra in Ayakita and Ayakiya was completely depleted. They could only turn their hopeful gazes toward Orochimaru, who stood atop the massive Manda. Orochimaru gave a shallow, helpless smile and said calmly to Manda, "All right, it's time to use that jutsu." Manda remained silent. He also sensed the horror of Takayama Haruno's ninjutsu. Although Manda himself possessed semi-cage-level strength, he hadn't mastered an ultimate elemental technique. His semi-cage-level power was mostly augmented by his formidable physical body and an enormous reservoir of chakra. At this moment, hearing Orochimaru's words, Manda did not reply but closed his lantern-like green snake eyes. He refined and converted the astonishing volume of chakra contained within his body and transferred it all to Orochimaru, while simultaneously releasing his consciousness to allow Orochimaru to control his spirit. The ninja and his summon connected their spiritual will and chakra, performing a combined ninjutsu. The chakra contained within the colossal manda was truly as boundless as the ocean. Once fully refined and converted, it immediately formed a deep blue chakra light screen, completely enveloping Orochimaru on his head. Orochimaru suddenly felt warm all over, as if nestled in a warm bed or soaking in a hot spring. Waves of incredibly ample chakra continuously flowed from manda beneath his feet, coiling around Orochimaru and causing his entire being to radiate a deep blue chakra glow. His pale, slender hands moved with a deceptive speed, one by one forming complex and difficult hand signs. A terrifying extended ninjutsu of the great snake clan's summoning techniques was being executed by Orochimaru at this moment. The hand signs in Takayama Haruno's hands suddenly stopped. He had completed the jutsu. Wind release, tornado hurricane jutsu. In the sky for 10 miles around, all the clouds converged above Takayama Haruno, abruptly forming a massive cloud vortex that began to spin violently. The dense cloud vortex seemed to be churning not air, but tons of incredibly heavy seawater. The air, or rather, the airflow in the entire space, began to rotate with the terrifying cloud vortex. Woo-woo-woo, a low, incomparably hoarse sound, like the wailing of ghosts or the arrival of hell, suddenly rang out. A pale green tornado hurricane, tens of meters high and covering nearly 100 meters in radius, connecting the heavens and the earth, violently descended from the terrifying cloud vortex overhead. Contained within the massive, pale green tornado hurricane was all of Takayama Haruno's understanding and mastery of the ultimate wind release. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Immediately upon descending, it completely enveloped and protected Takayama Haruno. The wild, surging tornado hurricane instantly ripped apart and annihilated the 8 lightning plasma pillars, along with the layers of electric nets within them. Having destroyed the lightning pillars and nets, the heaven and earth connecting tornado hurricane, controlled by Takayama Haruno, immediately moved, wildly sweeping toward Orochimaru. Before the terrifying tornado hurricane even reached him, the fierce, powerful airflow, like tiny blades and sword tips, sliced long gashes into Orochimaru's clothing. The intense wind force even extended beneath, tearing a few crimson cuts into Orochimaru's skin. Facing this, Orochimaru remained steady as a mountain, his dark golden eyes calm and unwavering. He steadily traced afterimages in the air, forming hand signs. At this instant, he finally completed the last seal. Orochimaru's slender left hand slammed heavily onto Manda's head. Mysterious and complex jutsu chains rapidly extended from his hand, completely covering Manda's enormous skull. Summoning jutsu, 10,000 snakes array, Manda's array. The colossal Manda hissed and let out a roar. He suddenly opened his huge, fierce maw, and countless multicolored venomous snakes, like a spring tide, frantically slithered out of Manda's mouth, stretching their thick, long bodies in the air. The seemingly endless multicolored venomous snakes filled the entire space in front of Orochimaru in just one breath, squirming in a dense mass. They truly resembled a tide made of venomous snakes. While not reaching the 10,000 count suggested by the jutsu's name, Orochimaru knew there were nearly 5,000 of them. Controlled by Orochimaru, these densely packed 5,000 venomous snakes condensed in the air into a massive multicolored venomous hand, which slammed heavily toward the pale green tornado hurricane that connected heaven and earth. Chapter 151. The dense mass of 5,000 venomous snakes, each as thick as an adult's arm, coiled and intertwined in the air, condensing into a gigantic multicolored venomous hand, roughly an acre in size. Its 5 fingers flexed and slammed heavily toward the pale green tornado column that connected heaven and earth. Boom, a colossal sound. The terrifying great venomous hand solidly struck the pale green wind column. The tornado hurricane, which connected the sky and ground, contained endless, incredibly sharp wind blades of varying sizes. The moment the hand formed by the snake horde struck the column, after the initial roar, an ear-splitting sound of cutting and tearing immediately erupted. Dozens, even hundreds, of venomous snakes were instantly pulverized into several pieces by the incomparably sharp wind force. In midair, it was as if a pool of blood had been opened, raining down blood and shredded flesh. In the short moments of this collision, the massive multicolored venomous hand had shrunk by a third, and the pale green wind column wavered unsteadily, showing signs of running out of power. Orochimaru knew that success or failure rested on this single moment. A ruthless look flashed in his dark golden eyes. He raised his right hand, remotely controlling the venomous hand in the air. He curled his fingers and clenched. One could clearly see the thousands of remaining venomous snakes in the multicolored hand frantically slithering, as if injected with a stimulant. The resulting multicolored venomous hand fiercely opened its 5 fingers, grabbed the pale green wind column that connected heaven and earth, and forcefully squeezed. Bang, boom, an explosion ripped through the air. Nearly 1,000 venomous snakes were instantly reduced to blood rain and shredded flesh in this single strike, painting a huge, intensely vivid blood flower in the air. The terrifying, immense force forcefully severed the heaven and earth connecting wind column at its middle. Rumble, a violent tremor shook the ground. A circle of pale green wind force ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out like water waves from the explosion, radiating across the forest for 10 miles. Orochimaru desperately grabbed Manda's horn to stabilize his posture in the furious blast of wind, while the Ayakita and Ayakia brothers, whose chakra was long depleted and who were exhausted nearby, were instantly swept up and tossed away like pieces of dandelion fluff in the wind. Towering trees tumbled down. At the center of the battlefield, the ground, already severely ravaged by the previous fighting, was forcibly sheared of a layer about 10 centimeters deep by the strong, fierce wind ripples, exposing the soil and mud beneath. The wind faded, the clouds dispersed, and the dust settled. Besides the clear sky, all that remained was the multicolored venomous hand, now reduced to half its size before it dispersed. Aftermath and next steps. Takayama Haruno glanced at the Battle of the Chunin where the Sand Ninja had long been wiped out. Severely wounded and with little chakra left, his heart turned to ash, but he remained standing, maintaining the last shred of dignity as a semi-cage powerhouse. He slowly closed his eyes. In the darkness, he seemed to see the Grim Reaper's sai swinging down. Immediately, a shadow fell over his head, and a sudden full-body pain caused Takayama Haruno to lose consciousness. After crushing Takayama Haruno, the giant venomous snake hand exploded into a cloud of white smoke and retreated to the summoning dimension. Manda, viciously, reminded Orochimaru to send the cattle and sheep sacrifices on time before reluctantly returning. At this point, the group of Konoha elite Chunin, disheveled and battered by the final wind force ripples, quickly rushed forward. After first locating the exhausted Ayakita and Ayakia brothers, Orochimaru ordered the others to begin clearing the battlefield. A quick assessment allowed Orochimaru's mind to settle slightly. 2 Anbu ninja had died, and everyone else sustained injuries of various sizes, though mostly minor. This casualty count was still within Orochimaru's acceptable range. He distributed the sealing powder he had brought. Since they were in the rear of the Konoha battlefield, within friendly controlled territory, Orochimaru and his team decided to rest on the spot for 2 hours. Once everyone's chakra had recovered, he commanded them to resume clearing the battlefield. Orochimaru approached Takayama Haruno's side. Takayama Haruno, having been literally crushed by the venomous snake hand, lay bloody on the ground. However, thanks to Orochimaru's control, his corpse remained relatively intact, although an internal examination would reveal that all his organs had been pulverized. Orochimaru pulled a scroll from the ninja pouch on his lower back. It contained pre-drawn sealing formulas. Just as he was about to seal the body, Orochimaru's eyes landed on the 2 gauntlets in Takayama Haruno's hands, which contained the hidden knuckle spike mechanism. His mind stirred. "Tsunade, come over here," Orochimaru called out to Tsunade. Tsunade, hearing Orochimaru's summons, hurried over with a look of pleasant surprise. Orochimaru removed the gauntlets from Takayama Haruno and handed them to her, saying calmly, "These have a hidden knuckle spike mechanism, and the material for conducting chakra is better than your original pair. Take them." Tsunade excitedly took the gauntlets. Holding them to her chest and admiring them, her face displaying the happiness of a young girl. Orochimaru didn't think much of it and continued to seal Takayama Haruno's corpse. A faint chakra glow appeared in Orochimaru's hands, making his handsome profile and dark golden eyes appear even more wicked and captivating, causing Tsunade to stare at him blankly for a moment. After personally dealing with Takayama Haruno's body, Orochimaru instructed the others to cremate the bodies of their 2 deceased Anbu comrades, carrying the ashes to be returned to Konoha and buried by the memorial stone when they had the chance. The sand ninja corpses were all preserved and sealed within scrolls, along with Takayama Haruno's body, to serve as a crucial part of his upcoming plans. With everything arranged, the team, racing against the clock, headed full speed toward the Western Front, the 3rd battle sector. Arrival at the 3rd sector. One day later, in the evening, as the sun set, they arrived at the camp of the 3rd battle sector, the southernmost of the 3 sectors on Konoha's front line against the Sand Ninja. Wisps of cooking smoke rose into the air. Dozens of hot pots were set up in the camp. The Konoha ninja, who had been fighting all day and subsisting only on rough, dry military rations, could finally enjoy some hot soup and stewed meat. Everyone gathered in small groups around the hot pots, drinking their soup and chatting with their companions. Squads that had earned recognition for killing enemies were naturally joyful, boasting about their feats and anticipating the rewards they would soon receive. Squads that suffered casualties were naturally dispirited, drinking the hot soup while worrying about their comrades in the medical tents. Suddenly, a commotion, mixed with gasps and a hint of surprise, erupted from the crowd at the back of the camp. Chapter 152. The Konoha ninja turned their curious gaze toward the back of the camp. Under the glow of the sunset, a column of weary figures appeared. The leader wore a damaged Anbu uniform, looking somewhat rough, yet a chilling, inherent bloodlust unconsciously emanated from his movements, inspiring awe. His pale, handsome face was marked by dust and exhaustion, but his strange, dark golden eyes constantly shone with a cold light of intelligence and mystery, leaving a deep impression. These highly representative eyes revealed the identity of the newcomer, Orochimaru. This name, well known to every Konoha ninja, immediately felt like a powerful tonic injected into their hearts upon his appearance on the Western Front. This was not only because Orochimaru was the 3rd Hokage Prize student, but also because of his own chain of miraculous and legendary achievements. Yakushi Tenshu, currently in a break from treating the wounded and recovering his chakra, heard the commotion outside. Slightly curious, he lifted the medical tent curtain just as the dust-covered Orochimaru and his group walked past. He froze for a moment, his eyes filling with surprise. Upon his arrival at the 3rd battle sector, he had reported his encounter with the Sand Ninja ambush squad in the rear and Orochimaru's pursuit. The resulting intelligence confirmed that a semi-cage-level Sand Ninja had been missing for some time. His heart had sunk upon hearing that news, but now seeing Orochimaru return safely, he knew clearly that Orochimaru had once again extended his legend. Orochimaru instructed Jiraiya and the other elite Chunin to go to the medical tent for treatment. He, along with the brothers Aokita and Aokiya, walked toward the main tent in the center of the camp. As the 3 arrived, they saw the 2 guard ninja at the door pull back the flaps. Akimichi Torabu, Narashikahira, and Yamanaka Ryuji, the 3 clan heads jointly responsible for military operations in the 3rd battle sector, were emerging from the tent. As the powerful combination famous in early Konoha, the Inoshikacho trio, their reputation was certainly not to be underestimated. Furthermore, all 3 were staunch loyalists of the Hokage faction. Hiruzen Sarutobi assigning them to oversee the fighting in the 3rd battle sector served as a good balance and containment measure. After all, the 2 semi-cage level commanders on the Western Front belonged to the Uchiha clan. While Uchiha Kagami, the overall commander, could be considered part of the Hokage's faction, he was ultimately not as reliable as the 3 clans that had supported the Hokage for generations. Sarutobi dispatching Orochimaru to the 3rd battle sector, which was commanded by the 3 clan heads, was also suggestive of a deeper meaning. Akimichi Torabu was a stout and powerful man, easily 2 or 3 times the size of an average person. The aura he unintentionally exuded gave people a heavy sense of oppression. Upon seeing Yamanaka Ryuji, Orochimaru was slightly surprised. He could sense that the current Yamanaka clan head's mental strength was only slightly less than his own vast mental power, which he possessed from 2 lifetimes. For others, this level of mental power was comparable to a cage-level fighter, yet Yamanaka Ryuji was currently only a jonin. Moreover, Orochimaru could feel that Yamanaka Ryuji's mental power was exceptionally active and agile, allowing him to clearly perceive the strength of everyone present, except Orochimaru himself. Nara Shikahira was a middle-aged man with a small black ponytail and a wisp of beard under his chin. He looked harmless, but Orochimaru could catch the fleeting light of wisdom and agility in Nara Shikahira's shifty gaze. All 3 possessed Jonin-level strength, but their combined power was easily equal to a semi-cage powerhouse. In his previous life, Orochimaru had already studied the secret jutsu of the 3 clans. They certainly had their unique merits, but because they required special physiques, the effectiveness and power of learning them were severely limited for others. Even when performed at great cost, the expenditure far outweighed the gain, so Orochimaru's research in this area ultimately came to nothing. After exchanging pleasantries, Orochimaru and the Ayakita and Ayakiya brothers walked into the main tent. As the favorite disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3 clan heads were very cordial toward Orochimaru. With Orochimaru making a conscious effort to be friendly, they quickly became familiar with one another. Orochimaru briefly summarized the Sand Ninja Ambush Squad incident, then laid out his entire plan. Lord's clan heads, I have a plan now. If successful, I believe it could significantly alter the battle situation of the 3rd battle sector. Oh, what plan is that? Tell us quickly. Akimichi Torabu was a straightforward man. Hearing Orochimaru's words, he immediately grew excited and asked in a low, rumbling voice. Nara Shikahira, who always served as the chief strategist among the 3, also cast a curious look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled faintly. After we completely wiped out the Sand Ninja Squad, we preserved all their bodies. I have a method to alter their appearance, allowing our Konoha ninja to impersonate the members of that Sand Ninja Squad with a similarity of absolutely over 80%. Also, we won't need to ambush the enemy's rear like the Sand Ninja, as the danger is too great. We only need to sneak through in advance when the general offensive is launched, circle to the Sand Ninja's deep rear, and with a pincer attack, there is a high probability that we can inflict massive casualties on the Sand Ninja, perhaps even changing the entire war situation in the 3rd battle sector. Nara Shikahira's eyes flashed. He immediately seized upon the crucial points in Orochimaru's statement, asking sharply, "Are you certain about the 80% similarity? And who would you find to convincingly mimic that semi-cage powerhouse's aura and chakra fluctuation? I think even Lord Yamanaka, Ryuji here, cannot fully perceive my strength, can he?" Orochimaru smiled wickedly. Nara Shikahira looked at Yamanaka Ryuji, who nodded. Putting aside that most critical issue, Nara Shikahira felt the plan had great feasibility. He asked again, "Then, when do you plan to depart?" Orochimaru paused before speaking. "The sooner the better. After wiping out the Sand Ninja Ambush Squad, we sped here at full pace. If we delay, the Sand Ninja side might grow suspicious, so I hope to depart tomorrow morning before dawn. And I hope the 3 of you can coordinate by launching a large-scale general offensive around noon tomorrow." Nara Shikahira pondered for a while, mentally simulating the various key points of the plan and calculating the timing. Composing himself, he asked decisively, "What other requests do you have? If we 3 can manage it, we will satisfy them all." Orochimaru knew Nara Shikahira had finally agreed to his plan. He thought for a moment. "My preselected personnel are Ayakita, Ayakiya, Hyuga Bluebird, Kai, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hatake Sakumo, 7 people. I also wish to bring 12 experienced Anbu elite ninja, and each person must be equipped with a full set of specialized Anbu gear." "Agreed. Tomorrow morning before dawn, after we've prepared everything, we will personally send you off," Nara Shikahira confirmed. He glanced at Yamanaka Ryuji and Akimichi Torabu, and, seeing they had no objections, decisively agreed. Chapter 153. After the three men left, Nara Shikahira's expression was complex, tinged with a little admiration, before he finally broke into a smile. Yamanaka Ryuji walked up and said slowly, "That Orochimaru is indeed a genius. Although I couldn't sense the specifics of his power, he has clearly reached the Jonin level. Moreover, to be able to take down a semi-cage level opponent with just the help of the Ayakita and Ayakiya brothers, Orochimaru's strength is certainly among the very best of the Jonin." Akimichi Torabu lumbered over and nodded, his deep, resonant voice sounding out. "I could also sense that Orochimaru's physical strength is astonishing. He must have practiced some incredible forbidden secret jutsu as well." Nara Shikahira pondered, then slowly nodded. "Lord Sarutobi certainly has unique vision. This Orochimaru's potential is amazing. We need to lock down all information. At least tonight, all personnel ingress and egress must be strictly supervised. Before they depart tomorrow morning, not a single detail must be leaked. As for the 12 Anbu ninja he requested, we will deploy them from our guard unit." The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Mission preparation. The next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, dew, formed by the night's chill, still spotted the branches. As the leaves swayed, the dew droplets traced crystalline arcs in the air and dripped down. In a hidden forest clearing not far from the Konoha 3rd Battle Sector camp on the Western Front, the three commanders of the 3rd Battle Sector were all present. Behind them, a column of powerful guard ninja stood ready at attention. Orochimaru nodded to the three clan heads, then turned to face the 20 ninja about to execute this confidential mission. The 20 Konoha ninja, whose auras were contained but powerful, stood in 2 rows. Ayakita, Ayakiya, Jiraiya, and the other pre-selected individuals were among them. Like Orochimaru, the 20 ninja wore the full set of elite Konoha Anbu gear. Black skin-tight suits, silver-white, non-reflective metal vests, and arm guards, all covered by a large, flowing, black cloak-style trench coat. In the cool morning breeze, their cloak hems fluttered and whipped about, exuding a natural air of elite readiness. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes slowly swept over them, meeting each person's gaze. Jiraiya, normally crude, amiable, and prone to pranks, had dropped his usual jovial demeanor. Having adopted a serious and solemn expression, paired with his naturally tall and imposing physique, he now radiated an air of calm and steady manliness. Orochimaru could vaguely see glimpses of the heroic Jiraiya of the future. Tsunade's beautiful and moving face still held a touch of youthful innocence, but dressed in the elite Anbu combat gear, the innocence was replaced by an added element of valor. The tight black combat suit perfectly outlined the curves of her full, high bust and her perky, rounded hips, displaying a voluptuous S-shaped figure. Catching Orochimaru's gaze, a faint blush involuntarily rose on Tsunade's face. Orochimaru offered a shallow smile and continued to survey the group one by one. Each person could clearly feel the gaze of admiration mixed with trust in Orochimaru's eyes. They instinctively straightened their backs, their faces showing pride. Nodding slightly, Orochimaru began. "For this classified mission, we will be disguised as the returning Sand Ninja Ambush Squad. We will bypass the Sand Ninja's heavy sentries and penetrate deep into enemy territory to coordinate with the Army's large-scale counteroffensive at noon. The objective is, after the battle begins, to forcefully strike into the Sand Ninja's deep rear and secure the head of Ito Haijo in one swift move, guaranteeing a perfect victory for our main forces." As he finished speaking, a thick wave of killing intent violently burst from Orochimaru's body, his aura instantly becoming utterly overwhelming. "Understood, Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru's words and killing intent, like a spark, instantly ignited a raging fire in the hearts of the 20 Konoha ninja. They all dropped to one knee, roaring their affirmation. Nara Shikahira, observing from behind, showed a subtle shift in his eyes. Beside him, Yamanaka Ryuji couldn't help but blurt out, "What strong charisma." Orochimaru beckoned. Kai stepped out of the formation and carried forward a black scroll as thick as an adult's thigh, handing it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru pulled the scroll open with a ripping sound and quickly performed a set of release seals with his hands moving like fluttering butterflies. Poof, a cloud of white smoke billowed from the scroll. 21 well-preserved sand ninja corpses materialized from the smoke. Takayama Haruno's body, with all its internal organs pulverized, was among them. Orochimaru went to Takayama Haruno's corpse, knelt down, and lightning-fast performed a set of peculiar secret jutsu hand signs. Forbidden jutsu, face-scribbling clone technique. A faint chakra glow suddenly emanated from Orochimaru's right hand. He gently brushed it over Takayama Haruno's face from top to bottom. Immediately, the observers were shocked to discover that Takayama Haruno's entire face had become a blank slate, devoid of features. After his right hand swept over Takayama Haruno's face, Orochimaru lightly brushed it over his own face, from bottom to top. Next, the others strangely saw that Orochimaru's face had been replaced with Takayama Haruno's features. It was an exact replica. Even the length of the scar that crossed the face was identical. Orochimaru paid no mind to the strange looks of the others, and quickly began using the face-scribbling clone technique on every ninja assigned to the mission. Half an hour later, Nara Shikahira and the others were amazed to find 21 powerful sand ninja standing before them. Given the tight schedule, Orochimaru, now transformed into Takayama Haruno, simply nodded to Nara Shikahira and the others, then shot off like a ghostly shadow toward the sand ninja front line. Behind him, the 20 fully armed and disguised Konoha ninja followed closely. Nara Shikahira watched as Orochimaru and the group disappeared into the dense forest after a few leaps. He then turned back, his gaze resolute and his aura surging, saying, "All right, it's our turn to move now." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone immediately used Shunshin body flicker technique to sprint toward the camp. Half an hour later, the entire Konoha camp was moving in an orderly fashion. A thick wave of sky-high killing intent rapidly resonated above the camp. A great war was about to begin. Chapter 154. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Orochimaru, leading 20 Konoha elites, was sprinting through the dense forest at high speed. Their black cloak-style trench coats trailed behind them like ghostly shadows as they ran. They were getting closer and closer to the sand ninja's front line. Suddenly, Orochimaru, running at the very front, noticed a wary sand ninja perched on the branches ahead. As Orochimaru was about to enter his safe distance, the ninja shouted sharply, "Stop, who are you?" Orochimaru waved his right hand backward, and the group halted in unison. Orochimaru pulled back his hood, revealing Takayama Haruno's face. His powerful mental strength suddenly surged, instantly simulating a semi-cage-level aura similar to Takayama Haruno's. Although it was merely an empty shell generated by mental energy, it was enough to fool the wary sentinel. As expected, the sand ninja, who had been highly alert just moments before, immediately knelt down on one knee with a respectful look, bowing and saying, "Please forgive me, Lord Takayama Haruno. I did not realize it was you." Orochimaru waved his hand, saying calmly, "You did well, maintain your vigilance." The sand ninja nodded repeatedly in excitement. Orochimaru knew that someone of Takayama Haruno's semi-cage status wouldn't pay much attention to a minor sentinel ninja, so he kept his words brief. He coldly swept past with Jiraiya and the others in tow. On the sand ninja front, perhaps due to the absence of a semi-cage-level fighter, the security and defense measures were exceptionally strict. The group had to pass through 5 separate sentry lines before finally seeing the sand ninja camp in the third battle sector in the distance. Orochimaru smiled coldly, his gaze on the sand ninja camp quickly filling with a faint killing intent. After memorizing the layout of the sand ninja camp, Orochimaru led the Konoha ninja to a hidden spot and settled down to wait. The sun gradually climbed. When the fierce midday sun poured its golden rays onto the earth, Orochimaru suddenly heard a fierce explosion from the sentry line they had just passed. Waves of clashing chakra of varying strengths were rising and colliding. Orochimaru's heart tensed. He looked back at the sand ninja camp, where the ninja were buzzing like ants in a hot pan. The entire camp was in an uproar. Columns of sand ninja quickly organized and headed toward the front line. Orochimaru knew that Naruto had finally launched the counteroffensive. Just as Orochimaru was preparing to make a move, a surprised shout suddenly came to his ears. "Lord Takayama Haruno, you're finally back." Orochimaru's body instantly froze. He turned around to see a sand ninja with an elite Chunin-level chakra aura leap down from a hidden towering tree, shouting to Orochimaru in surprise. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Orochimaru's heart sank slightly, but he kept a straight face. He hadn't expected the sand ninja to have strict hidden sentries deployed even around the camp perimeter. The sand ninja, whose face was full of excitement, walked up, bowed to Orochimaru, and respectfully said, "Lord Takayama Haruno, please come this way. Konoha's counteroffensive momentum is very fierce this time. Lord Ito will be very pleased to see you return." Orochimaru looked at the ninja, countless thoughts flashing through his mind like lightning. He knew that the semi-cage-level chakra fluctuation he simulated with his powerful mental energy was sufficient to fool these elite Chunin. However, if he followed this ninja into the camp, there was a high probability of exposure if an elite Jonin-level sand ninja saw him. With this realization, Orochimaru didn't bother greeting the others. His gaze turned cold. His body shot forward like a line of black lightning, instantly reaching the sand ninja. His right hand opened and closed, clamping down on the ninja's vulnerable throat in the blink of an eye. He lifted the ninja up and twisted violently. The poor sand ninja was instantly killed by Orochimaru before he could even scream. There was no time to bury the body. Orochimaru coldly tossed the corpse into a dense patch of shrubs and waved his hand to the Konoha ninja behind him. The group immediately shot out, following the traces left by the large body of sand ninja who had left the camp, staying far behind the main force. The target is exposed. The sounds of boom, boom, boom and explosions constantly echoed throughout the vast forest. The originally dense forest, with its rich vegetation, shrubs and flowers, was utterly destroyed by countless jutsu, carving out a large clearing where hundreds of ninja of various ranks were engaged in a fierce slaughter. Hot blood was spilled, and lives were lost every moment. This was the brutal reality of war. Ito Haijo watched the scene emotionlessly from the deep rear of the sand ninja forces. After a while, he turned to his confidant and said with a sinister laugh, "Although no word has come through, judging by Konoha's actions, it seems Takayama's operation was successful. Naruto opposite us appears to be panicking and has committed the entirety of Konoha's forces. It's quite a spectacle." The confidant dutifully nodded, offering a well-placed, fawning look of adoration. "You are truly brilliant, Lord." Although Ito Haijo was secretly delighted, he remained composed. "Good. Send up the reserve units. Let us cement our victory in the third battle sector in one fell swoop." The confidant excitedly nodded and rushed off to relay the order. What Ito Haijo failed to realize was that his actions were being clearly watched by a pair of piercing eyes not far away. Seeing all the reserve units rush forward, Orochimaru, who had been lying prostrate behind a small hill, licked his lips and gave a cold, sinister smile. He placed his right hand over his face, clenched his fingers, and fiercely ripped. The false skin shattered, revealing his pale, handsome cheeks and dark golden eyes. Orochimaru had finally restored his true appearance. He turned to the group behind him. One by one, the masks were ripped away. Everyone's eyes, filled with excitement, were fixed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood on the crest of the small hill, his dark golden snake eyes, now filled with boundless killing intent, fixed on the completely unaware Ito Haijo in the distance. The 21 ninja, dressed in tight Konoha ambu gear, stood neatly on the hilltop. Their ink-black trench coats billowed in the strong winds, making them look like 21 reapers from hell. A substantial, astonishing killing intent coalesced entirely upon their leader, surging skyward in an instant. Ito Haijo suddenly felt the terrifying killing intent coming from the rear. His heart instantly seized with alarm, and he turned around in terror to look behind him. Orochimaru flung off the ink-black trench coat that had concealed his figure. He looked toward Ito Haijo in the distance, licked his lips, gave a wicked smile, made a throat-slitting gesture at his own neck, and slowly drew the demonic sword Muramasa from behind his back. Chapter 155. Orochimaru, licking his lips with an excited, sinister smile, held the ink-black sword Muramasa, which was wreathed with demonic fangs and faces along its blade. He suddenly shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Behind him, 20 Konoha ninja, who had also cast off their black trench coats to reveal their elite Anbu gear, followed closely. Orochimaru decisively used a secret jutsu, injecting chakra into all his muscles and using a special secret technique to greatly stimulate the activity of his entire body's musculature. His running speed instantly nearly doubled. He truly resembled an arrow loosed from a powerful crossbow, quickly pulling away from the Konoha ninja behind him and streaking like the wind and lightning directly toward Ito Haijo. Orochimaru's rapidly moving body left 3 or 4 distinct afterimages behind him. His dark golden eyes clearly saw the look of terror in Ito Haijo's eyes and the figures of Ito Haijo's bodyguards frantically rushing forward to intercept. But they were too slow, truly too slow. Orochimaru appeared before Ito Haijo in the blink of an eye, like a black whirlwind. Ito Haijo was, after all, a sand ninja jonin. Even though Orochimaru used a secret jutsu at no small cost, Ito Haijo still managed to seize the opportunity to unleash a jutsu. Earth-style, Earthflow Rampart. A narrow fissure suddenly appeared on the ground, and a solid, thick earthen wall rampart violently erupted from beneath the earth, standing firmly before Ito Haijo. However, before Ito Haijo could relax, he suddenly heard 2 sharp, strange sounds, as if countless ghostly shadows and dead souls were weeping and wailing near his ears. He hadn't misheard. That was the sound of the demonic sword Muramasa tearing through the air. Orochimaru, standing before the thick earthen rampart, smiled wickedly. His right hand, holding Muramasa, instantly dissolved into multiple afterimages. With 2 low, muffled hissing sounds of cutting, 2 cross-shaped, ink-black blade lights flashed, and the heavy earthen wall rampart instantly collapsed with a crash. Ito Haijo widened his eyes, staring blankly at Orochimaru, who stood behind the collapsed wall, sword in hand. He tried to run, but it was too late. What he saw was already an afterimage. Orochimaru's true body, swift as a ghostly gale, had already swung his sword across Ito Haijo's neck and, in a mere instant, returned the sword to his side while standing behind Ito Haijo. PFFFT, a fountain of blood erupted. The head, whose face still held a look of disbelief, shot off, tumbling through the air before falling to the ground. The final image of Ito Haijo's life was the constantly spinning world, and that demon-like figure holding the sword with his back turned. SHH. Orochimaru slowly walked forward. The terrified sand ninja bodyguards beside him, one by one, backed away, their faces pale, not daring to approach even a step. Orochimaru came to Ito Haijo's severed head, elegantly crouched down, and grabbed the still warm, bloody head with his left hand. Slowly turning around, Orochimaru faced the entire raging battlefield. Concentrating chakra in his mouth, his low voice, which carried a seductive magnetism, instantly spread across the entire field. Ito Haijo is dead, 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 dead. The last word, dead, thundered into the distance. The entire battlefield, nearly 2,000 ninja from Konoha and the Land of Wind, fell silent for a moment. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone gazed at the tall, slender figure who stood in the brilliant sunlight, holding a bloody head, radiating a terrifying killing intent that pressed down upon the entire field. This scene lingered in their minds for a long time, deeply etched into their memory. In the next moment, Jiraiya and the others rushed to Orochimaru's side, forming a tight protective circle around him. The side effects of Orochimaru's secret jutsu exploded. He collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Some muscle groups even showed large patches of blue and dark red bruising. Orochimaru knew this was due to collective muscle fatigue, severe strain, and internal bleeding caused by dramatically stimulating muscle activity with the secret jutsu. Seeing this, Tsunade, who had been watching Orochimaru from the side, immediately rushed forward with concern. Pushing all her chakra, she quickly began to treat Orochimaru. She still instinctively let him lean against her soft thighs. She was still accustomed to watching his figure like this. Orochimaru fell onto Tsunade's thighs and unconsciously passed out. Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru's handsome, peaceful face, her hands glowing with pale blue medical jutsu. In that moment, she seemed to understand what happiness was. Aftermath and war strategy. On the main battlefield, the Sand Ninja, having lost their leader, immediately began to collapse. The Konoha forces entered a phase of victorious pursuit and slaughter. From this moment on, the battle situation in the third battle sector sharply reversed, progressing in a manner increasingly favorable to Konoha. Orochimaru's prestige among the Konoha ninja in the third battle sector became unmatched from this moment forward. In the cruel environment of war, the shift in the scales of victory often has a surprisingly continuous, domino-like effect. The rout in the third battle sector undoubtedly had a significant impact on the battles in the other two major sectors. Konoha's disadvantageous and passive defensive posture, which had persisted since the early days of the war, was instantly reversed. However, the second wind shadow, Tgthegood, of the Land of Wind, Nagai Hasa, acclaimed as the most strategically brilliant of the 5 cage leaders, was not without reason for his title. The negative effects and chain reactions caused by the Sand Ninja's defeat in the third battle sector were nullified within 3 days by this profoundly clever cage. Nagai Hasa decisively changed the entire direction and strategy of the attack on Konoha, consolidating the 3-pronged attacking Sand Ninja armies into a single fist. Gathering all their strength, he delivered a heavy blow to Konoha. Konoha likewise converged its forces. The battles on the entire Western Front gradually began to transition into a stable period, characterized by a steady chain of missions involving assassination and counter-assassination, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. During the 3-year stable period of the war, the Konoha Ninja Academy continuously supplied fresh blood to the front lines. Through the harsh training of battle, a large number of outstanding talents emerged. With the input of this new generation's fresh blood, the smaller rebellious countries and forces surrounding Konoha were successively cleared out. Konoha finally freed its hands and began to take the leading role in the Second Great Shinobi War. At this point, another major event occurred, bringing a crucial turning point to the Second Great Shinobi War. Chapter 156. January, Konoha Year 27. A gentle spring breeze swept across the land. The clear, vibrant morning light shone golden onto the world, and the refreshing spring air was comfortable and pleasant. Orochimaru, now an 18-year-old youth, wore a relaxed, moon-white kimono for casual wear. A pale gold sash cinched the loose kimono, securing the ink-black Muramasa sword at his waist. This highlighted his long, slender figure while his exposed, toned chest hinted at the terrifying power concealed within his body. His handsome face was still pale and wicked, the faint sinister smile always lightly present. Combined with his dark golden, demonic snake eyes, every move Orochimaru made increasingly exuded an intensely captivating, magnetic charisma. He stood on a hilltop, gazing across the vast, 1,000-kilometer-long battle line between the two armies. Over the past 3 years, Konoha, gradually freeing up its forces and beginning to control the direction of the Second Great Shinobi War, had put increasing pressure on the Sand Ninja of the Land of Wind. The territory they initially occupied had all been recaptured by Konoha, pushing the counterattack back beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. The two armies were now locked in a standoff across the southern territories of the Land of Rivers. In Orochimaru's dark golden eyes, which gazed into the distance, was a stillness like water, concealing endless mystery and wisdom that no one else could comprehend. He knew clearly that within this vast, 1,000-kilometer stretch of forest, countless small-scale battles to the death were taking place in unseen locations. While the conflict had entered a stable phase, the casualties resulting from individual missions during this period were no less grim than those during a general offensive. In fact, they were often more brutal, with a single failed mission typically resulting in the annihilation of the entire squad. Orochimaru also knew that this was the nature of ninja combat. It tolerated no mercy or warmth, being starkly characterized by the jungle law of life-and-death struggle and survival of the fittest. Standing behind Orochimaru were 10 elite Chunin who bowed and waited for orders. If someone were to simultaneously lift their collars, they would be surprised to discover that these 10 Konoha ninja, none of them old, but all possessing contained and steady auras that made them formidable even among elite Chunin. Each had a tattoo seal of an 8-headed, 8-tailed giant serpent on the back of their neck. The difference was that some were gold and some were black. These 10 were the best members of the two groups, Gold Snake and Black Snake, secretly inserted from Orochimaru's secret base in the Land of Fields over the past few years. Orochimaru kept them close to facilitate training. It also provided them with many opportunities to establish merits, which would be convenient for his future plans. Yumi and Fukuro, Owl, who had left a deep impression on Orochimaru in the past, stood prominently among them. The 10 members of the Black Snake and Gold Snake groups, waiting at attention, constantly looked toward Orochimaru with intense adoration and reverence. He was practically their faith and their everything. At that moment, Fukuro, who stood as still as a towering pine, took a message from a Konoha falcon. A moment later, he knelt on one knee behind Orochimaru and respectfully reported, "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Uchiha Kagami sent a message. Important intelligence has arrived from Konoha. Please return quickly for a meeting." Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from the distance, turned around, and nodded. As he walked, he asked, "Kai, what percentage of the Gold Snake and Black Snake members have been successfully brought in now?" Kai silently slipped out of the shadow of an ancient tree beside Orochimaru, still speaking with his characteristic stutter. "In these years, while sending them in, we have also taken in many gifted, orphans and talents. We have reached 50-50%. Take your time. The pace of the plan isn't the problem. The key is to ensure security is handled well." Orochimaru nodded lightly. He always had confidence in Kai's efficiency. Kai nodded and followed by Orochimaru's side, only slipping back into the shadows just before they entered the Konoha camp. Over the years, Orochimaru had accumulated significant merit from numerous battlefield missions. His current position was a dual role: captain of the Anbu 2nd Platoon and captain of the Anbu 1st Squad. For Konoha's higher-ranking ninja, the importance of the Anbu 1st Squad was self-evident, as it served as the Hokage's personal guard. This clearly demonstrated Hiruzen Sarutobi's underlying intent. He was grooming Orochimaru as his successor. As they walked from the camp entrance to the central main tent, every Konoha ninja rose to salute. This was not only due to Orochimaru's position, but also his many great contributions to Konoha and his soaring reputation. Orochimaru was not arrogant, at least he didn't appear so on the surface. With a faint smile on his lips, he met everyone's gaze, making every Konoha ninja feel as though they had been individually acknowledged. The pace of a ninja was naturally quick, and Orochimaru and his group soon arrived outside the main tent. After being announced, Orochimaru was respectfully invited inside. Upon entering, Orochimaru saw that everyone was already assembled. Nara Shikahira, Yamanaka Ryuji, and Akimichi Torabu all greeted Orochimaru with an amicable smile. After the decapitation operation, Orochimaru's relationship with the 3 clan heads had deepened. He had even used this to connect his Land of Fields secret base with the 3 clans, managing profitable businesses related to their family specialities, such as Nara family's medicinal herbs and Yamanaka family's flower gardens. The 3 clan heads, who merely thought Orochimaru had, like other ninja, established side businesses in the Land of Fire or other countries, were not suspicious. Instead, they trusted Orochimaru implicitly. With this added layer of business relationship, Orochimaru's bond with the 3 had become even closer. Inside the tent, besides the 3 clan heads, there was Uchiha Kagami, the general commander of the Western Front, and another man wearing the Uchiha clan uniform, Uchiha Fusho, who was also a semi-cage-level powerhouse and had experienced the Land of Rivers mission with Orochimaru before. With their many interactions over the past 3 years, they dispensed with formalities. After exchanging greetings, Uchiha Kagami, who had short black hair and a handsome, gentle face, but whose aura was so powerful that simply standing there made one feel as if they were facing a humanoid fireball, spoke first. He used a rare, serious tone, and the information contained in his words was like a bombshell dropped on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, emergency intelligence from Konoha. The Land of Water has mobilized its forces. Chapter 157. Uchiha Kagami's words landed like a bombshell in Orochimaru's mind, causing him to momentarily lose his customary calm and composure. After a while, Orochimaru gradually regained his cool. He knew that Konoha was now inevitably mired in a two-front war, but the silver lining was that the current Konoha, compared to 3 years ago, had many more excellent young talents and far more confidence. In his urgency, Orochimaru dispensed with formalities, firing off a barrage of piercing questions that went straight to the heart of the Land of Water's mobilization. How many troops has the Land of Water sent? What is Konoha's response? Will we need to secretly recall some elite ninja? What are the reactions of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning? Those present, seeing Orochimaru regain his composure so quickly and immediately pinpoint the key issues, nodded approvingly in silence. Uchiha Kagami's tone softened, though it still carried a hint of worry. The Land of Water deployed 2 semi-cage-level powerhouses, 40 elite Jonin, 500 Chunin, and over 1,000 Genin lower ninja, launching a fierce attack on our eastern border. However, thanks to significant investment in intelligence work over the past few years, we were somewhat prepared, preventing the Land of Water from making immediate inroads. It's a standoff along the border. As for the higher-ups' decision, they feel the Western Front situation is currently good. They will likely recall some Chunin and Genin, but whether the Jonin are moved is still up in the air. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have both issued peace statements. They remain neutral, adopting a sit-on-the-mountain-and-watch-the-tigers fight attitude, seemingly ready to watch the entire spectacle of the Second Great War unfold. Orochimaru quickly calculated the situation in his mind, after hearing Uchiha Kagami's report. For a time, silence descended upon the tent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Over the years, Konoha's forces on the entire Western Front still only had 2 semi-cage-level fighters, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fusho, but the number of powerful Jonin had increased to 70. Chunin had grown to 800, and Genin now numbered a terrifying 4,000. This was an incredibly powerful force, one capable of destroying a small country 10 times over. On the Sand Ninjas' side, while they had also continuously reinforced their troops over the last 3 years, their strength was relatively weaker. However, the Sand Ninja later spent heavily to dispatch another semi-cage-level powerhouse, leading their elite puppet brigade to the front line, which brought the two sides back to a level of parity. Of course, Konoha still held the overall advantage in strength, preventing the Sand Ninja from daring to launch a massive army-level battle involving over 1,000 ninja. The Land of Water's entry into the war immediately put Orochimaru on high alert. Since the Western Front would inevitably have to recall some forces, the corresponding shift in power meant the Sand Ninja might make a move. Having grasped the key points, Orochimaru's mind cleared up. After exchanging further opinions with Uchiha Kagami and the others, discussing countermeasures and plans for dealing with the Sand Ninja, he finally left the tent. The Wind Shadow's decision. Meanwhile, far to the west on the Ninja continent, in the uniquely architectured Sunagakyur, hidden sand village, nestled in the heart of the desert, Nagai Hasai, clad in the deep blue robes of the Wind Shadow, Kazekage, also received news that the Land of Water had directed its forces toward Konoha. Leaning back in his leather chair, toying with the intelligence scroll in his hands, his black eyes flickered with an unreadable light. Unlike 3 years ago, when he launched the Second Great Shinobi War, the current Nagai Hasai had thick, dark circles around his eyes that, while concealed, were still faintly discernible. His aura would occasionally fluctuate, highly unstable, putting immense pressure on those nearby. Yet despite this profound pressure, a simply dressed woman stood calmly by his side, Chiyo, the elder of Sunagakyur. After reading her own copy of the intelligence, she couldn't help but ask, "What is your assessment of the Land of Water's mobilization?" "Excellent," It's exactly what I hoped for, a great opportunity for us to break the current stalemate. Nagai Hasai replied with a smile. He paused, seemingly having made a momentous decision. I plan to go to the front line myself. Chiyo was shocked, a deep look of thought in her eyes. She sensed an underlying meaning in Nagai Hasai's words and cautiously asked, "Is its power growing stronger?" Nagai Hasai dropped his smile, his voice carrying a sense of reckless abandon. "Yes, it seems we still underestimated the power of the tailed beast. The seal has grown weaker over the past 2 years. I've been sleeping less and less, feeling my body being gradually eroded. I don't have much time left. I will use whatever time I have left, while I can still control myself, to do my last duty as the Wind Shadow. If we can invade Konoha again, with Konoha fighting a war on 2 fronts, we will surely have enough time to assimilate the captured territory. If I can achieve this, I will have no regrets when I go to meet the first Tgthegood above." Chiyo looked mournful and remained silent. The all-out attack. 3 days later, Konoha recalled 15 elite Jonin, 150 elite Chunin, and 800 Genin. At this very moment, the Sand Ninja, who had been entrenched in a 3-year standoff and stable war period, seized the opportunity and violently launched an all-out offensive. Nearly 10,000 ninja from the 2 nations engaged in a fierce slaughter across the vast forest. Deafening explosions and blasts were everywhere, along with severed limbs and bloody flesh. The surging killing intent scared away all birds and beasts for thousands of kilometers, and the clouds in the sky for hundreds of kilometers all dissipated. Orochimaru, accompanied by his 10 gold snake and black snake group guards, plus the Konoha squads led by Jiraiya, Tsunade, Bluebird, and Sakumo, a total of around 50 Konoha ninja, slashed and charged across the battlefield, looking for a weak point in the Sand Ninja lines to breach. The ink-black Muramasa screamed through the air like wailing ghosts, instantly slicing 2 Chunin-level Sand Ninja in half at the waist. Orochimaru instinctively twirled the sword before turning to see that Jiraiya and the others had easily turned this small encounter into a growing advantage. Only then did he cast his sight toward the very center of the battlefield. That was the zone where the semi-cage-level powerhouses from both sides were fighting, a wide area cleared in the middle of the massive front line. Soldier clashed against soldier, commander against commander, fighting fiercely and causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fusho were respectively engaged with the 2 Sand Ninja semi-cage powerhouses. Although they held an advantage, they couldn't finish the fight quickly. The final semi-cage level opponent was, as usual, being jointly held back by the powerful Jonin leaders, Nara Shikahira, Akimichi Torabu, and Yamanaka Ryuji. What the Sand Ninja didn't realize was that Orochimaru, who had never faded from their sight over the past 3 years, had never once revealed his true strength. No one knew the extent of Orochimaru's growth over those 3 years. Standing on the vast battle line, Orochimaru's lips curved once again into that elegant, sinister smile. Chapter 158. At this moment, Tanigawa, a Sand Ninja Jonin, who had been explicitly warned by the 3 semi-cage level commanders before the battle, finally spotted Orochimaru. He charged toward Orochimaru with another Jonin comrade and a squad of about 100 Sand Ninja subordinates. Orochimaru's powerful mental strength suddenly sensed a killing intent aimed at the back of his head. He quickly whirled around, his dark golden eyes instantly locking onto the 100-man Sand Ninja squad. He easily detected the strength of the 2 Sand Ninja Jonin. Orochimaru gave a cold smile, and without signaling anyone else, immediately began weaving hand signs. Earth-style, underworld swamp technique. The ground within a few dozen meters in front of Orochimaru suddenly collapsed, giving way to gurgling, yellowish-brown mud bubbles that continuously rolled and surged. Orochimaru infused chakra and gave a guiding gesture. The churning mud in the collapsed pit instantly shot into the air. Under Orochimaru's control, it condensed into a gigantic, yellowish-brown underworld swamp net, covering the sky and surging down toward Tanigawa and his squad. Tanigawa and his Jonin comrade exchanged glances and attacked in unison. Wind style, sickle weasel slice. Two long, crescent-shaped, sickle-like wind blades, each about a meter long, appeared from the hands of the two Jonin. Under their control, the four invisible wind blades, making buzzing sounds as they cut the air, instantly tore the underworld swamp net to shreds. Orochimaru was unconcerned. The underworld swamp net had bought him enough time, and the hand signs for his next jutsu were complete. Earth-style, rising earth hell. The ground beneath the nearly 100-man sand ninja squad suddenly shattered. Countless stone pillars and earth spikes, accompanied by a deafening rumble, shot wildly out of the ground. A succession of dull, crushing sounds rang out. In an instant, a small fraction of the sand ninja were impaled and killed by the sharp stone pillars. Even more ninja had their arms broken and legs injured by this powerful earth-style jutsu, instantly losing their combat capability. Orochimaru's two jutsu attacks were tightly linked. Furthermore, both were wide-ranging and powerful earth-style techniques. Taken by surprise, Tanigawa and his comrades sustained minor injuries. Ignoring the blood flowing from the scrape on his right forearm caused by an earth spike, Tanigawa watched in horror and fury as his subordinates suffered nearly 50% casualties in this single exchange. His heart chilled, and he finally understood why the three semi-cage-level commanders had so severely warned him to keep a close eye on Konoha's Orochimaru. Being an elite Jonin from a great nation, his combat will remain unbroken despite his fear. He and his comrade launched a counterattack. Wind-style, Great Vacuum Sphere. Pure chakra gathered in Tanigawa's mouth, and after high condensation, was spat out in one fierce breath. The extremely condensed, high-pressure wind sphere, shrieking an irritating squeal, shot toward Orochimaru. Sand-style, Sand Tsunami Funeral Technique. A fierce chakra fluctuation radiated from Tanigawa's Jonin comrade. The ground beneath Orochimaru's feet instantly turned into surging yellow sand, and a powerful suction dragged Orochimaru slowly underground. The cooperation between the two sand ninja Jonin was well coordinated. One used sand-style to restrict Orochimaru's movements, while the other used the fastest attacking wind-style, jutsu, to capitalize on the opportunity. However, facing this coordinated attack, Orochimaru merely licked his lips. He seemed to already smell and feel the imminent burst of blood. Orochimaru controlled his chakra, concentrating it on his feet. Using a special technique, he abruptly unleashed it, causing his feet to explode from the ground like a rocket booster. Boom! A sand pit erupted in his place as his entire body shot into the sky, simultaneously dodging the incoming high-pressure vacuum sphere. In midair, Orochimaru's offensive became even more dominating. Fire-style, Great Flame Flower. While still aloft, intense heat suddenly rose in the air before him, warping the view and the atmosphere. In the very next moment, 5 terrifying, fiery meteorites, each approximately 10 meters in diameter and condensed with orange-yellow flames, trailed long jets of fire like a sudden meteor shower. Accompanied by furious winds, they whistled down, violently slamming toward Tanigawa and his men. Tanigawa, seeing the immense power of the jutsu Orochimaru unleashed, was terrified. He and his Jonin comrade hastily raised a defensive jutsu. Earth-style, Earthflow Rampart. 2 solid, tall rock walls suddenly erupted from the ground, tightly shielding Tanigawa and the other sand ninja Jonin. Rumble, the 5 massive fiery meteorites violently crashed into the earth. 2 of them directly pulverized the 2 thick ramparts, but had exhausted their power, saving the 2 sand ninja Jonin from harm. However, the subordinates Tanigawa brought with him lacked such strength or luck. 3 enormous fiery meteorites crashed squarely into the crowd. The sand ninja, consisting entirely of Chunin and Genin-level fighters, instantly suffered a devastating blow. The 3 fiery meteorites reduced at least 10 sand ninja to bloody pulps. The ensuing violent explosion dragged approximately 20 more sand ninja into the flaming hell. Figures like human torches ran madly around, rolling on the ground trying to extinguish the flames, their wretched screams echoing everywhere. Before the sand ninja could recover, Orochimaru descended from the sky, holding the wicked Muramasa. A demonically beautiful black blade flower bloomed at the tip of the dark black demonic sword, instantly slicing 3 more Chunin-level sand ninja in two. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. He thrust Muramasa backward, successfully blocking a kunai sneak attack from Tanigawa. Concentrating chakra in his leg, he twisted his body and whipped his right leg upwards in a razor-sharp arc. This fierce kick, utilizing chakra-enhanced strength, mystical palm technique, slammed hard into Tanigawa's ribs. Crack, the sound of breaking bone rang out. Orochimaru knew that even a Jonin's physical toughness meant at least 3 broken ribs from that strike. Tanigawa, struck by an overwhelming force to his vulnerable ribs, was instantly overwhelmed by intense pain. His eyes widened, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, flying backward weakly. Hearing the SHHH, SHHH, SHHH of gathering sand, Orochimaru turned his head to see the other sand ninja Jonin. Face filled with grief and rage, controlling a huge hand made of yellow sand that was violently slamming toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pale, slender fingers wove a sequence of hand signs like a phantom. Earth-style, underworld great hand. The ground collapsed, and mud erupted. An underworld great hand, even larger, more condensed, and possessing greater power and effect than the yellow sand hand created by the sand ninja Jonin, suddenly erupted. It moved faster than its predecessor, smashing the yellowish-brown sand hand to smithereens, and then slammed heavily down onto the sand ninja Jonin's body. PFFFT. Orochimaru saw bright red blood splatter out from beneath the underworld great hand. Deeply inhaling the rich, bloody scent in the air, he smiled wickedly. He turned around and slowly walked toward Tanigawa, who had 3 broken ribs, had his internal organs pierced by the fractured bones, and was already at death's door. The scattered flames on the battlefield illuminated Orochimaru's pale, handsome face, making him look as tyrannical and sinister as a demon. Chapter 159. PFFFT. Orochimaru coldly plunged the Muramasa into Tanigawa's heart. The evil, blood-sucking nature of Muramasa and the severe, intensifying pain from the wound made Tanigawa instinctively clutch the demonic sword. His eyes, wide with terror and venomous resentment, stared directly at Orochimaru as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fragments of internal organs. Orochimaru stared back into Tanigawa's eyes, his dark golden gaze filled with mockery and ruthlessness. Too much experience had taught him that the defeated had no right to hate. Orochimaru slowly pulled Muramasa out and returned it to the sheath at his waist. Blood spurted forth. Tanigawa's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed onto the ground in a pool of blood. Looking at Tanigawa's corpse, a sharp, knife-like cold light flashed in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. Only power, and only increasingly powerful strength, was the truth of this cruel world. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the central battlefield, where the semi-cage-level fighters were engaged. Following this, a vast, imposing aura, one that left a deep impression on Orochimaru, shot skyward like a towering jade pillar. That powerful presence, as vast and elusive as the boundless yellow sand and endless desert, yet harboring the terrifying strength of a sandstorm, suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. The deep blue robes of the Wind Shadow, Tgthegood, clearly identified the newcomer, the second Tgthegood, Nagai Hasai. Orochimaru's heart jolted. He knew better than anyone the consequences of a cage-level powerhouse suddenly appearing on the battlefield. He realized that this large-scale battle must have been planned the moment the Tgthegood arrived at the front lines, intended as a sudden, concealed ambush from within the sand ninja ranks to utterly defeat Konoha. At this thought, Orochimaru couldn't help but admire Nagai Hasai's cunning and daring. For a nation's cage to leave the village and travel to the front line meant directly stripping their home base of its greatest defense and presenting it to the other great nations on a silver platter. If the land of Earth were to receive this news right now, the peace statement issued just days prior would likely be torn to shreds by the second Tsuchikage, who would immediately march their army into the land of wind. These thoughts only flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Seeing the Tgthegood appear, Orochimaru quickly signaled to Jiraiya and the others and urgently bolted toward the central battlefield. Nagai Hasai, wearing the robes of the Wind Shadow, stood composedly on the branch of a towering tree, gazing at Uchiha Kagami and the others opposite him. 3 sand ninja semi-cage powerhouses stood respectfully bowed a step behind him. While Nagai Hasai appeared calm on the surface, he was actually greatly surprised. His surprise attack, which was meant to be a sure thing, had been jointly blocked by Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fusho, and the two had sustained only minor, irrelevant injuries. Gazing at the blood red, 3 Tamos sharing it in their eyes, Nagai Hasai sighed inwardly. The 3 great eye techniques truly lived up to their name. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami and the others were reeling inside, their palms sweating despite their years of composure, as they contemplated the consequences. The appearance of a cage-level powerhouse added a massive, heavy weight to the sand ninja's side of the scales, one capable of overturning the entire war situation. Just then, everyone sensed a tyrannical and terrifying aura, rapidly approaching the central battlefield. This aura was arrogant, unrestrained, and malevolently chilling, plunging like a dagger into the combined auras of the combatants in the center. This evil, dominant aura was heavily laced with the scent of slaughter, making everyone feel as if they were sensing a moving mountain of corpses and a surging, boundless sea of blood. Just by sensing it, they felt a palpable, overwhelming stench of gore. This powerful and murderous aura startled both sides, and everyone turned to look in the direction it was coming from. They saw a familiar figure in a moon-white kimono quickly leaping and darting through the treetops, sprinting toward them. It was Orochimaru, no longer concealing his strength. A powerful semi-cage-level aura and chakra fluctuation erupted from his body. Nagai Hasai muttered in slight surprise, "Orochimaru? At his age, how is that possible? When did he break through?" No one could answer. They didn't know that Orochimaru's level of insight and understanding had long been sufficient. All he had lacked was the necessary accumulation of chakra and the refinement of his physical strength. Having arrived just in time, Orochimaru suddenly noticed something that both shocked and thrilled him. Nagai Hasai had a very strange set of dark circles around his eyes. Orochimaru knew exactly what this special discovery signified. He was shocked because he now faced not only a cage-level powerhouse, but also a Jinchuriki, tailed beast host. He was thrilled because, since his rebirth, he had never been this close to the One-Tails, Shukaku, the most crucial element of his predetermined plan. Orochimaru took a deep breath, his gaze solemn and guarded as he looked at Nagai Hasai. He knew that the current situation was a moment that could lead to heaven or hell. Uchiha Kagami, looking at Orochimaru as he landed on a nearby tree and focused his mind for battle, was filled with astonishment. He finally understood why Orochimaru commanded such high respect among Konoha ninja, because he was a man who brought miracles, a man who continually forged his own legend. At this moment, not just Uchiha Kagami, but also Uchiha Fusho, Nara Shikahira, and the others felt a question arise in their hearts. Facing a cage-level opponent, would a miracle happen again? Was it possible they could win? Orochimaru had arrived. He brought not only the formidable fighting strength of a semi-cage-level fighter, but also a sliver of hope for victory. Nagai Hasai, being a cage-level powerhouse, keenly sensed the sudden shift in the Konoha side's morale. Knowing he could no longer afford to simply watch, he surged the pure, immense chakra within his body. Nagai Hasai's movement served as the signal for battle. The ninja from both sides exchanged looks and moved in unison. Uchiha Fusho and the 3 clan heads desperately engaged the 3 sand ninja semi-cage powerhouses, buying time so that the strongest of their group, Uchiha Kagami and Orochimaru, whose true strength was completely unknown to the enemy, could combine forces and move to jointly assault the cage-level opponent, Nagai Hasai. Nagai Hasai cast a dismissive glance. He wasn't concerned. After all, he still held his ultimate trump card. Without needing to speak, the highly experienced Uchiha Kagami and Orochimaru understood each other's intentions from their movements. They began sprinting at high speed, one on the left and one on the right, taking the initiative and rapidly charging toward Nagai Hasai. Chapter 160. Uchiha Kagami had been a semi-cage-level ninja for many years, and at the age of 30, he was at the peak of his physical and ninja capabilities. His strength was incredibly refined. Facing the cage-level powerhouse, Uchiha Kagami went all out. In the span of a single breath, he closed the distance to Nagai Hasai, his right fist whistling with fierce wind as he struck hard at the Kagekige's head. Nagai Hasai was quick to react. He opened his right hand into a palm, accurately intercepting Uchiha Kagami's fist. With a sharp slap, Uchiha Kagami's right fist was firmly caught in Nagai Hasai's palm. Having seized the fist, Nagai Hasai's eyes immediately flashed cold. His free left hand launched a devastating uppercut from below, aimed at Uchiha Kagami's jaw. The ferocious uppercut was moments away from connecting with Uchiha Kagami's chin. Suddenly, Nagai Hasai heard the dull roar of a strong gale behind his head. It was Orochimaru, who had employed the chakra-enhanced strength mystical palm technique. His whip kick, like a heavenly blade slicing down, brought a muffled hurricane with it, sweeping heavily toward the Kagekige's head. Nagai Hasai's brow twitched slightly. In an instant, he sensed the savage power contained within Orochimaru's whip kick. With no other choice, he twisted his body and retreated to the side, narrowly evading the heavy, powerful kick. Boom! Orochimaru's kick missed and slammed hard into a massive tree below. The towering tree, so thick it would take several people to embrace, was instantly split in two from the middle by the ferocious leg strength and crashed to the ground. Orochimaru pressed his advantage. His entire body coiled around Nagai Hasai like a giant python, employing slick, unpredictable taijutsu techniques to their fullest. His surging fists and leg strikes seemed gentle, winding, tricky, and vicious, all clinging movements. But every blow, amplified by the chakra-enhanced strength technique, was incredibly heavy and powerful, enough to shatter stone and break trees. Orochimaru continuously engaged Nagai Hasai in close-quarters combat. The powerful physical strength of the two fighters sparked dull, muffled thumps and bursts of air as they collided. Nagai Hasai grew increasingly alarmed. Orochimaru's physical strength was nearly equal to that of a cage-level fighter. After such a prolonged, head-on physical clash, neither could gain an advantage. Furthermore, Uchiha Kagami was constantly flanking, creating diversions to relieve pressure or seizing opportunities to land a heavy strike on the Kagekige. For the time being, the two sides were fighting to a stalemate, and subtly, Nagai Hasai was being pushed onto the defensive. The Kagekige's eyes sharpened. He found an opening and swept out a full-power snap kick, forcing Orochimaru back. At the same time, his tactics changed, and he quickly wove a few hand signs. Wind style, wind blade. A crescent moon-shaped, deep blue wind blade, rapidly spinning and cutting, suddenly materialized above Nagai Hasai's right hand. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp, deep blue wind blade shot toward Uchiha Kagami, who was trying to sneak attack from behind. Uchiha Kagami was preparing to strike when Nagai Hasai suddenly changed tactics. The distance was too short to completely dodge, so the battle-hardened ninja immediately drew a kunai, gripping it in a reverse hold to block the incoming attack. Clang, a sharp collision sound rang out. The deep blue wind blade, created by the Kagekige's mastery of wind style, forcefully sliced the kunai in Uchiha Kagami's hand into two halves with its cutting power and destructive force. However, having gained that momentary buffer, Uchiha Kagami was able to retreat and rejoin Orochimaru. After a flurry of quick, lightning-fast physical combat, which seemed like a stalemate, the reality was that both sides were in extreme danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to a severe defeat. The two fighters paused for only an instant before shooting out again, launching sharp and rapid attacks. Orochimaru knew Uchiha Kagami's strongest element was fire-style jutsu. He quickly wove hand signs for the setup. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind style jutsu unleashed by Orochimaru, a semi-cage level fighter, was infused with a faint blue-green tint of mastered wind style, making its power even greater. A surging, fierce current of wind, laced with tiny wind blades, rushed toward Nagai Hasai. Uchiha Kagami's eyes flared with a burst of light. He instantly understood Orochimaru's intent. Fire style, dragon fire surge technique. Uchiha Kagami took a deep breath, concentrated chakra in his mouth, and unleashed a torrent of golden-red flames. The golden-red flame stream expanded upon meeting the wind, forming a massive wave of fire in the air. Ayau, with a grand, majestic roar, a golden-red fire dragon, fully 100 meters long, emerged from the flame stream. Orochimaru watched intently, secretly surprised. The fire dragon, completely golden-red, was incredibly lifelike and powerful. Clearly, Uchiha Kagami had reached the pinnacle of the semi-cage level. He was just one step away from achieving the cage level threshold, which would be marked by the fire dragon turning completely gold and radiating a golden, ultimate flame. The fire dragon, soaring through the air, plunged into Orochimaru's fierce wind current under Uchiha Kagami's control. With the wind feeding the flames, the golden-red flame dragon's might intensified. Streams of fire rose sharply from its 100-meter body, making it look as though it were stepping on a massive cloud of fire as it flew toward Nagai Hasai. Nagai Hasai's insight was naturally high. He recognized the level of Uchiha Kagami's skill and dared not treat the charging golden-red flame dragon lightly. Wind style, beast wave gale palm. The empty space in front of Nagai Hasai violently churned. Air currents were displaced, and a room-sized, deep blue vacuum hand suddenly shot out, grabbing forward with overwhelming force. The deep blue vacuum hand arrived above the golden-red flame dragon. The enormous palm flipped over and slammed down. Boom! In a single strike, the golden-red flame dragon was violently crushed out of the air by an irresistible, massive force, plummeting into the forest. Nagai Hasai controlled the vacuum hand to strike again, fiercely pounding the golden-red fire dragon that had fallen into the forest 5 consecutive times with boom, boom, boom explosions. The thick earth sank terrifyingly deep, over 10 meters. The fire dragon, which had been so majestic and imposing just a moment before, was forcibly shattered into scattering golden-red streams of flame flying everywhere. The look in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes was incredibly grave. He knew this was the difference in skill level. The disparity between cage level and semi-cage level was only one word, but truly world apart. After shattering the flame dragon, Nagai Hasai kept the deep blue vacuum hand shielded in front of him. From behind this defense, he began weaving a complex and peculiar sequence of hand signs. Orochimaru involuntarily focused his gaze on Nagai Hasai's hands. Upon seeing the signs, his mind couldn't help but be violently shaken. That sequence of complex hand signs, both strange yet familiar, that violent and surging chakra fluctuation, there was no mistake. It was definitely. Chapter 161. Seeing Uchiha Kagami's skill level and Orochimaru's formidable physical strength and combat ability, Nagai Hasai decided not to wait any longer. He wanted to avoid any potential complications and immediately played his final trump card, weaving the hand signs for the tailed beast Jinchuriki feigning sleep technique. Watching Nagai Hasai complete that sequence of hand signs, both strange and familiar, Orochimaru couldn't help but tremble slightly all over. It was coming. It was finally coming. He continually licked his lips, his excitement impossible to contain. As Nagai Hasai completed the final hand sign, his eyes glazed over, and he plummeted from the tree as if he had lost consciousness. While he was still in midair, Orochimaru and Uchiha Kagami suddenly saw the ground within hundreds of meters of Nagai Hasai abruptly shatter into pieces. In the blink of an eye, it liquefied into surging yellow sand, quickly rising into the sky like an erupting sand fountain. As this sand fountain first appeared, Nagai Hasai's unconscious body was entirely lifted and supported in the air by an immense, unknown force. SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. The sand erupting from underground seemed endless, rising with the enormous momentum of crashing waves, shaking the surrounding air with a deafening roar. The boundless yellow sand quickly coalesced beneath Nagai Hasai's feet. Before the form was fully condensed, Orochimaru and Uchiha Kagami felt a frantic, savage, brutal, and powerful aura, as if intending to destroy everything, suddenly surge up from Nagai Hasai's body, shooting straight to the heavens. This mighty aura was filled with a great shock and terror that instilled fear, heavily impacting the minds of Orochimaru and Uchiha Kagami. As the surging yellow sand condensed, a terrifying giant beast, comparable in height to the Hawkage Rock, materialized beneath Nagai Hasai's feet. Its massive, yellowish-brown body was covered in purple markings that symbolized the power of the wind god. Its two huge claws, which hung at its sides, were the size of rooms, and a thick, nearly 100-meter-long tail trailed behind it, smashing countless towering trees on the ground. As the huge, tanuki-shaped head finally finished condensing, a primal roar shook the eardrums of Orochimaru and Uchiha Kagami. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. The two massive claws hanging at its sides danced in the air. Simply swinging them generated fierce gusts of wind, unleashing streams of wind blades. The thick, long tail excitedly slapped the ground repeatedly, each strike carving a long ravine into the solid earth. This was indeed the One-Tail's Shukaku. The gigantic Shukaku indulged in its frenzy for a moment. Its two square, diamond-shaped black eyes finally spotted Orochimaru and Uchiha Kagami, who were watching warily. It opened its mouth and let out an excited roar. Aha! I just got out, and now I have little bugs delivering themselves to me. Uchiha Kagami glanced at Orochimaru and charged forward without hesitation. He couldn't retreat, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. A retreat would mean utter disaster for the Konoha ninja on the battlefield. So, Uchiha Kagami braced himself and rushed forward. Orochimaru, slightly trembling with excitement, showed no fear. Highly experienced in fighting tailed beasts, he knew clearly that Shukaku had only just emerged from the Jinchuriki's body and would need time to recover its strength. It was in its weakest state. Orochimaru followed closely behind Uchiha Kagami. He planned to seize an opportunity to land a critical blow on Shukaku and activate the 10,000 Seals technique, which he had been preparing for years. Shukaku, overjoyed to finally be free from the Jinchuriki's body, was suddenly enraged when it saw the two figures, whom it considered mere bugs, launch an attack first, challenging its authority. It fiercely opened its monstrous mouth. Wind-style, drilling air bullet. A highly condensed, deep blue vacuum air sphere containing a massive amount of chakra shot out from Shukaku's mouth like a cannonball, heading straight for Uchiha Kagami. The One-Tail's Shukaku, which naturally mastered the ultimate forms of wind style and earth style and could fuse them to create the ultimate sand style, possessed terrifying power. The propelled vacuum air sphere violently compressed the air, and as it flew, it continuously drew in surrounding airflow, increasing its rotation speed and enhancing its destructive force. Uchiha Kagami dared not be careless and unleashed his strongest fire-style jutsu. A massive amount of chakra, nearly half of Uchiha Kagami's reserves, was refined and converted. With a sequence of profound hand signs, it was released into the air in front of him. Fire-style, Great Fire Annihilation Technique. A torrent of golden red flame, highly condensed and compressed, about the thickness of a water barrel, instantly appeared from the air in front of Uchiha Kagami. Like a laser beam, it shot toward the incoming drilling air bullet. The surrounding air near the scorching flame torrent was intensely warped by the heat, creating a dazzling golden red column of fire in the air that slammed into the drilling air bullet. Bang, a muffled sound, like a giant balloon being pricked by a fine needle, echoed. The golden red pillar of flame instantly shattered and pierced through the deep blue drilling air bullet, striking Shukaku's enormous body. The scorching, high-temperature flame torrent showed terrifying power, forcibly severing Shukaku's left arm at the shoulder. With a loud crash, the arm fell into the forest, kicking up dust and sand. Uchiha Kagami was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Shukaku's attack to be so weak. Orochimaru, who was right behind Uchiha Kagami, was not surprised at all. He knew that on one hand, fire style countered wind style, and on the other, because Shukaku had just emerged from the Jinchuriki's body, its power was still very weak, at most only at the level of a newly formed semi-cage. The deep blue drilling air bullet, launched using the ultimate wind style, wasn't condensed enough, and the chakra contained within it was insufficient. While Uchiha Kagami was surprised, Orochimaru's eyes lit up at this strike while the enemy is down opportunity. He boldly performed the summoning technique. Poff, a violent explosion sounded where Orochimaru stood. A cloud of white smoke rose into the sky, and Manda, like a skyscraper, forcefully emerged from the summoning space. As soon as Manda saw the one-tails, Shukaku, it immediately cursed. "Orochimaru, you wretched brat, every time I come out you land me in this mess. I'm going to eat you when I get the chance." Orochimaru was unconcerned. He knew that ever since Manda was subdued by Yamada no Orochi, it merely liked to talk tough and vent its brutal nature with words. While Orochimaru was summoning Manda, Shukaku wasn't idle. Its severed arm rapidly condensed and regenerated, and it continuously spat out increasingly stronger, drilling air bullets from its mouth. Orochimaru knew this meant Shukaku's power was quickly recovering. Without hesitation, he commanded Manda to launch a dark purple poison sphere. The room-sized poison sphere struck Shukaku's severed arm precisely with a boom. The intense poisonous gas and liquid caused Shukaku to let out another enraged roar directed at the sky. The large amount of poisonous gas and liquid corroded Shukaku's severed arm, making it sizzle and continuously emit clouds of misty white smoke. The speed of the arm's regeneration was greatly slowed, and Shukaku's power was further weakened. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and was about to make his next move when, suddenly. Chapter 162. Orochimaru gave a cold smile and was about to make his next move when his heart suddenly stirred. A tender voice, filled with deep reverence for Orochimaru, clearly entered his ears. "Master, I'm awake." Orochimaru was overjoyed to hear Yamada's voice. It was truly heaven's aid. Yamada, who had transformed into a golden cocoon and slept for 3 long years, had awakened at this most critical juncture. Orochimaru immediately rushed forward to relieve Uchiha Kagami, whose chakra was largely depleted. From the moment Yamada woke up, Orochimaru clearly felt a surge of unidentifiable, powerful energy well up in his chest. If Orochimaru's clothing were lifted, one would see the bowl-sized golden cocoon at his heart, formed by Yamada, was emitting a soft, noble, and bright light. Its surface rapidly dissolved, turning into pale golden streams of airflow, as thin as hair strands, that drilled into Orochimaru's body. As the light cocoon gradually dissolved, a coiled snake shadow began to appear within. The pale golden air currents, once they entered Orochimaru's body, quickly poured into his chakra system, flowing like a great, surging river to every corner of his body. Orochimaru distinctly felt the depleted chakra in his system rapidly recovering. His body's fatigue and all the minor, old injuries accumulated over 3 years instantly vanished, making his entire physical strength even greater and more astonishing. With his internal chakra quickly restored, Orochimaru felt a surge of heroic pride and deeper confidence. He looked at the one-tails, Shukaku, roaring furiously in the forest, and the excitement and madness in his dark golden snake eyes intensified. At this point, Yamada, having awakened and crawled out of the light cocoon, slithered onto Orochimaru's shoulder. Its mouth opened, and its crimson snake tongue flickered, seemingly letting out a silent hiss. A pale golden avatar of Yamada, piercing the sky and spanning the heavens, suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, bolstering him. Unlike the last time in the secret room, the Yamada avatar now manifested 3 heads and 3 tails. Though still an ethereal phantom, it was entirely gilded, constantly releasing the noble and arrogant aura of the Serpent King. Under the Yamada avatar's influence, Orochimaru distinctly felt that he subtly understood something, though he couldn't quite articulate it. He could only sense that the power of his jutsu seemed to have increased greatly. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Orochimaru wouldn't hesitate. With a thought, he drew out all the chakra accumulated from the dissolving light cocoon at once. His pale, long fingers quickly wove a series of complex hand signs, unleashing the most powerful combination jutsu he currently possessed. A terrifying chakra fluctuation, as if capable of destroying the world, suddenly erupted from Orochimaru's body. The astonishing chakra surge made Manda, who was supporting Orochimaru's body, instantly feel as if it were holding not Orochimaru, but a mountain that towered into the clouds. Its massive body suddenly lowered, trembling under the pressure. The hand signs in Orochimaru's hands glowed brightly due to the colossal, highly condensed chakra, and it seemed as if a deep blue star had appeared in the sunlit sky. Combination jutsu, earth-shattering meteorite technique. The thick earth within several hundred meters of the One-Tails, Shukaku's feet suddenly shattered, as if a pane of glass had been broken. A scorching, boiling presence, containing a terrifying high temperature that could instantly vaporize a normal person, surged out from underground in massive quantities. The moment the scorching high-temperature air rushed out of the ground, it immediately exploded into clouds of thick water vapor in the air. The dense steam filled the area around Shukaku. This extremely uncomfortable atmosphere made its already furious mood even more irritable. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strange sounds appeared. From the fissures where the steam erupted, massive, seemingly endless amounts of underground magma suddenly burst forth. The fiery red magma converged, forming vast rivers of lava that instantly covered the ground within 100 meters of Shukaku's feet. It flowed surgingly, occasionally raising huge lava waves that slammed heavily onto the One-Tail's massive body. Each strike of the wave burned large, ink-black scorch marks onto the tailed beast. Roar! Shukaku let out a deafening roar of rage. Not having recovered its full power, it refused to engage Orochimaru head-on. The violet wind god markings all over its body emitted a soft, glowing light. Immediately afterward, a thick curtain of yellow sand suddenly appeared around the One-Tails. The yellowish-brown sand curtain spun, condensing into a gigantic earthen sand sphere, completely enveloping and protecting the One-Tails. The surging lava waves continuously struck the giant sand sphere, emitting a chilling sizzle, sizzle, sizzle sound of burning, but they couldn't shake the sphere in the slightest. Orochimaru saw Shukaku's turtle shell and gave a chilling smile, brazenly initiating the second phase of the combination jutsu's offensive. While rivers of lava surged below, a drastic change also occurred in the sky above. A mysterious black opening, stretching hundreds of meters across the sky, suddenly tore open in the air. Like a fissure ripped in this piece of the heavens, a heart-stopping aura of destruction emanated from within. In the span of a single breath, 5 mountain-sized giant rocky meteorites, entirely engulfed in masses of fire, trailing long tails of flame that spanned the sky, suddenly descended. One after another, they slammed heavily onto the sand sphere Shukaku had condensed. Boom, boom. After 2 violent crashes, the first 2 massive fiery meteorites struck the sand sphere squarely. The enormous sand sphere's thick, yellowish-brown surface instantly developed large swaths of fine, long fissures, like a spider web. The streams of fire generated after the meteorite impact immediately covered the sphere's surface. The fierce, scorching heat forcibly burned a thin layer of sand into large patches of yellowish-brown sandstone crystal, which crackled and fell into the lava. Boom! Another mountain-sized meteorite struck. The yellowish-brown sand sphere, now covered in cracks and completely overwhelmed, immediately exploded with a crash, scattering into large and small specks of sand, revealing Shukaku's massive body. The final 2 terrifying meteorites rapidly descended. Uchiha Kagami, who was already speechless in astonishment at the jutsu's power, was amazed to see a look of intense fear appear for the first time in Shukaku's diamond-shaped beast eyes. Shukaku desperately launched 2 deep blue drilling air bullets, but they were useless, only succeeding in knocking off a layer of streaming flame from the surface of the fiery meteorites before being utterly nullified. Rumble! The battlefield shook as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Orochimaru looked closely and saw that half of Shukaku's massive body was heavily indented, constantly shedding surging yellow sand. Coupled with the arm that Uchiha Kagami had previously severed, the giant One-Tail's chakra fluctuation, and even its overall aura, was diminished by nearly half. Its diamond-shaped beast eyes, fixed on Orochimaru, were filled with fury. Chapter 163. Manda stared blankly at the One-Tail's, Shukaku, whose body was nearly half destroyed. Its mind spun for a moment, and it shivered with dread at the sheer power and presence of the combination jutsu Orochimaru had just used. It recalled the first time it met Orochimaru years ago when the summoning contract was signed. At that time, Orochimaru was just a small chunin who seemed weak enough to be blown away by a single breath. Yet, in just a few short years, he had grown to a point where he could critically wound a tailed beast. Even if this was the weakest one-tails, and even if it hadn't recovered its full strength, the presence of its 3 ultimate jutsu was undeniable. The fact that the 18-year-old Orochimaru could gravely injure it made Manda's heart grow cold and simultaneously made it feel extremely fortunate that it had sworn allegiance early on. It wasn't just Manda. Even Uchiha Kagami, standing not far behind Orochimaru, was filled with a mix of shock and dread. He compared the power of the jutsu Orochimaru had just unleashed to his own strength and concluded that he would have been hard-pressed to resist it. Ignoring the thoughts swirling in the minds of Manda and Uchiha Kagami, Orochimaru looked at the critically injured one-tails. A flicker of ruthless determination flashed in his dark golden snake eyes. He knew the optimal chance had arrived. Under the influence of the 3-headed, 3-tailed golden Yamata avatar, a powerful chakra fluctuation rose from Orochimaru's body again, and his hands began rapidly weaving a sequence of hand signs. Earth style, Earth Dragon Flip and 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The ground beneath Shukaku's feet, already fractured by the earth-shattering meteorite technique, was once again agitated by Orochimaru's massive chakra. Blocks of stone and soil shattered and tore away, whistling as they shot high into the sky. Rumble, from the deep, endless underground, 9 thick earth dragons, yellowish-brown mixed with a metallic color, violently burst forth. These thick earth dragons, whose surfaces faintly glistened with a metallic sheen, were each nearly 100 meters long, exuding a massive aura that was solid, majestic, powerful, and utterly dominating. The moment the 9 thick, heavy earth dragons burst from the ground, they threw their heads back and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The 9 dragon roars, combined with the powerful aura from their bodies, converged to form an overwhelming sound wave ripple that instantly swept across the dense forest for several kilometers, creating huge gusts of wind and air currents. Closer to the source, towering trees were violently uprooted and sent flying kilometers away. After their roar, the 9 earth dragons, which had emerged fully 100 meters from the ground, violently opened their ferocious jaws and clamped down fiercely onto various parts of Shukaku's body, pinning it rigidly in place. The earth dragons were inherently strong, and with 9 of them biting down, their combined bite force capable of snapping steel pillars and crushing giant stones. The pain caused Shukaku to let out a ferocious roar mixed with anguish. However, the 9 earth dragons unleashed by Orochimaru's jutsu paid no heed to Shukaku's agonizing screams. Under Orochimaru's control, they continued to unleash the powerful effect of this earth-style technique. After the yellowish-brown earth dragons secured Shukaku's colossal figure, their massive bodies suddenly bowed like taut hunting bows, as if their tails were desperately trying to drag something out. Rumble, a tremendous roar came from underground again. However, this time, the booming was accompanied by the clatter, clank, clank of chains colliding and rattling. The object the earth dragons were dragging seemed to be approaching the surface. The bodies of the 9 earth dragons suddenly recoiled with force. Bang, with a sharp explosive sound, countless chunks of earth and fragments of rock were shot out of the ground and into the sky, raining down dust and stones. From within the blurry smoke and dust, an unbelievably massive stone coffin, so large it could contain the 9 earth dragons with room to spare, rose with 4 massive lids slamming up from the ground around Shukaku. Thud, with a single slam, under Shukaku's look of terror, the 4 lids merged, encasing its entire body. Clatter, clatter, massive, ink-black chains, each as thick as several people embracing, rapidly wrapped around the enormous coffin's body. Some even drilled into the coffin itself. The thick, long ink-black chains crisscrossed, covering the coffin in several layers. Clang, with a final resounding crash, the massive stone coffin, bound tightly by inner and outer layers of thick chains, was completely sealed. It trapped the colossal Shukaku firmly inside, forming a coffin mountain encircled by 9 dragons. Gazing at this gigantic stone coffin, Uchiha Kagami's pupils violently contracted, his surprise impossible to contain. Having consecutively performed 2 jutsu of this immense power, Orochimaru's face was paler than before, showing a subtle hint of weakness. Had it not been for the energy infusion from the Yamata-like cocoon, he would have been completely drained of chakra. Even so, Orochimaru still felt a constant emptiness within his body. His chakra was nearly exhausted. Orochimaru forced himself to stay focused. He knew the most crucial step was next, and now was not the time to become lax. He patted Manda's snake head. Manda, understanding immediately, quickly transferred a portion of its internal chakra into Orochimaru's body through the summoning contract on his left arm. After Orochimaru had recovered for a short while, Manda moved its massive body. Under Orochimaru's control, it slithered and coiled onto the terrifying stone coffin. When Manda reached the area, roughly corresponding to the heart of the sealed Shukaku, Orochimaru commanded it to stop. Orochimaru, dressed in his moon-white kimono, approached the head of the serpent and placed his right hand on the lid of the stone coffin. The yellowish-brown coffin lid, which was layered with ink-black chains, suddenly rippled like water, revealing an oval, man-sized opening. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes warily peered inside. In the complete darkness, Orochimaru's powerful mental strength clearly sensed the massive Shukaku imprisoned within. Shukaku, pinned by the 9 earth dragons and trapped in the stone coffin, thrashed with rage upon sensing Orochimaru's aura, but it couldn't move at all. Even its ferocious tanuki-like mouth was sealed shut by the thick chains that had drilled into the coffin, muffling its angry sounds. Seeing that everything was ready, Orochimaru hesitated no longer and proceeded with the final step. Chapter 164. Orochimaru tore off his upper garment and tucked it into his waistband, revealing a well-toned and symmetrical muscular body. He surged all the remaining chakra in his body. His right chest and lung area suddenly radiated a soft, magnificent deep blue chakra light. An enigmatic and profound seal array pattern suddenly materialized on the skin of his right chest. Orochimaru looked down at the mysterious seal array and then surveyed Shukaku's massive body inside the stone coffin, his gaze slowly becoming sharp and resolute. Orochimaru's right hand pressed onto Shukaku's massive chest, which pulsed rhythmically like a piston. The thump-thump of the powerful heartbeat indicated the tremendous power of the lifeform. In an instant, the 10,000 seals technique on his right chest burst forth with a soft, radiant, deep blue chakra glow. The colossal one-tails felt an unknown force suddenly surge into its body through Orochimaru's right hand. This mysterious power flowed through its limbs and bones, ultimately rushing toward the sublime and ethereal location of its soul. Sensing the powerful threat brought by this strange energy, Shukaku trembled restlessly. However, with its entire body sealed by the giant coffin and chains, it couldn't make the slightest movement to affect Orochimaru, leaving it powerless to resist his actions. Orochimaru's powerful mental strength and chakra converged within the 10,000 seals technique. A faint yet visibly real blue arm, covered in complex, subtle line patterns resembling black ants, suddenly extended from the enigmatic seal array glowing with deep blue chakra. This illusionary hand, identical to that of an adult's, extended from the 10,000 seals on Orochimaru's right chest. It followed Orochimaru's own arm and plunged into Shukaku's enormous heart. If one could see through the materials, they would notice that the blue, phantom arm, covered in patterns, continuously extended into a mysterious location, seizing a wondrous, deep blue substance that hovered between the illusionary and the real. That was the one-tails, Shukaku's soul and life force. The phantom hand, extending from Orochimaru's 10,000 seals, immediately latched onto a corner of Shukaku's soul the moment it made contact with the soul and life force, like a prostitute seeing a naked, beautiful woman. Orochimaru licked his lips, the madness and excitement in his eyes clearly visible. He slowly closed his dark golden eyes. His formidable mental strength and will controlled the phantom hand, fiercely drawing and absorbing Shukaku's life force and the chakra surrounding its body. The pain of having its soul drained, like a steel needle being thrust into the spinal marrow at the back of its neck, made the colossal Shukaku struggle and tremble incessantly. A surge of savage, murderous, and violent will, filled with malicious intent, crazily rushed into Orochimaru's mind through the phantom hand. Like a bomb detonating in his head, Orochimaru's mind was overcome by an intense dizziness. He nearly lost control, coming close to a mental breakdown. After developing the 10,000 seals technique, he knew that while success would yield immense benefits, this terrifying sealing jutsu not only had extremely harsh prerequisites, but also an exceptionally grueling process. What he hadn't fully anticipated was that, while absorbing Shukaku's life force, he would also have to endure its terrifying mental resistance. Had Orochimaru not possessed the powerful and resilient mental strength and will of 2 lifetimes, which were several times stronger than that of a cage-level ninja, he would have been instantly invaded by Shukaku's will, destroying his own soul and consciousness and turning him into a vegetable. The waves of savage and malicious will transmitted by the One-Tails crashed relentlessly against Orochimaru's mind and will like a surging tide. The moment Orochimaru relaxed, the will would flood his soul, shattering his fragile spirit. Orochimaru endured several terrifying mental attacks. With a hardening of his resolve, he transformed his own formidable mental strength and will into a sword of light within his mind, a sword imbued with great fortitude, perseverance, and wisdom. He viciously slashed and annihilated the madness, malice, savagery, and murderous intent within Shukaku's mental tide. His own will and spirit grew significantly stronger and more resilient through this tempering. Orochimaru's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. 2 beams of dazzling cold light seemed to shoot out, momentarily illuminating the darkness inside the stone coffin with a fleeting flash. This was a manifestation of having reached a certain peak in mental strength. The current Orochimaru could now, in the instant of making eye contact with another ninja, use his powerful mental strength to subtly cast a genjutsu, and could simultaneously use his immense mental strength to break out of any genjutsu cast on him. Having dealt with Shukaku's invasive will, Orochimaru's mental sword of light reversed course, fiercely cleaving Shukaku's soul. It sliced off a large, pure mass of life force, the absolute maximum Orochimaru could tolerate, which the phantom hand snatched and sealed into the 10,000 seals technique on Orochimaru's right chest. The moment the phantom hand retreated into the 10,000 seals, Orochimaru felt an immediate, profoundly comfortable and satisfying sensation surge through his entire body, like someone suddenly sitting in a hot spring after being in an icy wilderness. He clearly perceived an unknown substance within him rapidly being replenished. He knew this was his life force, or more accurately, his lifespan. Moreover, in that moment, Orochimaru felt a miraculous change in the lung that bore the 10,000 seals technique. Its structure became more logical, moving closer to the perfect ratio of the human evolution project he was pursuing. In this instant, Orochimaru could clearly perceive the deep secrets of the human body. With every inhale and exhale, large currents of air rushed into his lungs, removing waste gases and leaving behind oxygen vital for survival. The oxygen was transported through blood vessels to his limbs and bones, providing the necessary chemical conditions for the body's metabolism. This metabolism, in turn, generated strength, converted into chakra, and was finally infused into the chakra system. This entire sequence of the human body's profound processes had never been so clear and completely laid bare to Orochimaru's mind. He felt his understanding of the essence of the human body was more thorough, and the direction for his entire bodily modification and evolution project was much clearer. In just a few breaths, Orochimaru had gained significantly. The chakra and life force absorbed from Shukaku were simply too vast to be entirely absorbed and converted into his own power immediately. Orochimaru sealed the excess within the 10,000 seals technique, to be understood and converted slowly after the war. Chapter 165. After sealing the massive chakra and life force absorbed from Shukaku into the 10,000 seals technique, Orochimaru, leveraging the small amount of chakra he had left, used shinobi feet to leap onto Shukaku's head, arriving before the second Tgthegood, Nagai Hasai. The darkness inside the stone coffin posed no obstruction to Orochimaru. Thanks to his powerful mental strength, he could see everything clearly, as if it were broad daylight. Nagai Hasai hung his head, entirely devoid of any life signs. Orochimaru moved closer and lifted Nagai Hasai's clothing to look at the One-Tail's sealing formula on the Tgthegood's abdomen. The profound seal array had dissolved into ordinary ink, staining the clothing, no longer possessing the great power capable of sealing a tailed beast. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Even though the man before him was once a cage, commanding tens of thousands of ninja with absolute authority, in death, he possessed nothing and would eventually turn to dust. Indeed, only eternal life and ultimate power were the highest ideals and pursuits. Orochimaru's conviction was only strengthened. Taking a corpse-sealing scroll from his back waist pouch, Orochimaru sealed the lifeless body of the second Tgthegood within it. Orochimaru stepped out of the stone coffin. The sudden shift in light intensity made him squint his eyes. When his vision returned, he noticed a new development on the battlefield. The three sand ninja semi-cage powerhouses had, at some point, ceased fighting and were engaged in a tense standoff with Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fusho, and the three clan heads who had surrounded them: Nara Shikahira, Yamanaka Ryuji, and Akimichi Torafu. Seeing Orochimaru emerge, Uchiha Fusho and the others immediately jumped onto Manda, surrounding Orochimaru in the center and protecting both him and Uchiha Kagami, whose chakra was exhausted. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He keenly sensed another semi-cage-level aura rapidly approaching from the rear of the sand ninja line. He immediately warned the others. A sand ninja semi-cage-level fighter is rapidly approaching. Like a stone tossed into water, this news caused a ripple of alarm. Uchiha Kagami and the others' faces darkened. This situation was like escaping the tiger's den only to step into the wolf's lair. Having just escaped the pressure of a cage-level opponent, they were now facing a dangerous scenario where two of their members were combat ineffective, and the enemy was gaining powerful reinforcements. Orochimaru remained unusually calm. He slowly stated, "Don't worry, the sand ninja shouldn't do anything to us. They've already lost this war. The death of their cage will deal a massive blow to their fighting morale and overall strength. If the entire land of wind doesn't want to be destroyed, they'll have to swallow their defeat and blood. If they were to kill us now, an enraged Konoha would be all too willing to join the land of earth in carving up the land of wind, which has lost its only cage-level figure." Uchiha Kagami and the others considered Orochimaru's analysis and nodded in agreement, slightly relaxing. Soon, the other sand ninja semi-cage reinforced arrived, a short-haired woman. Seeing the newcomer, the three semi-cage powerhouses instantly found their backbone. They all bowed and called out, "Chiyo-sama." Orochimaru's eyes showed realization. It was the elder Chiyo. But in the next instant, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. He knew that as an elder who would protect Tsunade for decades in the future, this woman, who possessed a strength and wisdom that many men lacked, was absolutely not to be underestimated. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Chiyo had learned the majority of the battle's developments from the three sand ninja semi-cage. A flicker of grief crossed her face, but it vanished instantly, replaced by a composed and grave expression. Chiyo nodded to the three sand ninja semi-cage. Already aware of the current state of Orochimaru and the others, she stopped tactfully outside their safety perimeter and spoke a phrase that Orochimaru hadn't entirely anticipated. "I am an acting elder of Tsunade. The Konoha ninja truly live up to their reputation. Please inform Hiruzen-san that the Sand Ninja concede defeat in this second great shinobi war." What swift decision-making! Orochimaru immediately calmed down, secretly holding Chiyo in higher regard. If the roles were reversed, Orochimaru felt he couldn't have done better than this woman. She understood precisely how to use the limited chips she held to gain the greatest benefit, minimizing the impact and loss that the Tgthegood's death would bring to the land of wind. Chiyo was perfectly clear-headed and controlled her emotions well, fighting for the maximum interest of her nation. With a composed attitude, she continued, "Our sand ninja will immediately retreat home and will promptly gather and deliver war reparations. We hope that our sand ninja and Konoha can soon turn the sword into a plowshare and renew our friendship." Orochimaru gave a cold smile, but couldn't help but inwardly praise her. Though they had been fighting brutally moments ago, for the sake of national interest they could, just as they were doing now, switch immediately to discussing renewing their friendship. As for the sacrificed low-ranking ninja and the civilians affected by the war, they were merely casualties of war. That was the reality of conflict, and in the strong-eat-weak world of ninja, this was merely a game between the powerful. Orochimaru grew more cautious. He knew that after the polite formalities, there would be something substantial to discuss. Indeed, Chiyo's next words brought relief to Uchiha Kagami and the others. Having noted their reaction, she immediately spoke with sharp clarity. Now that the war can be considered over, our land of wind has suffered devastating losses. We hope our friends in Konoha can return our one-tails to our nation. After all, we are one of the 5 great nations. If we, having lost our cage-level powerhouse, were to lose our tailed beast weapon as well, we would inevitably be invaded by other nations, whose strength would be greatly boosted upon annexing us. Surely, this is a situation the Land of Fire, which is still facing the invasion from the Land of Water, would not wish to see. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with faint killing intent. In those few short sentences, Chiyo demonstrated powerful tactics, including the enticement of war reparations, a subtle threat to Orochimaru and the others' lives, and the undeniable fact that the Land of Fire would suffer if the Land of Wind was destroyed. Crucially, every word was grounded in reality. Chiyo's demeanor was professional, and the hypothetical situations she presented were backed by sufficient reasons. Finally, after careful consideration, Uchiha Kagami and Orochimaru had no choice but to agree and accept the terms. As for the specifics of the surrender agreement and war reparations, those details were for Konoha's leadership to handle later. The fact that the Sand Ninja side conceded so abruptly was a pleasant surprise to Uchiha Kagami and the others. Orochimaru, lingering behind, took a long look at Chiyo, who was walking toward the stone coffin, preparing to reseal Shukaku and take it away. He then dispersed Manda, turned and walked away. Chapter 166. In mid-January of the 27th year of the Konoha calendar, the Sand Ninja announced their surrender. Elder Chiyo, currently acting as the representative for all matters in Sunagakuer, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of the Land of Fire, negotiated and signed the surrender treaty in the Land of Rivers, located between the 2 great nations. The process took 3 days to complete. The treaty stipulated that the Sand Ninja would return all captured Konoha ninja, cede ownership of 3 resource-rich, rare mineral mines within the Land of Wind to Konoha, and pay total war reparations of approximately 100 million ryo to the victorious Land of Fire. In exchange, the Land of Fire would return all captured Sand Ninja, sign a new alliance treaty, re-establish diplomatic relations and open markets with the Land of Wind, and formally promise to provide a certain degree of support should the Land of Wind face external attack. With this, the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, which had lasted nearly 4 years, concluded with the victory of the Land of Fire. Subsequently, all Konoha forces released from the Western Theater of War received great commendation from the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, captain of the Anbu 2nd Platoon and captain of the Hokage Guard 1st Squad, the troops were re-equipped and, with high morale, charged with lightning speed into the Eastern Theater, which was facing the Land of Water. Although the Land of Water did not possess a large army, the ceaseless stream of Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, users had led the Konoha ninja army into a deadlock. However, with the addition of the fresh forces led by Orochimaru, it took only 1 year. At the cost of losing 1/3 of their own forces, they annihilated nearly half of the Land of Water's mist ninja army, forcing the Land of Water to concede defeat as well. They signed a surrender treaty with Konoha, agreeing to pay 80 million ryo in war reparations and ceding vast resources. In total, the Second Great Shinobi War concluded after about 5 years with a complete victory for Konoha. The strength of both the Land of Wind and the Land of Water suffered immense losses. Although the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning preserved their strength by not participating, both nations grew wary of the Land of Fire's terrifying increase in power. Nonetheless, they remained restrained, allowing the entire Shinobi world continent to enter a relatively stable post-war period of peace. In both campaigns, Orochimaru, who had risen like a comet, truly spread his name to every corner of the shinobi world continent. His prestige within his home village of Konoha reached an unprecedented peak. Upon his victorious return, the streets were completely emptied as the Konoha populace jostled along the main street, eager for a glimpse of the protagonist who had brought countless miracles and legends. Achieving Kage status. Inside Orochimaru's residence in Konoha Village, Land of Fire. The clear night sky was cloudless, allowing the night canvas to be adorned with brilliant stars and a bright moon. The cold moonlight, mixed with the dazzling starlight, fell upon Orochimaru, who sat cross-legged on the courtyard grass, seemingly cloaking him in a dreamy, beautiful celestial robe. This emphasized his handsome, pale face, giving him an enchanting, ethereal quality. This picturesque moment lasted for less than a breath. Suddenly, a dense, palpable, and astonishing killing intent erupted from Orochimaru's body. The inky black killing intent coalesced behind Orochimaru, forming a massive black python. Its scales full, its form lifelike, its demeanor savage and vicious. The substantial, jet-black python coiled behind Orochimaru, instantly dispelling all starlight and moonlight. Orochimaru's dreamy, otherworldly aura was immediately replaced by a cold, ruthless presence, one that regarded all beings as mere pawns and treated life as worthless grass. Kai, who had been faithfully standing guard in the shadows of a large tree, immediately slithered out. His dull, lifeless eyes, filled with both adoration and concern, intently watched the tall figure sitting under the moonlight, encircled by the massive python. Since the end of the Second Great Shinobi War, Orochimaru, whose skill level was already at the semi-Kage rank, had been constantly absorbing and digesting the Shukaku life force and chakra sealed within the 10,000 Seals technique. That vast reserve of life energy, along with the primal insights into wind style, earth style, and sand style it contained, greatly benefited Orochimaru. In just 1 year, supported by this immense power, the Lifeform Evolution project he had been dedicated to finally reached nearly 50% completion. His body's structure and muscle ratio became increasingly perfect and powerful, firmly pushing Orochimaru's physical strength into the Kage-level tier. At this very moment, he was absorbing the final portion of the tailed beast life force and chakra from the 10,000 Seals technique, the most refined part. Orochimaru intended to use this final portion to break through the gate to the Kage level. Kai, standing nearby, could clearly see brilliant, dazzling deep blue chakra light flashing from Orochimaru's right chest. The last essence within the 10,000 Seals technique was being drawn into Orochimaru's body and integrated into his chakra system like 100 rivers rushing to the sea. This surging deep blue torrent of chakra, although Orochimaru exerted his utmost effort to control it, still raged wildly through his body like a breached flood. Finally, though reluctantly, it was guided by Orochimaru's control into his chakra system. Enduring the agonizing, tearing pain in his body, Orochimaru used his powerful mental strength to bind and control the unruly torrent of chakra. He knew that once this crucial step was completed, the rest would be much easier. The surging chakra still contained Shukaku's savage, vicious, and destructive traits. However, the patient and experienced Orochimaru commanded his mental strength to sever and crush every trace of Shukaku's will within each portion of chakra. Finally, he integrated it into his own chakra system, converting it into power that was truly his own. Under the dual torture of his body and spirit, in just 1 hour, the back of Orochimaru's clothing was completely soaked with constantly seeping cold sweat. Just then, the small Yamata at Orochimaru's chest suddenly transformed into a pale golden bolt of lightning, darting out of Orochimaru's clothing and landing on his shoulder. It opened its mouth and exhaled a mysterious, pale golden breath directly toward Orochimaru. The pale golden Yamata's breath quickly permeated Orochimaru's body. Upon encountering Shukaku's chakra, it pounced like a hungry tiger. In the blink of an eye, the Shukaku chakra exposed to the Yamata's breath became docile as a lamb passively awaiting collection by Orochimaru's mental strength. Seeing this situation, Orochimaru rejoiced and immediately accelerated the process. Half an hour later, the final portion of Shukaku's chakra from the 10,000 seals technique was fully absorbed, digested, and integrated into Orochimaru's chakra system. Next, the remaining sky-blue Shukaku life force was drawn out of the 10,000 seals technique by Orochimaru. With no interference from Shukaku's chakra, the process of absorbing this life force became incredibly effortless and smooth. The sky-blue Shukaku life force obediently flowed throughout Orochimaru's entire body and limbs under his control. The pale golden Yamada's breath also flowed with the Shukaku life force, integrating into Orochimaru's body. The physical damage previously inflicted by the raging Shukaku chakra healed at a visible speed. Finally, the last injury healed, and the last remnant of Shukaku life force and Yamada's breath was completely absorbed by Orochimaru. The killing intent python coiled behind Orochimaru suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a silent roar. Its entire body dramatically expanded and grew several times over. Bang! The air around Orochimaru was suddenly squeezed and burst open by the explosive increase in his aura. A terrifying aura, unique to a cage-level powerhouse, instantly shot straight to the heavens. It pierced the dark night sky, connecting with the clouds like a monumental jade pillar, incredibly conspicuous, announcing the birth of a new cage-level fighter to all the ninja in Konoha and proclaiming the emergence of a new dominant force in the shinobi world. The cage level, a rare few in the shinobi world, a status countless people dream of, Orochimaru had finally achieved it. Chapter 167. In the Hokage's office of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was reviewing and processing confidential documents, suddenly saw his steady hand tremble. His calm expression instantly changed. Dressed in the fiery red cage robes, Sarutobi immediately wove a complex hand sign across his chest. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing on the spacious rooftop of the Hokage building. Gazing at the cage-level aura emanating from Orochimaru's residence, Sarutobi's eyes were filled with immense complexity. He slowly reached inside his robes and withdrew a scroll. The cover of the scroll bore the words "Top Secret." He scrutinized the contents one more time. Putting the scroll down, he remained silent. The scroll was scribbled with a few ciphered messages, which, when strung together, meant Orochimaru's secret base found in the land of rice fields. In the Uchiha clan compound, clan head Uchiha Tamikatsu and several elders looked at the powerful cage-level aura, all lost in thought. Uchiha Yusei was the first to speak. The regime of Konoha is about to change. We must begin preparing countermeasures. The elders nodded one after another. Sensing the aura, they all sank into contemplation. Inside the Hyuga clan compound, clan head Hyuga Seiken and elders like Hyuga Kojin stood on the rooftops, directing their gazes toward the place where the cage-level aura ascended. Hyuga Kojin addressed Hyuga Seiken with excitement. Clan head, now that Orochimaru has honored his promise, shouldn't we begin taking action against the Uchiha clan? Hyuga Seiken pondered for a moment, then heavily nodded. Start now. Use all the previous arrangements. From this moment on, I want to know every single move the Uchiha clan makes within the next 24 hours. Yes, clan head. Hyuga Seiken's decision filled the elders with motivation. That cage-level aura, which pierced the heavens and penetrated the night sky, was as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the ocean, instantly alarming all the ninja in Konoha. Indeed, at this moment, not just within the great clans, but in every corner of Konoha, countless shadows leaped onto rooftops, looking out and focusing their vision toward the direction of Orochimaru's residence. There, a monumental python, deeper, blacker, and more terrifying than the endless night itself, defiantly raised its vicious and cruel serpent head, letting out a silent hiss and roar toward the sky. The expansive, pervasive, and overbearing aura, as if making a solemn declaration to the entire world, wantonly spread out on this ordinary, yet extraordinary night. Looking at the heaven-piercing python, the expressions of the individual Konoha ninja flickered, some with adoration, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with hatred. Inside Orochimaru's residence, where the aura originated, Shinki, who also sensed the terrifying aura, rushed out of the room nervously, directing a concerned gaze toward Orochimaru, who was seated cross-legged in the courtyard. At that moment, Orochimaru, with the colossal black python of killing intent coiled behind him, suddenly opened his dark golden eyes. A deep blue chakra light, visibly clear in the darkness, flashed out from Orochimaru's suddenly opened eyes like a cold bolt of electricity. Orochimaru clenched his fist. Feeling the vast as the sea, profound as the abyss cage-level power within his body, he excitedly licked his lips and smiled elegantly and devilishly. Now, after completing the absorption of Shukaku's chakra and life force from the 10,000 Seals technique, he had finally completed half of his life-form evolution project. His physical strength was even slightly greater than that of the second Tgthegood he fought earlier. His chakra had firmly crossed the cage-level threshold, and his mastery of ultimate jutsu and deep understanding of the cage realm were already complete from his previous life. Furthermore, while absorbing Shukaku's life force, he had inadvertently experienced some of Shukaku's innate talents, gaining considerable insight into the principles of wind-style and earth-style jutsu. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru knew that he had finally recovered all of his power, and it was quite possible he was even stronger than he was in his previous life. This wonderful and powerful feeling of being permeated by cage-level chakra made him feel, for the first time since his rebirth, that everything was firmly under his control. At this moment, Kai emerged from the shadows and respectfully approached Orochimaru's side, kneeling on one knee. In his heavy, stuttering voice, he reported, "Master, yesterday, Kato Ryuya sent a message that ninja with clear identity infiltrated the base. Although they were successfully killed, it seems, they managed to send out a message. Kato Ryuya found some anbu, trinkets, on one of the ninja. The Hokage-sama seems to have already discovered the secret base in the land of rice fields." Orochimaru listened and chuckled faintly. "Heh, I didn't think such small tricks could fool Hiruzen Sensei for long. Since Sensei has already discovered it, we will launch the plan tonight. Kai, be mindful of the scale, but don't disappoint me." Kai, who was constantly immersed in the lonely, mysterious, seemingly endless shadows, had stood firmly behind Orochimaru in his shadow ever since he was brought back. Now, for the first time, Kai stood under the stars and moon. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, the man who seemed born to be the center of attention, radiating a unique, devilish, and dominant charm at all times, Kai knelt deeply. In his heart, he repeated, as he had the first time he met Orochimaru and every night before sleep, "You must dedicate your life to this man, because he led you out of the darkness, he granted you power, he gave you final warmth, and he told you the value of living." Deeply kneeling before Orochimaru, Kai felt the trust in Orochimaru's gaze. With his head bowed, he solemnly promised Orochimaru, "My master, Kai will execute your command to the letter." Kai melted into the shadows. Orochimaru wove a hand sign. 5 breaths later, 2 figures knelt before Orochimaru. They were also on one knee, and their expressions and eyes were filled with the same fanatical admiration for Orochimaru, Fukuro and Yumi, who were now in charge of the Golden Serpent and Black Serpent teams, respectively. Orochimaru spoke slowly. "Go and notify the Golden Serpent and Black Serpent teams. The Konoha regime change plan has begun." Yumi and Fukuro both stiffened upon hearing this. After bowing in acknowledgement, they immediately shot away. Orochimaru looked gently at Shinki, who had emerged from the room nearby with a worried expression. He instantly moved and stopped beside Shinki, his tender voice reaching her ears. "I'll be back soon." Whoosh, by the time Shinki turned her head, Orochimaru was already far away. "Sensei, I'm coming." Gazing at the Hokage building, Orochimaru licked his lips and quickened his pace. This was destined to be a night of upheaval. Chapter 168. Like a statue standing in the darkness, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood quietly on the Hokage building rooftop, his gaze flickering, seemingly waiting for something. Whoosh, as expected, a cold wind blew past, and the temperature on the Hokage rooftop seemed to drop several degrees. Hiruzen glanced sideways, sighing inwardly, then continued to look at the night view of Konoha, which had recovered its prosperity and bustle after the war, becoming vibrant once more. A figure had, at some point, silently landed several meters away from Hiruzen. The person also stood by the railing, overlooking the magnificent panorama of Konoha. Both remained silent, simply watching the entire scene of prosperous and peaceful Konoha. These ordinary people were ignorant and fortunate. They would never know the monumental events unfolding in the deep darkness of the night, nor would they know that the convergence of destinies and the changing of eras were fiercely playing out this evening. Finally, Hiruzen sighed and was the first to speak. Orochimaru, why are you doing this? Hearing the baseless question, Orochimaru smiled elegantly and devilishly. Sensei, your methods are too gentle. Warring states are constantly fighting, and the great nations have fought 2 shinobi world wars in less than 20 years. For a shinobi world like this, your methods are not what the current Konoha needs in a Hokage, nor are they what the entire shinobi world continent needs in a Hokage. Hiruzen continued to ask calmly and steadily. Was placing you as the captain of the Hokage Guard First Squad not enough to prove your status as the next Hokage successor? Are you so impatient that you couldn't wait even a few years? Orochimaru gave an indifferent smile. Hiruzen-sensei, I understand you too well, just as you understand me. The world is fickle. Did you not place me by your side partly to monitor me? Sensei, I simply want to hold everything in my own hands. Finally, as your prized disciple, I hope to use you, the third Hokage, a shinobi hero of this generation, to test my true capacity. Hiruzen closed his eyes, his low voice laced with disappointment and sorrow. You have changed, Orochimaru. Then Hiruzen paused before speaking again. If you fail, will you defect from Konoha? Sensei, I have already knocked on the door of endless life. When I lead the people of the entire shinobi world toward a new era, I will have you witness it with me. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes flickered with madness and excitement as he spoke. Looking at Hiruzen, Orochimaru held back another part of his thoughts. If I succeed, then I will become Hokage, extract more tailed beast chakra and life force to achieve eternal life, gain even greater power, and then unify the entire shinobi world continent, leading not just myself, but the people of the entire shinobi world toward a new era. If I fail, then after being reborn, to be defeated again by your hands would also be a fitting end, just as walking a completely different path, one that aligns more with my own ideals and beliefs, was after my rebirth. Gazing over all of Konoha, colorful light shimmered in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. Will I forge a new era, or will I return to dust, buried in the legends of history? At this moment, Orochimaru was gambling, making a decision for which he had no absolute certainty. The two fell silent again. Time gradually passed, reaching midnight. The lights on Konoha's streets slowly dimmed and went out. The villagers had all entered their dreams. The entire village was quiet, like a giant beast falling into slumber. In every corner of Konoha, fluctuations of varying chakra strengths gradually began to surge. Orochimaru gave a sinister laugh. Sensei, let's begin as well. Having spoken, he launched his body and sprinted toward the vast Konoha forest outside the village. A battle of their caliber was enough to destroy the entire village many times over. Hiruzen knew the fight was inevitable. He turned and followed closely behind Orochimaru, flying toward the unknown battlefield. Orochimaru, who chose another path to eternal life and the realization of his ideals, and grew stronger, facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was at the peak of his shinobi power. He, mastering countless forbidden and secret jutsu. He, the pioneer of combination jutsu. Who will win and who will lose? Will Konoha continue to pursue a policy of peace in this continent surrounded by powerful nations, or will it be led by Orochimaru into a brand new age? This fateful confrontation, this battle of the shinobi world's highest level, had already begun. In the forest several hundred kilometers outside of Konoha, the night was silent. The vast woods were quiet, save for the occasional mournful cry of an animal, which, rather than adding life, made the forest appear even more eerie and terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures, which to an ordinary person would appear as nothing more than a breeze, their forms too fast to discern, flashed past. Orochimaru and Hiruzen simultaneously stopped, standing atop the branches of 2 towering trees, facing each other across a 100-meter gap. The cold night wind blew in gusts. Orochimaru's moon-white kimono and Hiruzen's fiery red Hokage robes fluttered in the night wind, rustling loudly, mirroring the momentum secretly building between the two. Sensing the increasingly stifling and heavy aura, birds and sparrows sleeping within dozens of miles were startled awake, flying in panic, scattering toward the far-distant sky. Boom, boom. With two simultaneous bursts, both men pushed their cage-level auras to the peak. The quiet, gloomy darkness was instantly torn apart. The two distinct yet equally immense and profound auras, like vast oceans, suddenly shot toward the sky. The sheer power of the auras surging around them ravaged the forest within a 100-meter radius. Orochimaru's cage-level aura truly resembled a Shura Asura from hell, filled with dense, palpable killing intent. It was mixed with Orochimaru's inherent evil, chilling, and supremely dominant temperament, all converging to climb straight to the 9 heavens with a sense of majestic power and world-defying arrogance. Hiruzen's cage-level aura, on the other hand, was like a sky-piercing peak suddenly rising from flat ground, emitting a colossal presence that was steady as a mountain and solid as a massive range of high peaks. It gave a dense, oppressive sense of gravity, soaring far into the sky and dominating the landscape. Chapter 169. Boom, a dull, oppressive explosion erupted from the center of the clash between Orochimaru and Hiruzen's auras, radiating invisibly outwards and spreading an invisible, icy killing intent. Birds that hadn't managed to escape within the dozens of miles surrounding the clash suddenly dropped like stones, flopping a few times on the ground before bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. Large wild beasts, also roused from their sleep, frantically fled toward the deeper parts of the forest in the distance. The clash of auras lasted only a moment. The next instant, Orochimaru surged his chakra and lunged forward. His figure, shifting with ghostly speed, constantly darted across the treetops, approaching Hiruzen like an illusion. Hiruzen's gaze narrowed. He suddenly wove several hand signs, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of high-temperature compressed fireballs, each the size of a basketball and burning with brilliant golden-crimson flames, whistled as they engulfed Orochimaru from all directions. Orochimaru narrowed his dark golden snake eyes, watching the dozens of streaks of golden fire rapidly approaching. His long, sturdy body shook. Chakra rapidly converged into his arms. His rushing steps became even swifter, slicing through the dark night sky like a moon-white streak of cold light, yet simultaneously resembling a moth rushing relentlessly toward a burning candle flame. He slammed directly into the downpour of golden phoenix sage fire. Closer, even closer. Orochimaru's powerful mental strength had predicted the flight paths of all dozens of phoenix sage fire balls. His chakra-coated hands, utilizing the principles of the mystical palm technique, enhanced strength, clenched into fists and unleashed a continuous barrage of blows. Bang, bang, bang. The wild power in his punches produced dozens of fierce shockwaves that slammed directly into the golden, high-temperature compressed fireballs, knocking every single one away. The fireballs exploded deep within the forest, creating brilliant, sky-high sparks. After repelling the dozens of phoenix sage fireballs, Orochimaru did not slow down or stop his movement. His savage, sweeping punches and the surging shockwaves they created engulfed Hiruzen in the blink of an eye. Hiruzen's gaze was as calm as still water. He advanced to meet the attack head-on. In contrast to his aura, Hiruzen's style of boxing was like a nimble monkey leaping and dodging in the jungle. Light, agile, and subtly rigid within its softness. With every parry and deflection of his arms, Orochimaru's wild punches grazed past Hiruzen's clothes, achieving nothing more than raising the fabric. Orochimaru offered a faint smile. His style of boxing instantly changed. The savage, swift, and wide-open punches suddenly became tricky, insidious, and deadly, like a large python coiling and prowling in the forest, waiting for the prey's most relaxed moment to deliver its fatal strike. Orochimaru's right fist shot out, emitting a sharp, soft whistle. During its thrust, it changed its direction and angle of attack 3 times in rapid succession, Chinese letter, oddly drilling into the space half a meter in front of Hiruzen's chest, aiming straight for his heart. Hiruzen's figure was like a nimble monkey, and his arm movements were exceptionally quick. His left elbow bent outwards, and his palm immediately swung back, accurately catching Orochimaru's wrist and suddenly applying force. Orochimaru's right hand, which had been rushing toward Hiruzen's heart, was instantly clamped down by a massive, surging force and caught in Hiruzen's left palm. With his right hand restrained, Orochimaru's eyes instead lit up. His left fist, which had been secretly charging power and was now fully prepared, immediately slammed into Hiruzen's abdomen like a power drill. Thump, Orochimaru felt as if he had punched a leather pad, encountering an incredibly tough resistance. Hiruzen's eyelids twitched slightly. His extensive combat experience and powerful physical strength immediately suppressed the sharp pain. Seizing the moment before Orochimaru could withdraw his left hand, Hiruzen's right hand also clamped down instantly. He shouted loudly, "Ha!" Using both hands to apply simultaneous force, he swung Orochimaru high into the air. After one rotation, he furiously hurled him toward a towering tree. The sudden burst of strength from Hiruzen threw Orochimaru over 100 meters away. Amidst the continuous booming explosions, he broke through 4 or 5 massive trees. Buzz, 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 Hiruzen's ears twitched. He suddenly caught wisps of barely audible air-breaking sounds. His eyes widened abruptly. From the smoke and dust still lingering in the forest, 10 deep blue, scythe-like, elongated wind blades shot out. In the emergency, Hiruzen planted his feet, exerted force in his waist, and straightened his arms, leaning his upper body sharply backward. He stood atop the treetop, looking like a stool missing 2 legs. At this moment, Orochimaru, having torn off his shredded moon-white kimono jacket to reveal his inky black combat gear, suddenly shot up like a black meteor streaking across the night sky. His long figure suddenly crouched low. A powerful, heavy sweeping kick, tracing a forceful, fan-shaped arc in the air, instantly swept out. Crack, crack, the powerful, heavy sweeping kick instantly knocked away Hiruzen's supporting feet. Suddenly losing his balance, Hiruzen could no longer control his center of gravity, revealing a slight opening. Orochimaru immediately seized the opportunity. His body vaulted, spinning 360 degrees in the air like a horizontal top. His right foot, which had condensed his entire body's strength and powerful rotational force, descended heavily like an axe falling from the sky. The terrifying force of the kick, landing on Hiruzen's body, produced a muffled thud, like striking a large leather drum. Hiruzen felt an unstoppable force instantly surge through his entire body. He shot out like a cannonball, immediately shattering the tree beneath him. His descending figure did not stop, slamming directly into the ground and gouging out a half-meter deep crater. In the rolling smoke and dust, Orochimaru landed on the ravaged ground. He stood facing Hiruzen, who slowly walked out of the dirt crater, having discarded his bulky Hokage robe. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled wickedly. "Sensei, I think the warm-up should be enough now, shouldn't it?" Without waiting for Hiruzen's reply, a fierce chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from Orochimaru's body like a volcanic eruption. Complex hand signs fluttered in the air like butterflies dancing, leaving streaks of afterimage shadows. In just 2 breaths, 3 sets of enigmatic hand signs were completed. The chakra fluctuation from Orochimaru's body surged ceaselessly, like boiling lava. This dense, boiling, and frantic chakra fluctuation caused all of Hiruzen's muscles to tighten. His wary gaze scanned constantly, trying to identify the hand signs Orochimaru held. Hiruzen's face, which had been calm as still water since the start of the battle, suddenly changed drastically. "This jutsu, is it? No, it can't be." Chapter 170. As Orochimaru continued to weave his hand signs, frantic and violent chakra fluctuations constantly spread from his body. Observing the hand signs, Hiruzen's eyes widened. He muttered in disbelief, "This jutsu, is it the impure world reincarnation? No, it can't be, impossible." Hiruzen frantically wove his own hand signs. attempting to attack and stop the formation of the jutsu in Orochimaru's hands. Earth-style, Great Earth-Shaking Hand. The large patch of ground in front of Hiruzen suddenly turned into a river of dark brown mud, which began making the crashing sounds of ocean waves. Guided by Hiruzen's chakra, a massive, brown-black earth-shaking hand suddenly stretched out from the mud river. It instantly traversed dozens of meters of empty space, wrapped in an aggressive gust of wind, and descended heavily, aiming to crush Orochimaru. Watching the gigantic earth-shaking hand fly toward him, casting a heavy shadow, Orochimaru remained perfectly composed. His hands continued to weave hand signs with lightning speed. He finally felt a sharp wind pressure above his head. Just then, the hand signs in Orochimaru's hands were completed. Summoning Forbidden Jutsu, Impure World Resurrection Technique. A black, gloomy halo suddenly appeared on the grass in front of Orochimaru. This halo was darker than the night and more profound. It seemed to become the only color in the world, absorbing even the brilliant starlight and clear moonlight that sprinkled the earth, causing them to dim. The halo seemed to lead to the resting place of the dead in the netherworld. A thick, evil, eerie, and terrifying aura emanated from within, making Hiruzen, though standing a distance away, feel a chill down his spine. Ooh, ooh. The sound of wailing ghosts actually came from within the halo. Just then, the black halo opened up. Immediately after, the black halo was completely drawn back into the earth below, like a swallow returning to its nest. Following a brief moment of deadly silence, as if time itself had stopped, a tremendous rumble suddenly shook the field. The grass rolled back and the rocks shattered. A coffin made of high-quality sandalwood, covered in seals and jutsu formulas of all sizes, violently rose from beneath the ground. The ascending coffin, controlled by Orochimaru, shot straight toward the sky. The sheer force of its emergence from the earth shattered Hiruzen's brown-black earth-shaking hand with its coffin body. Boom, the smoke and dust diffused. The sandalwood coffin, completely unscathed after shattering the earth-shaking hand, finally rose completely from the ground and stood tall before Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked around the back of the wooden coffin, his dark golden eyes fixed on Hiruzen. He smiled wickedly. "Sensei, this is my modified Impure World Reincarnation Technique. I have named it the Impure World Resurrection Technique." Orochimaru placed his hand on the coffin, stroking it as if admiring a piece of art he had created. He continued, "The corpse inside was directly sourced from the original body and retains fully 80% of its original combat power. However, its resulting power was too strong, necessitating the addition of so many seals and jutsu formulas. This is a gift I meticulously prepared for you, Sensei. Please, as the professor of Shinobi Jutsu, evaluate the power of this technique." Hiruzen felt the powerful aura leaking from the wooden coffin. His heart sank, and his gaze became intensely grave. He clearly sensed that a cage-level powerhouse lay within. Knock, knock, knock. Orochimaru knocked on the bright yellow sandalwood coffin lid, as if knocking on a door. Clang, clang, clang. Iron nails, over 10 centimeters long, shot out from the four sides of the coffin lid, embedding themselves in a row on the grass with loud, sharp clattering sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sounds of varied explosions and burning continuously erupted from the bright yellow wooden coffin. The seals covering the coffin body all ignited and turned to ash. The complex and profound jutsu formulas also all burst and snapped. Screech, screech, two jarring, hair-raising sounds that made one's teeth ache rang out. The high-quality sandalwood coffin lid immediately opened, slamming onto the ground with a thud. A pungent smell of preservation, not decomposition, wafted into Hiruzen's nostrils. He frowned, realizing it was the scent of the unique medicinal solution Orochimaru used to treat corpses and prevent decay. Click-clack, click-clack. A figure wearing a deep blue cage robe walked out of the coffin. Perhaps due to the long duration, since death, grating and grinding sounds came from its joints as it moved. The figure that emerged from the wooden coffin looked directly at Hiruzen with dull, lifeless eyes. It was none other than the second Tgthegood, Nagai Hasai, whom Orochimaru had killed and whose corpse he had secretly sealed during the Second Great Shinobi War. Nagai Hasai looked at Hiruzen. The lifelessness in his eyes slowly shifted, and he actually spoke. "Huh, isn't that Hiruzen?" Facing the dead man, Hiruzen still greeted him calmly. "Second Tgthegood, how have you been?" Nagai Hasai turned his head, glanced at Orochimaru and the sandalwood coffin behind him, and smiled bitterly. "So that's it. So I'm already dead." Orochimaru held a unique kunai that he had retrieved from his ninja tool pouch at some point. The kunai was entirely wrapped in seals inscribed with densely packed jutsu formulas, constantly emanating faint wisps of evil, eerie chakra fluctuation. Orochimaru slowly walked toward Nagai Hasai. He involuntarily extended his tongue and licked his lips. Ignoring the revived Nagai Hasai, he simply smiled wickedly at Hiruzen and said, "Now, how will you deal with this, Hiruzen-sensei?" With that, Orochimaru reached the kunai toward Nagai Hasai's back. Nagai Hasai's spine seemed to sense the approach of the jutsu-covered kunai, and a ripple like water gently emanated from it. Orochimaru's hand passed through Nagai Hasai's body without resistance, inserting the meticulously crafted control jutsu tag. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Nagai Hasai's entire body shook, and plumes of white smoke and mist erupted from him. Hiruzen was shocked to find that the vitality and life force in Nagai Hasai's body were rapidly increasing. The chakra fluctuation around him was also quickly intensifying. Crack, crack. Centered on the ground where Nagai Hasai stood, long, thin cracks began spreading outwards. An ever-increasing, terrifying aura converged upon Nagai Hasai's body. Boom! With this, another cage-level aura shot into the sky. 3 towering, jade pillar-like cage-level auras violently collided in the night. The battle has escalated to a 2-on-1 fight against the third Hokage. Would you like to proceed with the next chapter, or do you want to learn more about the impure world resurrection technique? Chapter 171. Clatter, clatter. Footsteps continuously rang out. Nagai Hasai, returned from the realm of the dead, was initially stiff in his movements as he regained vitality and life force. But in just a breath, he was moving swiftly, his figure darting like a phantom. Both Orochimaru and Nagai Hasai possess the wind element in their chakra nature and have mastered the extreme of wind style. In terms of speed, they clearly hold an advantage over Hiruzen. The two, one on the left and one on the right, left streaks of afterimages behind them, taking the initiative to quickly converge on Hiruzen in a pincer attack. Hiruzen naturally wouldn't wait to be attacked. He wove a few hand signs and quickly activated a jutsu. Earth style, Great Earth-Shaking Viper. Clatter, clatter. The remaining dark brown river of mud suddenly churned up massive waves. Numerous brown-black vipers, each the width of several men embracing, suddenly drilled out of the mud river. They opened their vicious mouths and lunged to bite Orochimaru and Nagai Hasai. Nagai Hasai wove hand signs while running. Wind style, Wind Scythe Killing Array. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The subtle whistles in the air, combined, created a tremendous sound that shook the atmosphere. Crescent-shaped, scythe-like, deep blue sharp wind blades whistled and danced, forming a massive array that sliced toward the earth-shaking vipers emerging from the mud river. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Before the vicious vipers could unleash their full power, they were sliced into pieces by the howling wind blade array. At this moment, Orochimaru's hand signs were also complete, and his counterattack was instantly launched. Earth style, Earth Dragon Rising. Rumble, the earth shattered, and a majestic, powerful earth dragon fiercely drilled out from underground. As a cage-level powerhouse who had mastered the ultimate earth style, the Earth Dragon Rising jutsu used by Orochimaru now was completely different in power compared to before. That imposing, dominant Earth Dragon was condensed from the hardest rock and mineral or deep underground. Illuminated by the starlight and moonlight, it reflected a metallic luster, looking intimidating and fierce. The dragon, emerging from the ground, raised its head and roared. Ayo! The deafening dragon roar was filled with aggressive potency and fierce dominance. Under Orochimaru's control, it charged aggressively toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen surged his chakra and wove the same hand signs as Orochimaru. Earth style, Earth Dragon Rising. a similarly imposing earth dragon, also glowing with a metallic luster, suddenly drilled out from beneath the ground. Unlike the dragon created by Orochimaru, which was filled with aggressive attack and hostility, the dragon condensed by Hiruzen, mirroring his own aura, was as solid as bedrock and as heavy as a mountain range, radiating an unshakable sense of stability and invincibility. Ao, hiss! Two successive dragon roars rang out, slamming into each other at the center of the battlefield. Boom! A fierce, violent gray shockwave, composed of rolling smoke and dust, instantly shook the ground for dozens of meters around, causing it to roll up. Fine, slender, spider web-like cracks extended deep into the forest, reaching unknown distances. Rumble, just as the terrifying shockwave passed, a rain of rocks, composed of shattered stones the size of water jars, once again blanketed hundreds of meters of forestland. The large rocks scattered and flew, plowing furrows of varying lengths across the forest floor, and exploding into craters of different sizes. When the smoke cleared, both earth dragons had been destroyed, their bodies shattered into pieces, leaving behind scattered rocks and debris. Orochimaru's jutsu failed to deal damage, but his body had already rushed right in front of Hiruzen. Without a word, he unleashed a whip kick, carrying a dull wind pressure, directly toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen glanced at Nagai Hasai, who was still closing in. He brought his forearms together in a textbook-perfect defensive posture, and with a thud, he firmly blocked Orochimaru's whip kick. When Orochimaru's whip kick was blocked, he immediately withdrew it. Hiruzen, distracted by Nagai Hasai, failed to notice and grabbed empty air. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru quickly turned and pressed close. He stepped in with a bow stance, gathering all his strength into his right shoulder, and slammed heavily into Hiruzen's chest. Bang! The fierce, swift shoulder charge instantly knocked Hiruzen flying. The astonishing force sent Hiruzen's body hurtling backward, dragging a trench dozens of meters long across the ground. Nagai Hasai seized the chance and immediately took a deep breath. Wind-style vacuum jade. More than 10 perfectly condensed, deep blue vacuum wind spheres, the size of soccer balls, instantly obliterated the end of the trench into a pile of rubble. Nagai Hasai landed back beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes gazed intently. At the end of the trench, a wall of earth, also gleaming with a metallic luster, had somehow risen, solidly blocking all the vacuum wind spheres. Hiruzen emerged from behind the high wall. Exerting effort to calm his breath, he looked at Orochimaru and Nagai Hasai, giving a wry smile. Dealing with two cage-level opponents truly is a bit taxing. Orochimaru, who had been watching Hiruzen, suddenly felt a change in Hiruzen's aura. He moved his gaze to Hiruzen's hands. Seeing the familiar hand signs, Orochimaru smiled wickedly. "Are you finally getting serious? That's what makes this interesting." Hiruzen bit his finger, his aura surging unstably. His gaze became sharp and profound. He slammed the last hand sign down heavily onto the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, come forth, Monkey King Enma. Puff, white smoke suddenly billowed, and a long-haired monkey, clothed in tiger skin and leopard skin shorts, stepped out from the smoke. With bulky muscles, a large physique that was a head taller than Orochimaru, bulging blue veins like gnarled dragons, wild eyes, and long hair flowing behind him, this humanoid monkey radiated a terrifying aura comparable to that of a ferocious beast. Looking at Enma, Orochimaru gave a cold laugh. "It's been a long time, Enma." Whipping his long, thick tail, Enma turned his head and asked Hiruzen quizzically, "Hiruzen, what is going on?" "Be serious, or you might die." Hiruzen's response was evasive, his deep eyes vaguely revealing a hint of sorrow and disappointment. Enma said no more, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru and taking a defensive stance. Boom! All four figures lunged simultaneously. The powerful recoil left 4 shallow craters on the ground, but the figures themselves transformed into streaks of shadow, colliding and clashing in the air like lightning. Dull physical explosions echoed through the void. Boulders and massive trees that were inadvertently caught in the crossfire were shattered like tofu by the overwhelming physical force. In an instant, shadows flickered across the area. Broken stones and wood chips littered the field, which was rapidly being reduced to a wasteland. Chapter 172. Boom, Orochimaru and Enma slammed together violently. Both the man and the beast possessed immense physical strength. The resulting air explosion actually carved a half-meter-deep crater into the grass beneath their feet, and the radiating shockwave forcefully snapped 3 surrounding towering trees. Rumble, the ferocious Enma, though closely related to monkeys, fought with wide, sweeping blows that lacked the characteristic agility of a monkey. Instead, his attacks were fierce and tyrannical, like an enraged beast. The beast-like physical strength behind every strike produced sharp gusts of wind, and every blow exerted tremendous pressure. The brave Enma seized an opportunity, swung his fist, the size of a punching bag, and smashed it fiercely into Orochimaru's abdomen. Orochimaru felt a colossal force, seemingly carrying tens of thousands of pounds, erupt suddenly in his abdomen. His entire body was flung backward as if he had been mounted on a spring. In the instant he was thrown, Orochimaru, who possessed vast combat experience and did not forget to counterattack, abruptly shook 10 steel wires from between his fingers, which he had retrieved from his ninja tool pouch at some unknown time. Orochimaru endured the intense pain, pulled the steel wires taut, and swiftly wove several hand signs. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru shot out a pure white, slender line of fire. Unlike the ultimate fire style mastered by Hiruzen, Orochimaru's pure white ultimate fire style gave off an eerie sensation, like the ghostly flame of the underworld. Yet the fire contained an extreme and terrifying high temperature. The pure white, slender line of fire landed on the 10 steel wires. It expanded against the wind, erupting into a roaring, brilliant white blaze that rushed toward the end of the steel wires like small, surging streams. The 10 streams of flame exploded violently at the ends of the steel wires. Orochimaru, whose backward momentum had finally stopped, suddenly felt a strong sense of danger surge through his mind before he could even rise. He abruptly looked up and saw the Nyoibo, a magical staff, rapidly extending toward him. The staff, which was black and gold, suddenly impacted his chest. The Nyoibo, known for its diamond-hard durability, possessed astonishing power. Boom, 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 it continuously smashed Orochimaru through more than 10 towering trees before finally retracting slowly. Swish, swish, swish. Orochimaru, his clothes tattered, stood up from the wood chips and broken stones. A razor-sharp glare, like a sword, shot out from his dark golden eyes. He was starting to get serious. Nagai Hasai, also looking disheveled, landed next to Orochimaru. Orochimaru focused his will, and Nagai Hasai immediately began weaving wind-style hand signs, intercepting Hiruzen and Enma's attack to buy Orochimaru time. Orochimaru patted his chest and said with a hint of nonchalance, "Yamata, time to get to work." The pale gold little Yamata immediately opened its crimson snake eyes. It flashed a streak of golden light and landed on Orochimaru's shoulder. As soon as it settled, it opened its maw, flickered its long, crimson tongue, and roared toward the sky. A brilliant golden light burst forth, as if a small sun had risen in the night sky. The three-headed, three-tailed pale gold Yamata avatar was now standing behind Orochimaru. Beneath the pale gold phantom avatar, Orochimaru had already begun weaving hand signs at some unknown point. Meanwhile, Nagai Hasai had also completed his preparations. Wind style, great vacuum tornado technique. High in the sky, the clouds twisted and the airflow spun. A deep blue, swirling tornado, connecting heaven and earth and piercing the clouds, swept across hundreds of meters of land, pushing toward Hiruzen and Enma. The wildly surging airflow and the endless wind blades concealed within the tornado seemed intent on tearing Hiruzen and Enma to shreds. Observing the immense force of the tornado, Hiruzen's gaze was sharp and calm. He waved his hand toward Enma. Thud, Enma transformed back into the black and gold Nyoibo and fell into Hiruzen's hand. Driven by Hiruzen's will, the miraculous Nyoibo instantly thickened and grew larger. Hiruzen swung it fiercely. The thick Nyoibo seemed to transform into a black and gold sky-piercing column, or perhaps a paintbrush wielded in midair. using the vast world as its canvas. Wielding the Nyoibo, Hiruzen suddenly let out a roar. Ha, be shattered. The massive Nyoibo savagely swept across the path of the tornado, churning the air and producing a low, muffled sonic boom. It violently cut the heaven-piercing tornado in half and churned it into nothingness. The Nyoibo, terrifying like a celestial pillar, continued its path after destroying the tornado. It slammed down from above, booming as it smashed Nagai Hasai deep into the earth. At this moment, Hiruzen looked back at Orochimaru behind Nagai Hasai. He saw Orochimaru continuously weaving hand signs. Every slide and convergence of his fingers seemed to touch upon profound secrets and laws. Under the blessing of the pale gold Yamata avatar, he was summoning an invisible, yet immense power. Suddenly, Orochimaru began chanting, "By my blood I call forth your spirit. Come forth, ancient eight-headed serpent." Orochimaru's left hand, stained with his own blood, traced the Yamata summoning jutsu tattoo on his right hand before slamming heavily onto the ground. A massive jutsu formula pattern rapidly spread outwards. Buzz, a subtle hum, yet it reached the ears of Orochimaru and the others. Everyone saw that the spreading jutsu formula pattern was levitating in the air, propelled by an unknown force, and encompassed 1,000 meters of the surrounding land. Boom, booms, boom. Continuous colossal sounds echoed between heaven and earth, as if a mighty force was knocking upon an ancient, long-sealed door, intending to awaken an existence that had slumbered for ages. Rumble, rumble. As if the world was ending, the earth beneath the jutsu formula pattern collapsed everywhere, shattering into fragments like broken glass. Innumerable streaks of deep blue chakra light, which seemed to illuminate the world, instantly pierced the dark landscape and manifested before Orochimaru and the others. Hiss! A terrifying roar resounded. A deep, ancient voice, seeming to contain the weight of the river of history and the weariness of ages, boomed across the land. Descendant of the Yamata clan, I come in accordance with the ancient covenant. A colossal serpent, comparable to a towering mountain range, with 8 heads and 8 tails, fiercely emerged. The mountainous, ancient body of the 8-headed serpent materialized from the jutsu formula pattern that covered 1,000 meters. Orochimaru had finally summoned the one and only 8-headed serpent residing within the Yamata summoning jutsu. Chapter 173. The terrifying, 8-headed, 8-tailed entity, the 8-headed serpent, simply stood there, radiating a massive, crushing pressure as if the very heavens were collapsing. Its 8 pairs of lantern-sized snake eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. The aura that unconsciously emanated from its body pressed down on Hiruzen like a crushing mountain. Hiruzen couldn't help but grip the Nyoibo in his hand tighter. He once again directed his gaze at the entity standing under the stars and moon, yet seemingly obscuring their light, making the night feel even darker in that instant. Its massive body, like a mountain or a high peak, had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its hard, full scales were the size of wash basins, uniformly and densely covering its entire serpent body. The 8 long, thick snake tails continuously whipped around behind it, and their unconscious movements alone stirred the air, distorting the view and the light. Among the 8 snake heads, 6 had horn-like protrusions pointing straight to the sky, resembling crowns. The aura emanating from these 6 heads was distinctly different from the other 2. Curiously, the 2 heads without horns were positioned in the center of the formation. Hiruzen's mind involuntarily recalled the records of the ancient 8-headed serpent in a distant, ancient text. That entity was recorded as hermaphroditic, possessing 8 heads and 8 tails, each controlling one of 8 distinct ultimate elemental jutsu. Legend further claimed that when the 8-headed serpent had endured endless ages, and the 2 conscious heads in the very center mastered the secrets of time and space, it would overturn the record of its defeat by the 9 tails during the ancient tailed beast wars and become the strongest creature in the shinobi world. Recalling the records in the ancient text, Hiruzen could clearly sense the 6 distinct chakra nature auras emanating from the crowned heads of this 8-headed serpent. Blazing fire, swift wind, flashing lightning, heavy earth, changeable water, and the formless aura of genjutsu. Finally, all 16 lantern-sized snake eyes rested upon Hiruzen. In that instant, Hiruzen felt as if wind, rain, thunder, lightning, shattering earth, and surging lava appeared before him. It took him a moment to regain his composure, realizing with a start that his palms were already slick with cold sweat. Orochimaru stood up from the centermost snake head, carefully tucking the exhausted little Yamata back into his chest. Sensing the little Yamata's aura, the snake head next to Orochimaru suddenly stretched toward him and spoke. Unlike the previous voice, this one had a soft, feminine tone. This aura, oh, descendant of the Yamata clan, you are quite remarkable. Then, the snake-head Orochimaru was standing on suddenly spoke with a deep, ancient voice. Is it its aura? The snake-head, with the feminine voice, retracted and nodded. Finally, the two center heads focused their gaze on Hiruzen again and remained silent, seemingly not intending to explain anything to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't mind. His dark golden snake eyes looked down at Hiruzen. His indifferent tone carried the calculated control and dominance of someone holding all the strings. Sensei, the position of Hokage will ultimately be mine. Hiruzen felt the mountain-crushing pressure from the man and the serpent. He looked down at the Nyoibo in his hand and said with a bitter smile, Enma, second stage transformation. The Enma's eye on the Nyoibo opened, showing an expression of understanding. Thud, Hiruzen planted the Nyoibo on the ground, wove hand signs, and poured all the chakra in his body into the sequence. Orochimaru looked at the hand signs Hiruzen was weaving, which even he couldn't identify. Sensing that this battle still had a final development, his eyes showed intense interest instead. Feeling the increasingly strong chakra fluctuation from Hiruzen, Orochimaru continuously licked his lips, saying excitedly, Excellent, a very interesting chakra fluctuation. This makes things much more interesting. Orochimaru made no move to control the eight-headed serpent to stop him, choosing instead to stand still, quietly watching and waiting for Hiruzen's final trump card. The jutsu, composed of over 10 sets of hand signs, was finally complete. Enma second stage transformation, Enma adamantine staff form. A surge of deep blue chakra, so dense and pure it was palpable, erupted from Hiruzen's body, vehemently pouring into the Nyoibo. Guided by the hand signs, the black and gold Nyoibo suddenly lifted Hiruzen and ascended into the sky. When the Nyoibo reached the same height as Orochimaru, it suddenly underwent a massive change. A fist the size of a room, covered in thick black and gold monkey fur, shot out from the staff. As soon as it emerged, it boomed, causing the air to explode. Next, the hand, foot, and head followed. In 2 or 3 breaths, an enlarged version of adamantine Enma appeared before Orochimaru and the eight-headed serpent. Its massive body, comparable in size to the eight-headed serpent and covered in steel wool-like monkey fur, bulged with massive muscles and intertwined blue veins that resembled writhing snakes, conveying an extremely impactful sense of power. Immediately upon appearing, it vigorously beat its powerful chest with its arms. Its ugly, fur-covered face roared towards the heavens, shaking the surrounding area and radiating a courageous, battle-hungry aura. Hiruzen's gaze hardened, and he signaled adamantine Enma to make the first move. The colossal adamantine body charged furiously toward Orochimaru and the eight-headed serpent, its footsteps causing the ground to shake. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, patted one of the eight-headed serpent's heads, and said elegantly and devilishly, Go on, give Sensei his final blow. The eight-headed serpent suddenly shook. All 8 heads roared in unison, their aura fully unleashed. Boom! A terrifying, mountain-shattering pressure instantly slammed toward Hiruzen and adamantine Enma. The 8 snake heads gathered together, raising their heads to the sky. In the air a few meters above them, a 5-colored, glittering chakra sphere rapidly condensed, growing larger and more powerful. Finally, a 5-colored pillar of light tore through the night sky. 3 days later, atop the Hokage building roof, the inauguration ceremony of the 4th Hokage and the wedding ceremony of Konoha's princess, Tsunade, were held simultaneously. Orochimaru, dressed in the flame-red Hokage robe, stood smiling at the center of the crowd, with Tsunade, wearing an exquisite kimono and a shy expression, standing beside him. Behind the couple, a 5-colored crystal coffin was placed in the center of the Hawkage rooftop. The person lying inside was Hiruzen Sarutobi, who retained a sliver of life force but was trapped in a seal. Hyuga Kojin, whose face beamed with congratulatory cheer and who had been appointed the Konoha Great Elder, finished recounting the new Hawkage's merits. It was now Orochimaru's turn to deliver his oath of office. Applause thundered. Shinki, Gyaba, Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Kai all stood formally among the viewing crowd, their faces full of joy as they offered their blessings. At this moment, not only the Jonin watching on the rooftop, but the citizens of the entire Konoha village had emerged from their homes. The 10 microphones set up on the Hawkage building clearly broadcast Orochimaru's voice to all corners. In a deep, magnetic voice, gentle yet authoritative, Orochimaru spoke. Last night, a tailed beast invaded. Our third Hokage-sama exchanged the safety of all Konoha for his own deep sleep and sealing. I, Orochimaru, in the name of the third Hokage, promise the people of Konoha that I will lead you all toward prosperity and strength. I will lead you into a new era. And when we have sufficient strength, we will surely awaken the third Hokage-sama, allowing Hiruzen-sama to witness the new glory with us. The 10 microphones clearly amplified Orochimaru's voice far and wide. Immediately, the entire Konoha roared like a mountain and a sea. Cries of "Long live Orochimaru-sama" were heard everywhere, and waves of sound rushed toward the sky, spreading to all directions. In the strong wind, Orochimaru's figure commanded everyone's respect. At this moment, the war machine of Konoha had begun to roll. The historical records of the Konoha Empire in later generations would mark this day as the first year of the Empire, also known as the Year of the Serpent's Ascendance. At the end,